Hello everyone, I'm very glad that you listened to my story. Please give me a follow and like the video if you enjoyed it. Feel free to comment and provide feedback so I can improve the sound quality. Yes, we invite you to listen to part 1 of the series. Chapter 1, Returning After Hunting Whales. Chapter 1, Returning After Hunting Whales, translated by Chua, edited by Vic Rhonda and El Kasser. In the dark of night, a storm is raging. The violent waves from the sea crashed repeatedly onto the reef, threatening to destroy and devastate the land with each wave. A floating orange-colored balloon is being tossed about violently by the winds, signifying that a hurricane is at hand. Even the sturdy pole, which the balloon is tied to, is rattling so heavily that it seems as though it would break at any second. Although the terrible weather is not common in this remote port of Xiqiao, it happens 3 to 5 times a year. That was why the residents were not alarmed, locking themselves up in their huts with a lighted lantern, while enjoying a meal of salted fish and sorghum wine, and using basins to collect any water leaking from the roof. Every time this happens, the blankets will also become moist, and by just touching them, moistness could be felt. Under this atmosphere, a campfire was burning within a tattered shack on the west of Xiqiao town. Within the shack was a mess of discarded rubber tires. The poor people can make this into a cheap and effective rubber boat, and a group of 10 excited dark-skinned fishermen gathered around the fire. They were all approximately 20 to 30 years old youths, and sitting amongst them a youth with deep wrinkles. His beard had already turned gray and his handsome features concealed a hidden sorrow underneath. One look was enough to tell that this was a person who had submitted to his fate. Aya, today's happenings, Sanzi's move has its merits, but Xian's move is definitely the best. The one speaking with rude hand gestures and spitting uncontrolled saliva was a youth with a facial scar called Gao Chong. However, it seemed that he has gained the approval of the surrounding men, as they nodded their heads while gazing with admiration at the youth. Another young man with a pair of thick eyebrows, strong bulging muscles with a sturdy physique, although he had an occasional arrogant look on his face, his gaze remained stable. He was sitting on a worn wooden bench, holding onto a broken bowl. The bowl contained scalding hot water, which required him to blow on it before drinking. Xian humbly smiled upon hearing his name, without making any sound, as he nodded his head in gratitude and continued drinking his water. Xian's move is naturally undisputable, but I stabbed it 9 times, men, a full 9 times. Another big-nosed youth, looking in his prime, spoke up loudly as he stood up waving his hands frantically. Damn it, that bastard actually dragged on for 30 meters, another 10 meters and we would all be eating out in the hurricane instead. In the corner, a dark and thin youth interrupted him with a laugh. Bro Desai, this time's fragrant cream yield is definitely no less than 20 kilograms. Even if we can't extract it all, we can still get at least 10 kilograms, this itself is a fortune already. Didn't you always want to refurbish your Fuyuan boat? With this catch you can refurbish at least 10 times and still have some leftover cash to spend. Desai was that young man from before. Hearing that, he could only give out an honest laugh, brimming with happiness. From birth, he has been raised by the seawater can be said to be a part of him already. In this lifetime, his boat could be considered his home. Because he adopted 2 orphans earlier on, he did not have time to find a wife, and soon after he decided he didn't need one. He used his entire life savings to buy this old boat even after criticism from others. After buying he immediately refurbished the boat, and that is why up till now he had still not repaid all his debts. If one's prosperity were to be measured by one's kindness and honesty, then Desai would have been extremely wealthy by now. However, no matter how hard Desai labored, he could not escape his miserable life of poverty. No matter how cruel the heavens can be, eventually there will be a light at the end of the tunnel. When Fu Yuan sailed the previous day, they actually encountered a lone fat-headed beast. The fat-headed beast was a name commonly known to all fishermen in the surrounding areas. It was actually a sperm whale. It has a short and stubby body, coupled with clumsy movements, and a weird appearance as though it has a heavier head than the body. If one were to compare it to something, a million times magnified tadpole would fit the description. The head itself is like a gigantic box, taking up to a quarter or a third of its entire size. Its nose is special though, only the left nostril is clear, while the right is blocked, giving an angle of 45 degrees to the front left when it ejects breathing mist. An experienced fisherman would be able to find traces of a sperm whale through its breathing mist. However, after decades of hunting, the population of sperm whales has been reduced to hundreds across the entire South China Sea. Over the past 5 years there has been news of only 3 fat-headed beasts being hunted, and its rarity can only be imagined at the present. However, this time the ones who discovered the lone fat-headed beast were actually Desai and his band of dark-skinned brothers. The younger men would address Desai as Uncle Desai. In actual fact, with the layout of their old boat, Fu Yuan, it was impossible for them to have been able to capture this beast. Fortunately, fourth uncle raised 3 capable and intelligent orphans, who previously found a discarded spear gun at a dump at the pier and made some adjustments to it, and they actually managed to restore it to a usable condition. Initially, they wanted to try out their skills at the shark-infested South China Sea. How would they have imagined encountering a lone big-headed beast? Soon after that followed a round of intense and persistent chasing. Even the boat, Fu Yuan, seemed determined to seize this rare opportunity given by heaven. Despite the warnings of a typhoon, it desperately held on to this 10 meters long sperm whale. Apart from fourth uncle, nobody else had experienced hunting a whale on the boat before, in addition to the semi-working state of their recently retrieved spear gun. In the raging storms, they failed to hit even after 4 attempts, alarming the beast, causing it to begin submerging deeper underwater. Then, one of Desai's adopted kids, Xian, stood up, his body swaying vigorously in the wind like leaves on a tree. Holding the spear gun firmly in his hands, he aimed steadily at his target for a full 10 seconds, and at the most desperate of times, he fired a shot. This one shot ripped through the sperm whale with great ferocity. In its dying moments, bearing the intense pain, the sperm whale dragged on for an entire 30 meters, causing the ocean to turn red throughout their struggling journey. In the end, it became a helpless human treasure, as the old boat, Fu Yuan, miraculously returned to Xiqiao port right before the hurricane struck. For sperm whales, although their meat, bones and oil were expensive, the most valuable was their fragrant cream originating from their intestines. This item, commonly known to local fishermen, when it was dried up will become the famously known substance ambergris star. A wax-like substance used for making perfumes. The sperm whale's primary food is cuttlefish and octopus. After consuming it, it will not be able to digest the sharp tip of the shell and the inner round bone of its meal. Because of this, the large intestine or rectum of the whale will be infected with a disease, which in turn will result in the formation of grayish or black secretions in the small intestine. Subsequently, the secretion forms a thick dark matter stored in the colon/rectum, and by removing the unpleasant smell and adding some perfumes over time, it will form this so-called ambergris. The ambergris contains 25 elements, which are extremely valuable in retaining fragrance of perfumes for a long time. It can also be used as a valuable medicine. Desai's prized sperm whale was 10 meters long, which can be considered slightly below average. However, the ambergris can still be sold for a large sum of money. Thus, the band got together to celebrate, not knowing it is late at night. They have been toiling at sea for about half a month, and right before the hurricane struck, they made it back to Xiqiao port. The hunting crew immediately felt fatigue after their momentary period of excitement. The torrential rains of the hurricane were predicted to stop only tomorrow afternoon. Desai was in his hut, laying his bed out on the floor. These fishermen were used to toiling in the sea and do not feel indifferent. Instead, Sanzi and Xian had left their house. At the Maju Temple, north of Xiqiao town, they were busy repairing a shed. It was considered their private pastime, even though the storm was heavy, and the distance between their town and here was not short. As the two pushed open the door made up of nailed wooden planks, a strong and cold wind along with the torrential rain barged in, leaving them with a feeling of having just fought a cold war. In that weather, even the people surrounding a fire have lied down and began groaning and complaining. Xian and Sanzi, with a cloth draped across their foreheads, were struggling to push the door back. At this moment, fourth uncle hurriedly rushed over to deliver umbrellas and escort them back home. Xiqiao was a small town, which was not even recognized on the world map. Its specific location was at a little bay south of the border city of Fangcheng Port in Guangxi, which can be seen from West Vietnam with the naked eye. Administratively, it was so secluded that it was, apparently, unknown to the outer world. Therefore this isolation had given way to a series of smuggling, trading, and thieving activities. The people there all belonged to the gray area of the industry, in the eyes of the law. The reason the honest Desai chose to settle in this place was because the boat, Fu Yuan, was a stolen item, and they had no means of paying heavy taxes. Xian had already seen how high the tax bills were, which included financial, tax, business, border security, health, government, fishing management companies, village living, etc. However, over here, one only needed to pay protection fees to the big brother, Huashan Fei. Due to the threat and pressure from top authority, Xiqiao Construction uses relatively inexpensive low-quality materials to construct their buildings, which caused an architectural thorn in the ass for the people living an illegal life there. Xian was already 19 years old, he was older than Sanzi by a few months, and had been working for acquaintances of fourth uncle since the age of 14. Because of his composed way of doing things, he had constantly earned the trust and praises of others. At a young age, his reputation had already spread across the entire port as one whose knowledge and character was second to none. Chapter 2, Living with Great Joy, Dying with No Regrets. Chapter 2, Living with Great Joy, Dying with No Regrets. Translated by Chua, edited by I and Alcázar. A year ago, after Desai bought the old boat, Fuyuan, Xian immediately left his current job to return to assist Desai without hesitation. At that time, he was already the second in command on a 500-ton cargo ship from Panama, and the captain was going to retire in a year. Even after much persuasion from the captain, Xian remained firm and returned to the tattered and old boat, Fuyuan, to be an ordinary fisherman. He even used his earnings to pay off Desai's debts, and the small shed that he and Sanzi was built from what was left of it. Even after walking for a short while, his shoes have been soaked with ice-cold mud, giving off a chilling-to-the-bones feeling and a squishy sound with each step, making it extremely uncomfortable. Upon reaching Sanzi's hut, he did not look back, offering just a small wave of his handkerchief as a small greeting. He then stretched his back as he pushed open the door and entered the hut. As Xian was about to retire to his room, the house door swung open as a wet-headed Sanzi emerged with an envious and respectful look on his face. "Bro Yen, do you remember when we were caught by waves as tall as a few meters and even Uncle Desai and Uncle Fa couldn't do anything? How did you manage to strike the fat-headed beast with such precision?" Although Sanzi was younger than Xian by a few months, his way of thinking as well as experience could not be compared to the Xian who labored outside for 5 years. It was not even a close fight. That is why he has always been respectful and idolized his foster brother Xian. Upon hearing this, Xian gave off a slight laugh as he squinted his eyes. "I only blindly aimed, and got lucky." Xian lit the lantern beside him, and take out a dry handkerchief from his drenched coat to wipe his head. He had a height of about 1.8 m, sturdy physique, thick black brows. Beneath his tight vest was a bulging outline of his chest muscles, and his few years at sea gave him a healthy cinnamon-looking complexion. With neat and tidy hair coupled with his sharp brows, giving an impression of a high-quality fitness trainer. However, the stern look from his arched lips and cold gaze made people wanted to stay 1,000 miles away from him. Looking objectively, this is an extremely simple hut measuring 78 square meters, made out of scrap objects and low-quality raw materials. Even the interior contained nothing much. A small single bed, one washing bowl and a simple clothes hanging line. However, after entering, there was a strangely warm feeling, a feeling of home which can never be replaced by even a 5-star hotel. The only decoration was a small picture atop the bed frame. The picture frame had already faded to a yellowish color over time, and it contained 3 people, Xian, Uncle Desai, and Sanzi. That photo was taken before Xian left the house to work. Looking at Uncle Desai in the picture, there was a look of respect and admiration in Xian's moist eyes. He was an honest and simple man who painstakingly endured all hardships to raise him and Sanzi up. The greatest point was that he never once covered up their birth origin, and did not allow them to address him as father. This is because Desai is a devout believer in feng shui, geomancy, and upon having his fortune told that he would have a lonely life of hardships, he refused to allow this ill fate to infect the 2 kids, preferring to grow old alone childless. However, this gave an ignorant but noble feeling to the honorable and filial Desai. Thinking back about the past, Xian sighed. He was an extremely strong-willed person. Ever since he came of age, he did not treat the parents who abandoned him with intense hatred, but in fact had great gratitude for Uncle Desai. Although he addressed Desai as uncle, but deep in his heart he treated him as a father. Pasted upon his bed frame was a paper written with straight characters, "Living with great joy, dying with no regrets." These words were seen from a tattered novel that Xian had read. He fell in love with the meaning of the words, and thus showcased it atop his bed frame. After daydreaming while looking at the photo, Xian extinguished the lantern and slept. After the initial weariness, he soon slept deeper. In his heart, he harbored a certain uneasiness, as though something big was about to happen. Xian's instincts has always been accurate. This was why he was often praised by others, as he could often pinpoint the root of a problem and come up with a solution. People rarely bet against him as he often miraculously triumphed even without the upper hand at the start. Beforehand Sanzi questioned Xian how he could slaughter the fat-headed beast even in the raging storm. In actual fact it is because Xian was operating on his extremely keen instincts. The pouring rain consistently hammered against the rooftop as Xian kept tossing and turning in bed. He suddenly sat up and lit up the lantern. Unintentionally, he caught a glimpse of something red in the opposite mirror. Lowering his head, he shockingly discovered several red-crossed scars across his chest as though someone had clawed and grabbed at him. After feeling it, he realized it was not painful and therefore did not think much of it. At this time, Xian felt thirsty. He went to grab a cup of water. While humming to himself, he suddenly noticed a splashing water sound other than himself. This irregular splashing sound sounded like someone was intensely struggling inside the mud. In a matter of seconds, the sound of banging on Xian's door echoed throughout the hut, followed by panicky coarse unclear shoutings. Coming. Xian's heart trembled slightly, charging to open his door. As the door opened slightly, the cold outer winds rushed in. Suddenly a hand drenched in blood shot out, grabbing the door frame tightly. Using his full strength, a person covered in blood and mud entered. It was actually the one who lived with Uncle Desai, Gao Chang. Xian tried to support him, but this was in vain as Gao Chang collapsed onto the ground, clutching tightly onto Xian's leg with both arms. He wailed in despair, "Bro Yen, it's a disaster." Xian raised his sharp, pitch-black brows, but in his heart he felt a slight déjà vu. Something really came up. The uneasiness he felt is there. Although his heart was in chaos, he calmly replied loudly, "What happened?" "It's Uncle Fa, that bastard. Uncle Desai wanted to use the money earned from the fragrant cream to pass down to you and Sanzi as inheritance, but when everyone was asleep he secretly went to find Huashan Fei * and sold everything. An entire 9 kg of fragrant cream. But Huashan Fei only paid him $100. Huashan Fei is the big brother of the town from Chapter 1 who people had to pay protection fees to." Upon hearing the name, Huashan Fei, Xian's heart sank. That punk can be said to be the ruler of Xiqiao town, and everyone with status paid him protection fees. He himself would engage in illegal trade, smuggling and drug peddling, while still running a legit business up front, having tens of bodyguards around him. There were even rumors of him being the backbone of the infamous third-ranked ghost clan in Vietnam, and was a capable subordinate of the clan head known as the Black Devil. Once he set his sights on the ambergris, even if one's teeth all fell out and stomach was full of blood, one still had to suck it in. Gao Chang struggled and swallowed his saliva, as he continued wailing, "No matter how unwilling Uncle Desai is, he could only let Huashan Fei have his way." At least, Huashan Fei gave some face by proclaiming that Desai did not need to pay protection fees anymore. However, I could never bottle up such unfairness, cursing to myself in anger, and was actually overheard by someone alongside Huashan Fei, Shida. Such unluckiness. This unknown fella is so strange, even Huashan Fei had to show face to him. Mercilessly, in addition to the bastard Uncle Fa adding oil to the fire with his unnecessary comments, Shida demanded to burn the boat, Fu Yuan. If one wasn't raised by the seaside, it was impossible to understand the deep relationship a fisherman had with his boat. They practically grew up alongside their boat, and the boat has become their second home, even spending more time on it than on their family. Under this kind of circumstance, the boat has naturally become a part of the fisherman. Even upon death would the fisherman request his coffin to be shaped like this boat. To Uncle Desai, his feelings toward Fu Yuan have already far exceeded the life savings he used to buy the boat. If Shida really burned that boat, he would rather offer up his own life. After hearing this, the wrinkles on Xian's forehead tensed up. Gao Qiao continues with tears in his eyes, "After hearing this, I could not control myself anymore and impulsively fought him head-on. Huashan Fei immediately signaled to his underlings and in the end. Heis! That coward Shida actually was scared stiff, and could only hide behind others barking like mad dog. After I fled, I could hear him shouting to burn Uncle Desai along with his boat. One of the neighbor, Mr. Gue, wanted to step in to mediate but ended up with 7 less teeth with one blow from Huashan Fei to the mouth. Bro Yen, what should we do? Gao Chang spoke of Mr. Gue, who was quite an accomplished person in Xiqiao, and was even on good terms with Huashan Fei, but was still reduced to such a state. Desai's fate was now an unimaginable one. Fate with such a situation, yet Xian could still remain composed. He first treated Gao Chang's shoulder and provided him with new dry clothes. Lighting a cigarette in his mouth, he calmly declared, "Swiftly notify Sanzi, the both of you will immediately report this to the governor." Ever since Gao Chang arrived, he had been trembling uncontrollably as though he was cold or extremely fearful. However, after hearing the resolution within Xian's steady voice, he summoned up his courage, sucked in his chest and took in a deep breath, responding, "All right, Bro Yan, I will go immediately." Suddenly, he realized something, and started panicking as he spoke. "How about you, Bro Yan, aren't you coming with us?" Xian calmly replied, "I will never allow Uncle Desai and his boat to be burned without doing anything. Huashan Fei collected thousands in protection fees every year from us, yet he robbed us of a fortune of fragrant cream. I will go and reason it out with him. After speaking with him, this mess should be settled. Hurry along, you two. If anything bad happens to me, I will have to rely on you guys to rescue us." After hearing this, Gao Chang found it logical. He himself, being someone without much of a plan, could only nod his head and set off to find Sanzi. Xian waited for him to leave, with a grim look in his eyes, retrieved a sharpened knife from the behind the door. This knife was used to kill huge fish and cut them up. It was approximately a foot in length, and was made with scrap metals through Xian's persistent efforts of shaping the knife. The pitch-black knife shimmered in the moonlight, giving off a threatening cold aura, as Xian wiped it with a cloth in preparation for its inevitable usage. Xian actually only wanted to trick Gao Chang and Sanzi away, because he already knew this is a matter of utmost complications. This injured Shida is actually the infamous Black Devil's son. The only negotiable method is with this knife. Living with great joy, dying without regrets. Although Uncle Desai is not his blood father, however, the bonds between them are so strong that to give his life for him would be an honor that does not allow him to look back. Chapter 3, Blood and Anger. Chapter 3, Blood and Anger. Translated by Chua, edited by Ian Alcasar. In the dark of night, where the cold rain falls and wind blows, the entire Xiqiao town is shaken. With Huashan Fei tyrannically ruling over the town, nobody dared to step into this matter, which concerns over 10 human lives, signifying how viciously mighty Huashan Fei is. Xian crept around silently in the suffocating darkness of the night, as the icy raindrops drenched his coat. Still, he pressed on with a blazing ferocity trapped within his heart. 20 meters ahead lies the port where Fu Yuan was parked. The unloading dock was covered with a huge canopy sheet blocking out the rain and sun, where sailors would pile up goods within it. The guards keeping watch are used to not having people trying to break in or causing mischief. Underneath the canopy lies 2 enormous spotlights, brightening up the entire area. A group of Huashan Fei's underlings encircled the 3 men curled up and lying on the ground, as they stamped on them enthusiastically and proceeded to dump oil onto them. Every so often one of them would give of a crazed shriek, F***K your mum. You dared to raise your knife against me, come fight back now. I'm gonna slaughter your entire family. Steal your property and trash your businesses. Xian crept closer in anticipation. At this moment Huashan Fei was signaling to his underlings to get out of the way. He spoke softly, "Shida, who gave you that cut on the face?" The 4 guys on the floor started struggling and groaning, but none of them said anything. With a simple hand gesture, 2 strong and aggressive men picked up one of the injured men as Huashan Fei ordered, "Nobody wants to speak up. Fine. I won't be able to explain to Bro Ming's side," one of his underlings. In charge of taking care of Shida, reading on this chapter will understand better, then I will just offer the 4 of you as an apology. It's me. I cut him. The one who spoke out wearily was Desai. Upon hearing this, Xian felt adrenaline surging up, repeatedly provoking to charge on impulse. Pooey. Huashan Fei spat at Desai's face. This old fart actually has such balls, I like it. Tell me, which hand did you use to injure Shida? Desai looked down in silence. Huashan Fei was also not expecting an answer, as he puffed on his cigarette, followed by using the burning end of it to press down on Desai's face. A burning stench filled the heavy air. Suddenly Huashan Fei broke into a fit, as he stomped down onto Desai. "Press him down for me. Snip off his fingers one at a time and offer to young Master Shida as a token of forgiveness. The rest of you, bring the boat here and set it ablaze." After listening to Huashan Fei's crazed instructions, Xian suddenly felt a certain incompressible surging feeling forming within his chest, followed by a salty taste flooding his throat. His entire body was heating up as his blood boiled with anger. Licking his dried and coarse lips, clutching his knife tightly, his leg muscles had already started tensing up. Huashan Fei stomped his foot in frustration, as he turned around and said, "Have you ensured young Master Shida is all right? Why is wrapping up that cut taking so long?" Huashan Fei's words were directed to an underling by his side. This underling was on familiar terms with Huashan Fei, as he spoke sharply, "Bro brother, you are thinking too much. Such a small cut on the face won't affect anything. The only concern is this cold and chilling to the bones weather. Shida, that gigolo, only needs to go back and nurse his cold, that's all." Initially, Xian could not hold it in anymore, as he prepared to charge forward. Upon hearing these few words, his thick black brows were frowning so hard it had formed a single brow as a new idea formulated in his mind. Disregarding his surroundings, he hastened his footsteps and charged toward where Huashan Fei lived. Based on his natural intellect, Xian knew that even if he aggressively charged in, he won't be able to rescue Uncle Desai and instead would be sacrificing his life in vain. However, Huashan Fei's underlings in this town of Xiqiao are only about 20 people. Those that could fight were all preparing to burn the boat, Fu Yuan. The people attending to Shida's wound were only 3. If he managed to capture Shida as hostage, then he would stand a slight chance of rescuing Uncle Desai. Whatever happened later, Xian could not be bothered anymore, as there would be too many variables to consider. The only few words he held in his heart now were, "Face his enemies courageously one at a time to achieve victory." Given Huashan Fei's status in the town, because the town constantly faced pressure from higher authorities, he actually lived in an ordinary-looking hut. However, it still looked considerably newer and larger than the surrounding huts. Wanting to flex his position, he had constructed a layer of fence around his hut. Xian was like a ninja in the shadows, as his body has been soaked by the rain and mud covered his shoes, only his eyes remained with a steady and poisonous gaze. He looked like a famished wolf who had not eaten for days. "Finally I've arrived." Xian kept his gaze on the fenced-up hut, as his heart brimmed with nervousness and palpitation. He reached into his pants pocket with his icy white and wrinkled hand, pulled out a sharp, icy and emotionless knife. Tightly gripping the base of the knife, which had been wrapped with a cloth, Xian breathing grew deeper as he wrapped a tattered cloth across his forehead, smeared mud over his emotionless face, as he cautiously made his way to Huashan Fei's hut. The fence was reinforced with hard steel, it had no doorbell and was a little loose at the top. Xian shook the fence fiercely, as well as banging against the concrete at the side. As the clanging and banging sounds echoed up, a faint light emerged within the darkness of the hut, followed by a frustrated shouting, "What the F***K, who is causing such a ruckus?" Xian felt his heart beating faster, but at this point he composed himself, shouting from his diaphragm, "Disaster! Disaster, Brother Fei has sent me to report." This sentence was extremely effective, as someone immediately rushed out to the fence in front of Xian but did not open the fence door in suspicion. Xian recognized him to be Huashan Fei's cousin, nicknamed White Dust Ming, because he followed the cruelness of Huashan Fei, wrecking families but mainly sold white powdered drugs for him. Xian himself had to pay this bugger a hefty sum just to be permitted to build his hut. That is why upon meeting, he felt an avenging hatred forming in his mind. Tilting his head down while using the cloth to cover half his face, Xian tightly grabbed the fence and exclaimed, "Bro Ming! So many constables have arrived." "One of the damned bastards informed the governor." White Dust Ming suddenly appeared frightened, although there were great suspicious points in Xian's speech, but without further thought, he spoke out in astonishment, "What the?" Brother Fei normally already bought over the magistrate. Why would they come here? In his mental state of panic, his hand unknowingly moved on its own and opened the fence gate, but upon opening it halfway he realized there was something not matching up. Immediately he questioned, "Why hadn't Bro Fei called us with the phone but instead sent you here to inform us?" This question actually exposed the greatest flaw in Xian's plan, but Xian had already put it into consideration. Xian was naturally witty, immediately replying without stuttering, "The few constables that urgently arrived were all unrecognizable. As such, Bro Fei in his slight shock accidentally knocked over this phone into the mud." "How could the phone operate in that state?" "He feared that you would misunderstand and thus passed the phone to me as evidence." "You won't believe me, see it for yourself." After which, he raised his left hand, with a muddied black phone look-alike item atop his palm. Actually, there were several questionable points about Xian's statement, and if one were to dive deeper one would expose him easily. However, White Dust Ming only focused on the phone and was contented with seeing the only evidence as well as the unwavering strength within Xian's voice. He swung open the gate, peeping his head out to take a closer look at the item within Xian's left hand. Xian's hand immediately changed into a fist, smashing ferociously straight onto Ming's face. A suddenly pain broke out within White Dust Ming's nose, as blood, mucus and tears poured out from his eyes and nose. As he was about to scream for help, he felt a sharp icy feeling penetrating into his chest. That iciness started to surge upwards and eventually reached his vocal cords, eliminating all trace of sounds. Under the excruciating pain and shock, he raised his head, directly meeting the gaze of a pair of blazing eyes. The pain started to infiltrate his consciousness, and soon took over his entire being. Xian gently loosened up his grip of the knife as his victim slowly slumped onto the muddy cold waters, coloring the mud with a maroonish bright red. As the harsh rain continued pouring and sounds of wind and thunder filled the air, the surrounding air gave off a familiar peaceful feeling, as though nothing had taken place. Naturally, the people within the hut were oblivious. Xian took a few deep breaths, as his murderous intent retreated within him. However, a strange feeling swelled up within him, as though the past 20 years had been lived in vain, but the past few minutes standing between life and death had given him a queer sadistic excitement. The icy rain struck hard, but Xian was instead fired up. He took several deep breaths, swung open the gate and tiptoed in. He stopped at the door entrance, quietly pressing his body against the wall. As he secretly eavesdropped the conversations within, he dared to cut me. K his mother, he actually dared to cut me. I want his entire generation of family to die. Where is the doctor? Where is he? The nearest city is 20 kilometers away. In such a downpour even the fastest doctor can only arrive tomorrow morning. Chapter 4, The Gorge Between Life and Death. Chapter 4, The Gorge Between Life and Death. Translated by Chua. Edited by Ian Alcasar. The voices within the hut were unclear. A sudden smacking sound echoed through, as Sheeta angrily shouted, "Trash, get lost." The man had a scar on his face. After receiving a slap, Scarface eyes darted angrily toward Sheeta. However, he knows that even Huashan Fei cannot afford to anger him. Sucking up his frustration, he walked out and cursed out loud, "White Dust Ming. Where the K did you go?" He raised his leg towards the hut door, using his full might to kick open the door, treating it as Sheeta's face. The door swung out, banging strongly onto the wall and rebounded back upon impact, repeatedly while swinging in and out. The sneaky Xian standing against the right side of the wall, his breath kept awfully quiet like a ghost in the night. He remained emotionless, but a burning spirit remained ablaze in his eyes. Holding onto the knife with his right hand, fresh blood dripped constantly from the ghastly red convergence at the tip of the blade. Scarface upon leaving the hut had a great anger welling up within his heart, and while walking from the bright hut into the darkness of the night, his eyes were still adjusting to the stark contrast. After a while, the sight of White Dust Ming's muddy and motionless slump greeted him. Suddenly fear gripped his heart, which forced his mind to start blanking out that moment. Seizing this opportunity, a grayish dark shadow pounced onto him from the back, one hand masking Scarface's mouth, the other hand mercilessly and swiftly slashed at his throat. In the chill of the night, Scarface actually managed to produce a mournful and matchless loud shriek. He could see blood shooting out of his neck, as the blood blended sorrowfully into the ceaseless rain. Although Scarface's throat was slit, he did not die silently like in the television shows, but instead he screamed desperately, trying to find a fighting chance of survival. As he struggled, he unintentionally struck against Xian's face. Bastard! Xian's nose felt a suffocating pain as tears welled up in his eyes as he covered his face in anguish. In the past, Xian had already experienced several fights during his work atop a boat. However, he had not murdered anyone before, as such could only imitate what the assassins would do in television dramas when executing a silent kill. However, he failed to consider this crucial point. Normally when he slit a chicken's throat, that chicken would also go berserk in his dying seconds. Xian's strike in terms of power and positioning also had great deviations. Strictly speaking, if Scarface was a trained martial artist, he could very well turn the tides and killed Xian. Luckily Scarface was just a cruel lackey. He was rendered defenseless after watching the horrific sight of blood shooting from his throat, and could only scream for help, struggling fiercely as he fought for his life. Xian got up and completely ignored the fleeing Scarface. Grabbing his knife, he charged in with murderous intent. His breathing was heavy and erratic, his heart was filled with suspense. To him, all his hardships were in order to capture Sheeta. Only when he had Sheeta as hostage could he have the means to negotiate with Huashan Fei to rescue Uncle Daisai. A blinding flame and loud rumbling sound greeted Xian as he entered. Scarface's cries had startled Shida, and although he looked frail and weak, he was still Black Devil's son. Within China, gun control was extremely strict. However, in this small exterior town the management was extremely loose and disorderly. That is why upon knowing something is wrong, Shida immediately reached out for his personal pistol, waiting for the opportune time when Xian would charge into the building to pull the trigger. Upon seeing the black barrel of the pistol suddenly flashing, Xian's body froze and even his mind blanked out. No matter how agile and decisive he was, at the end of the day he was just a fisherman equivalent to an above-average soldier. However, face to face with a gun, Xian did not feel a single pain, but instead it felt like someone charged straight into his chest. Immediately, fear retreated like the passing tide, as Xian screamed violently and his eyes turned deathly red. In this narrow edge between life and death, his adrenaline level frantically surged, eliminating all notions of pain and fear within him. In his mind, his only thought was not allowing this bastard to have a second move. Xian used his left hand to press down the wound in his chest, throwing the knife he had at Shida. Shida had never cared about the lives of others, but extremely cherished his own safety and well-being. In the face of the shimmering dagger darting toward him, he was scared stiff that he could not pull the trigger again, but immediately took cover. When he finally wanted to fire again, the bloodied Xian had already charged over with arms outstretched. His eyes were filled with a rampaging glow, as he brought Shida and pinned him to the ground. As the two began struggling with each other, their heavy panting and gasping could be heard distinctly. Shida could smell a strong fishy smell of blood mixed with mud. He had never been forced into such a sorry state as though struggling with a wild beast. His heart was filled with anxiety and desperation, therefore, he committed the most basic of errors, which was to try and fire off a gun in close proximity, where hand-to-hand combat definitely had the edge. How could Xian give up such a golden opportunity? Breathing heavily, he pinned down Shida's wrist, forcing the gun's aim to the side, while Shida was still stubbornly trying to aim the gun back at Xian's head. Logically speaking, Xian was definitely stronger in terms of strength. However, he had already taken a shot to his chest. Under this sort of circumstances, he would have lost a lot of blood. As such, Xian was losing in strength as the gun's aim was slowly forced in the direction of his head. A slight grin emerged on Shida's face, and an evil glint appeared within the dark pupil of Xian's eyes. He had actually loosened his grip. To the intensely struggling Shida, he could have never expected this, as this sudden shift of momentum caused his arm to widely swing and lower to the opposite side. Xian leaned his head in and ferociously bit down on Shida's hand. A person's biting strength is actually very astounding. A healthy and grown young man's full-strength bite can be likened to a weight of 500 kilograms. Even a small kid can chew on the bones of pigs and cows. Xian at the brink of death would obviously not hold back. Shida gave off a painfully loud wail, flinging away the gun in his hand. Under the immeasurable pain, he punched against the back of Xian's head. Xian felt as though the sky was spinning and the earth was rotating. Chinese idiom about giddiness, unbearably loosened his bite and rolled away. Shida painstakingly grabbed his left hand in agony, while Xian was half kneeling on the ground uncontrollably shaking his head trying to regain his focus. The two wrestled internally for a few seconds, and suddenly regained focus at the same time. Xian reached out for the knife that had planted into the sofa, while Shida bent down without hesitation to pick up his pistol. Their movements synchronized as they both chose their fighting tool at this very moment. At the edge of life and death, nobody could deliberate any further. 1 second of indecisiveness would mean death. In just a space of 3 meters, with unfaltering spirit, Xian summoned a great power and wrested out the knife from the sofa. Without pausing, clutching onto his gunshot wound and with an incomparable ferocity he thrust forward with the knife. At this time, Shida has just retrieved his gun and was not prepared to aim yet. Undoubtedly, when rivals meet face to face, the courageous prevails. Shida's character had already determined his fate. At the start, when face to face with Xian's flying dagger he chose to hide, he lost his only way of victory. The opposing Xian had always remained headstrong and never backed away against foes or even problems. Furthermore, Xian had a fiery and crazy passion burning within him already. Taking a huge step he thrust forward his knife towards Shida. Living with great joy, dying without regrets. This knife was practically undodgeable as the cold steel penetrated completely through Shida's stomach emerging from his back. Xian struck with such insane ferocity. In the face of such excruciating pain, in his dying moments, he did his utmost to try and aim toward Shion again. Under such a deathly pressure, Shion frantically stabbed at Sheeta's body again. Sheeta gave off a miserable loud shriek which eventually died down to a soft wail. When the crazed Shion eventually regained his sanity, Sheeta was already a lifeless corpse. Shion then leaned against the side table gasping for air. Those last few moments have taken a great deal out of him as he felt the sores from his limbs coming in. In his planning phase, he had never thought that he would have to cross swords with Sheeta, much less predicted that bastard would have a gun in his possession. Therefore, in this confrontation, he could not offer any margin of error, going all out, if not the one on the floor now would likely be him. Shion's gaze shone with maliciousness. He understood clearly in his heart, only by staying alive would he have a chance in saving Uncle Desai, and even if he could not save him, he would definitely drag down as many as he could with him. Chapter 5, Battle Against Enemy and Friend. Chapter 5, Battle Against Enemy and Friend. Translated by Chua, edited by I and Alcasar. Although killing Sheeta was not part of his plan, Shion did not feel like he had reached a dead end. Sheeta's death was without a doubt bad news, but Huashan Fei did not know about this yet. If he was able to utilize Sheeta's corpse effectively, it would be able to yield the same results. Although Scarface has fled, he had sustained great injuries. The journey from here to the port is considerably far. Even if Huashan Fei had received the news and rushed over, there was still adequate time to prepare for his next step. After calming down, Shion waddled over to the nearby toilet to wash his face, proceeding to clean his gunshot wound before finally wrapping it up simply with a cloth. Shion retrieved several clean and dry clothes which he put on Sheeta's dead body and dragged his body out into the passenger seat of the minivan parked outside, adjusting his body perfectly into a sitting position. Normally in Huashan Fei's absence, White Dust Ming would bring some underlings out in this minivan to collect protection fees. That is why Shion was able to pinpoint the location of the vehicle keys which was on Ming's body. He also brought the pistol as a precaution and set off for the port. Although Shion could still feel a searing pain from his wound, he felt powerful, as though a hidden strength was awakening from within him. As he was reflecting on what had happened, he was actually unknowingly enjoying the feeling at the moment. That sort of feeling of pure ecstasy when engaging in a random fist fight, that feeling of thrill when holding a life in his hand, the lingering smell of blood within his nostrils, he suddenly had a new insatiable thirst within him. Having the ability to control death was what someone's life goal should be. In the moments after killing Sheeta, Shion felt as though he was living life to the fullest. This feeling was much better than having an orgasm or taking in a deep puff of the cigar. Damn it, why do I feel like I am becoming a psychotic sadist? Shion bitterly laughed, then shook off that notion. Focusing once again, he continued driving towards the port. After driving out for 50 meters, Shion can see Scarface's body lying motionless on the road, as the flooded road had already submerged half of his face. Even the clean wound across his neck had been washed to a sickening white, while his left hand was still clutching onto his neck. Strictly speaking, Shion's strike was only capable of inflicting heavy damage but was not a fatal one. However, the terrified Scarface struggled and fled, leading him to lose excessive amounts of blood, eventually causing his death. Looking at Scarface's body, Shion heaved a sigh of relief. This meant that Huashan Fei had no clue his house was attacked, making it easier for Shion to construct his plan. An unprepared and unknowing Huashan Fei was definitely easier for Shion to achieve victory against. When Huashan Fei witnessed this familiar white-colored minivan driving in amidst the thunderstorm, he was extremely startled. Shion parked the vehicle 70 meters away from him. The light within the van was dimly lit. He then placed his knife across the neck of Sheeta's corpse. Biting his teeth, he shouted out, "Huashan Fei! Do you want Sheeta dead or alive?" Huashan Fei's pupils shrank, as a fiery rage started to soar within him. His status was like the emperor in the town of Xiqiao, having the primary say in everything. Nobody had dared threaten him before. However, he understood, if Sheeta died in his territory, he would definitely not be spared when that old hag, Black Devil, decides to unleash his wrath of vengeance. That is why Huashan Fei lowered his pride and spoke, "What do you want?" At the same time, a burning passion was swirling within Shion. Even his gaze held a crazy berserk kind of look because he had seen Uncle Desai. The Uncle Desai that was currently bound up in front of him. Desai's face was pale, and he had already fainted. Blood drenched his hands, as his left hand was broken beyond recognition. Worse still, his right hand was left with only 3 fingers. Beside him was a bowl with blood, and floating inside the blood was actually Desai's fingers. Hua Shan Fei. Although he had already prepared in his heart beforehand, Xian still had to take deep breaths as he kept reminding himself to stay calm. However, his facial muscles were twitching uncontrollably, and the veins inside his eyes had bulged, giving him a ruthless and scary bloodshot look. He raised his eyebrows and coldly laughed out, "What do you think, Hua Shan Fei? You wanted to dispose of my entire family, then don't blame me for being ruthless." At this point in time at a nearby hut, a door swung open. Originally Gao Chang had been tricked away, but here he was with Sanzi being dragged out of the hut. The 2 of them had been beaten up to a plum with bruises all over their faces. Upon seeing Xian, they both shouted out in unison, "Bro Yen." Hua Shan Fei's crafty gaze fell upon Xian. Right now, the rain was pouring heavily, while the van was only dimly lit. Under this low vision he thought Shida had only fainted, never expecting that Xian would greet him with a lifeless corpse. Hua Shan Fei's long-standing tyranny at the top was also because of years of struggling and fighting, thus he knew that today's matter would not be easily dropped by Xian and that Xian's goal was to ensure the safety of his people. Therefore, with a flick of his hand, he signaled his underlings to surround the people nearby, coercing them together with the tip of their knives, thereby pressuring Xian. Faced with such a situation, Xian squinted his eyes, his lips formed into a grin. Up front, he was holding a knife to Shida's throat, but beneath, his left leg was putting in great effort to support Shida's lifeless heavy body. Xian then shouted out, "Hua Shan Fei, I have already inflicted a mortal knife wound to his left chest. His condition is extremely bad right now. If you insist on wasting time, I am afraid he won't have much time left." "How would you explain to Black Devil then?" Hua Shan Fei remained emotionless. However, his left hand that was gripping onto a chopper had already turned ghastly white. His anger had already reached a boiling point, but without changing his tone he coldly spoke up, "Then stop with the bullsh*t. Lay out your terms." Xian took a long hard look at the faraway Uncle Desai. Looking at his old and haggard complexion, it stirred his heart as he continued, "Let them go, I will stay. When they are all safe, I will hand Shida over." Hua Shan Fei let out a mocking laugh, "You take me for a fool. After they leave you would immediately flee in the van, then how would I chase you?" Xian bluntly spoke out, "Then I will leave the vehicle, is that enough?" Hua Shan Fei's expression changed. Xian then nastily gave Shida a kick, letting his body violent shiver, then lowering the knife from his throat. This action looked as if Xian had knocked Shida unconscious and laid him down on the seat, causing Hua Shan Fei's anger to intensify as he felt the increasing pressure of the situation. "Okay." He proceeded to signal to his underlings with his hand, "Release them." Hua Shan Fei's underlings cursed while they cleared up an opening, letting the people within their control slowly crawl out. Xian's left hand clutched tightly at his chest as he proceeded to leave the minivan. He leaned against the vehicle while his lower body was covered by the van's door. Hua Shan Fei shot an icy cold look toward one of his underlings beside him. That underling was actually in possession of a gun. However, when he saw a similar gun lodged firmly in Xian's grip and glancing towards the fainted Shida, he did not dare to risk making a move. The people being released retrieved the semi-conscious Desai and made their way towards Xian. Xian's heart was filled with great anxiety, because once they got closer to him, some would realize that Shida was actually a cold and lifeless corpse. In this case, it was extremely hard to predict their reaction, which may influence the outcome greatly. Although this minivan was able to contain the 8 rescued personnels, however, its speed with the entire load was still unknown. The entirety of Xiqiao did not only contain this one vehicle. If Hua Shan Fei were to pursue them, then it would be a calamity for everyone here. "Don't come here. Board Fu Yuan." Xian shouted toward the fisherman already a mere 20 meters away. After listening to Xian's shouting, Hua Shan's expression turned dark. He had the common thinking that if they escaped in the minivan, he was 100% sure he could catch up to them. However, now with the huge storm brewing, if they took a boat out to sea, it would be extremely tedious and troublesome to search for such a small fishing boat. However, the fishermen were already previously traumatized, as they ignored Xian and continued heading towards him. Xian gritted his teeth and fired a shot into the air. The piercing sound of a gunshot penetrated into their souls, waking them up as they heard Xian shouting again, "Don't come here. Board Fu Yuan." This time they heard Xian and they paused in hesitation. However, At this moment, Sanzi actually proclaimed out loud, "No-oh. Bro Yen, I will stick with you even in death." With this loud proclamation, he greatly influenced the rest as they continued in unison. However, this only made Xian lose his mind even further. At the face of such courage but was actually plain stupidity and folly, Xian wanted to smack Sanzi's face. If he did not remain to watch over the situation, how would they all make it out alive? After all, the biggest lie of Shida's death was yet to be exposed. At the point in time Xian became speechless. He knew Huashan Fei was extremely cunning. If he continued speaking, he risked getting himself exposed. Chapter 6, Break Away and Violently Escape. Chapter 6, Break Away and Violently Escape. Translated by Chua, edited by Alcasar. Just when Xian was at the brink of losing his mind, the bound-up Desai raised his head with great difficulty and looked toward Xian. Xian was now looking at Desai, countless thoughts flashing through his mind. Desai had treated him like a real son. Looking at the grayish-white hair atop his forehead, his bloody hands, his warm, kind gaze, Xian felt a bittersweet warmth as his tears poured out, forcing him to close his eyes and shout, "Just bored Fu Yuan." Desai could read the hidden melancholy beneath those words. As he fought to speak up, "Listen to Yen, let's board Fu Yuan." Although he spoke softly, but it rung with resolute and decisiveness. Sanzi and Gaoqiang wanted to speak up, but upon looking directly at the murderous glare from Xian, they sucked back their words. The entire group then retreated toward the boat. After such a twist in events, Huashan Fei started harboring suspicions. He squinted his eyes to look inside the dimly lit van to observe Shida. Looking at what was unfolding in front of him, Xian's heart skipped a beat, immediately reacting, "Oh yeah, Huashan Fei, return to us the fragrant cream you stole." Using $100 to buy over 10 kilograms of fragrant cream was as good as stealing. Upon hearing Xian's words, his state of mind relaxed a little, because there were only a handful of people in the world who valued one's life over money. If Shida was dead, Xian would be hoping to leave the place as fast as possible. Why would he still care about that fortune of fragrant cream? Huashan Fei glanced at Xian. He then signaled his underlings to bring out a huge bag filled with fragrant cream and teased at Xian, "You want this, sure. But first let me talk to Shida." Without hesitation, Xian replied, "No problem. Shida, speak up." Currently, Xian was outside the minivan while Shida's body was sprawled over the driver and passenger seat. Between them there was a small gap of 2 meters. Huashan Fei could observe Shida's right hand trembling slightly, as if he was summoning the strength to get up but still could not do it, as he continued laying down on the seat as though he fainted again. At first, Huashan Fei was very suspicious of the Xian sitting in the driving seat, but right now there was a space of 2 to 3 meters, and even the car door separating them. Lowering his guard, he bitterly allowed Desai and gang to board the boat and leave. Huashan Fei never expected that Xian had already taken this scenario into account. Before he arrived, he had tied 2 very fine strings onto the limbs of Shida's corpse. With the low vision caused by the torrential rain, the dimly lit interior and the 70 meters distance between them, there was no chance Huashan Fei could see Xian utilizing the strings from outside the minivan. Of course, the main reason for this optical illusion was still the mental delusion of Huashan Fei not expecting that Shida was actually dead. Even with the strange movements resulting from the string, one could only guess that it was because of his heavy injuries. The people aboard the boat looked covered with bruises all over their body, but apart from Desai, the rest only sustained superficial wounds. They have all been raised up by the sea since young, and in this desperate moments of fleeing, they rowed their hardest they could in their entire life as the boat disappeared into the endless sea. Xian waited until the boat was no longer in sight. However, he never once took his gaze away from Huashan Fei and his men. After 10 minutes, Huashan Fei broke the silence. "Okay, I've already released the people and gave you back your goods. Isn't it about time you release him?" Xian's mouth twitched a little. Taking a deep breath he spoke, "You and your men retreat first." While he was still in the midst of talking, a strange chilling to the bone, hair-rising sensation came over his entire body, especially his vest felt icy cold as though somebody pressed ice against his skin. Xian's pupil contracted as he immediately threw himself forward. At this moment the piercing sound of a gunshot filled the air, as sparks emerged from the minivan's front. Unknowing to Xian, one of Huashan Fei's henchmen with the gun actually made a huge loop from the side to make it to the back of Xian. Under command, he fired at Xian, but at the critical moment, Xian actually miraculously dodged the bullet. Xian heavily crashed into the mud, as a searing pain swarmed his entire body from the chest wound. The muddy waters were strangely refreshing, and it tasted bloody. Xian wrestled himself up from the ground, as he scrambled to take cover behind one of the surrounding huts. Panting, he struggled to make way, running clumsily in the direction of his own house. In fact, when he decided to stay behind, Xian had already made reservations in his heart that he may not escape. However, even a cricket would fight for his life, and Xian also realized the wound in his chest was not as bad as he imagined it to be and therefore clung on to his dear life. Although the way Xian was running was like an anxious stray dog, but whenever he thought of what expression Huashan Fei would have when he saw Sheeta's dead body, his heart would celebrate in delight, which gave him motivation to flee faster. "You poor bastard. Stop. I will destroy you. Lil bastard. Keep running and I will kill your entire family." Because of his chest injury, his running speed has been affected. Hearing the heavy footsteps and incessant cursing from the thugs catching up to him, Xian suddenly stopped and turned around. He pulled out the gun he retrieved from Sheeta, took aim, and fired. Truthfully, Xian's marksmanship was extremely poor. After roaming the seas as a fisherman for 6 to 7 years, his knowledge toward guns was fairly basic. He only knew how to reload and trigger-fire the gun while not hurting himself. Skill-wise, he was far from praiseworthy. However, when the group of 3 to 4 thugs closed up to a close distance of about 70 meters, even a person spitting saliva would be able to accurately hit one of them. Boom, boom, the sound of the gunshot rang, a faint green smoke faded into the pouring rain followed by a scream. 2 of the thugs collapsed into the muddy water. Their injuries were not very serious. One was shot in the leg, the other bullet grazed against the cheek of the other thug. Although it was just superficial wounds, at first glance the wounds appeared to be very serious. Especially the one with the cheek injury. His face was covered with fresh blood. He has also lost a few teeth as the blood filled up his entire mouth, and he was screaming more miserably than a pig getting slaughtered. His surrounding friends, hearing this, all felt a fear in their heart that prompted them to retreat. These 2 shots created lots of chaos and misgivings in the minds of the chasing men, as they slowed down, not daring to be too impulsive. Although Huashan Fei put up a very lucrative bounty, but they still needed their life to collect this bounty. Faced with this escaping crafty and merciless punk, he even dared to stab Black Devil's son. It would not be worth it to lose their lives now. Anyway, he is gravely injured, letting him bleed out would be better. As the people chasing developed this thinking, Xian finally had a small breathing space. Looking down, he knew he was left with 2 bullets and he gave off a bitter laugh as he continued running away. He was very clear right from the start, under this kind of hopelessly vile situation, even fleeing alone in that minivan was courting death. Xiqiao Town's only proper road was poorly taken care of, full of potholes and mud, often causing vehicles to break down. The motorbike behind Sanzi's hut was his only means of escape. The sandy route along the beach side was in extremely terrible condition, and only a motorbike could easily maneuver around it. After driving for 5 kilometers, one would be connected to the national highway leading to the prefectural city of Guangxi. When that happens, freedom would be certain. Keys, where are the keys? Xian kicked open the door of Sanzi's hut, as he was greeted by a familiar pitch blackness. He took a few deep breaths as he made his way to Sanzi's pillow, reaching out for the keys underneath it. Going out through the back door, he pushed the motorbike out from under the shelter of a canopy, jumping on frantically as he slammed his foot down onto the pedal. The chasing men looked at each other in dismay. 2 of Huashan Fei's lackeys tried to intercept Xian with 2 iron rods. Without hesitation, Xian fired off his gun at the 2 men. Although the bullet failed to connect, it had caused the 2 guys to frantically take cover behind the hut. One could say heaven was aiding Xian. Huashan Fei's guns were all self-made without proper waterproof features. Even in this heavy downpour, the gun could still fire off all its bullet. Looking at the back of the fleeing Xian on his motorbike, the men could not think of any solutions. At this moment, someone barged in clumsily, shouting at the top of his lungs, carrying a tinge of sorrow as he screamed, "Bro, Sheeta was actually murdered by that poor bastard. On boss's instructions, anyone who catches him gets 500,000. Also applies to anyone who finds any clue on his whereabouts leading to his capture. Bastard. Prepare to collect your family's dead bodies." Black Devil's infamous name could even cause a small child to wail. The previous year, while smuggling, he actually came into confrontation with Vietnam's border troops. Although he suffered a loss of over 30 men, he was able to sink one of his opponent's vessel. Sheeta's death in this area caused the hearts of many to worry. If they could not produce the culprit, Black Devil may certainly unleash his wrath on the entire town. This thought, in addition to Huashan Fei's generous bounty, would lead one to work hard. After hearing this proclamation, although Xian has already driven out of town in his motorbike, these hooligans suddenly started pursuing excitedly with a new motivation. A few of them went to fetch their nearby vehicles, determined to chase Xian to the ends of the earth. Chapter 7, Fate. Chapter 7, Fate. Translated by Chua, edited by Alcasar. The motorbike engine rumbled louder than it worked, as the black fumes dissipated into the rain. Sanzi's motorbike was like leftover goods, tossed around between many owners, and finally passed to Sanzi for a dirt cheap price. The offshore road was extremely muddy, the bumpiness caused agonizing pain to Xian. He pressed down on the pedal as he bent down in pain. Listening to the rumbling of the old rusty motorbike, he feared that the engine may fail at any time. Listening to the urgent cries and shouts from far behind, Xian could not help laughing out coldly. Huashan Fei should have figured out Shida was killed by now. He must surely be like an ant on a hot plate. Asterisk, Chinese idiom meaning panicking frantically. His situation is no better than mine. Dying now is no big deal. To him, Uncle Desai, Sanzi, and the rest had already escaped. However, Huashan Fei still had his entire family of old and young in town. That cruel and ruthless black devil would surely want something to vent his frustration on. Huashan Fei's family will definitely be affected. Quite a big group of men were chasing him, but Xian was not hasty in panicking. Right now, the people chasing were all fired up. Over time their enthusiasm was sure to die off. After riding for 10 minutes, right ahead about 10 more meters lies the entrance to this small muddy dirt road. Looking at his view, Xian heaved a sigh of relief and a smile escaped his cold, expressionless face. Once on that dirt road, cars and runners will never be able to catch up to him. No matter how lousy this motorbike was, it was the king on the right terrain. Suddenly, the motorbike gave off a loud choking cry, as the engine came to an abrupt stop. Xian's eyes widened, feeling that this shocking downturn of events was extremely unfair and the sudden dead end when freedom was in sight. Xian suddenly halted, his seemingly hopeless chasers suddenly came to life as though they had just won a lottery. Xian did not brood over his misfortune, or rather he did not have time to. Discarding the motorbike, he started sprinting forward. At the same time he continued to wield his pistol in order to strike fear and precaution into his chasers. When his chasers finally caught up to him, Shenyan had already made it a few hundred meters into the muddy road of the National Highway 703, clutching his stomach as he ran for his life. Fresh blood was dripping slowly from his wound, as it formed an obvious redding trail. His current goal was to make it to the gigantic construction site nearby. Currently a factory was being built, its current state was at about the halfway mark, and construction had paused temporarily due to the typhoon. With such a huge mess of construction, it was extremely easy to hide. However, the main idea was that Xian had confidence in finding a vehicle or another motorbike here. Bearing with the pain, Xian overturned part of the fencing and entered the site. 3 of his chasers who had their own vehicles had already caught up nearby. They were following the red trail as they saw a small pool ending at the fencing. Excited at the thought of that 500,000 just beyond the fence, they gave off a gleeful shout. Xian clutched his chest, as he staggered alongside the wall, finally entering into one of the buildings under construction. Although he was currently forced into a corner, Xian's gaze maintained a steady fierceness. Deliberating for a while, he threw down his pistol and fled up the building. Shortly after, Huashan Fei's 3 underlings rushed in like a pack of hungry wolves. They quickly discovered the abandoned pistol. Feeling their only threat eliminated, they excitedly scampered up the building. However, upon reaching the 2nd floor, excitement turned to worry. Exiting from the stairs, in front of them lay an extremely long corridor, with tens of side offices laced along the corridor. Even worse, they had no clue which floor Xian went to, and this was only the 2nd floor. If they went to search all the rooms individually, nobody would be guarding the staircase, and Xian could easily escape if he was on another level. The safest way is to station 1 man to guard the staircase, while the other 2 proceed to search the rooms individually. The crux of the problem was now choosing who was to stay at the staircase. Although this could have been easily solved, but Xian's bounty was a hefty 500,000. That brat not only sustained heavy injuries, but his only threatening weapon was now gone. Hence to the 3 men, the one that found him would surely be the receiving end of that 500,000 bucks. Under these conditions, who would be willing to stay back and disadvantage their chances? The 3 looked at each other in frustration. They were lucky enough to find a vehicle, but the rest should be catching up by now. If they continued wasting time, their prize would be snatched by others. The three battered their eyes at each other, as one shouted out, "Red, you go to the 4th floor, I'll take the 3rd, the 2nd is yours, Bingzai. Even if we go alone, there is nothing to fear. How could we lose to an already half-dead brat? Let's leave it to fate, there are still a couple of brothers behind us, so there is no way he can slip out." As such, the three split up to search, and to Xian, the reason he discarded his pistol was for this very reason. Only by splitting them out was he able to give himself a chance to escape. The place where Xian was currently hiding was the exact location Red was searching, the 4th floor. This punk nicknamed Red was a compulsive gambler. His merits were being able to fight and taking risks. Because he loved wearing red, he got that nickname. Amongst the three, his greed for that 500,000 was the greatest, and he hurriedly climbed up to the 4th floor. Who would have known, there was actually a trail of fresh blood greeting him, leading to one of the left rooms along the corridor. Without hesitation, he followed the trail like a mad dog. The room could be seen clearly constructed by red bricks, as it was not painted over yet, and cement and dirt covered the floor. Unsightly wires were hanging loose from the ceiling, and a musty smell filled the air. The railings were yet to be constructed around the balcony, and only a safety net surrounded it. Red suspiciously raised his head because the red trail strangely ended at the balcony, and the balcony was still without railings. He could not see the entire balcony due to the incomplete construction at the left, as the wall was still blocking the room and the balcony. From his view, it was as though Xian had jumped off the building after meeting a dead end. However, Red's eyes flashed with an unbelieving look, knowing for sure that Xian would never commit suicide, but instead was hiding behind the balcony blind spot. Creeping forward, he paused in front of the balcony, shouting out fiercely while wielding his steel rod, aiming to the left as he charged forward. However, he was taken aback as his steel rod crashed onto the empty left wall, and he felt pain in his arms due to the impact. What greeted him was only a pair of shoes, mocking him. Right at this moment, the pale-faced Xian, still holding onto his stomach, appeared behind Red, carrying a taunting look in his eyes. He lifted his left leg and furiously kicked the confused Red directly at his ass. This was a 4th-floor balcony without any safety features installed. A loud sorrowful scream pierced the air, followed by silence. Even with an ox-like build, Red fell to his death from this height. Using his blood, Xian created a fake trail and utilized the balcony blind spot to his advantage. For this own preparation, he gritted his teeth as he leaped and grabbed onto the loose wires and metal bars hanging from the ceiling. Lifting himself up, he rested at the top of the left wall. If this careless punk was able to see through the trap in this situation, Xian would be left speechless. There is a deathly silence in the air. Without hesitation, the other two stuck out their heads when they heard the scream and immediately hurried to the 4th floor. Following common sense, under the atmosphere of what had just happened, they would not stop to think upon seeing the trail of blood in the 4th floor corridor. All their focus would be directed towards the blood trail and where it led to. Xian just needed to hide himself at the right side of the corridor, and wait for the perfect opportunity to escape down the building. Following reasoning, this plan had a huge chance of success, especially now that Xian had managed to hide from the two others who rushed off in following the trail foolishly. However, something unexpected occurred. This was due to several factors. The building's construction was still ongoing and was a safety hazard. Also, Xian had lost too much blood and he was in a frenzied state of mind. As Xian was desperately running down, he accidentally tripped over a jagged floor tiled, and started tumbling down the stairs. The tile broke off and followed him, crashing down on the floor as he broke into pieces with a loud pam. While Xian was regaining back his focus, and pulled himself up again, the two men, awakened from their folly, started running back as they cursed. Damn it, Xian coughed out a mouthful of blood as he gritted his teeth. He was extremely strong-willed, not knowing to give up until the very last second as he continued fleeing. He had a very straightforward look, frantically running without thinking. Ahead of him was a flight of stairs that had not been renovated. His two persistent chasers cursed and chased, closing up the gap to just 1-story level. Although this flight of stairs was newly constructed, it had its naked interior exposed, showing the fresh red bricks within. This gave the stairs a haunting ancient look, as though it had been here for centuries. Losing so much blood caused dark spots to appear in Xian's vision. Pressing on, he continued to run for his life. He was not willing to admit defeat. Inevitably, the condemning footsteps and curses from behind grew louder and louder. I don't want to get caught, I can't die here. Xian's heart imploded within. Unsure if it was because of overexertion, he started to feel his chest rapidly heating up. He would have torn off his shirt to take a look, if not for him needing to concentrate on running. All of a sudden, as Xian was running down, his entire body came to a sudden halt. It was an extremely strange feeling, as though he was dropping down into a swimming pool from 30 meters high, and there was an invisible membrane covering the pool. However, there was nothing in his path, yet the feeling of knocking into something was very distinct. Because of this, the two men caught up to him and charged toward him, one locking onto his shoulders, and one wrapping around his waist. As the three of them tumbled down the stairs in a huge mess. While they were tumbling down the stairs, Xian struck his head against the stairs, causing his skull to crack beneath his brows. His face was flowing with blood, but still he never gave up. His gaze was murderous. Pulling out a knife from his pants, he was determined to struggle on till death. If he was to die today, he would definitely not die alone. Living with great joy, dying without regrets. However, Xian felt something was wrong, because his surroundings were extremely still. There was no trace of panting, no cursing, and shockingly no exchange of blows. Only his shoulders and legs were tightly constricted and there were no further movements. He swung his head around in a daze. Looking at the two motionlessly rigid big men tightly holding onto him, it was as though a sudden layer of frost had encapsulated over them, freezing them in place. Even their frenzied facial expressions were captured in the time lock. As Xian tried to break free at this moment, his chest suddenly emitted a scorching acute pain from within. Unable to bear the pain, he groaned out loud, trying his very best to press down on this strange excruciating pain, attempting to remove it. When Xian finally loosened his hand, he unconsciously looked down and there it was again. Another red tattoo-like scar on his chest. Xian could not believe his eyes. He immediately ripped off his tattered clothings. He could see atop his very flesh, that bloody red tattoo started forming into very precise contours, eventually forming into an unknown symbol. The symbol appeared distinct and mysterious, making absolutely no sense. Xian had already experienced many things in one night, but this event was simply out of this world. Xian suddenly felt a frosty sensation chilling up his back. He turned around only to discover what was initially a flight of stairs had turned into a shroud of pitch blackness. Extending his hands to feel it, it felt like a formless cloud had decided to take up residence there. Breathing in deeply, looking down, he realized the entire flight of stairs has been enveloped by this darkness, and this darkness continued to roll and expand itself, growing larger by the second. Within it was a very faint hint of deep red, giving off an extremely eerie feeling. At this moment, the symbol started to flash brightly, immersing Xian in its bright radiance, and as it wrapped around the other two men, they actually started to age rapidly. Initially two sturdy-looking men in their youth, yet in a matter of seconds was reduced to a rotting old age with white hair and no teeth. Yet in another few seconds, their flesh was reduced to dust and blown away, leaving only their dense white bones, and even their bones were dispersed into ashes shortly. What kind of sorcery was this, degenerating the flesh and decaying the bones almost instantly? Only time, only time. Is it possible that in this short moment, time was sped up by 1,000 years? The flashing symbol atop Xian's body was extremely mysterious. It could actually produce such a terrifying power to save him. Before him, the darkness continued to swirl about infinitely as though it had been there, constantly circling the eerie deep redness in the center. Xian could not understand why a raging anger was suddenly welling up his heart, as though something was stirring his soul, and it felt strangely vital to him. After he tore off his clothes, the sinister tattoo had been radiating non-stop, creating a formless aura around his body. Unable to control himself, Xian tightly clutched his fist and wildly screamed to the heavens. That scream echoed loudly into the surroundings. The darkness violently swirled and suddenly dispersed, exposing an enormous door beneath it. The door was made up of ordinary metal. It had the color of flesh with numerous disorderly sharp teeth sticking out of it. Suddenly a mysterious voice boomed. "This is the Nightmare Realm. A mystical and mysterious place. This place can satisfy your heart's wishes. If you can pass the test given to you, its rewards will be unimaginable. However, if you are fearful, then leave. If you want your heart's desire, then step forward." Regrets? Fear? Xian twitched his thick black brows, laughing out loud as he took a big step towards the door without hesitation. His heart was experiencing an unexplainable happiness, as though every pore on his body was twitching with excitement. After stepping nearer, he realized that the enormous sliding door was covered with bulging veins, as though it was made out of gigantic veins. From far it looked like metal, from near it actually contained characteristics of the human body. Abruptly, Sheehan felt a sudden sharp pain in his chest, as an irresistible attraction forcefully sucked him in gradually from the front. Host's physical condition: spleen is semi-ruptured, major blood loss, a total of 7 superficial wounds, normal current state of 40, restoring. Restoration complete. Current sample size of 6,399 people. This sums up the test for everyone who signed the contract. Next test will commence in 72 hours. Nightmare Realm. Begin. Chapter 1, Los Angeles 1984. Chapter 1, Los Angeles 1984. Translated by Chua. Edited by I. In a simple and sloppy-looking room. The white bed sheets had turned yellowish, giving off a pungent smell. The surrounding furniture was simple and old, covered by a layer of dust, and the ceiling seemed particularly low. This combination gave off a pressuring feeling, leaving one unable to breathe properly. Atop the wall, an antique clock was showing 4:51 p.m. in the afternoon. My wounds. How is it they have completely vanished? Lying on the bed, Sheehan opened his eyes. He did not feel any urgency to get out of bed, but instead reflected on the recent happenings, and then unbuttoned his shirt to look at the mysterious mark on his chest, then finally deciding to get out of bed. He had always been composed and witty since young, and with his strength now restored, he appeared extremely calm, not showing a hint of confusion from the recent strange events. Instead, he had a very smooth and natural expression, even a slight hint of excitement, as though he had been here many times already. The floor was in a mess with many ancient-looking beer glasses and bottles laying around. The labels on these items were all written in English. Sheehan picked up a beer glass, glancing at the label which said, "Year 1984, Mirage Beer." This is. Sheehan paused to think. Sheehan was a sociable person, making lots of friends during his time at sea, especially at the end when his status became higher. His circle of friends was naturally very broad. One of his friends in the steel industry, William Musey, was an extremely wealthy and flaunting man, and his hobby was collecting bottles of famous beer. Before he had showcased his entire beer collection, no matter if it was the 1874 English beer from the UK, or China's #1 beer and even beer from Russia and Slovakia, he had it all. The value of all this could be said to be worth at least $10 million. This brand, Mirage Beer, was also part of his collection, because this branding was very prominent, earning its reputation as a super beer. Once it had dominated the American markets, however it was in 1984 that Budweiser Company acquired it. Because the beer industry was booming then, beer bottle designs were trending, and even the Coca-Cola Company copied its design. In front of Sheehan was obviously a newly produced tank of Mirage Beer. Was he actually brought back to the 1984 era in America? The mysterious voice from before actually had such power to be able to bypass space and time. Then, what is the meaning of the test that the voice mentioned from before? Suddenly, a loud siren, da-da-da-da, filled the peaceful room. This sound was actually coming from the table. Sheehan immediately stood up from his bed following the mysterious siren. He had already taken a few lives recently, and was now overflowing with a baleful aura. The sound originated from an old typewriter on the table. Although nobody was using it, it operated by itself, as lines of ink one by one emerged from the paper underneath. Contract Sample 1018, congratulations on entering the Nightmare Realm. This is the variation that you will go through in the Nightmare Realm, the Terminator world. This is your variation type of the Nightmare Realm. If you have queries on this world, you can refer to the relevant materials beside you. Take note, under normal circumstances, this world has certain prerogatives. Warning, you can interact with the various characters, but you cannot tell them or use whatsoever methods to leak out knowledge or confidential secrets of this Nightmare Realm. Warning, you must complete the task given to you within 48 hours or there will be consequences. The word consequences was bolded, as glaring as blood itself, giving one an uneasy feeling as though it was an extreme taboo. Main mission, dispose of the space-time convergence. Mission summary: Skynet has made preparations earlier to dispatch and send out the Terminator with the plan of assassinating critical relevant characters in history. However, to activate time traveling and send the Terminator over, they must create an extremely stable space-time convergence in the present. Mission goals: eliminate the Skynet space-time convergence in this world. Mission pointer: you may be attacked during this mission. Mission pointer: By accepting this mission, you will be bestowed with special capabilities, enabling you to penetrate through disguises and see the space-time convergence. Pointer, you can achieve several milestones in this world, including other worlds beyond this. Efficient user, if you can accomplish this mission without killing any unrelated person right from the start of this mission until your last. This excludes mission objectives of killing certain individuals, the rest are categorized as unrelated. Butcher, accumulating a total of over 100 innocent lives killed in this Terminator series. This milestone can only be achieved through close-quarter combat. Statistics will only count if you deal more than 50 damage points to each person. Machine Predator, you must accumulate more than 3 Terminator kills. Your damage counter to the Terminator must total up to more than 50 points. Love Spark, Sarah Connor's affection points to you must exceed 50. Treacherous Ally, you must kill 50 cops. Your damage counter to each cop must exceed 50 points, unable to view the remaining milestones. Power level is not adequate. Achieve the different milestones to unlock the relevant titles. Every contestant can have a title, and you can only wield one title at a time. Different title will invoke different special abilities. In most situations, you cannot change your title after entering a battle zone. Warning, after accepting this mission, you will face unimaginable dangers. Likewise, if you complete a dangerous mission, your rewards will naturally be greater. Sheehan examines this paper repeatedly, carefully reading it 3 times, absorbing as much of the information into his brain as he could. Shutting his eyes to think, he turned to look at the side of the typewriter. A magazine was placed over there. This magazine looked extremely new, completely contrasting its ancient surroundings, with the words Terminator written clearly at the front. Obviously, this magazine contained information on this world. Looking at his mission objectives, this item should be specially designed for it. That means if he lost it, there will not be a second copy. It was the year 2029, 30th of July, 2:23 a.m. in the wee hours of the morning. The Revolutionary Army General John Connor led the Californian Army to launch a fearsome attack against the base of Skynet. 31th July in the early morning, the Revolutionary Army suffered heavy losses as it marched against Skynet. Connor and the Revolutionary Army's Kyle Reese, disregarding their personal safety, courageously charged into the nucleus zone. At this moment, Connor saw a T-800 robot suddenly vanished into a strange vortex. After extensive investigations, Connor concluded that it was a time travel machine robot being sent back to 1984 with the aim of eliminating his very own mother, trying to rewrite the course of history by preventing Connor's birth. Reese suddenly proclaimed courageously he was going to protect Connor. Abandoning his personal safety, he jumped into the time vortex. Before he left, he promised, "Trust me, I will be back." 2 days later, Connor walked out of the base. 5th of August, the revolution proclaimed Reese as missing. Year 1987, May 12, 1:52 a.m. in the morning, suddenly a T-800 robot appeared through a time vortex. 2:01 a.m., Reese appeared through the time vortex. Because most of the information were burned during the war, Skynet was unable to find any information on Sarah Connor's whereabouts. The two of them, without a known destination, begun looking for her. That day, the T-800 robot consecutively murdered 2 Sarahs, one called Sarah Anna Connor, the other was a called Sarah Louise Connor, however both were the wrong woman. From the future, the killing machine was named Terminator. The story begins from here. Although these materials were not reliable, Sheehan had a basic understanding towards the Terminator world. With the knowledge from all these materials, he could confirm one thing: he was sent back in time to 1984, the first destination of the Terminator in the movies. His memories of how to use this information would be extremely advantageous. Being very familiar with his mission. The words from the typewriter slowly faded away, dissipating into the stale air. However, its contents were already captured into the symbol on his chest. He could access the nightmare imprint at any time. He could also voice out questions and receive answers from it. After accepting his main mission, several huge red numbers appeared in his vision and started counting down. 48 hours, entering the Terminator world in approximately 5 minutes 31 seconds. Beneath the numbers there were several options. Sheehan thought for a moment and shouted out, "Time, year 1984, 12th of May, 10 in the morning. Address, California, Los Angeles. North latitude 42.19 degrees, west longitude 83.2 degrees, scene, Terminator's first appearance, difficulty level, easy, pain limits, 70, individual extra strength, 50. Present extraterrestrial vision. 0.31 Additional tips. In a peaceful environment/scenario, contestant's death will not trigger any loot to drop. Initializing personal digitalized character information sharing. Contestant can use his nightmare imprint to scan a person's attributes. You are free to roam about and interact with any character. You will be forgotten after leaving this world. Mission counter. 1. Your original appearance has been restored, and you are free to adjust your appearance within this nightmare realm. Any doubts, you can ask through the nightmare imprint or use your powers to get an answer. Chapter 2, Sudden Danger. Chapter 2, Sudden Danger. Translated by Chua, edited by Aishian. Stared into the mirror, fascinated by his new appearance, and proceeded to dress himself in a new set clothes. In his mind, the most useful things from the message undoubtedly are the pain limitations of 70 and increased strength of 50. Going by logical thinking, his personal battle prowess will have at least doubled. Xian then chose a personal digital assistant character, used to pass information, I presume. Suddenly something floated out. Contestant number 1018's information. A fully grown adult male, calculating attributes. Contestant number 1018. Innate ability, endurance, passive. Any character's attack on you will be lowered by 25 points. If the damage is beneath 25 points, then overall damage will count as 1. Pointer, innate abilities can only be further practiced to greater heights after being awakened. That is why it is unleashed within the nightmare realm and space. Only when one successfully grasps the power of their innate ability can they use it in other environments or places. Pointer, innate ability grading. C class. Your number is only relevant to your own genetic class, it will not work with other classes. Your basic attribute is similar to an average grown male's value. Strength, 8 points, 5 point. Strength determines your close combat prowess. This affects your ability to carry heavy objects, which includes certain heavy but powerful weapons/equipments. Agility, 6 points, 5 points. Agility determines your movement speed and attack speed, and your ability to dodge. It also affects your ability in far-range attacks/defense. Physique, 12 points, 5 points. Basic endurance. Physique determines your ability to resist an attack. It also determines your stamina in battle, and affects the speed of health regeneration as well as defense. Health regeneration. Physique divided by 2. This means Xian's health regeneration is 6 points per minute. Your life force, health points, is your physique x 10. Under extremely heavy injuries, speed of health regeneration will also slow down. Base defense, physique/2. Xian's defense is now 6 points. Defense is the primary attribute in resisting an opponent's attack. Defense can also protect against/shorten or lower battle abnormalities, dizziness, slowness, stuns, frost and burns, etc. Lower injury rate formula, decreasing damage percentage equals, defense x 0.4, / defense x 0.4 plus 10, actual power. 1 point of defense is equivalent to lowering 4% plus or minus of incoming damage. It also shortens any battle abnormalities on your body by 4%. 5 defense can lessen approximately 16% total damage and also shorten abnormalities by 16%. 10 defense can lessen approximately 28% of total damage and shorten abnormalities by 28%. 15 defense can lessen approximately 37% of total damage and shorten abnormalities by 37%. 50 defense can lessen approximately 66% of total damage and shorten abnormalities by 66%. 100 defense can lessen approximately 80% of total damage and shorten abnormalities by 80%. 100 defense can lessen 80% of damage. However, from here on, the higher the defense, the rate of reducing damage grows much slower. Perception sensing, 11 points, 5 point. Perception is what you hear, feel and see. Perception sensing allows you to feel if there is danger up ahead and give a better understanding on the situation/area, allowing for critical planning. A person with high perception sensing is able to sense danger quickly. The bigger the danger, the earlier it will be sensed, allowing to make preparations in advance. This influences attack precisions. A long-range combatant naturally uses his perception sense to pressure his opponents. Take note, if an opponent's perception sensing level is higher than yours, your perception sense will be weakened and even counteract. If your opponent's perception sense is overwhelmingly higher than yours, he can easily trick you or throw you off track easily. TN, not sure what word to use, so I just used perception sense for now. It is something like divine sense but not really divine in this case. Sense is also too simple. Charm, 6 points, 5 point. Charm refers to your appearance, speech, class, and the ability to comprehend, connect and gather information from others. Charm mainly determines how well you can bond and interact with others, which may increase the rate of mastering various mysterious skills or even lower the chance of people attacking you. Certain specialized enchantments or summoning skills may also require a certain charm level. As such, charm influences other attributes greatly, and a person with a high charm level has certain advantages in dire situations. Intelligence, 5 points, 5 points. Intelligence determines your mental power, MP, and also the rate of MP regeneration. Strictly speaking, determines the amount of times you can release a skill. Your current MP, Intelligence x10. Spirit, 4 points, 5 points. Spirit power is able to enhance your skills formidably. It also influences skill damaging frequency. Once you have entered the nightmare space/world, your wounds will heal faster than a normal person by 400 times. Your concentration/focus recovery is also 120x a normal person. Your current HP is 120 points, MP is 50 points. Once your HP is lower than 2 points, your moment and perception will be greatly impaired, and you will die once HP reaches 0 points. When MP is at 1 point, where this state will induce symptoms of headaches, nausea, and vomiting, and fatigue. Once MP reaches 0, you will black out. Your body attributes has already been digitalized. Once you face any danger in this nightmare realm, any fatal attacks directed to your brain/heart will not result in you instantly dying, it will only increase greatly the damage you receive. However, if an enemy injures your perceptive organs like your eyes/nose/ears or other key areas, you will still be affected accordingly, whether it is the loss of hearing/deafness/crippling etc. Losing of perceptive organs will not be able to be treated with just rest or ordinary elixirs. Under normal circumstances, one must return to the nightmare space for medical treatment, unless the person finds a special elixir/item or a character that possess healing abilities. While absorbing all these information, Xian could clearly see a short red line appearing before his eyes, below it a blue line. This should be the so-called life force, HP, as well as mental power, MP. Understanding, Xian nodded his head. No wonder his intuition and ability to overcome the odds was exceptional since young. This should be because his perception level was way above the norm at 11 points, and also why he could last for so long even after a gunshot to the chest was because of his high physique level at 12 points. Innate ability. Xian was amused at this mysterious attribute. He immediately tried using the nightmare imprint to access his memories. The sound of the typewriter typing immediately filled his ears. To be selected as a contestant in his nightmare realm, one had to possess immense character and potential far from the ordinary folk. Being able to be skillful or stronger in one aspect, that is, one's innate ability. Amongst the contestants selected, over 50 had the innate ability, and even some possessed a few innate abilities. When Xian heard this, he frowned. Over 50 possessed innate abilities. This was definitely not good news. As he continued listening to the nightmare imprint, according to your body evaluation, you currently possess 2 usable skills. 1. Basic footwork LVL1, 2. Basic endurance, LVL1. After returning you can go for another body evaluation. Xian immediately identified these 2 skills to survey. Meaning of basic footwork LVL1, you have learned a few evading techniques, allowing you to be more nimble in battle. Meaning of basic endurance, you normally like exercising, that is why your endurance level is increased. This must be the results of Xian's training in the real world. Brat, the money you gave will only last you till here, the next customer has already paid his room fees. Quick, pack your stuffs and leave. Remember, I will be back 5 minutes later, you would not want to see me then. Xian's expression darkened, twitching his brows, swallowing up his unhappiness. At this moment, he could hear a soft voice in his ears saying, "Current world commenced." He immediately stepped out of his room. At this moment, he suddenly felt a wave of heat bubbling up in his entire body. His footsteps has also become extremely light. He inquired his personal attributes: strength 12 points, agility 9 points, physique 18 points, perception 17 points, rounding up, charm 9 points, spirit 6 points and intelligence 8 points. Surely his attributes all increased by 50%. He raised his fist, feeling the strength flowing in his bones. In this moment, it was as though something awakened in his heart, an unexplainable ambition simultaneously sprung up. With this sort of strength, what are Huashan Fei or Black Devil? They are all trash. This realm is so mysterious, then Uncle Desai's crippled hands can be restored here. Xian's room was at the extreme end of the second floor of this bar, and the only stairs was at the other extreme end. To go down, he had to walk through the entire corridor. Looking at the fat dark-skinned woman in front of him swaying her buttocks nonchalantly, Xian got a little annoyed. At this moment, that fat woman stopped at another room and loudly shouted, "Rental time is up, if the customer wants to continue, please proceed below to pay up." After speaking she walked down. Xian remained unconcerned, as he prepared to make his way down. It was at the very moment when he reached the room that the fat lady just shouted at, that the room door abruptly swung open. A single male with a long and full beard stepped out. This bar was an old building that urgently needed construction, as the wood flooring croaked with each step, the stairs railing were extremely shaky and the place was extremely filthy. When this bearded man walked out, he coincidentally blocked Xian's path, leaving no room to slip past. Xian halted, raising his thick brows and shut his eyes. He immediately could see a glimmer of radiance signifying danger. Under normal circumstances, walking sideways would have been fine, but after getting this perceptive sensing, it was extremely easy to predict anything. Within this peacefulness, danger lurks on every side. If he walked sideways to pass, he would expose himself to an unknown risk in front of him. Chapter 3, King of Gambling. Chapter 3, King of Gambling, translated by Chua, edited by Alcasar. Xian's behavior may be a little paranoid, but the fact is that this person walked out at the same time, and was similarly alone in this hotel's room. Anyone would notice the hidden significance. He may very well be in the same boat, one of the so-called contestants. Although Xian may be an amateur here, he at least remembers the initial explanation about this place, that in a peaceful setting, contestants that die will not drop any loot. This detail, after eliminating its primary reason, holds two hidden truths. A contestant can actually be killed, and there would be scenarios in the future where killing fellow contestants can allow one to reap huge benefits. The important point is that Xian's main task was to destroy the space-time convergence in 48 hours, however, what if there was only one space-time convergence? Undoubtedly there would be a conflict of interests between the other contestants, inevitably leading to dire consequences. This possibility may not be big, but it is definitely possible. To Xian, relying on one's fist would be the best option, there was no other. That is why Xian cannot expose himself, he did not dare to. This bearded man looked as though he had no intention to leave. The reason is, if he turned his body around, it would expose his entire back, and he could only pray Xian was not hostile. If Xian was hostile, then he would die a very ill-fated and unfair death. The two remained motionless in the corridor, surveying each other, trying to figure out the other, but both were not willing to make the first move. This was because both were not confident in their personal victory. Fearing there were others spying on them, Xian deliberated for a moment, slowly reaching out for a cigarette in his coat as he lighted it and took a puff. Squinting his eyes as though he was enjoying his cigarette, he slowly extended his left hand, placing it on the moldy wooden railing. Xian's actions were very slow and gentle, wanting to prevent the other party from misjudging his sudden actions. As he pressed down harder onto the railing, suddenly this already shaky railing actually broke completely. Feigning, he fell down from the second floor in frantic. This was only the second floor, as Xian effortlessly did a somersault and landed on the ground. He looked up and took a nice long stare at the bearded man. Afterward, he kicked away the two crooked stools blocking his way, pushed open the main door and walked into the streets. Walking through an alley filled with neon streetlights, looking at the surrounding architecture of the 70s to 80s, the antique vehicles, Xian gave off a sigh. In his heart he felt a little wrong about rewriting the course of history, yet his expression was serene as though he had experienced a long and fulfilling life. The city was bustling, and he had a lot of things on his mind. Accepting this request meant he was fully aware of the hidden dangers. The first course of action was to familiarize himself with the environment. It was best if he could find some useful equipment or weapons for himself, before thinking about finding and destroying the space-time convergence. At all times, he could only rely on himself to protect himself. To achieve this objective, the fastest possible route was to resort to crime. Since young Xian had been living in poverty, he was extremely familiar with robbing and stealing. However, he had always secretly looked down upon his kind of behavior, therefore Xian decided to forego this shortcut. Finding an expert guide is one of the options, letting the guide lead him, and he just had to make a few threats or promises of rewards. However, threats are a double-edged sword. If one did not possess domineering powers, this can easily backfire on him. Therefore, to the amateur Xian, the best idea was to use rewards as bait. Reaching deep into his pockets, he only found 2 measly $5 notes. This small amount of money was only good enough for a meal. How would it be an incentive for someone to help him? In this world, being able to turn a $10 into 100 or thousands was simply too difficult and rare. However, there was one risky method that Xian knew of. Gambling. In his previous world, Xian's livelihood led him to explore different ports all around the world, experiencing many different kinds of illegal entertainment. Recalling his memories, he had indeed relied on his keen perception to win much on the betting table. However, Xian knew when to cut his losses, and never intended to make gambling his hobby or professional career. Although he was not famous, his gambling tactics and skills were a thing to behold. Since I need to resort to gambling to raise funds, then competing would be hard to avoid. Before, dealing with 2 grown males was my limit. Even after the transformation, the maximum would be 5 to 6 grown men. However, if a large group were to surround me, even I will have to flee for my life. Oh right. My innate ability, endurance, should have been awakened. However, the real strength of this ability is yet to be determined. Time is of the essence. I can only try first. If it doesn't work out, I will think of another way. Xian was scheming in his heart, deciding to first survey his environment. Realizing that the bearded men did not follow him, he relaxed and continued walking down the alley. Making a slight turn, he reached a road intersection. On the left was the ground floor of a tall building, and a loop of shabby-looking neon signs, vaguely spelling out the words, Dallas Pub. The crowd here was small, and the surroundings were remote. The pub had a small slanted back door looking as though it was used as an escape route, and its main door was a rusty sliding door, making creaking sounds as it slides. Walking to the entrance, one could smell a warm odor mixed with cheap cosmetics, beer, and sweat, causing Xian to sneeze twice. Inside the bar was a chaotic mess. Loud music filled the air. The walls were decorated with cracks, vandalism, and obscene drawings. There was dust everywhere, easily noticeable under the lighting. On the left was a bar counter, and the wooden slab had been split open, while above the counter was an array of beer bottles hanging atop a metal extension along the wall. A wooden board was nailed onto the wall. Resting on it were a few glass bottles and pictures of celebrities. Those glass bottles contained a mixture of red and green whiskey and other alcohols. The bartender was a bald man, folding his hands against his chest. He had a horse-like face, a pair of small eyes staring cautiously at the unfamiliar Xian. Xian walked to the bar counter and very naturally produced a rolled-up $5 bill. Using an impatient tone he spoke, "Hi Jack, get me a glass of beer." The bartender retrieved the money, his expression relaxing a little as his trained hands poured a big glass of beer. He replied coldly, "I am Martin, thanks." Xian drank a mouthful of beer, looking at his surroundings. He noticed a gathering of 5 to 6 people. Most of them were gambling. 2 ladies in a flowery costume were pacing about entertaining customers. Apart from serving and clearing the beer glasses, they used their deep cleavage to receive tips from customers. Xian spun round observing. He got a clearer understanding of their betting games. He circled one of the group, cheering around with them as he blended in, fishing out the $5 note in his coat. Although this time's bet was only $5, but in Xian's heart he felt a tinge of nervousness and a very strong desire to win. This was his entire fortune. The fact that Xian's heightened perception was extremely beneficial was proven once again. $5 turned to 10, he then lost $3, and after 20 minutes, his $5 had increased 6-fold. Xian then proceeded to change to another betting group engaged in Texas poker. Normally this game had a higher rate of losing than winning, but the winnings for one round far outweigh the amount lost for one round. After a mere half an hour, his fortune expanded to 4 digits, and his surrounding gamblers all had a terribly ugly expression. Of course, Xian's gaze also adapted accordingly. Full house. Xian's hand once again decimated his opponents, and at this point in time, a large crowd had begun gathering around this betting table. Especially on Xian's left and right unknowingly stood 2 huge thugs showing off a black tattoo on their bulky arms. They pretended to converse between themselves about beating someone to a pulp the previous night, but were actually trying to indirectly pressure Xian. Currently, Sheehan was winning a lot and losing little. A small punk with a tiny beard, wearing a cowboy hat, sitting directly opposite from Sheehan had just clearly lost everything, leaving an empty space in front of him. However, this punk, as though oblivious to his personal crisis, foolishly persisted in gambling as he shouted out, $500. Sheehan shrugged his shoulders as he unenthusiastically spoke out, "Show me your cash first." Small Beard looked up and grinned evilly, "Looks like you don't recognize Bloody Jack." "That's fine, I have no cash, but I will mortgage 2 fingers. He actually reached out and grabbed a shiny dagger from his leather shoes, piercing it down onto the table. Chapter 4, Terrifying Digital Transformation. Chapter 4, Terrifying Digital Transformation. Translated by Chua, edited by Alcasar. Before entering this pub, Sheehan had already calculated this possibility. Feeling calm, his eyes slightly squinting, he coldly laughed but did not say anything. Bloody Jack mistook that as fear, as he laughed out loud. "Leave all the cash on you behind if you don't dare." Bloody Jack then coughed loudly and spat into a nearby glass of alcohol. He then slid the glass across the betting table to Sheehan as he ignorantly laughed, "Of course, you need to drink this glass of alcohol as reparation, then you can F***K off." The 2 huge thugs, with a cold smile on their faces, had their hands pressed down on Sheehan's shoulders. They were afraid Sheehan would try to escape in the face of terror. However, at this very moment, rolling his eyes, Sheehan laughed, as the words escaped through the cracks of between his teeth, "Bastard, you're dead." As the words escaped his mouth, he shrugged his shoulders violently as he elbowed fiercely to his back. This movement was extremely smooth yet abrupt, as Bloody Jack's men were all prepared for Sheehan's attempt to escape but never expected him to retaliate. Sheehan was sitting on a small stool, while the 2 huge thugs were both inclining towards him on both sides. With a ferocious elbow to the back, it smashed through the stool's back support and heavily landed onto the crotch of the 2 thugs. Bloody Jack was an outlaw, looking at the violence unfolding in front of him. His heart was set ablaze with rage. He immediately reached out for the dagger still stuck vertically on the table. Sheehan was still sitting on the stool, with little space to dodge on his sides. He swung forward, instead aiming at Bloody Jack's wrist. Coincidentally, Bloody Jack struck out with his knife, and instead he misjudged and grabbed onto the blade of the incoming knife instead. Sheehan's heart trembled. He was extremely confident in his grip, however he recalled something right before swung out his hand. In this world, contestants' strength were increased by 50%. Because of this, he misjudged the speed of his hand, making such a fatal mistake. Looking at this, Bloody Jack gave off an evil laugh, fiercely pulling out the knife from Sheehan's hand as the blade slashed against his opponent's fingers, attempting to sever them. Although the shimmering dagger blade was dyed with a gloomy red, Sheehan only felt a slight pain in his hands. Not thinking any further, he pounced forward, grabbing onto Bloody Jack's black hair and smashed it downwards. Pam! The table became crooked as the alcohol glasses and betting chips flew upwards upon impact. Bloody Jack's face was bloody as he looked up furiously, but was immediately blown away with a heavy punch. His heavy body flipped backwards twice as he smashed against the floor, blowing away a few tables along the way. To Bloody Jack, he felt as though a massively heavy object was repeatedly pounding against him. It happened so fast he could not even feel the pain yet as his world was shaken around him. He opened his mouth to speak, but the mouth full of blood choked his words. Although Sheehan's strength was quite exceptional, his agility and escaping ability were not considered high. After his last punch, he could already feel a murderous wind from all sides, along with angry curses, as Bloody Jack's angry underlings began their assault. Pam! Pam! The cracking sound of fists surged forward, as 2 beer bottles had already crashed down onto Sheehan's head. Shreds of glass were flying about as another stool violent smacked down onto Sheehan's back. Sheehan swiftly reacted as he spun around with a murderously terrifying look as he charged forward with a killing intent. 2 minutes later, no one on Blood Jack's side was left standing, all sprawling across the ground in agony, moaning and groaning in pain. Sheehan was already very experienced in dealing with this kind of people. Furthermore, his strength had recently been greatly enhanced to a high 12 points. He was easily stronger than a grown strong male by 2-folds, inflicting heavy damage everywhere he struck. His blows were strong enough to even cause fractures and internal bleeding upon impact. Fighting inside this pub was a common occurrence, as the passerbys casually dispersed to one side and carried on watching the show. However, the conclusion shocked everyone to a stupor. This new guy actually managed to take down 6 huge hooligans in a short time span, and yet he did not look like he was the kind of a gangster material that could fight. Although there were clear visible wounds on his body, however, looking at his state, it felt like he could challenge another 6 more guys and win. Looking at the disorderly mess of his opponents on the floor, Sheehan contemptuously gave off a snort, tidied up his coat. He casually picked up a bottle of brandy and poured it on his injured hand. What was shocking is that his wound was not as deep as he imagined it to be, and even portrayed signs of the wound closing up. What is this? Sheehan was a tad amazed. He had used his hand to ferociously grab onto the sharp knife blade. His wound should not have been light. He reached out to feel his head and felt only a faint tingling pain on the area where the beer bottle smashed on, and it did not even bleed. Suspiciously, he activated his nightmare imprint and gathered several information. Because of your perceptive sensing, you have acquired the recent battle statistics. Replaying battle sequence. Your elbow strike gave Bloody Jack's henchman 48 points of total damage, lower vital point sustained great injuries, stunning him, rendering him unable to continue battle. Your elbow strike gave Bloody Jack's henchman 43 points of total damage, lower vital point sustained great injuries, stunning him, rendering him unable to continue battle. Bloody Jack's bottled glass did 31 points of damage. Your innate ability, endurance, passive, activated, reducing damage by 25 points, total damage received only 6 points. Bloody Jack's henchman's beer bottle did 27 points of damage. Your innate ability, endurance, passive, activated, reducing damage by 25 points, total damage received only 2 points. Bloody Jack's henchman's stool did 8 points of damage to your back, innate activity, endurance, passive, activated, lowering damage by 25 points, total damage received only 1 point. Looking at all these statistics, Sheehan let off a cold laughter. Looks like my innate ability is that useful. With no reason to stay, winning enough cash for himself, he then walked out of the pub. Stopping at the pub's entrance, he spun round and walked towards the groaning Bloody Jack. Squatting down, he slapped lightly on his face as he whispered, "Didn't you want to wager 2 fingers before?" Bloody Jack immediately shrank backwards, his eyes exhibiting a terrified look. When he was about to speak, Sheehan had already retrieved the shiny dagger beside him as he sliced lightly. Alongside a mournful shrill, 2 severed fingers flew up, one landing onto a leg of the nearby thug and the other landing into a glass of alcohol, dyeing it red. Coincidentally, it was the glass of alcohol that Bloody Jack had spat in previously. "Okay, now we are even," Sheehan whispered. He then swiped clean all the money on the betting table as he left without looking back. Sheehan had a sudden thought. To a contestant, in the instance upon entering the nightmare realm, his body would experience a digital transformation, but it was clearly also a body-strengthening process. Citing a simple example, Lu Xiang's best result is 12.91 seconds, however he cannot possibly replicate that same result every time. However, after a digital transformation, he could then produce the same results even in 10 matches. Lu Xiang is a Chinese 110-meter hurdler. Lu is an Olympic gold medalist and world champion. His 2004 Olympic gold medal was the first in a men's track and field event for China. This was the reason why Sheehan was able to easily deal with each opponent individually with equal intensity, although his attributes were not overwhelmingly greater than them. This is because his every action, no matter if it was attacking/defending/dodging, it was all operating at his maximum capacity following his attribute points. Coupled with excellent battle tactics and experience, he was able to attain victory with relative ease. After striding through several streets, Sheehan started looking for a public telephone. At the time, public phones were fixed by the roadside in America, and the phones were found inside phone booths. This protected the user from the rain as well as prevent anybody from eavesdropping. The phone booth also contained an umbrella, a phone book as well as a cooling ointment for the skin on hot days. Chapter 5, Death on All Sides. Chapter 5, Death on All Sides, translated by Chua, edited by Ian Alcasser. The massively thick phone book contained a huge amount of names along with their house address, job, and personal phone numbers. Every phone booth had an allocated sector to prevent crowding. However, it is already 9+ at night, and the night was still young and free, causing a huge queue outside every phone booth. Sheehan's goal wasn't to make a phone call, but to research on the person named Sarah Connor through the phone book. Primarily, it looked as if there was no relation between his main mission and this female character. However, looking in retrospect to this Terminator world, Sarah Connor is no doubt a pivotal character. If Sheehan was able to locate her earlier on, then he would have a much bigger advantage. Sheehan waited at a phone booth with a seemingly shorter queue. Actually, with Sheehan's power, he could forcefully obtain money from others, threaten others to lead him to places, and even cut this queue without others going against him. Why should he go through this much trouble? Based on Xian's conventional behavior, he was generally a person with great morals, but that was definitely not the main reason. Within him, he felt a tiny intuition that once he committed such immoral actions, it would trigger several unnecessary or detrimental consequences. This intuition should be the advantage of his high perceptive sensing. Looking ahead, there were still 3 people in the queue. Xian went ahead and entered a mini-mart first. Purchasing a pack of cigarettes, he started smoking and leisurely paid $50 without waiting for the change from the stubby middle-aged saleswoman behind the counter. The elderly woman was so pleased that her smile pushed her cheek fats all the way to the corners of her face. To the saleswoman, this strong and sturdy man probably had an ulterior motive. 70 to 80% he should be looking to develop a one-night stand. As Xian was about to join back the phone queue, he was suddenly attracted to the noise from a nearby television. Los Angeles Crime News report, there's been a new development in the Beaulieu Street case with a suspect named Porter. At approximately 5:07 p.m. he robbed a supermarket, killing 6 civilians and stealing the day's earnings. 2 of the police amongst the 3 on his tail were also killed in the line of duty. According to investigators, the suspect had probably gone through intensive rigorous strength-enhancing exercises, as his escaping abilities in running and jumping far exceeded the normal person. As of now, police have activated a large task force to capture this criminal. This is all from our reporter on site. Xian immediately raised his brows. He himself should have entered this world at about 5 p.m. and that guy named Porter committed the crime at 5:07 p.m. The timing is too coincidental. At this time, the television broadcasted a live image. On site, there were several police cars with their flashing siren lights on the street. 20 to 30 policemen were taking cover while holding onto their guns. Someone was shouting at the suspect to surrender. Suddenly, a high-speed sedan came charging out. That screeching sound from the wheels made people want to pull out their ears, and the policemen, without hesitation, started firing off their guns. Thick white smoke were emerging from the sports car's hood. At this moment, matchless bulky silhouette pushed out from the car door. In the air he appeared extremely agile and graceful as though a fish swimming in the pond. Somersaulting, he landed in the middle of those policemen. At once, the American policemen started panicking, as they were afraid of firing at him in fear of shooting at their comrades, just like refraining from hitting rats for fear of breaking the vases. Chinese idiom. That unrestrained black figure moved as though possessing super speed. A moment he was charging forward, the next he had already heavily struck down one of the policemen. The might of the strike threw the poor cop 5 to 6 meters away. Screaming, the cop flew and landed onto the windscreen of a police car, shattering it, looking as though he had broken a dozen of bones. Xian took a deep breath. He naturally observed that the black figure's speed was fairly superior to his. According to his calculation, it must have been faster than an average person by 3 folds. In retrospect, if this guy was a contestant, his agility must at least have been 15 points or more. If that guy's innate ability could further hasten his speed, then his speed would further multiply a few folds. That black figure slid around the police cars nimbly like a snake, swift, precise, deadly. One at a time the policemen drop helplessly. This strange scene left the onlookers aghast, shocked, uneasy and frightened. This was basically a massacre. However it was at this moment, a dark green police car came speeding in from far. This police car was extremely huge, about the same size as an ambulance or fire truck. The siren was flashing atop the car roof without a sound. Its swift as lightning speed coupled with the reckless drifting gave one a misconception of its arrival. Xian looked at this police car as a feeling of dread came upon him, unconsciously taking a few steps back and clenching his fists. Even the threat was immensely felt through the television screen. He wondered how he would have felt if he was on scene himself. While he was still lost in thought, the police car's windscreen suddenly retracted as 3 black gun barrels emerged silently from within. Distinctly, one could see a black glove holding on the grip of the gun, a grip with boulder-like stability. Then, a spray of glaring gunfire shot out from the tip of the barrel. Before the broken car glass fragments fell to the ground, the distant black figure had already been shot excessively. First the chest, then the forehead, followed by the rest of the body as blood spilled out from the gunshot wounds as he was thrown off from the impact. Taking another 3 shots in mid-air, he flew 7 to 8 meters and landed on the ground with a pam, rolling several more times and finally came to a motionless halt. Under the intense glare of the spotlight, this guy's blood drained out slowly, flowing into the nearby drain cover. Apart from the occasional twitch, he looked as though he could not die an uglier death. Consecutively, Sheehan's nightmare imprint spoke through his ears. Through your perceptive sensing, you have gained the following information. Contestant number 1844 was assaulted by Special Anti-Terror Task Force Delta. Contestant number 1844 is dead. Because you have witnessed the death scene of contestant number 1844 through the television screen, thus you are unable to retrieve any battle statistics. Sheehan took in a deep breath, as he started breaking out in cold sweat. Since the appearance of the Delta Anti-Terror Task Force, he had never battered his eyelid even once. It was obvious his current strength was vastly inadequate. At this moment he realized something. It was also one of the initial pointers. In the Terminator world, slaughtering over 100 innocent civilians would lead one to accomplish the Butcher milestone. This was definitely not difficult to achieve, but contained a great underlying danger. From this unfortunate contestant number 1884, it can be seen that even powerful contestants with superhuman abilities could not resist the balance and laws of the society. To the aforementioned contestant, meaningless crime and slaughter would definitely attract the police, but it was extremely easy for him to escape the clutches of the police. He had even resisted and dealt with most of the policemen, which unknowingly activated the shocking Delta Anti-Terror Task Force. No matter what, if a contestant breaks the laws of society, he would still face the full force of the law through the police. The ordinary policemen were the primary boundary of this world. However, if one were to forcefully step over the boundary, they would definitely invoke a stronger response, for example the Delta Anti-Terror Task Force. Beyond this Anti-Terror Task Force, who knew what other stronger defense mechanism were there? On scene through the television, rescue and cleanup works had begun, as corpses dripping with blood were being dragged about. Followed by new reporters and critics voicing out their views about this incident and the dead criminal. They were swiftly trying to deduce the criminal with their own reasoning: drug addict, drug enhancements, serial killer, heartless, mentally impaired, etc. The public quickly accepted the reported theories. Sheehan puffed on his cigarette, shutting his eyes, as he allowed the smoke to escape out his lungs and through his nostrils. As though this could relieve the stress in his heart. He pondered a while. He finally noticed the queue at the phone booth as finally empty and proceeded to walk forward to check through the phone book for Sarah Connor. According to the movies, due to the destruction of the information storages before the war, even the Terminator was unable to locate his assassination target, Sarah Connor. As such, he also used the phone books to check on Sarah's whereabouts. Luckily, the female lead, Sarah Connor, was the third Sarah on the list. After eliminating the first two Sarahs, the Terminator then started looking for the actual Sarah, thus giving her a lot of time to hide and prepare herself. Chapter 6, Nightclub and the Black Market. Chapter 6, Nightclub and the Black Market. Translated by Chua. Edited by I. The appearance of the Delta Anti-Terror Task Force taught Sheehan one thing: in this world there are many hidden unknown X-factors, and these X-factors did not surface in the movies. Some may be beneficial, at the same time some may be hostile. Similarly, he could confirm that if he merely relied on the movie to determine the Terminator's power, that would very well prove to be fatal. Because in the movie, the female lead surviving was partially due to luck. If Sarah Connor was at home when the Terminator first attacked, if one bullet hit amongst the thousands of bullets the Terminator fired, if the dog outside the office where the male and female lead had sex did not start barking and alerted them, if the Terminator was not insistent on using the oil tanker to bang them, if the already half-demolished Terminator was able to climb the stairs a tad faster, if to Sheehan, he felt that he wouldn't be as fortunate as the main leads in the movie, and it was impossible to have so many miracles if we were to risk it, therefore he had to be prudent. Also, his motive for searching through the phone book was not only to locate Sarah Connor, but also to memorize the location of the two unfortunate Sarahs. His goal was very simple: these two women's address was where the Terminator will show up at. If he could reach beforehand to examine and prepare himself, then once the Terminator shows up, he could investigate on this world's main predator, the T-800. If he was able to grasp the capabilities or functions of the Terminator, then he would naturally have the upper hand. After confirming his plans, Sheehan started to deal with the problem of obtaining equipment/weapons. In America, although it was legal to possess guns and they even have firearms stores, there were many procedures like a background check by the police etc. before purchasing one. Furthermore, the seller would, most of the time, unethically downgrade the gun to save costs, leaving the gun specifications to greatly decline. Specifications like lowering the firepower potency, lowering accuracy, removing semi-automatic functions, etc. Truthfully speaking, using the products here to protect oneself was practically taking your life to be a joke. Sheehan wasn't prepared to patronize these stores, and his aim was the black market. Over there, if one was able to have adequate cash, then he would be able to procure quality products. More importantly, Sheehan felt that these black market sellers would not report to the police if a conflict broke out. These would eliminate countless frustrations, and the only thing lacking now is someone, a local thug or boss, to gain him access to the black market. Sheehan rented a cab. Fishing out $20, he asked the cab to bring him to the city's biggest nightclub. The cab driver gave a perverted, cheeky grin as he stepped on the pedal. 10 minutes later, he was standing on the dance floor of this nightclub called Carousel. This dance floor was over 1,000 square meters wide, strong dance music was booming, and the air was filled with the stench of alcohol and sweat. On the podium, there was a practically almost naked woman dancing sexily against a pole as a group of males surrounded her. Above Sheehan was a disco ball, made with glass. The disco ball reflected colorful lighting on every corner of the dance floor. Sheehan casually sat on a corner sofa, holding a glass of beer on his left hand, slightly closing his eyes. It looked as though he was hunting for female companion. Normally there were brokers selling marijuana or even pimps in this place. These people were well informed, and always hungry for money. Sheehan was following this reasoning as he offered himself as bait. Very quickly, a female casually sat next to Sheehan. This female had fluffy blonde hair, wearing a white top which exposed a cyan rose tattooed on her belly, a short black skirt showing off her long slender legs, and she reeked of perfume. Gazing at Sheehan, she said, "Your first time? Never seen you here before." How would Sheehan have a flirtatious mood right now? Waving his hand away as he placed his beer glass on the table, then proceeded to light a cigarette. This action had an underlying hint of playing hard to get. However, this woman did not seem to understand the contemptuous ignoring. She coldly snorted while walking away. Her leaving so blatantly was out of Sheehan's calculation. He took a puff as he continued appreciating the sexy women dancing as they showcased their curves. In this environment, he felt extremely comfortable, like a fish in the water, as he quickly noticed a couple of people on the podium about 20+ meters away vigorously snorting white powder that was on their telephone card. His heart thumped excitedly as he walked in the direction. Although these people were taking drugs, 2 of them still retained their senses. When they saw Sheehan walking toward them, they folded their arms and said menacingly, "Oi, wrong way, the restroom is over there." Sheehan paused, finally taking out a stack of dollar notes. "Brothers, I just broke up, share some of these goods." These K-powder drug addicts were not middlemen sellers, they only prepared enough drugs to party hard for a night. Why would they sell it to Sheehan? These people who were unnecessarily interrupted extended their hands in frustration. Out. Out and get lost. Sheehan noticed suddenly that there were several people around him glaring at him. Needless to say was because of that stack of dollar notes. His expression leaked a chilly smile, returning to his corner to sit. Not long after, a fierce-looking man walked over coldly saying, "Buddy, this place is old Harry's territory. I don't care if you are a snitch or a snag, better F***king watch yourself a little." Everyone understood what was a snitch, undercover cop. A snag was someone sent by another gang to spy on enemy gangs. Looks like this Carousel nightclub was a hot property. Every gang wanted a piece of it. Sheehan puffed on his cigar, breathing out a huge dense gray smog, and whispered, "What snitch and snag? I just F***king flew over from Detroit. Hearing that this place was not bad, I decided to give it a go. Is this how Carousel nightclub usually treats customers?" That person's expression sunk a little, making a short quick eye contact with Sheehan. He picked up his side walkie-talkie and gave several soft instructions. As if gaining the approval from above, he glared at Sheehan and then walked away. After this person left, a young brat with a mohawk wearing a skeleton costume came to strike up a conversation. "Heard you want to purchase goods." Sheehan whispered back, "Do you have crack cocaine?" Mixing hydrochloric acid with cocaine, water and sodium bicarbonate, finally heating and removing the impurities, chlorine and iron, is this crack cocaine. The reason for its name is due to the many crackling sounds when smoking it. This drug's effect is rapid, highly addictive, and is extremely expensive. The profits made from this were immense, of course. The punishments if found with it was extremely severe. Mohawk's expression changed after hearing it. Standing from his small player viewpoint, he only dared to sell marijuana, ice, and a few common drugs. Crack cocaine was something he did not dare to get involved with, and after listening to Sheehan he wanted to retreat. But just when he was stepping away, Sheehan threw $100 on the table. "I am wanted in Detroit for committing a crime, and am now urgently looking for a few helpers to make a comeback. If you can bring me to the market to procure quality goods, then this $100 is yours. Of course I would give you a further 10% commission of the deal later on." Mohawk greedily gazed at the $100, swallowing his saliva. He said, "Following the rules, you need to show me your hand, then I can bring you." Sheehan impatiently slammed his hands down onto the sofa. Fuming with anger, he fished out a thick stash of green notes. To Mohawk, it looked like tens of thousands as he immediately relaxed and nodded his head, giving a slight smile. He did not know Sheehan only had $2,000 at hand. Only a few notes in his hand were real, the rest were counterfeit. However, this place was dimly lit. Under this low-vision environment, Mohawk was easily fooled. Under Mohawk's guidance, Sheehan reached the second floor and made several corners, walked past a few corridors and further climbed more stairs. He finally reached his destination. This place was heavily guarded. On the way here he passed by several huge bouncers across the corridor. Upon reaching here there were another 3 bodyguards standing by the wall. Folding their arms, they had an unfriendly gaze on their face. After a simple and professional body check, ensuring that there were no weapons on their body, they arrived at a place that could be mistaken as a firearms exhibit by outsiders. This place contained numerous firearms, displaying different kinds of handguns, semi-auto rifles and automatic rifles. However, there were only 2 shotguns that Sheehan wanted. In the movie, the Terminator's body had a layer of protection, and it had 2 uses. One was to disguise himself in a crowd, 2 was to enable it to time travel. Ordinary products and metals were unable to pass through the time machine. That is why in a battle with the Terminator, an ordinary handgun that would cause fatal wounds to normal humans would have little to no effect on the Terminator's metal skeleton. There was practically no damaging capabilities. However, a shotgun that could only threaten a normal person in close proximity would possess enough firepower to resist the Terminator and slow down the Terminator's movement. Chapter 7, Using a Bullet as Payment. Chapter 7, Using a Bullet as Payment. Translated by Chua, edited by Alcázar. As Sheehan started surveying a set of weapons, the back door swung open as a woman emerged from behind it. The woman had a familiar look. It was the woman that Sheehan rejected before. Glancing at Sheehan, she coldly spoke out, "You are the one that wants to buy." Sheehan remained silent, extending his hand to pick up and examine a flashy design pistol, immediately gaining several insights through his nightmare imprint, M500 revolver. Class, ordinary, made in America, Smith & Amp, Wesson Company. Equipment rarity, white. Firepower, 75 to 95. Material, titanium steel, classic spray mix with phosphorus. Additional installations, still model silencer. Wooden strap holder. Ammunition type, 0.50 Magnum high power caliber. Bullet effective range, 100 meters, weight, 2.1 kilograms. Length, 450 millimeters, magazine capacity, 2 rounds, manual reload, ED. The S&Amp WM500 has capacity for 5 rounds. This one is damaged, a keeping condition. Strength must be 7 points. Attack speed, 8 seconds per round, super slow. Reloading time extremely slow, 15 seconds. Manual load, pistol classification and additional function. Shooting accuracy, 10. Shooting distance, 10. Equipment battle score, 9. Evaluation, possessing it can help you conquer the world, if this weapon had a normal shooting speed. Equipment cannot be brought out of this world. This pistol's devastating power left Sheehan a little surprised, reaching a high of 95 points of damage, which meant that he could only receive 2 shots from it. However, this pistol's low attack speed, low capacity, and low loading speed demands a lot from the user. Sheehan then picked up another weapon, a shotgun. Italy Spas 15 MIL Combat Shotgun. Class, ordinary, ED, is based on the Franchi Spas 12 if anybody wanted to know, made in Italy IK Company. Equipment rarity, white. Equipment position, hand, weapon. At 8 meters attack power, 68 to 678 8 to 20 meters attack power, 35 to 45 20 to 40 meters attack power, 27 to 37. Material, nickel, chromium and steel plate, classic spray mix with phosphorus. Additional installations, grenade launcher, damaged. Ammunition, military, police both connected. TN, it literally says military, police both connected. I got no idea what ammo it is, ED. The SPAS 12 uses 12-gauge cartridges with 2.75-inch shells, so I guess that's what it should be. Bullet effective range, 40 meters. Similar caliber tear gas grenade and over-caliber explosive grenade, 150 meters, manually load before use. Weight, 3.9 kg, length, 915 millimeters, magazine capacity, 6 rounds, attack speed, fast, 1 round/second, may reload anytime. Full capacity reloading speed, slow, 8 seconds, a keeping condition, strength must be 8 points. Shotgun additional specifications, within 8 meters, person hit will be blown back on impact. Firepower beyond 20 meters is greatly weakened, weapon will weaken upon leaving this world. Additional specifications, within 8 meters, a hit will cause 3 to 5 seconds of stunned effect. Movement and attack speed dropped by 60. Weapon will weaken upon leaving this world. Evaluation, this weapon will be extremely useful. Equipment battle score, 9, equipment cannot be brought out of this world. Note, equipment grading in the books, gray, TN, this is not the equipment rarity, different from the description below as well. White, common, light blue, 1 bonus attribute, dark blue, 1 to 2 bonus attribute, black, 1 to 2 bonus attribute, 0 to 1 passive ability, silver type equipment, unique boss loot, possessing uniquely strong attribute, /green equipment, set items, light green equipment, maturing weapon, /golden type weapon. White type equipments like the rest can have additional attributes, however it will be a common attribute, meaning that all equipments of the same kind will possess this attribute. For example, all shotguns will have the same special attribute, that is why in rare scenarios, a white grade equipment may be better than a dark blue equipment. TN, a shotgun stunning and slowing attribute may be better than a dark blue grade normal pistol with an additional slowing attribute. How much for these 2 items, little girl? After looking at the selection of guns, Sheehan realized these 2 pairs of guns are what he need the most. He pointed at the 2 M500 pistols and the shotgun, as he spoke. In an unconventional tone. That woman's expression was resentful, seizing back the guns as she said, "It's Miss Katrina, if you call me a girl again, then don't blame me for stuffing these 2 weapons up your detestable mouth and blowing your brains off." $5,000. It was obvious this woman was testing her customer with an awfully high price. Even if the weapons were brand new, the military market price was only probably at a maximum of $4,000. These 2 already partially damaged old goods actually sold for $5,000. Sheehan folded his arms on his chest, coldly arguing back, the pistol's magazine is partially spoiled, only fitting 2 rounds, even worse the shotgun's grenade launcher is completely broken. How could these pieces of junk be so expensive? Katrina immediately replied sarcastically, "You're an idiot, using a grenade launcher in the streets of Los Angeles. Are you looking to die? If you don't want to buy, then F***K off." Obviously this woman was still resentful over Sheehan's previous rejection. As Sheehan was about to reply, the back door swung open once again and 2 people emerged. The one leading the way looked quite similar to the Mohawk guy, he should be one of the brokers. Another was a medium-sized black man. His hairstyle was the trendy pigtail, and he had quite muscular arms giving a buff look. His eyes were extremely small as if they were permanently closed, but had a radiating gaze giving one the feeling of shrewd and capable person. "This is Mr. Cassidy." The broker was beaming brightly and said, "He is here to purchase several personal protection items." This broker obviously had several benefits to gain from Mr. Cassidy, which explained his enthusiasm. Sheehan also noticed another point. After Mr. Cassidy had entered, he similarly began eyeing the shotguns on display. Is this fella another contestant? Sheehan's heart was pondering this notion. His expression remained, but had already taken 2 steps back into the nearby shadow to make himself less noticeable. Cassidy's gaze was on the dazzling lineup atop the counter. Looking intently, he finally examined Sheehan's guns with his hand. Looking pretty satisfied, he said, "How much for these 2 guns?" "I want them both." Katrina coldly replied, $6,000. Without hesitation, Cassidy fished out a thick stack of dollar notes intending to pay up. Standing at the side, Sheehan understood that this guy did not resort to diversionary tactics like himself, but actually had tens of thousands on him. Sheehan's eyes flickered faintly with radiation, immediately shouting out, "Wait, I saw these 2 guns first." Katrina looked at him with disdain and spoke, "Village kid, Over here we are not particular on who comes first, but it is all about who produces the cash. Sheehan spoke softly. Very well, I offer $7,000. Katrina turned around, shrugging her shoulders at Cazador. Her body language was very clear. Cazador remained expressionless. $10,000. Although Sheehan was hard-pressed for cash, after experiences in his previous world, he immediately imitated the wealthy buyers in his previous world as he replied with unconcern. $20,000. Cazador calm replied, $30,000. Sheehan replied instantaneously, $50,000. Cazador's face darkened. He had $50,000, however his opposition's relentless bidding gave his firm heart a deal of pressure. That could mean that his opposition was extremely confident in his financial abilities. $50,000 was also nearing Cazador's financial limitations. On him right now, there was only $80,000. The atmosphere became extremely awkward. Sheehan's heart was throbbing. This feeling was hard to explain. It was as though something was piercing his chest, causing his heart to feel a sense of palpitation. Almost immediately, Cazador swiftly pulled out a pistol from the hood of his coat, aiming with it. Boom. Cazador's action was very swift and precise, as if he could put on a performance in front of an audience. As the gunfire emerged from the muzzle, holes appeared on Sheehan's clothing on the left of his chest. He had consecutively took 3 shots. Sheehan's face was filled with shock and disbelief. Clutching his chest, he retreated several steps, eventually slamming to the ground backwards and remained motionless. Crimson-red blood flowed out slowly through the finger holes on his coat, giving it an awful jam color. Obviously, this punk Cazador had managed to slip past the body check and hid his pistol inside his hood. After murdering Sheehan, he did not take any further actions, facing Katrina, and shook his head. Calmly, he used a thick nasal English accent to speak. Anyone who is a hindrance will face the same consequences. Hand over the ammunition. Looking at his actions, killing was as simple as eating and drinking to him. He probably already stained his hands greatly beforehand. This place was a secret arms shop. Very naturally they would not place the ammunition together. Very often those people that bought from the black market were poor and vicious, and were likely to use the shop's own weapons against it. With a gun pointing at her, Katrina remained fearless. Staring at the pistol within Cazador's grip, she gritted her teeth and said, "This bastard snitch." Carousel nightclub had the means to open an underground arms market. They were definitely experienced in working in the white and black of society. Hearing gunshots, the huge bodyguards came rushing, as Mohawk and the other broker also pulled out their daggers. Not minding their enemy's pistol one bit, they rushed forward with killing intent. Chapter 8, Refracted Death. Chapter 8, Refracted Death, translated by Chua, edited by Alcácer. Facing the sudden charge of the two hostiles, Cazador did not panic. In a moment he swung a kick at Mohawk's lower abdomen, and Mohawk was thrown back a few steps, bending over in exasperation. At the same time, Cazador swung the pistol on his right hand in a curved arc movement, firing off 2 gunshots. The 2 men rushing in from the door were hit by the shot, collapsing as the shot landed on their heart. The first time is luck, the second may be coincidence, but the third was certain. What gun skills! Cazador's expression remained cold, as if he had only stomped on 2 helpless ants. Footsteps could be heard from the outside. It was obviously more gangster reinforcements. However, Cazador was unfazed. Reloading his revolver, he raised it up afterwards to take aim as the footsteps became louder and nearer. What was strange is that he actually aimed at the wall without a target. Boom, 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 boom. Cazador remained cool as he consecutively fired off 4 gunshots. Gunpowder fumes filled the air. The 4 gunshots landed on the opposite wall, forming a shallow concave depression, but yet from the outside cries and the sound of bodies could be heard thumping on the floor. The nearby Katrina was shocked into a daze. In front of her very eyes, this man was actually using angled shots as well as successfully slaughtering people behind concrete walls. Humph! An ugly smile formed on Cazador's face as he turned to look at Katrina. Coldly he said, "I will give you 10 seconds, if I still do not receive the ammunition, I promise I will stain the wall behind you with your brain juice and blood." Katrina's expression had turned green. She understood that if she handed over the ammunition, what awaited her was the unimaginable punishments from the organization. However, the immediate threat was this Cazador who mercilessly gunned down 5 men. She was a broad-minded woman. Very quickly she fetched out 48.38mm single softshell shotgun ammunition, and also 20 rounds of M500 Magnum high-power ammo. After receiving the high-power ammunition and weapons, Cazador was not in a rush to use them as his individual pistol was enough to deal with these thugs. Placing the weapons and ammunition into his bag, he prepared to walk out but suddenly remembered something. That thing was money. This was the 1984 AD, in the economically flourishing Los Angeles, California. Cash was the primary payment method, credit cards were not in great use yet. Also, American underground societies were not so advanced that they utilized advanced payment methods like credit cards or IT solutions. Therefore, in Cazador's heart, the Xian would dare to start such an intense bidding war with him. Definitely held onto large amounts of cash. Nobody would despise having more money. Cazador walked towards the corpse of Xian, eyeing Xian's bulging coat pocket. He walked quickly and fearlessly as he was extremely confident in his gun skills. Nobody could receive a gunshot to his heart and not die, not even if he was wearing a bulletproof vest. Just when Cazador reached his hand into Xian's coat, he witnessed an incoming fist as it smashed heavily onto his face. This fist not only contained immense power, but caught him off guard. In this flustered moment, his only wish was to immediately distance himself. But how could Xian give him this opportunity, giving off beastly roar, coiling his sturdy arms around him, tightly binding Cazador up? Then he violently smashed his own head against Cazador's nose bridge. A person's forehead was naturally one of the hardest parts of the human body. This coupled with Xian's high strength of 12 points brought antagonizing pain to Cazador. Upon listening to his nose bridge piercing into his own facial bone, he gave out a miserable shriek. Loads of blood flowed out through his nostrils. In his vision was a fuzzy swollen pain. Xian was relentless, moving to the back of Cazador, pounding his head down repeatedly. Grabbing onto Cazador's shoulder with his right hand, raising up a nearby stool with his left, he aimed towards the back of his opponent's head. If Xian could land this attack, the unfortunate Cazador would at least be stunned or even faint, and there was a slight possibility of death. However, it was at this moment that Cazador frantically roared, turning around, hitting against Xian's face, as a distinct snapping sound echoed in the room. With Xian's tight and immovable grip onto this shoulder, by making such a sudden movement, his right shoulder dislocated. Xian never expected Cazador's sudden outburst. He himself had been stunned from the blow. Cazador used this opportunity to escape Xian's control, as he jumped forward in midair, managing to spin his body around unsteadily as he aimed coldly and intensely with his revolver. Xian's agility wasn't high. He was far from being able to successfully dodge a bullet. However, this didn't represent that he would just be a sitting duck. Xian had felt his adrenaline surging, giving him a strange piercing feeling when Cazador broke free from him. This was probably due to his high perceptive sensing, as he dived to the right without hesitation, using the helpless Katrina on his right as his human shield. Boom. Katrina moaned. Her expression was lifeless, and a bloodied small hole formed on her forehead, but at the back of the head was a gigantic black hole. Her blood and brain juice sprayed onto Xian's entire body. That feeling of warmth cruelty was chilling to the bones. This sort of sick scene was something that Xian had not experienced before, causing him to be slightly distracted. Seizing this opportunity, Cazador fled out through the door. As Cazador dragged himself along the wall panting heavily, he could feel his pain reducing by at least 70% already. However, his right shoulder and nose still experienced a throbbing pain, causing his body to shiver in agony. A flustered feeling came across his body. That damned pest actually dared to sneakily take me down. I will kill him, I will kill him. Cazador gritted his teeth, speaking to himself, using the time now to reload his revolver as the barrel still emitted smoke. It has already been 2 minutes, but that damned contestant had not shown any intention to chase up. Behind Cazador, along the corridor, 5 of the gangsters were lying motionlessly on the floor, dyeing the corridor red with their blood. Suddenly the door swung open. A shadow charged out, but Cazador remained steady. As the number 1 gunman in Afghan from the real world, he could obviously tell that was just a corpse that had been thrown out. Ever since entering the nightmare realm, he had the LVL-4 basic long-range combat ability, and even had a frightening refraction shot, passive, innate ability. Therefore, in this field of battle, Cazador had great confidence of achieving victory. As the corpse was thrown to the ground, Xian charged out fiercely, barely covering his face with his right hand. Since his tactic was not effective, he could only charge. Cazador coldly laughed. To his knowledge, Xian was just wearing a bulletproof vest. His forte was his LVL-4 long-range combat ability, giving him a stability of over 90% when firing, as though he had unparalleled accuracy hitting wherever he aimed. Gunshots exploded out. Kazador released 6 bullets in a moment. 2 shots landed on Xian's leg joints. The other 4 shots left a trail of dust as it flew against the floor/wall, as it refracted from a weird angle, viciously heading for Xian's throat, crotch, and both temples. Within Kazador's calculations, Xian did not dodge because he simply could not. Poo poo poo. These sounds brought unmatched comfort to Kazador's ears, which was the sound of the bullet entering a human's flesh. Pooey. Killing him quickly with a gun is letting him off easily. Kazador hatefully thought to himself. If this was the real world, the cruel Kazador would have slowly broken Xian's bones one by one before leaving him in the desert to die. A healthy 100+ kg person would groan for 3 days before finally dying in that sort of environment. However, Kazador's eyeballs widened as if they were going to pop out. The person standing in front of him did not collapse like he was expecting him to. His speed did not lessen but instead increased. Underneath his torn clothes one could clearly see a few bloody deformed bullets was forcefully pushed out from within the bulky muscles, finally dropping to the floor. Chapter 9, Desperate State. Chapter 9, Desperate State. Translated by Chua, edited by Inl Kasser. Don't tell me that guy is the damn Terminator. Kazador suddenly had a fearful thought. However, he immediately shook his head in rejection. That was because the Terminator was a cold-killing machine and had no capabilities of human feelings. Why would he be affected when that woman's head got blown apart? Thinking up to here, a cunning smile appeared on Kazador's face. Tossing away his revolver, utilizing a standard tactics maneuver, he turned and leapt backwards for about 5 to 6 meters, disappearing into another corridor. Left in his place was an already triggered grenade. Xian's pupils shrank. Previously he wasn't afraid of Kazador's assault because of effects of his innate ability, endurance. Kazador's choice of weapon was only a common revolver. This wasn't a military-grade weapon and it was primarily designed to threaten, not to kill. Also, Kazador's ability to refract his shot would also slow down the flying projectile and weaken its damage potential. However, this did not mean that Xian could be carefree. The higher damage output from an opponent, the less his innate ability could protect him against. He was expecting a grenade's explosion firepower to be much higher than a shotgun's damage potential from near range. That is why, faced with this scenario, he did not dare to charge in recklessly. He could only retreat. Boom! A deafening explosion ensued as thick smoke engulfed the area. The surface and surrounding area were blown into bits. Logically speaking, Xian should have immediately pursued Kazador. However, he waited for a full 5 minutes before rushing out, bringing along with him a blown-out piece of wooden board, shielding his entire body. As expected, 3 bullets accurately flew in, aiming for Xian's eyes. Regrettably, they all landed on that thick piece of wood instead. Kazador panicked, turning around to escape into a nearby corridor. Without hesitation, Xian chased after him. Looking at the decor of the corridor, this place is mostly probably a KTV, karaoke, lounge sector. Of course, the Carousel nightclub organization wouldn't be running an honest KTV business. This place was often used as a trading ground for illegal drug peddlers and buyers, and sometimes for wealthy customers to consume drugs. It was extremely profitable and brought them generous earnings. The entire corridor was well decorated and unidirectional, approximately only 15 meters in length, and had 8 rooms along both sides of the corridor. Xian did not bother to be cautious as he began searching each room. In such a small area, a person with long-range combat abilities was at an extreme disadvantage. Being able to force him into this environment, Xian had already achieved dominance. As Xian began searching the 3rd room, upon pushing open the door he felt a huge wave of chill coming over his entire body. This was obviously his perceptive sensing in play, as he suddenly heard a pop sound as something landed on the carpet behind the door. If Xian was a combat specialist with immense fighting experience, then he would be able to react to what had just happened. It was obvious that Kazador had craftily constructed an explosive booby trap behind the door. However, it was at this crucial moment that the lack of experience caused Xian to not react and dodge in time. Boom. Xian was still holding onto the wooden board but felt an irresistible impact against him as he was blasted backwards. His calf felt a searing, unbearable pain. It was obvious that the parts that the wooden board was unable to cover had sustained heavy damage. At this moment, the last room of the corridor swung open. As Kazador dived out of the room tactically, his eyes emitted a chilling and murderous glare. Although he was only able to utilize one hand, his other hand aiming with his weapon was extremely stable and firm. What was even scarier was the gun Cazador was holding onto. It was actually the matchless high-power M500 pistol. As the explosion threw Xian off, he appeared at his most vulnerable state, giving off a poisonous snake-like aura filled with killing intent. As smoke engulfed the air, Xian's vision was totally obstructed. However, he felt a strange and immeasurably deadly pressure forcing in from his right eye, causing a choking sensation. At this moment he understood his perceptive sensing was in play, as if foreshadowing a dreadful attack from his right side. Immediately he pushed backwards with whatever strength he had left in his legs, simultaneously trying his best to use his right arm to cover his head. Boom! The sound wasn't very loud, however it was filled with an indescribable penetrative force. Anyone that heard it would shudder in fear. In a flash, Xian felt his right arm go numb, followed by a ridiculously hard impact crashing against his forehead. His vision momentarily blackened as his body was thrown to the left from the impact. You have been hit on the head by a 0.50 Magnum high-power caliber bullet. Total damage of 127 to 25 points received. Your head sustained damage outstripping more than a one-third of your HP. You will experience a severe loss of bodily functions. In the remaining 30 seconds, you will receive 45 points of damage due to excessive blood loss. This injury is not due to external factors, thus it is unaffected by your endurance ability. Although the attack power of the M500 was supposed to be 95 points, Cazador's agility and passive ability must still be calculated, therefore amounting to a huge 127 points of damage. A gun's threatening power was closely similar to a beer bottle smashing onto the head. That is why Xian protected his head from the impending attack. The pain from the head was unbearable. It caused exceptional dizziness, loss of vision and slight buzzing in the ears. Xian heavily collapsed to the ground. Rolling back violently, Xian's hand actually managed to knock open one of the nearby doors, then he dived in for cover. Taking a few deep breaths, forcefully containing his disoriented state, he reached out to touch the top of his head as he breathed in a mouthful of cold air. This gunshot with matchless ferocity had lodged onto Xian's forehead, but because of a favorable angle it luckily was directed upwards upon impact. A huge chunk of meat had been torn from the top of his head, causing internal bleeding into the back of his brain. It even exposed a huge patch his white skull, as a distinct crack could be seen on it. If not for his higher-than-average life points, coupled with his innate ability lowering the damage, this one shot would have caused extremely fatal damages to his head even if it did not blow his brains in half. Thick fresh blood was spurting out, smearing all over Xian's face, giving an awfully miserable look. An acute pain surged within him, as blood dripped from his eyes, nose, and ears. Shutting his eyes, panting heavily behind the wall, he endured the seemingly unbearable pain and dragged the sofa within the room to act as cover. In this manner, even if Cazador utilized his refraction ability, the threat would be considerably lowered. Even if it was the 0.50 Magnum's high-powered projectile, its damaging capabilities would greatly drop after passing through objects, especially after passing through this thick sofa. Both parties were caught in a deadlock. Xian did not dare to go out, while Cazador was afraid of going near the room. His broken nose and shoulder were still supplying immense pain throughout his body, reminding him of close combat consequences. It was at this time, furious cursing could be heard from the outside. It should be the underground thugs coming to check on the ruckus. However, after a few short anticlimactic gunshots, the place remained deathly silent. Obviously Cazador had utilized another gun and indifferently added a few more people to his casualty list. Grasping this golden opportunity, Xian started moving everything in the room, the television, cabinets etc. around him, constructing a mini fort as if he was going to lock himself up forever. After a few minutes, a faint burning smell filled his nostrils, followed by crackling sounds. He unconsciously spoke out, "A fire." At this moment a chilling evil tone called out, "It's not just a fire, it is intentionally created by me." The only one who could say this was definitely the highly skilled gunman Cazador. "You are now caught in my trap. There are only two choices. One is to be burned alive in the fire, the other is to come out obediently like a dog and get shot down by me. Which will you choose? This is the second basement floor. Unless you are a rat, fleeing is impossible. Unless you are still waiting in vain for someone to save you." Faced with the enemy's provocation, Xian remained silent, leaving one the feeling of being as stubborn as a rock, completely treating Cazador's word like a fart. This corridor was decorated luxuriously. The materials used were highly flammable. Cazador only utilized a small spark to bring about a huge blaze, swallowing up the entire corridor, furiously licking up what was in its path. Chapter 10, Counterattack. Chapter 10, Counterattack. Translated by Chua. Edited by Alcasar. Time was running out. After just a few minutes, the entire corridor was burning up, producing thick grayish smog. Although the flames still had to cover a short distance before reaching Xian, the heat had already permeated through to the inside, enveloping the entire area. At this moment, the seemingly powerless Xian, who was leaning against the wall, licked the corner of his mouth, where there was a big patch of purplish-black blood. A fishy taste spread through the entire tongue. That was the taste of blood. His originally disorganized expression suddenly sharpened, and a slight smile escaped his lips. This sort of expression should not be appearing on a person that was at the brink of death. It was the gleeful expression of a hunter who had spent years of hunting his prey and had just caught it. Your gun skills are really precise. Xian suddenly raised his voice. Although his injuries weren't light, his health regeneration was fairly high. After resting for a while, he became energized. His words were extremely clear. He was speaking clearly and loudly amidst the crackling blaze. I already made a call at the start. Hearing it, Cazador furiously laughed, making a call in this Terminator world. Who can he call? Is it a superhero in underpants fighting for justice? Furthermore, this guy speaks without reasoning. Maybe he already understands his fate and is now spouting rubbish. However, he listened as Xian continued. Do you remember the first time you used a grenade to escape? My strength is 12 points, I could easily use a door to shield me, exhausting only a few additional seconds. However, I took an entire 5 minutes. That was when I made the call. The fire was spreading rapidly, and had already reached the room Xian was in. The choking smoke engulfed the area, but the real danger were the flames. However, at this moment Xian seemed very carefree, and even explained in details to the disbelieving Cazador about his own phone call. Cazador didn't reply, sneering. He felt that he had completely exposed Xian's plan, that was to casually spout nonsense in order to distract him, and finally rush out to counterattack. Currently, the situation was dire. If Xian did not run out now, he would be burned alive. Rushing out still presented a thread of hope. This cold-blooded killer laughed gently. Holding onto his M500 pistol, he aimed at the entrance of the room now covered with thick smog. Beside him he also placed a fully loading shotgun. With Cazador's out-of-this-world gun skills, once Xian rushed out, what awaited him was a greeting of painful assault. Even if he managed to reach Cazador, there was still a shotgun which thrived in close range. Under this sort of dual-pronged assault, even if Xian doesn't perish, he will become crippled. Yet Xian had no intention of rushing out. With a face full of blood, he leaned against the wall, looking with a somewhat frivolous and mocking expression. He laughed as he spoke. The meaning of his words were akin to a fisherman when he is casting his net. At first glance it looked like a worn-out, tattered net, but was actually a heavenly net. My call was made to the Los Angeles Police Department. Cazador was originally focusing completely on aiming at the entrance on guard against Xian escaping, but after hearing Los Angeles Police Department these words, he suddenly turned nervous, even getting a strong wanting to urine sensation in his bladder. Boom. At the same time, the M500 in his hand suddenly misfired. This kind of basic mistake was only committed by new recruits. Such was the impact of Xian's words on Cazador. Beforehand, I witnessed a live broadcast on television. A supermarket robber contestant was overly arrogant and was finished off by the Delta Anti-Terror Task Force. Furthermore, the broadcast did not mention the whereabouts of the stolen goods. Is it because they were worried the TV station would flaunt the total amount of stolen goods? Why would Los Angeles station miss out on this point? Obviously they didn't manage to find it. If they found the stolen loot, then the government would certainly broadcast the police's success to appease their citizens. At that time I was deliberating. Robbing the supermarket may not necessarily be just one guy. Going by logic, one person would be outrightly staging the robbery while another would support in the shadows. Haha, that unfortunate guy. Although his speed was fast, his thinking was flawed, braving all the danger only to let his accomplice bag the entire loot by himself. Presently Xian's body was still not within the fire, but although the flames were only 5 to 6 meters away, he seemed extremely calm and assured. As though he was under a small shade in the summer, still away from the blaze, and even had an occasional cooling wind blowing in his direction. On the contrary, on the outside, Cazador was in a state of panic, sweat beads dripping from his forehead. Gritting his teeth, he was like an ant on top of a hot pot. When I just entered this world, I only had $10 on hand. Thinking of a solution but using a slightly unethical method, I could only manage to earn a few $1,000s. Yet you are able to produce tens of thousands just to fight over a gun. You take me for a fool and a pushover. If you are not a contestant, then I wouldn't mind this sort of provocation which broke out into a robbery, speaking about the initial bidding for the gun. But if you are a contestant, then the origin of your money is definitely not legit. Of course, this doesn't eliminate the possibility of you striking a lottery and winning a fortune. However, why would that woman without hesitation call you a snitch? It was because she recognized the revolver in your hand to be that of the police. Haha, a contestant that brings around his cash as well as a police revolver, that is why I can confirm, you are that accomplice to the supermarket robbery. Initially I was hoping that you would not vie with me for that shotgun, but you actually dared to go against the rules and open fire. Then don't blame me for being vicious. Also, the reason you dared to lawlessly murder everyone was because you determined that the underground society thugs would not call the police no matter how grave was the situation. Sheehan looked at the nearby raging flames and the rolling gray fumes. He raised his voice in a crazy laughter. Yet you would never expect, I fulfilled my responsibility as a good citizen, reporting to the police that presently there was a vicious and merciless criminal possessing a police revolver and using it for murder and personal gains. After Sheehan spoke, he stood up, he unzipped his pants and peed onto the nearby window curtain. Afterward he then tore down the damn curtain, covering his nose with it. He immediately lowered his body and rushing out of the entrance and into the sea of fire. To an ordinary person, this sea of flames would send one to heaven, but to a contestant like Sheehan, it was just superficial burns and injuries. Pang! Sheehan heavily banged open the flaming door, flames blazing everywhere. Seizing the chance he rolled and took cover behind a nearby corner. This action was meant to extinguish the flames on his body, and also to try and dodge any incoming attacks. When Sheehan raised his head, he was a completely empty corridor and stairs. Where the originally camping Cassidy stood was an empty space. Trying to leave now is too late already. Sheehan's face currently exhibited a scheming smile. If he wasn't fully certain, how could he release the news of reporting to the police? Killing and impersonating the police is one of the most severe crimes. Naturally it would be number one on the police's priority list. Once they had a lead they would immediately set off. It was already nearing 20 minutes since he reported. There should already be a crowd of policemen cordoning off the entire place. Furthermore, when Sheehan reported to the police, he had also leaked information on Cassidy's appearance. Hence it was impossible for Cassidy to escape from the police with such a strong lead. Cassidy was pressed into a dilemma. He did not have an innate ability like Sheehan's, endurance, to protect him from incoming attacks. If he were to get caught in a crossfire, he would definitely perish. Therefore if he wanted to escape he had to massacre his way out. Initially he had already killed several policemen. If he were to continue his mindless slaughter, he would very possibly cross the boundary and trigger the worst outcome. That outcome was the Delta Anti-Terror Task Force. Likewise he would be finished. Presently, the sounds of gunfire filled the dense air, as Cassidy had already started exchanging blows with the police. However, the gunshots faded down as if both sides had reached a standstill. Sheehan was not in a hurry to leave, but first examined the wounds on his body and let them recover a little before deciding. After a series of examinations, Sheehan realized the astonishing speed of a contestant's health regeneration. Although the wound atop his forehead looked awful, it had already stopped bleeding, leaving just a slight headache. This should be because his brain abnormalities had not completely recovered. The wounds sustained on his arms were not even painful or had any abnormal effects. The bleeding had completely stopped, much less to say of his other superficial wounds. Of course, if he had entered a state of near death through his injuries, his regenerative powers would greatly weaken. Waiting for the appropriate timing, where the gunshots had ceased, but it was still very disorderly outside. Sheehan decided not to wash off his bloodied face, as he clumsily ran out frantically shouting out, "Help!" Only once he caught the attention of the policemen outside who were still in an alert position, raising their pistols, did he pretend to collapse. Gasping for air, he perfectly imitated a cowardly hostage stumbling out of the hostile zone. Chapter 11, If You're Not Dead, I Won't Feel Safe. Chapter 11, If You're Not Dead, I Won't Feel Safe. Translated by Chua, edited by Alcasar. The police here were very vigilant. Watching Sheehan struggling for help, they searched his body for any weapons before supporting him up. Sheehan was panting heavily, shivering as he shut his eyes tightly, pretending to be terribly anxious about his surroundings. He realized the police mobilization far exceeded his expectations. Not only were there numerous large and small police cars, in mid-air were 3 police choppers shining their glaring spotlight down from the night sky. Because there were huge amounts of casualties, the police set up a first aid district around 2 ambulances. The people sent there were mostly people who were trampled on amidst the chaos. They were shocked to a stupor, while only about 1/3 suffered from gunshot wounds. Sheehan's injuries appeared to be very serious, hence he was given priority treatment from the medics. From the start he had only been hostile toward people from the underground organizations, hence he wasn't afraid of the police interrogating or searching up on him. At this moment, 2 heavily injured policemen were carried in. One had a gunshot to his chest, one had broken his left leg. These 2 Los Angeles policemen did not look very good. In their pain they angrily cursed out, "That damned bastard," inside. One after the other, 7 to 8 other policemen in need of aid were sent here. All of them sustained non-fatal gunshot injuries and were unable to carry on their duties. Some had a stubborn character and complained and cursed repeatedly, while some remained pale and silent as though they were still fearful. These wounds were obviously inflicted by Cassidy. Under his insane gun skills and viciousness, these policemen were scared stiff. They were hoping for the Delta Anti-Terror Task Force to arrive. Sheehan looked up at the hovering helicopter and sneered. This Los Angeles police mobilization, adding onto the leaked information on his appearance, how would Cassidy be able to escape this huge mass of police forces? However, very quickly, a policeman still bleeding from his arm, having just been relieved from his burdensome duties, hatefully complained, "Guys, that damned lunatic has finally been captured. That bastard actually lasted so long, even taking 3 shots before fainting. Who knows how much drugs he took." Sheehan's pupils shrunk. Cassidy's surrender was outside of his expectations, however thinking deeper it made sense. To Cassidy, this sort of situation where both fighting and not fighting would not make a difference, unable to escape, surrendering was his only way of surviving. However, Sheehan knew, fainting from heavy injuries was a trick. Once Cassidy was transported to the hospital by the ambulance, how would the police mobilize another huge task force and even the 3 choppers to watch over him? Chances of escaping would be plentiful then. If Cassidy remained alive, Sheehan naturally would have an enemy as horrifying as a poisonous snake. Furthermore, this brat used long-range combat attacks. He had to live in constant fear daily of such a guy. Sheehan's heart gradually felt a slight chill, as if an ice cube was lodged somewhere in his body. Therefore, Cassidy must die. In a moment, Sheehan gazed at the faraway ambulance with a frozen murderous expression as though a flame was ascending. After the place stabilized, the casualties would naturally be sent to the hospital for treatment. Sheehan's body sustained gunshot wounds. Following regulations, he had to be brought to the police station to record his statement. Only Sheehan was extremely crafty. His mind was clear, but he pretended he was still in a semi-conscious nauseous state. To anyone questioning him, he would reply he had a splitting headache. His head injury looked very serious, so even with this behavior nobody suspected him. After reaching the hospital and letting the doctor examine him, they could only diagnose he suffered from severe cerebral concussion. Injecting him with a calming dosage and putting him on 4-drip, they allowed him to rest in a hospital room placed under further observation. Following this large-scale police mobilization, there were plenty of casualties. It was already late at night when they were sent to the hospital. Therefore the doctors on shift were extremely busy, working tirelessly until 2 to 3 a.m. before stopping. Sheehan's single room only had a lone policeman guarding it. He was also in charge of the entire stretch of corridor spanning 20 rooms. This policeman also participated in the night operation and was lucky not be injured. However, he was extremely fatigued, dozing off dozens of times while sitting down. However, Cassidy was enjoying a president's suite room. His room had a layer of protection preventing him from leaving, and had 15 policemen guarding it. The external environment was extremely vigilant and very strict. However, when the clock struck 4 a.m., Sheehan suddenly opened his eyes. Removing his 4-drip, he tiptoed into the corridor. The on-guard policeman was currently in quite a deep sleep. Glancing to his left and right, reaching out his hand, he grabbed the policeman's neck, dragging him into the nearby storeroom. At this moment, Sheehan received a notification from his nightmare imprint. "You attacked a Los Angeles policeman. Your crime index in this terminal world has increased by 10. Your current crime index is 10. Sheehan slightly stumbled, however he did not dwell on it as he concentrated on dealing with this policeman. Under the pressure of his immense strength of twice an average person, that poor policeman struggled frantically as his face turned purple, not being able to let out a sound. Until his eyeballs rolled back as if he was about to faint did Sheehan loosen his grip as he whispered in his ears, "Mr. Policeman, I have no ill intention towards the police force. However, that damned lunatic above smeared our place with the blood and brains of my fellow comrades. I will not allow him to go to jail so easily. I want his King life. If you obediently cooperate, I swear on my ancestor's name that I will not harm any innocent person. Cazador and his comrade had killed at least 20 Los Angeles policemen. Some of the policemen had good friends who suffered heavy gun injuries. Hence, that unfortunate policeman naturally harbored a grudge against Cazador. After hearing Xian's goal, his sunken face remained silent. His actions, however, became cooperative as he relaxed and took off his police uniform, lying on a patient bed, willingly letting Xian knock him out cold. At this moment Xian then inquired of his crime index again. However, the nightmare imprint simply replied in a few words, "Every time you violate the law, your crime index will increase. Crime index determines how the police treats you. Consequently, it increases your chance of encountering the police, being interrogated or searched by them. Crime index will reduce over time. The higher the crime index, the slower it reduces." Although the information wasn't much, Xian had obtained several pointers and conclusion. For example, a person with high crime index, that degree of assault from the police was be very high. Just like that dead contestant number 844, his crime index must have been red hot in order to trigger the Delta Anti-Terror Task Force. Similarly, Cazador belonged to the same level of crime index. Once the police receive news, they will immediately mobilize. Although Xian's crime index had increased, however, his crime index was still far from the level of being wanted. After a deep sleep, Xian felt that his strength has recovered completely. Heading to the washroom to wash the blood stains off his face and body, he began to survey the hospital. Preparing a few tactics, he lowered his police cap and proceeded upwards. The policeman that kept watch could naturally obtain primary news. Cazador's accomplice had been gunned down already. Furthermore, he had no relation to any Los Angeles's underground organizations, therefore the policemen were quite relaxed. They did not think anyone would try to rescue him from the outside. The heavily injured Cazador was handcuffed to his bed. Even in the ambulance he was under strict control. As such, even in his bedroom he had 2 policemen carefully observing him. Once there were changes they would immediately report. Under normal circumstances, even if Cazador had wings he would be unable to fly. Chinese idiom, it just means he cannot escape. 4 a.m. in the early morning, the surroundings silent and peaceful, one could even hear the sound of the clock ticking. Xian's heart was slightly distracted, however he continued prancing forward with his footsteps synchronized to his breathing. Calming himself down, he walked towards the corridor that beheld Cazador's room. The corridor had 4 policemen, all of them dozing off as they leaned against their seats. A huge bearded policeman was snoring loudly. The air was chilly, as goosebumps had formed on their skin. Beside them were empty coffee-stained cups. Xian entered this world with much fear and trepidation. However, after several battles, he realized he had become as calm and comfortable like a fish in the water. As such, he remained steady, using light footsteps as he slowly inched forward without anyone noticing him. However, when he reached the entrance he heard chatter. Obviously the policemen inside were wide awake. To the Cazador, who possessed terrifying capabilities, the police did not dare to loosen their guard. Xian then placed his hands on the door, lightly pushing it open. A piercing sterile odor surged into his nostrils. The room lights remained rather bright as 2 vigilant policemen came over. Holding onto their pistol holsters, they released their grip after seeing the police uniform Xian was wearing. Chapter 12, Temptation. Chapter 12, Temptation, translated by Chua, edited by I and Alcácer. "Sorry," said Xian in a low voice, locking the door behind him. The 2 policemen did not understand, and asked curiously, "What?" Xian inched closer to one of the policemen, and smashed his knee onto the policeman's belly. The policeman groaned in pain, however his training had allowed him to withstand the pain. Counterattacking, he swung a punch at his enemy's chin. Normally, the receiving party would cover his face and dodge backwards. However, the cruel reality was, his enemy just lightly shrugged his head upon impact, immediately smashing down on this policeman's head, causing him to faint. Although Xian could still be considered a rookie in combat, full of openings, his innate ability allowed him to ensure his enemy's close combat abilities were greatly weakened, giving him an unfair advantage. After realizing something was wrong, the other policeman immediately retrieved his pistol. However, Xian swung his left leg, kicking a nearby stool. It flew with such impact one could hear the whirring sound of the wind. The policeman immediately dodged as the stool crashed onto the wall, smashing into several bits, yet he continued to maintain a steady posture, taking aim with his pistol. But Xian had already arrived in front of him, using his hand to strangle this policeman, forcefully pinning him onto the wall. The policeman slumped down the wall onto the ground like mud. Learning a lesson from Cassidy, Sheehan did not dare to strike a killing blow, contented to just knock the two policemen unconscious. The loud happenings inside the room had startled the policemen outside, as in a raging frenzy they retrieved their pistols, and starting banging against the door. However, they did not dare to fire off for fear of the bullet ricocheting and hitting their allies. Hence, the locked door gave Sheehan at least 10 seconds of additional time. Every move was already calculated and played out in Sheehan's mind a few times. After knocking the policeman out cold, he wasted no time in rushing to Cassidy and suppressing his right hand. This time, Sheehan's intrusion was playing out perfectly. The blanket covering Cassidy suddenly moved, as something hit against Sheehan's face. The heavily injured Cassidy actually still had the strength to resist. His right hand was also trembling, tightly holding onto an extremely sharp dagger. Before they arrested Cassidy, the police would have already conducted a strict full-body search. However, ever since he had changed into a hospital garment, no one knew where he had acquired this vicious weapon. Faced with the sudden chaos, Sheehan only grinned without trying to dodge or escape. He continued pressing down fiercely on Cassidy's wrist. The sharp dagger pierced through his skin, penetrating into his flesh, but was stopped in its track when it encountered the rock-solid bone. Clank! The dagger broke. This vicious stab was totally negated by Sheehan's innate ability. To Sheehan, the heavily injured Cassidy without a firearm was not even a threat. At this time, Sheehan's hand was already pressing down on Cassidy's right wrist, using strength to further pressure it down. Cassidy let out a miserable scream. His right wrist was being slowly broken. Sheehan was very swift, proceeding to break Cassidy's other wrist. Afterward, he forcefully teared apart the handcuffs binding Cassidy's wrist, ripping apart a chunk of flesh at the same time. Cassidy's bleeding and deformed wrists were simply unsightly. At that moment, the locked room door had been forced open by the flustered policeman. In a matter of seconds, 5 pistols were being aimed at Sheehan. 3 of them were fuming and demanded Sheehan to place both his hands onto the wall. Sheehan suddenly burst into a fit of crazed laughter. Raising the broken window by Cassidy's side, he proceeded to jump down from the 3rd floor. His powerful strength caused his character to exhibit his decisive and inherently intuitive nature to be on full display. Simultaneously, gunshots arose and the smell of gunpowder filled the room. At least 7 to 8 rounds landed on his back but were completely negated. Sheehan had already experienced resisting the firepower of these small revolvers that the police used. Although his back looked as though it was bleeding excessively, his injuries were merely superficial, as a huge bulk of the projectiles only penetrated an inch beneath his skin. They were then forcefully squeezed out. In contrast to the concentrated gunshot wound on his back, Sheehan suffered more damage from his freefall from the 3rd floor while carrying onto someone. Upon reaching the ground, Sheehan rolled to counter the impact, but he still felt a shooting pain in his legs, and his HP wildly dropped by 30 points. Beforehand, he had already scouted out his escape route. Dragging an already half-dead Cassidy, he fled. He then pulled into a nearby police car, hurriedly started the engine, and sped off into the main road. When the fuming policemen chased down from the 3rd floor, they realized the other police car wheels have all punctured. They could only suck it up and report the matter. It was now approximately 5 a.m. in the morning. People were still in a deep sleep. It was near impossible to invoke a perfect and efficient response. Circling the road for a few rounds, Sheehan ensured he wasn't being followed by any policeman. He then drove into a small remote street. The environment was very eerie, polluted water flowing about. Initially there were several drug users trying to light their cigs, yet after seeing a police car pulling up, they immediately dispersed frantically. Sheehan ignored them. Turning around to Cassidy, he laughed menacingly. His shiny white teeth was glaring under the dimly lit light. "Do you wish to live or die?" Cassidy was still freezing and trembling from the pain. His facial muscle twitched. At first he wanted to bite his tongue and commit suicide without saying a word, but could not bring himself to do it. In such close proximity, Cassidy would not even be Sheehan's match even at full strength, what's more with both his hands crippled. "What difference will it make, if I chose life or death?" Sheehan coldly whispered, "If you wish to die, I can easily throw you onto the streets. If you wish to live, you better honestly answer my questions. Then ask." Cassidy was already forced to a dead end. He did not have much options, yet he spoke with a flickering gaze, obviously still thinking of something. "The police searched you, and even changed your clothes to a hospital gown. Where did you retrieve the dagger that you used to stab me at the start?" Xian asked his first question. After completing your first mission, your nightmare imprint will unlock a small interspatial capability. You can freely access it, only it has certain space and weight constraints. As your nightmare imprint rank increases, then the interspatial space will naturally increase. Kazador spoke till here. He saw that Xian's eyes radiated with malicious intent, immediately continuing his sentence. While entering this world you should have received this notification. This world has a naturally peaceful setting. Contestants killing each other will not trigger a drop of loot. Unless a contestant is willing, it is impossible to be able to retrieve an item from the other contestant's interspatial space. Killing me will not give you any benefits. Xian's lips curled up, then he continued whispering, I know the injury on your body should have been inflicted by yourself, it is surely real heavy injuries or you would not have fooled the doctor's eyes. Your goal is to escape by allowing yourself to be captured and entering this hospital. In the hospital you are placed under heavy 24-hour surveillance, your body's healing will not escape the notice of the monitoring equipments. Therefore, surely you have a method of allowing your body conditions to rapidly recover its fullest potential, which would then allow you to escape under the strict surveillance. What I want, is this secret method of yours. Kazador was caught off guard by Xian's words, he lowered his head as he resisted verbally, how would I know you won't kill me? Xian coldly spoke, if you don't tell, you'll die immediately. If you do tell, you will not die now. Trying to strengthen his persuasion powers, Xian's hand was already tightly gripping his throat. Kazador took a deep breath, by his side suddenly the M500 high-powered pistol appeared along with a black shotgun. Obviously they came out from Kazador's interspatial place in his nightmare imprint. When Kazador was lying on his patient bed, it wasn't because he did not want to use these firearms, but it was because the recoil was simply too high and he could not withstand it. Originally already heavily injured, in addition to his handcuffed hands, this sort of situation caused him to be unable to operate his guns. More importantly, Xian did not give him ample time to do so. When Kazador had noticed his intrusion, Xian was already within a 2 to 3 meters proximity. The firearm's utility was not better than a dagger in this distance. Looking at these two weapons, Xian loosened his grip, slipping a slight smile on his face. I finally see some sincerity in you. Actually, you don't have to be so nervous. Did you consider your personal value? Kazador desperately took in huge breaths of air as he looked at Xian in astonishment. What do you mean by this? Xian laughed. Haven't you discovered that our abilities are very compatible? The police car engine produced a grunting sound, as Xian switched it off. Walking out from the police car, supporting Kazador up, he brought him into a nearby limousine. He then dragged the confused driver out of the driver's seat, taking his place as the car's engine roared to life. Chapter 13, Kill. Chapter 13, Kill. Translated by Chua, edited by Alcasar. I believe you have noticed, I am the kind that will charge straight up to the opponent, and I lack reliable fire support from far away. You are a long-range combatant, which would be perfectly fine if we were still in our previous world, however we are currently in the Terminator world. You couldn't even stop me with your few shots. How would you deal with stronger beasts in the future? If we worked together, it would be the best of both worlds. Xian spoke with great sincerity and reasoning. Kazador deliberated a while, staring at the nearby street lamp as he replied softly, the only reason I complied to getting heavy injuries and being arrested was because I acquired a certain elixir from someone else previously. This elixir can be used to heal someone up to perfect condition. Only I have not met the elixir's usage requirements. You came too quickly, that was why I was in such a sorry state. Xian asked, acquired from someone else? How did you acquire it? Gently shutting his eyes, Kazador replied, this should be your first time here, however I have already experienced another movie world as a contestant. The first time I entered a movie world was an extremely chaotic and violent world setting. I acquired this elixir by accident during the chaotic battles. Xian understood Kazador's character. He knew that his so-called accidentally was actually forcefully seizing, filled with blood and violence. Kazador was a smart person. He knew that Xian would want to look at the item after his speech. He then immediately fetched the elixir out to display it. Unpurified black blood glucose. Class, Ordinary. Origin, Amazon, Borneo Island. Rarity, Blue. Effects, within 10 seconds your health will be fully restored, mind in perfect state. Explanation, a medicine made from the locals using hundreds of blood orchids. Side effects, 10 minutes after consumption, attributes lowered by 33%. Side effects last for an hour. Warning: during the time taken from consuming the elixir and the effects to take place, you must maintain a peaceful state. Walking, running, attacking or being attacked will result in breaking the effect. Usage requirements: using the elixir requires total mental power, MP, of 60 points. Evaluation: it is your second life if you can find a suitable place to consume it. Currently, Cazador was feeling very frustrated in his heart. His intelligence wasn't high, only a mere 8 points, which tallies to a total of 80 points of mental power, MP. Furthermore, every time he uses his innate ability, refraction, it consumes 5 points of MP. When he had been captured by the police, his MP was left with a mere 15 points. While recuperating on the hospital bed, unfortunately his body had suffered heavy injuries to the state of near death, thus his regenerative powers had been weakened greatly. When Xian intruded into his hospital room, his MP had only recovered to 43 points. Therefore he could only watch this law-defying item and not use it. Looking at this elixir, Xian's gaze flickered and he spoke out, "Give it to me, then we will call it even. Don't worry about your injuries, a contestant's regenerative abilities is already out of this world. Once you find an underground clinic and a specialist to treat your wounds, you will regain your battle powers after resting for a day. Then we can finally do battle shoulder to shoulder." Cazador's facial muscles were twitching uncontrollably. He felt as though he could not see through this man. Facing this guy who spoke with great logic and reason, Cazador felt a strange deathly chill in his bones. It was as eerie as a graveyard on a freezing night. He was in a dilemma. Deal. Or no deal. Xian stepped on the gas pedal, the car engine rumbled as the car rolled onto the highway bridge. As though knowing what Cazador was thinking, he didn't stop but calmly said, "If you were me, would you let that elixir remain in your hands? Would you be as patient as me?" Xian faintly hinted at an underlying threat in his words. Cazador felt a chill in his heart. Without a choice he followed Xian and got down the car, finally deciding, "Okay, I'll give it to you." The nightmare imprint transmitted, "You have received an unpurified black blood glucose." Xian slightly grinned, gently patting Cazador's shoulders. Afterwards he suddenly lifted him up and threw him off the bridge. Cazador's miserable shrill echoed through the cold air and vanished as he crashed down onto an oncoming speeding vehicle. The crash coupled with the collision splattered his head wide open as shattered his bones. Blood flowed from his eyes, nose, and ears as his body was flung 7 to 8 meters onto a nearby street lamp. That driver wasn't a law-abiding citizen, and had zero intention of stopping to check on him. Cursing his bad luck, he stepped harder onto his pedal and sped off, leaving a trail of thick black exhaust fumes. Yet another traffic accident. Xian couldn't help smiling, calmly stepping on his pedal as though he had been numbed from all the killings. He disappeared into the dawn horizon. Strictly speaking, Xian had sincerely considered partnering with Cazador. That guy possessed insane gun skills, shooting 1,000 and not missing a single shot, leaving him with a deep impression. If the two had joined forces, their powers would have been second to none. However, Xian did not want to work with him as he did not have a good feeling about it. It was as though he would turn out like that unfortunate contestant number 1884 who used his life to exchange for Cazador's freedom and gains. It was drizzling outside the window. Xian was sitting inside a posh restaurant. Dabbing his mouth with a white handkerchief, he raised his fork to consume his meal. Ever since entering this world, the only thing he ate were 2 biscuits. He had constantly been famished, and after getting rid of Cazador, he stumbled into the restaurant in hunger. Having been a fisherman who traveled widely, Xian was familiar with the food here. The restaurant looked quite common, but their food were fairly sumptuous. Xian ordered an entire fatty salmon, butter chicken, Australian beef, and other small side dishes. Digging into his meal, he paired it with a drink of Italian Chardonnay red wine. As the delicious meal and delightful wine entered his stomach, the fatigue and hunger slowly left him. A television in the corner was currently broadcasting the news. Everything seemed normal. Xian had already inquired from the waitress. Apart from the supermarket case, there were no new crime alerts. He tried calling the 2 secondary, Sarah Connor. Although there was an answer, he could not determine the Terminator's future location or actions. This was a good thing. If the reality deviated from the movie's plot or lagged, then the remaining story would then delay as well. Right now the real Sarah Connor was bunking in with a good friend. When Xian had earlier called her, he got information that the mother of the resistance leader in the real world was away on vacation. Nobody knew her whereabouts. Figuratively speaking, unless the storyline progressed to the point where the Terminator appeared, then the real Sarah Connor would not show up yet. Until the Terminator surfaces, Sarah Connor would also have another special combatant from the future by her side. Then, Sheehan swirled his shimmering wine in his glass, yet his gaze were fixated onto the gorgeous and old-fashioned 1984 California, Los Angeles streetscape. It's time. Presently, Sheehan had almost completely pieced the puzzles of this world together. Since the female lead Sarah Connor was unreachable or not in play yet, this meant the T-800 would not appear yet for a while. Therefore the next stop was to complete his main mission of destroying the space-time convergence. This mission seemed like there wasn't a lead, yet it was hidden in a movie scene. When the T-800 Terminator and Kyle Reese entered Skynet's time machine to travel here, they appeared very close to their previous location. That meant that very spot was a location of huge space-time convergence. Tossing a tip of $20 to the waitress, he found himself a map of Los Angeles. Relying on his memory and perceptive powers, he pinpointed 7 possible locations where the T-800 robot and Kyle Reese would appear. Flagging a cab, he headed for these 7 locations. After eliminating 3 less likely locations, his 4th point was not near, needing to travel through half of the entire Los Angeles. Sheehan seized this moment to catch some much-needed rest, leaning against the back seat and closing his eyes, as he rubbed his round stomach and began snoring. His heart was not one bit nervous, but experienced waves after waves of excitement, such heart-pounding experiences and living on the edge. How could it compare to his previous ordinary life? In his previous world where he was in dire straits, his luck suddenly took a 360-degree turn as he encountered this strange way of living. This feeling was extremely hard to describe. Time sped by amidst the journey of traffic lights. At present there was no GPS system, but Sheehan was able to deduce his estimated location, as he was soon to arrive at his destination. He had already started to take notice of his surroundings and the vehicles around. Suddenly at this moment, he felt his chest burning up as a cold audible voice emitted in his mind, "Warning, you have entered a relevant sensitive region, side branch of storyline activated." Warning, you have entered a relevant sensitive region, side branch of storyline activated. Warning, you have entered a relevant sensitive region, side branch of storyline activated. Warning, the future Skynet has deemed you as a threat to the space-time convergence. They have sent an uncompleted and untested Terminator to eliminate you. Warning, T-750 Terminator was arrived though the space-time convergence in 15 seconds. Your blood type, smell, and appearance has been locked on. You can only leave this region after 10 minutes, attempting to leave earlier will allow Skynet to pinpoint your location, extreme danger. Warning, you are the second contestant to activate this side branch of the storyline, the defense mechanism of the space-time convergence been gradually improved. Your predator, T-750 Terminator's powers has since increased from 70% to 80%. Notification, contestants first time entering the Nightmare Realm, after 10 minutes you will gain the aid of the Delta Anti-Terror Task Force. Notification, the time-space convergence will appear 10 minutes after the death of the T-750 Terminator. Chapter 14, Cornered. Chapter 14, Cornered. Translated by Chua, edited by Alcácer, F***K. This sudden twist of events threw Sheehan's heart into chaos, as he had not been prepared for it. His facial muscles twitching, he could not help cursing as he grabbed onto the driver's seat, rushing him to halt the car. The curious driver furiously braked, but the impatient Sheehan threw a stack of dollar notes at the driver, leaping out of the car before it stopped. Sarah Connor's predator was the robot model T-800, that should be the boss of this Terminator world. Sheehan's brain had began calculating and reflecting on the recent happenings. This time's T-750 model should mean that the Terminator's power should be lesser than that of the T-800. Following the Nightmare Imprints pointer, this T-750 should only exhibit 80% of his total power. At this moment Sheehan had no time to observe his surroundings, rapidly running towards the nearby 2-story cluster of buildings. At the same time he equipped the M500 pistol at his waist while reloading the strong fire-powered shotgun. In intense combat, even a few seconds may determine life or death, that is why he had started to prepare all these in the midst of his confusion. Although he was equipped with 2 high firepower weapons, he did not have the skills, like Cassidy, to complement them. He could only use them in close range, hence he retreated into a building to give himself a favorable battle environment, eliminating the possibility of the Terminator using a long-range attack to assault him. Reaching the doorsteps of one of the buildings, Xian banged against the door with his shoulder. Pam! Cracks emerged on the entire door and suddenly the entire thing, along with the hinge, dislodged and flew inwards. Xian had an indomitable look as he entered the room. A black man dressed like a hippie charged across with a baseball bat, his face full of rage as he uttered vulgarities in his native language. However, when he saw the cold black barrel of the shotgun, he wasted no seconds to raise both hands up and squat by the side. Xian could not be bothered to explain, lifting the poor guy up and hurling him out of the window, and unknowingly to him, was actually saving his life. At the corner of Xian's eyes, at this moment he could see several extremely glaring blue electric currents abruptly appearing at the nearby courtyard. A water pail was swirling in mid-air amidst the electrifying blue currents, as the currents slid around the air like a python, looking dangerously terrifying. Chi, chi, the sound of the currents could be heard within the raging winds, as the surrounding objects were all lifted into the air. This should be the Terminator about to exit the time convergence. Xian's pupils dilated. His initial reaction was to pull out his M500 pistol, take aim, and fire. Boom. Light blue fumes arose in spirals. Xian discovered his own gun skills were not accurate, but that wasn't important. As the projectile flew closer to the electric currents, its speed and even the speed of the projectile spinning gradually slowed down. It was as though time was forcefully slowed down in that area. However, what was stranger was that once the projectile came in contact with the blue electric currents, it dissolved like a block of ice evaporating, and finally completely vanished into thin air. This should be the effect of the laws of spacetime. A lifeless object is unable to pass through but will instead be consumed. That is why the Terminator needs to have a special layer of flesh and blood constructed as its exterior. At this moment, a few large strands of blue electric currents started merging into a huge glaring blue light screen. It was so bright that the naked eye couldn't bear the view. Xian saw a pair of shades on the kitchen table, and bluntly put it on. Instantly, he could see a huge rough hand reaching out of the time-space convergence, trying very hard to climb out. Xian knew that was a golden opportunity to attack, however he did not have the skills or the necessary tools. He regretted his earlier actions. If the tenant was still here, he would have used him as a human grenade and tossed him over to test the waters. Gradually, the Terminators had emerged from within the time-space convergence. He had a shockingly plain face, the contours of his face and his hair were simple and he remained emotionless. He gave one the feeling of being a plastic surgery model with that sort of face. On the left side of his neck and shoulder blade, one could clearly see a small hole the size of a ping-pong ball. The edge of the hole was not defined, exuberating a flashing metal radiance. His skin had a tan and burnt look, with smoke rising from it. Light could be seen flashing beneath his skin, obviously coming from his interior of steel and machinery. This was probably the reason he only retained 80% of its battle powers. As half of the Terminator's body emerged from the spacetime convergence, a sudden eye-piercing radiance flashed again, as the onlooking Xian even with the shades could only shut his eyes and look away. When he turned back to look, that T-750 model Terminator was already standing still on the ground, its cold lifeless eyes staring at Xian. That was the kind of glare that had no respect for life, filled with destruction, a raging flood of destruction that would be merciless even to its own kind. Xian remained speechless, steadily raising the shotgun in his hands, aiming the black barrel in the Terminator's direction. Any language had lost its purpose. Faced with a cold, emotionless, devoid of logic, menacing beast, Xian could feel an unexplainable chill in his heart. The Terminator began edging forward, bending its waist. He suddenly burst forward at a frightening pace. Xian concentrated his strength on his fingertips. Without hesitation he triggered it, unleashing the might of the shotgun. Boom, the smoking fumes arose. The plastic projectile from the bullet shot out from the shotgun's barrel. The plastic projectile shattered, releasing hundreds of minute steel balls, forming into a rain of steel balls. Even the air felt like it ripped apart, releasing a penetrating whistling sound. The incoming Terminator stumbled a moment, as if an invisible hand was keeping him in place, as it ripped open its exterior flesh, exposing a shiny white metallic bone inside. Xian remained calm and composed as he edged forward, tightly pressing onto the trigger. The strong recoil from the shotgun was completely negated by Xian's immense strength. The Terminator, in the face of wave after waves of metallic rain, staggered and starting twitching. However, it continued pressing on with great tenacity. Horrifyingly, the metallic balls from the shotgun smashing onto the Terminator's enduring body sounded like raindrops. The only damage it caused was ripping the flesh apart to expose the interior, completely unable to cause heavy injuries. Only the surrounding walls and floor were now stained with a great deal of flesh and blood, portraying a perfect horror scene. The shotgun only had capacity for 6 rounds. After Sheehan's frenzied spraying, he had no time to reload. Tossing away his shotgun, he reached out for the nearby baseball bat. Who knew that once the T-750 Terminator was relieved of the oncoming pressure, he stomped down with a strength of more than 200 kilograms as the wooden board beneath him was smashed to bits. Summoning his matchless strength, he burst forward abruptly. Sheehan had never expected that this T-750 Terminator's burst of strength was that terrifying, covering a span of 7 to 8 meters in an instance. What was more frightening was that even after the assault from the shotgun, that T-750 Terminator seemed like it did not sustain any legitimate damage as he charged forward at Sheehan, sweeping across with his right hand. Faced with such terrifying speed, Sheehan tried to dodge but instead took a direct blow from the fist. Bam! Sheehan flew from the impact, spinning 3 rounds in midair, smashing through a wall partition and flying a further 5 to 6 meters. As he flew in midair, he crashed into many different objects. Shaking his head from his giddiness, he actually felt no pain. However, half of his face had gone numb, his lips were twitching uncontrollably as he felt that he had lost several of his teeth. Suddenly he felt a burning sensation from the injured area, as a searing pain started to extend to his entire body. You received a total of 80 to 25 points of damage from the T-750 Terminator's attack. You are now in the state of giddiness, your attack speed and movement had been lowered by 25%. Effects last for 30 seconds. If an ordinary person had been hit with this blow, he would have definitely died upon impact. Sheehan's body was superior to an average person by 4 folds, but, even with his innate ability, he had still been reduced to such a sorry state. F***K. Sheehan rolled and forced himself up, his cheeks were swollen as he panted heavily. Looking at the nearby T-750 Terminator inching closer step by step, he coughed a mouthful of blood. His heart felt extremely dreadful. Before coming here, he had already a very high estimation of the Terminator boss's potential strength. But he never expected the output of strength of a T-750 Terminator operating at 80% to be so fearful. He was powerless in the face of such tremendous strength. The Terminator was an emotionless beast, it was also a smart and ruthless machine, not giving any openings to its enemies. He would not delight in a successful blow, nor will he cower in the face of failure. After one assault, this T-750 Terminator mercilessly continued moving towards Sheehan, raising his feet and stomping it down. As the Terminator's feet stomped down on him, Sheehan could hear a horrifying exploding sound intruding into the atmosphere. Chapter 15, Deathmatch. Chapter 15, Deathmatch, translated by Chua, edited by Alcasar. Kaboom! Dust filled the air following the Terminator's aggressive stomp. The entire 1 meter of wooden flooring had been smashed inwards and the water pipes beneath broke as well. Water spurted out in all directions, enveloping the entire room in a mist. At the crucial moment, Sheehan managed to roll to the left, dodging the stomp, however the broken wood fragments pierced his skin, forming many bloodied scars. The Terminator retracted his feet from the chaotic mess he just created, swinging around to face Sheehan once again. However, he swung around with a rather sluggish mechanical movement. Sheehan immediately noticed that atop his neck there was a wound with flashes of electricity jolting out of it. His heart was stirred, but he continued rolling away. He picked himself up and started sprinting off. Yet he noticed that the Terminator's reaction speed was slower by about 50%. If this was the case, Sheehan took in a deep breath and stopped retreating. Picking up a stool, he rushed against the Terminator. The angle at which he rushed forward was ingeniously abnormal, charging straight up to the T-750 Terminator's left shoulder injury. Roaring, he swung the stool down onto the T-750 Terminator's left shoulder, and the stool splintered into 3. However, he could clearly see, the wound on the Terminator's shoulder was emitting more jolts of electricity. Simultaneously, Sheehan had once again been struck by the T-750 Terminator's left fist on his chest, and thrown for a full 2 to 3 meters. He curled up his body in midair, as he smashed to the ground, face twitching in agony. Yet his gaze maintained a crazy excitement. Nice. Sheehan rolled over as he high-kneeled on the ground, clutching his chest. Gritting his bloodied teeth and heavily panting, his gaze flashed an intense viciousness. According to his calculations, the T-750 Terminator's left punch strength had similarly been affected. Although this blow was still largely threatening, after his innate ability, endurance, it only deducted a total of about 20 to 30 life points. This sort of damage to the exceedingly high HP of 180 points Xian was definitely tolerable. Xian then picked up a sharp iron pincer from the nearby fireplace, and started circling around the Terminator, always maintaining his position on the left of the T-750 Terminator. Suddenly, he frenziedly charged forward, but instantaneously retreated again. The T-750 Terminator's actions maintained a certain cunningness, flashing a red light from his eyes as if confused from Xian's back and forth movements. Wildly swinging his fist to attack, it landed a heavy blow onto the nearby pillar. The flesh on his fist split open, spilling much blood and exposing a shiny metallic bone beneath. The entire room shook, as dust floated down slowly as though the room was going to collapse any second. Grasping this golden opportunity, Xian's gaze shifted as he immediately pounced forward with great ferocity. Summoning his remaining strength in his body, he heavily struck down furiously on the wounded hole of the T-750 Terminator with the pincer. Chi chi chi. An electrifying sound filled the air. Xian could feel a strong resistive force against his hands, as he started trembling uncontrollably from head to toe. His eyes had currently been blinded by the glaring burst of electricity. Screaming out loud, his body was suddenly hurled across the sky, smashing back first onto a wall 3 meters away. The impact smashed the wall, clocking as decorations, metal parts, and gears fell to the ground. Looking at the metal pincer, it had already been distorted into a donut-shaped object, piercing into the shoulder of the T-750 Terminator's shoulder blade. Electrifying blue currents were flashing from within and out of the shoulder. As the T-750 Terminator collapsed to the ground, its entire body was shaking violently and the wound had already expanded to the size of a bowl. The surrounding flesh had been wildly ripped apart, and was burnt black as if it had just been barbecued. There was strange pungent odor coming out of it. Xian noticed that the layer of flesh covering the Terminator's body was more useful than what he originally thought it would be. In his impression, the Terminator's flesh primary function was to protect and prevent them from being consumed by the space-time convergence. Its other functions was to be used as a disguise, to blend into a crowd of humans. However, it seemed that the flesh covering the Terminator had a direct impact on its speed, attacking capabilities, and even its defensive capabilities. If this T-750 Terminator's skin had been perfect, then its attacks would possess a more terrifying focus. Xian forced himself up from the ground, restraining that numbing and fainting feeling he felt in his body. The T-750 Terminator slowly picked itself up as well, as a clear and crisp "chi chi chi chi" sound could be heard from within his body. Although it had sustained heavy injuries, the T-750 Terminator showed no hint of anger, pain, or fear. In contrast, he started taking one step at a time towards Xian. You have been shocked by the T-750 Terminator's internal electric currents, sustaining numbing abnormalities. Movement speed has been reduced by 50%. Effects will wear off by 15% every 2 seconds, amounting to a total of 8 seconds. Damn. Xian could sense that his limbs were uncooperative. He struggled as hard as he could to distance himself from the T-750 Terminator, but the harsh reality was that the gap was getting smaller and smaller. There's a phrase which says a cornered beast is the most dangerous, but yet Xian felt as though an injured Terminator was the scariest. This was because if it wasn't thoroughly destroyed, then he would carrying on hunting like a god of war. Cold, emotionless, cruel, and persistent. Xian's state was so miserable he could only attempt to roll away, hiding in a nearby room and locking the door behind him. However, in 1 second, the wooden door was easily blasted open by the Terminator. The T-750 Terminator charged forward, the loose wires hanging out from his wound seemed to add to his overwhelming threatening demeanor. Locating Xian's position, he raised his feet again and heavily stomped downwards. Xian wasn't able to dodge it this time, receiving the stomp straight to his chest. Xian's vision started blackening, as he could hear a crackling sound, believing that his bones were breaking. Blood rushed up his throat as it spurted out explosively from his mouth. The wooden flooring underneath had also broken and sunk in. Xian was literally being stomped into the ground alive. How can I die here? Within the agony and gasping for air, Xian let out a crying roar. Both his eyes were burning with a ferocity to survive. Both his hands were wrapped around the T-750 Terminator's left leg, trying to force the Terminator to fall. However, the T-750 Terminator's strength far exceeded his, and once again kicked against Xian. Xian flew and smashed headfirst into a nearby pillar as the bricks were flung about and the dust engulfed the air. Xian's forehead had a distinct and horrifying wound, covering his entire face with blood. Xian lay on the floor, desperately gasping for air. Although he had sustained extremely heavy injuries, his life points greatly exceeded an average human by 4 times, coupled with his endurance ability, he still managed to force himself up to do battle. However, his body had started swaying, and he looked like an arrow that was at the end of its flight. The only good news was that the numbing effect on his body had completely vanished, he would not be easily pressured like before. Now my HP is barely at 50 points, before the Delta Anti-Terror Task Force arrives, there's still a huge gap of 4 minutes 31 seconds. Give up, or should I continue battling? Xian raised his brows, spitting out a mixture of sand and blood. At the moment, he suddenly recalled the battle that took place in the living room just now. His eyes sparkled, immediately fleeing in that direction. This was because of the underground water pipe that broke open. With the room bursting with water, Xian had witnessed the T-750 Terminator's wound jolting with light blue electrical current. Grinning coldly, he stood beside the nearby sofa, picked up a glass filled with water, and immediately threw it forward. The T-750 Terminator was unfazed by the incoming glass, his cold, murderous gaze only had one target, and that was Xian. This glass of water shattered upon impact on the Terminator's shoulder. A big amount of water seeped into the Terminator's wound. Instantaneously, light blue electric currents jolted out as Xian gently blinked his eyes. A thick smoke emerged from the wound, as the T-750 Terminator's body started violent jerking. After a few seconds, both its left leg and left shoulder appeared to become lifeless, which should be the internal machinery circuit sustaining damage. After Xian once again threw another glass of water, there were no additional effects and even the electric sparks were gone. Obviously the circuit inside had been completely shut down. Yet, the T-750 Terminator was still able to move, as it continued to close the gap. However, his movement now had been greatly reduced to a slow limping. At this moment, Xian bent his waist, roaring loudly. He was like an angry bull chasing the red flag as it knocked against the nearby pillar. This building had been constructed about 20 to 30 years ago already, its foundation materials were already old and fragile. The pillars were the only things holding the second floor up. Initially the T-750 Terminator had struck a blow already, as cracks had begun surfacing. After Xian's full might charge, the strength was equivalent to about 3 young men working together. The pillar, which was already supporting the upper level's weight, couldn't withstand the pressure anymore as it swayed and eventually collapsed. Chapter 16, You've Been Terminated. Chapter 16, You've Been Terminated. Translated by Chua. Edited by Alcasar. Xian had already planned his escape route before knocking the pillar down. It took roughly 3 seconds for the building to entirely collapse, which was enough time for him to leap out of the window. The mobility-impaired T-750 Terminator limped after Xian for a few steps, then got buried beneath the rumbling and rolling concrete and dust. The interior battle did not cause much of a ruckus to the surrounding neighbors, yet such a big-scale event like the building collapsing could not elude their attention. After escaping out of the window, Xian did not pause as he ran to a distant off-road vehicle with a face full of blood and dirt and violently coughing. After opening the vehicle's door, he immediately hopped into the driver's seat. The fuming driver wanted to refute him, however, upon seeing the threatening M500 at Xian's waist, he lowered his head, turned around and started running away clumsily. Xian hastily pressed down onto the gas pedal, as the off-road vehicle roared into life. Thick black fumes escaped the exhaust as the back wheels frenziedly spun into action, and the friction against the road caused road dirt and sand to fog up. In the distant building ruins, a shimmering mechanical hand with lumps of bloodied flesh reached out from within the debris. Summoning its strength, the hand started pushing against the debris around it. Finally the T-750 Terminator's upper body surfaced in Xian's view. The T-750 Terminator exhibited numerous flesh wounds, its mechanical body also had numerous damaged areas which had blue sparks jolting out. The only unchanged part was its red glaring eyes, cold and emotionless with an everlasting maliciousness. Within the vehicle Xian coldly observed, after a short while, the off-road vehicle began speeding forward. Bam! The off-road vehicle jolted forward on the ruins, as the front bumper collided straight into the upper body of the T-750 Terminator. This alien machine assassin could not resist such great collision force, as it flew upon impact along with the surrounding debris and dirt. It flew a great 20+ meters before landing on the ground and slid against the road. At this moment, the T-750 Terminator actually still tried to stabilize its body, using its left hand of steel to forcefully grab the concrete pavement, forming a trail of sparks due to the friction. The T-750 Terminator's left leg had been ripped apart, as its leg was previously caught by something within the ruins and had torn apart upon collision. Beneath its thigh were several electrical wires as though they were arteries and veins, shooting sparks. The present Xian wasn't going to stop just yet. He reversed back to face the Terminator. With a murderous look, he pressed the gas pedal as the vehicle roared forward. In a matter of seconds, the off-road vehicle climbed to a speed of 100 km per hour, as the wheels produced a trail of thick smoke, once again heavily colliding onto the T-750 Terminator. However, this time, Xian dived out of the vehicle before its collision. Making a landing roll, he witnessed the off-road vehicle charging forward like a raging bull, smashing into the T-750 Terminator as it dragged it all the way, finally colliding into a nearby multi-story building. In that moment, during the collision, Xian could clearly see the bumper of the vehicle had a huge dent, as it further distorted and folded up. Following. It was a ferocious explosion, as the raging flames and thick fumes gobbled the vehicle up. Phew, Xian heaved a sigh of relief. In such an intense battle, he had clenched his teeth and strenuously persisted. Yet once the adrenaline wore off, he felt a wave of pain and fatigue coming over his body. He could feel several broken bones within him, and all he wanted to do was lie down and do nothing. However, there were still 2 minutes before the Delta Anti-Terror Task Force would arrive. Xian didn't dare to be complacent. He walked to a nearby car intending to leave immediately. At this moment, there was a sudden movement within the burning ruins, as something climbed out of the raging flames. It was actually the remaining half of the T-750 Terminator. Except for his chest and up, the rest of his mechanical body was smashed and scattered. Yet he still used his cyborg hand, which was still in working condition, to crawl 1 inch at a time, as he lifted the sinister head up with still an unwavering look. Its glaring red eyes were still focused on Xian as if he had never once forgotten his main mission. Xian's face twitched, as his face formed a crazy and ruthless expression. With big steps he charged forward, pouncing onto the T-750 Terminator's back. He then extended his muscular arms to restrain the Terminator's neck. The T-750 Terminator had just crawled out from a raging fire, therefore its mechanical body was burning hot. A foul smell of burnt flesh filled the air, yet Xian was oblivious, or he simply could not feel it. Clenching his teeth, he pressed down with strength. The steel arms of the T-750 Terminator futilely brandished against the empty sky. Chi, the miserable yet emotionless sound of the T-750 Terminator could be heard from its neck, followed by a piercing crackling sound. The dim electrical currents within its mechanical body flickered. Xian roared out loud. Grabbing a nearby steel rod on the floor, he ruthlessly pierced it directly into the eye socket of the T-750 Terminator. Living with great joy, dying without regrets. Light radiated out of the pierced area, as the head of the T-750 Terminator violently shuddered. It rolled and shook violently for about 5 to 6 meters, as the glaring red light flickered in its other eye and finally extinguished. You have done a total damage of 40 points to the T-750 Terminator. T-750 Terminator's remaining life point value, 13. You have killed the T-750 Terminator. Milestone, Machine Predator. You have killed 1/3 Terminators. You are left with 2 more Terminators before achieving this milestone. You solo killed a T-750 Terminator. You have gained an additional 200 utility points. Utility points are your currency, and can be used in various ways. You have acquired 1 summoning key, blue. Key was dropped by the T-750 Terminator. You can use this key to call upon and open the treasure chest from the T-750 Terminator to obtain your battle loot. Receiving this notification from the Nightmare imprint, Xian didn't have the time to look. He urgently hurried over to where the T-750 Terminator first appeared through the space-time convergence. Although it was just a pile of ruins, clearly and distinctly seen was a weird foreign-like crystal, a meter-long transparent empty diamond floating in midair. There was a glimmer of electric light radiating in the center. Although currently there were several frantic people running and shouting about, they seemed to be completely oblivious to his levitating crystal. Xian knew in his heart that his object was the critical space-time convergence of his personal main mission. He walked forward, casually positioning a crooked chair as he used strength to step up. The space-time convergence seemed to contain ripples of brilliance. Xian took several deep breaths, raising the chair and repeatedly pounding onto the crystal 10 times. The space-time convergence was covered in spider web-like cracks, before it stopped radiating. With a loud bang, it exploded brightly, as its fragments gently drifted off. Instantaneously, the nightmare imprint notified, "You have destroyed the space-time convergence." Main mission, dispose of the space-time convergence. Mission summary. Skynet had begun preparations to send a Terminator from the future to carry out an assassination plan. However, to activate time travel, there must first be a strong space-time convergence in order to transport the Terminator safely to the past. Mission focus, dispose of the time-space convergence that Skynet had set in this world. Completed, you can choose to receive a mission reward before returning to the Nightmare Realm in 5 minutes. You can choose to delay receiving your mission reward and continue exploring this world. Warning, you can choose any time except in a state of battle to receive your mission reward. However, the time of receiving the reward cannot exceed the stipulated deadline, 48 hours, or the mission will be deemed as incomplete. Explanation: state of battle means you are attacking someone or someone is attacking you. No matter if you are the attacker or the target, you will escape the battle state once you do not receive an attack or dish out an attack within 100 seconds. Xian was currently too occupied to look at this notification because from far away he could hear the piercing sound of the police siren. The police were here. That terrifying Delta Anti-Terror Task Force wouldn't be that far. Therefore, he instantly searched for a motorbike to escape. Previously he assaulted several policemen, forcibly taking over vehicles and intruding civilians' houses. His crimes were not few. It would be best if he could elude the police. Also, a motorbike was a nimble and speedy mobile vehicle which was his primary choice. He passed 2 blocks riding on his motorbike, however a chilling-to-the-bone sensation came over him as his heart was screaming with discomfort. Suddenly from the front appeared a deep black huge police vehicle, moving across about 10 meters in front of Xian. The window retracted as 5 huge black barrels emerged from within, aiming at the same time. Xian felt a cold sweat enveloping his entire body. Faced with these 5 barrels, if they were to commence fire, even at his peak condition he would melt in a matter of seconds. What more, his body was covered in injuries. Black gloves, black firearm. Chapter 17, The Lethal Weapon from 49 Years Later. Chapter 17, The Lethal Weapon from 49 Years Later. Translated by Chua, edited by Alcasar. Boom. The 5 black barrels sprayed out long and explosive red gunfire, however to the human ear it sounded like one united bang. The Delta Anti-Terror Task Force's level of training was unimaginable, as they actually aimed towards a double-story building about 100 meters right behind Xian. Suddenly someone actually leapt out of the window. His clothes' fabric were torn and floating around, and even contained a trace of blood on them. However, the person was actually able to do a somersault in midair and was even able to raise and aim his UZI SMG submachine gun. Da-da-da. 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 Gunshots exploded forth, as fumes emerged from within the police van and a clear line of bullet holes could be seen. After receiving an assault from the Delta Anti-Terror Task Force, that man actually still managed to stabilize himself in mid-air and counterattacked. What was more impressive was that the UZI SMG was a short-range gun because of its rapid-fire speed, yet he was able to hit with such organized precision from 100 meters away. His defense capabilities were high, yet his gun skills were unimaginable. Who is he? After landing on his feet, that black figure immediately escaped from the killing zone, as the Delta Anti-Terror Task Force was unable to pursue further. After showing his battle prowess, the distant building produced yet another human figure, rushing frantically towards the Delta Anti-Terror Task Force. This figure was familiar to Xian. It was actually the bearded guy whom he encountered right after entering this world. Yup, I remembered after entering this region I received a notification, saying that I was the second contestant to activate the storyline. Xian squinted his eyes beaming with craftiness. He only saw as the Delta Anti-Terror Task Force ignored him and left. In a flash. He reflected on his memory, then, this bearded guy should be the first person to activate the mission in this region. That black figure who actually dared to resist the Delta Anti-Terror Task Force, is he a Terminator? Looks like the emphasis that Skynet places on different T-750 models were different. It is obvious the one I encountered thrived at close combat fistfighting. He did not utilize a single firearm that should be his weak point. Then, this far-range combatant Terminator's weak point should possibly be close combat. Hesitating for a brief period, that huge police van had no intention of giving up, as it sped off towards the T-750 Terminator's direction. Sheehan was about to press down the pedal of his motorbike. He suddenly realized there was a trace of fresh blood on the floor. His heart was stirred, suspecting it was a relevant clue. Continuing forward, he spun one round with the motorbike and drove into a nearby alley. Sheehan stopped at the end of the alley, pushing open a nearby door. The owner of the house wasn't around, which saved Sheehan a considerable amount of efforts. Sheehan proceeded into the bathroom, washing off all his blood stains from head to toe. He then stripped his clothing and started treating his wounds with the mirror. Afterwards, he then started investigating the information he received after eliminating his T-750 Terminator. The first thing to settle was definitely that summoning key. Examining closely, Sheehan noticed that apart from looking like an ordinary key, a greenish-gray aura enveloped the key. The key had a stainless steel appearance, giving it a murky appearance, as if it had withstood the test of time. The key had a dense decorative design engraved onto it, giving it a special futuristic look. Sheehan concentrated his thoughts, as the key started to radiate with a warmth brilliance. Following that, a similarly designed and colored chest appeared. The chest was about as big as a luggage case. As Sheehan slotted the key into the keyhole, the chest cover swung open, producing two items from within: cobalt and steel alloy exoskeleton, left hand, damaged, origin, Michigan, America, Skynet number 71 factory, 9th production belt. Equipment rarity, white equipment effects, increases your unarmed battle power by 3 to 33 points. Equipment requirements, strength 8 points, physique 10 points. Equipment position, hand material, cobalt and steel alloy mix, possible additional installation, flesh plastic layer, function has ceased. Magnetic weapon absorption examining system, lacking necessary components, weight, 4.8 kg, length, 352 mm. Special effects, while attacking, slight possibility of ignoring the enemy's defense. Weapon can be repaired 0 to 1 times. Equipment's value can increase after repair. Evaluation, this weapon is not hard to repair, if you can go to 2029, and create a good relationship with Skynet. Equipment battle points, 12 main CPU microchip, damaged, origin, Michigan, US, Skynet factory number 24, 7th assembling department. Item rarity, light blue. Equipment position, miscellaneous / backpack, weight, 3.77 g. Length, 32 mm. Usage, you will receive a side mission. Additional, you will receive 400 utility points. Evaluation, in the eyes of some fools, this thing is garbage. For others, this thing is the entire world. Sheehan observed the two items. Without hesitation, he equipped the cobalt steel exoskeleton. From the external view, it looked extremely weird, as though the entire left arm had metamorphosed into the huge Terminator's arm. Afterwards, he realized that the nightmare imprint could utilize a certain camouflaging ability. As long as he wasn't in combat state, then his equipped item would still look like an ordinary hand. Therefore, he did not have to worry about drawing too much attention from the public. After equipping the cobalt steel exoskeleton, the nightmare imprint issued a notification: do you want to use your materials at hand to commence reparation of equipment? Yes/no. Inquiring, previously you did not have any engineering capabilities, also you only possess simple tools and materials at hand. Equipment repairing chance, 0.03%. Repair count 0/1. Sheehan immediately chose no. It was obvious this equipment only had one repairing chance, wasting it would mean losing it. Even if he was a fool, he wouldn't bet on the impossible odds of 0.03%. He then practiced a few blows with his left hand, feeling that the threatening strength of his fist head went through huge upgrades. He nodded his head in satisfaction. Then he picked up that broken computer microchip, simultaneously receiving another notification from the nightmare imprint. It probed him if he wanted to accept the mission quest. Deliberating for a while, he selected accept. Side mission, accepted, difficulty level, F. Mission goal, hand over this microchip to Engineer Vincent of the Cyberdyne Computer Company. Mission pointers, Engineer Vincent enjoys his daily meals at the Bethel Steakhouse to the left of the company. Mission suggestion: Vincent is a stubborn and biased person, persuading him would be an advantageous move. Mission deadline: none, Cyberdyne Computer Company. Xian's memory was very good, he immediately recalled. Wasn't this the company that constructed Skynet? This company had high technology influences and also had secret relations with the American Army. Therefore its status was extremely elevated in America. This mission actually required him to interact with a high-level engineer at this company. Xian pondered for a moment, and decided to shelve aside this mission temporarily. Before carrying out this mission, he needed to gain a better understanding of the Cyberdyne Computer Company, and more information of Engineer Vincent. Suddenly discovering more matters regarding the Terminator was out of his calculation, and it was better to be prudent. This will eliminate unnecessary danger, and can merit certain advantages. This moment Xian received another notification. You solo killed the T-750 Terminator. Do you want to use 100 utility points to acquire in-depth information on this model of Terminator? Yes/no. Xian hesitated for a while. Prior to this he had already understood a huge deal of the T-750 Terminator capabilities after his battle. However, after thinking thoroughly, he still chose to acquire the detailed information. This may assist him with understanding the last boss, the T-800 Terminator. Who knew, he may even receive a valuable item within this pile of information. After confirmation, a square frame appeared in his vision, listing a compilation of detailed information. Chapter 18, Greedy Snake Wishes to Swallow an Elephant. Chapter 18, Greedy Snake Wishes to Swallow an Elephant. Translated by Chua, edited by Ian Alcasar. T-750 Terminator, Basic Model, Basic Measurements, Body Height, 184 cm Body Weight, 200 kg Strength, 20 points, Agility, 10 points Intelligence, 5 points Spirit, 0 point Charm, 3 points Physique, 10 points Perceptive Sense, 0 point Supporting Power Source, Manganese and Silicon Ion Battery. Time Duration, 10 years. Sustainable Battle Duration, 1 year. Normal Battle, Sustainable Battle Duration, 40 days. Intense Battle, Maximum Movement Speed, Land 60 km per hour. Maximum Movement Speed, Underwater 28 km per hour. Explosive Jumping Length, 7 meters, with running. Explosive Jumping Length, 4 meters, without running. Power, 520 horsepower. Base HP, 1,200 points. Innate Ability, Steel, resisting any damage from anything by 10 points. Innate Ability, Armored, increasing HP by additional 400 points. Weapon Measurement, T-750 CPU processing capabilities only allows it to choose one form of weapon system to load when assaulting. Weapon, Cobalt Steel Alloy Exoskeleton, already equipped. Weapon, Cobalt Steel Defense Shield, unable to pass through space-time convergence, not equipped. Weapon, Nickel and Chromium Grade Rifle, unable to pass through space-time convergence, not equipped. Weapon, Laser Pistol, unable to pass through space-time convergence, not equipped. Weapon, High-Pressure Xenon Pulse Submachine Gun Combination, unable to pass through space-time convergence, not equipped. Weapon, 105mm Line Multi-Capability Cannon, unable to pass through space-time convergence, not equipped. Weapon, M16 Landmine, unable to pass through space-time convergence, not equipped. Weapon, 442 RT Model Magnetic Absorption System, already surpassed calculating ability limit. Unable to equip. Defense Capability, T-750 Power Source Energy Transmission Limitation, only able to select the following. Protective Equipments, Protective Equipment, Heavy Cobalt Steel Body Armor, unable to pass through time-space convergence, unable to equip. Effects, Movement Speed decreased by 33%, Capabilities increased by 300%, absorb 45% of external damages. Protective Equipment, Ammonia Hydroxyl Thick Dermis, Layer of Flesh, already equipped. Effects, absorb 15% of all damage. When equipped, unable to equip other protective equipment, able to support battle procedure, close combat battle ability. Protective Equipment, Point-to-point Support, Artificial Skin, not yet equipped, able to increase energy limits. Effects, able to absorb 50% of long-distance damage, northwest effects on close combat damage. When equipped, unable to equip other protective gear, able to support battle procedure, proficient in light firepower weapons. Secondary installations, Simple Warm Facial Appearance, already equipped, prepared with Dark Vision Effect, Satellite Navigation System, already equipped, Lack of Relevant Support System. Unable to utilize, Light Armament Tracking System, already equipped, able to search for light firearms and ammunition within 200 meters radius. Automatic Data Calculation Installation, Unable to pass through space-time convergence, not equipped, battle programming, T-750 computer microchip processing. Limitations, only able to select one battle program to equip, close combat battle ability, already equipped, firearms combat ability, not equipped, microchip processing limitations, proficiency in light firearms, pistol/submachine gun caliber, not equipped, microchip processing limitations, battlefield setup abilities, landmines explosives etc., not equipped, microchip processing limitations, machine personal defensive capabilities, not equipped, microchip processing limitations, emulation of voice/sounds projection and enunciation tools, not equipped, model of Terminator unable to support capabilities. Observing this T-750 model detail information, Sheehan felt that the T-750 Terminator is a model number, not a fixed construction. Just like how a car has several components in terms of stability/horsepower etc. and being able to upgrade or change the specifications. The T-750 had different equipment specifications, additional tools as well as battle programming. Programming had 4 big classifications, namely close combat, long range, explosive and defensive kinds. The one that Sheehan encountered was the close combat class T-750 Terminator, its programming and equipments all suited for close combat. He could now understand why the Terminator did not utilize any firepower. It was not programmed with the specifications of utilizing firearms or explosives. Using it would be a disaster. Then, Sheehan's thick black brows jumped. He suddenly recalled something. That was the other T-750 Terminator that he witnessed. Its gun skills had such precision. Naturally, Sheehan was able to deduce that its programming was a proficient in light firearms one. Also, that T-750 Terminator was not really hindered even after receiving an assault from the Delta Anti-Terror Task Force, which meant that he should be wearing the point-to-point support artificial skin. Therefore, its threat towards Sheehan was extremely low. Once Sheehan could come close, he could totally destroy the Terminator not programmed for close combat. Sheehan was extremely decisive. He knew, knowing thyself and thy enemies, will lead him to triumph in hundreds of battles. Faced with such good news, it was impossible to stop him as he discarded any thoughts of leaving but instead started plotting. His only concern was, if this T-750 Terminator was equipped with a light armament tracking system, being able to scan its surroundings for any light firearms or ammunition within a 200-meter radius. If it was able to locate a high-power pistol like the M500/Desert Eagle and was prepared for it, then it would be extremely disadvantageous for Sheehan. In all things, there will always be probabilities. Ahead was the Northern District of Los Angeles, also acclaimed as the upper-class district. Street safety and civilians' living environments were all extremely in order. Crime rate was lower here than the Southern gangster-plagued district by 20%. America had a freedom of firearms policy, and it was virtually impossible for the people living here did not possess a gun. However, under the law coupled with such a peaceful and safe environment, possessing a light firearm with much higher lethal potential were still a possibility. Furthermore, the police as well as the Delta Anti-Terror Task Force had already consumed a great deal of them Terminator's ammunition. That was the main reason Sheehan once again decided to tread on muddy waters. Chinese idiom meaning treading on dangerous grounds. After a short moment of resting and simple medical treatment, Sheehan's condition had recovered to about 80% of his fullest potential. To have such good regeneration, one reason was because of his high points on physique, and the second reason was that all his wounds were purely superficial. If one's wounds were extremely serious, then this would influence the body's regenerative capabilities. Listing a simple example, if Sheehan had suffered a huge fracture in battle, he would have needed more than an hour to recover. Within these few minutes, Sheehan had also heard distant shootings and explosions which signified that the battle against the T-750 Terminator had not yet ended. Casually putting on a set of clothes he found in the kitchen, he immediately headed on his motorbike towards the ruckus. From a distance of 2 to 3 kilometers, Sheehan could see from afar groups of terrified civilians screaming and fleeing. Some were only wearing their underwear. There were also several roadblocks set up by the Los Angeles police. These roadblocks' primary intention was to keep any external parties from entering the hostile zone. Simply speaking, it was to prevent any sort of movement between regions. Sheehan charging in now wasn't a problem, he just had no way of avoiding a conflict with the police. However, Sheehan had already anticipated this situation. He parked his motorbike from afar. Wearing his sunglasses, he frantically ran forward, raising both hands in a frenzied manner while shouting at the top of his lungs, "Oh no! Oh! You bastards! Let me in. My poor Billy is still stuck at home. That crazy lunatic will surely kill him. The policeman raised his brows at Sheehan. It was hard to handle or negotiate with such an agitated civilian, especially under this horrifying circumstance where an outburst can trigger a large-scale panic and riot. America was also a country based on valuing the views of every citizen, therefore, the two policemen immediately rushed to calm Sheehan down. However, they never expected Sheehan to have such strength and power. With a cry of anger, Sheehan easily shoved them aside, breaching the roadblock and running into the chaos. Met with such a scene, the policemen looked at each other helplessly. At the end of the day, this guy only wishes to go back to his house. How could they shoot him in the back? Pursuing and capturing him is a better idea, but this guy was like a madman with insane speed. In the blink of an eye he was already so far away. The few policemen looked around, and then changed their gaze in unison as they all decided to ignore what had just happened. Sheehan could easily tell from the bullet holes on the floor, both sides used a 9mm gun. Looking at this, Sheehan felt very blessed with his innate skill endurance, enabling these impossible to dodge attacks much less threatening. It was at this moment, a low groan could be heard from the nearby building, followed by a sound of go-go-go. This sound was very gentle and short on the ears, as ordinary people would never notice it. However, Sheehan was always more cautious than others, as if walking on thin ice all the time. His heart skipped a beat, as he unconsciously headed into the nearby building with big steps. As he was nearing the building, Sheehan could smell a stench of strong fresh blood. His heart naturally became more on guard. His natural high perceptive sensing was able to sense danger ahead by a few seconds, thus he wasn't the least bit anxious. He gently crept closer to the entrance, and abruptly, without any notice, pushed open the door. Chapter 19, The Secret Behind the Title. Chapter 19, The Secret Behind the Title. Translated by Chua, edited by Ian Alcácer. The first image that entered Sheehan's view was the corpse of a Los Angeles policeman. The corpse had a horrifying expression, pale white hands still clutching his chest tightly. Fresh blood was dripping out of a small hole from his neck. 5 similar-looking corpses spread out over the living room. The air gave off a stench of death and blood. At the corner of the living room, there was a dying Los Angeles policeman struggling as he held onto the fresh wound on his neck. Blood was everywhere as his throat could only squeeze out a choking sound. That was the sound of the windpipe having been slit. His eyes were reddening white and the eyeball had rolled up, as his hair was currently tugged by a hand in a white glove. That familiar bearded man whom Sheehan had came across twice raised his head. With an astounded look, he looked over at Sheehan. Both eyes interlocked, the intensity of their gaze felt like it could spark a fire, as both remained motionless. An awkward pause. Sheehan leaned his head, glancing at the bodies lying on the ground. He then coldly said, "Looks like you are trying to complete the treacherous ally milestone." Treacherous ally's requirement was to slaughter 50 policemen in this world. Beardy specifically acted against Los Angeles policemen, which was why Sheehan could immediately accuse him. Beardy gently released the policeman, replying softly, "That's right." Sheehan could feel this person's indifferent and contemptuous spirit, as he slipped out an unknown grin. According to the norm, the close combat specialist Sheehan should be trying to shorten the distance between his opponent. Yet Sheehan was actually retreating with an imposing look in his face. Lifting his shirt, he pressed his hand on the holster of the M500 pistol lodged to his waist. It was as though he was going to pull the pistol out and start firing the next second. Obviously, Sheehan was trying to give an impression of a gunman. With that threatening look and retreating stance, his goal was to invite his opponent to charge to him. At that moment when his opponent burst forth against him, Beardy was rather experienced and knowledgeable. With one glance he could tell that the pistol on Sheehan's waist was the terrifying weapon known as the hand cannon. His expression changed, saying, "What do you want?" Sheehan answered irrelevantly, "You are pretty bold. Killing policemen will greatly increase your crime index. In the end the Delta Anti-Terror Task Force would target you. Aren't you not one bit afraid?" Beardy stared intently at Sheehan before replying, "Do you know the attributes rewarded from attaining the title for completing treacherous ally?" After listening, Sheehan remained emotionless and replied, "I have detailed information of the T-750 Terminator on hand." Both parties possessed something beneficial to the other. Although there was no movement, the real battle was in the conversation itself. Sheehan's information stirred Beardy's heart, as he curiously pursued, "Why not we exchange through our nightmare imprint? I'll exchange information on the title, Treacherous Ally, in addition to the method of killing policemen without repercussions of being wanted for your information. Sheehan had pondered earlier about this method. The nightmare imprint during a trade has an acknowledgement criteria, which ensures that both parties trade information with ease. However, its flaw was that utility points had to be used as trading fees. Cutting off a segment of the T-750 Terminator information, and an additional 50 points of utility points given to the nightmare imprint, he very quickly received a relevant report, title, Treacherous Ally Soul Equipment Effects. If the opponent you attack has no crime index, his damage received increases by 100%, item/equipment loot rate increases by 100%. Title Next Level Promotion Criteria. If you manage to kill 150 policemen in this Terminator world, your total damage dealt to each policeman must exceed 50 points. Method of killing policemen without repercussions. After you kill a policeman, the crime index will rise at a shocking speed. However, if when killing him there are no eyewitnesses or you similarly get rid of the eyewitnesses, then your criminal activities will be listed as unsolved and your criminal index will immediately drop back after 10 minutes. However, there will still be a small bit of crime index left. Obviously, this title's greatest point was being able to increase the probability of loot drops. Also, the method of killing policemen from Beardy was seemingly feasible. Only, to the current Beardy, wouldn't Sheehan be considered one of those eyewitnesses? If he were to silence Sheehan, he did not know that Sheehan was like a hungry wolf hiding its teeth beneath the snow, Chinese idiom meaning a hungry beast hiding its true abilities, waiting in anticipation since long ago. At this tiny critical moment, a police siren pierced the air. It must be several Los Angeles policemen rushing to reinforce this area. Under these circumstances, if both sides were to cross hands, the fighting and gun sounds may attract a large deal of policemen. Even worse, there were several dead policemen on the floor. Both parties would definitely want to avoid that scenario as they both slowly retreated and finally left after achieving a safety gap. After leaving the building, Sheehan realized that the sirens were from a passing police car and there wasn't any danger. Sheehan surveyed his surroundings, as he headed off in the direction of gunfire sounds. After passing by several blocks of building, a huge black police car appeared in front of Sheehan. That was the legendary Delta Anti-Terror Task Force's vehicle. Currently, the driver's seat was left wide open. As Sheehan glanced inside there was no one in sight, even blood stains splashed all around the interior. Sheehan's heart trembled, but still proceeded to enter the driver's seat after making sure there were no one and casually flipped open the walkie-talkie inside. Present year 1984, the fast communication technology advances was not as far as the 21st century. Its main form of communication was the walkie-talkie. After a moment of static, an anxious voice transmitted over, "Suspect has entered the 3rd Main Street, Cluster 7, requesting for aid. I repeat, requesting for aid. There is an additional 5 casualties, requesting for the medics." 3rd Main Street, Cluster 7, Sheehan gently nodded his head as his lips curled up. He suddenly felt a faint warmth against his back, as a soft voice could be heard from within the car's trunk, "Raise your hands. Raise both your hands behind your neck. Kneel." There was actually someone in the car's trunk. Sheehan followed the instructions, raising both hands slowly, but his eyes was currently focused on the rear view mirror. His heart skipped a beat. The person aiming his gun at Sheehan was someone dressed in full black, therefore camouflaging himself. Wearing a black face mask, even both his hands were wearing black gloves. This must be one of the Delta Anti-Terror Task Force member. However, he looked extremely weak now, leaning against the car's side as he sat. His left hand was holding onto a cloth that was dyed red against his neck, his right hand holding onto an ordinary police revolver. A huge amount of clothes were scattered to his side. When Sheehan entered the vehicle, he only noticed that the car's interior were messy with a bunch of clothes mixed together. He did not notice anyone's figure. Looking back, it shouldn't be because of this guy's camouflage but because he had lost too much blood and felt cold. Therefore, he had covered himself up with the clothings, which caused Sheehan to miss him. "Heis." Sheehan sighed in a remorseful tone as he spoke softly, "You shouldn't have appeared here." He wildly swung around, looking at this Delta Anti-Terror Task Force member who had a strong murderous look in his eyes. This heavily injured combatant was still an experienced veteran as he fired off without hesitation. The burning hot projectiles shot into Sheehan's face, throat, hard as blood spurted everywhere. However, Sheehan ferociously charged forward. As the bullets were spraying in midair, Sheehan had already raised his clenched right fist. A shimmering metallic radiated, as his futuristic hand armor had already surfaced. With one strike, Sheehan smashed against the task force member's throat. The task force member's eyes puffed out exaggeratedly. He looked as though he was a dead fish. His body immediately convulsed forward, while collapsing he had already lost his life. Sheehan could smell a strong sickening odor, as he looked down at the devastatingly mutilated clump of neck remains. At this moment, the squeezed-out bullet projectiles lodged inside Sheehan's skin started scattering on the floor, producing several metal clinking sounds. This anti-terror task force member possessed an ordinary police revolver which was completely useless against Sheehan. However, already heavily injured, he could not resist one blow from Sheehan. If in his hands were the threatening anti-terror grade weapon, then Sheehan would have complied obediently. Sheehan's bold behavior was because task force member had initially been heavily injured. The Terminator was even able to shed blood inside the vehicle from 100 meters out. This shows that the Delta Anti-Terror Task Force was a glass cannon with high damage but low defense. They could kill an enemy easily in a moment, but at the same time could easily be wiped out by the enemy in a moment. Chapter 20, Baiting Poison. Chapter 20, Baiting Poison. Translated by Chua, edited by I and Alcácer. After killing this anti-terror task force member, Sheehan's crime index surged up rapidly. Yet the victim only dropped one loot, which was the necklace hanging on his neck. The words, "not identified," engraved on it, widely disappointing Sheehan. What was encouraging was that the treacherous ally milestone sprung to life, showing completion 5/50. Killing a Delta anti-terror task force member was actually equivalent to killing 5 ordinary policemen. Following that, he immediately examined critically the entire trunk of the vehicle but did not find any of those threatening black firearms. However, he found several normal police revolvers, and about 100 rounds. Sheehan kept the items that he found, tossing them into a backpack he was carrying, and swiftly left the vehicle. The distant gunshots started to sound more intense and urgent, as though the death god was battling against God. In just a short span of time, Sheehan had witnessed at least 2 ambulances speeding off with their casualties. Obviously, the firefight against the Terminator had not been very generous to the Los Angeles police force. However, Sheehan did not simply follow the sound of the firefight. He carefully observed his surroundings. He then covered his face with the mask he prepared earlier on and proceeded to lift out the nearby sewer lid. A strong unexplainable stench was forced into his nose. Sheehan's eyebrows twitched at the smell as he hastily climbed down. The visibility inside here was very low. In addition, it was dirty and the murky water stunk the air. Once in a while, waves of thick fog would blow past, as Sheehan could only squint his eyes and continued forward. He found a small black storeroom that the sanitation workers used to place their tools. Disregarding the filth, he sat on the floor motionless. What was he doing? Seconds went by. Sheehan remained steady as he sat in the same position. His breathing became gentle but steady. Every breath was like a stable, fierce and precise punch. In the darkness, filthy and humid environment, Sheehan felt like his own heart was as graceful as the flowing waters. Within him was a soft, dark feeling. Presently, he could even hear the larvae breeding and swimming about in the sewage water splashing about. The water splattered upon impact as it slowly dissolved into the soil. Suddenly, the ground started shaking. Clear, rhythmic vibrations. Sheehan opened his eyes, waking out of that weird state he was in. Currently his physique/spirit/willpower had reached to a maximum. Even the wounds he had received earlier from the task force member had stopped bleeding, healed, patched up, and in its place was his perfect skin. Although he could not reach a perfect state of understanding of the environment he was in, Sheehan was still able to distinctly sense, "It's here." Yes, following Sheehan's arrangement, why wouldn't the futuristic mysterious assailant T-750 Terminator come? Why wouldn't it? To the Terminator, whose sole purpose of living was to kill, anything that could aid in its massacre was its food, women, wealth, and its dreams. Within this region, the long-ranged proficient Terminator could use his built-in light firearms detector to search for any light firearm within the 200-meter radius. However, these weapons were dispersed sparsely throughout the district. To collect or use these weapons was extremely inconvenient, thus the Terminator had to continually rampage around in search of ammunition. Hence at this moment, there were suddenly 5 to 6 police revolvers, several hundred ammunition concentrated together showing up on its radar. Thus, the Terminator very naturally charged forward with great speed following its radar. It was like a wolf that caught the scent of a group of sheep, or a fish that saw fish bait. Xian's lips curved into a slight grin. He took in a deep breath. Before he exhaled, the underground sewage storeroom metal door was kicked wide open. Bam! Amidst the filth and dirt, the metal door smashed against the back wall, finally clattering to the ground. The T-750 Terminator emerged from the door entrance. Under the dim lighting, it looked extremely menacing. A great deal of its artificial skin had been blown off, while the remaining skin hung loosely from its body, exposing a cold shimmering metallic skeleton. Its left eyeball was also damaged. What was in its place was now just a deep dark hole. Inside, it was emitting a red ghastly laser. It looked viciously cold. Xian stared intently at the T-750's metallic appearance. He could see a layer of grayish membrane that was normally easily ignored. That should be the point-to-point support, artificial skin. At least in this world, this equipment was a gunman's nightmare. The T-750 was swaying clumsily as it walked forward, as it was clearly seen that the artificial skin covering its left knee joint had been completely burned off. This was a distinct injury, which should be the injury sustained from the space-time convergence. The main reason why it appeared in this world with only 70% of its power. The T-750 similarly stared over, however, his eyes were on the backpack beside Xian. Its chilling red eyes flickered. Raising its metallic wrist, the firearm on his hand started spraying out bullets. 3 bullets lodged into Xian's forehead, throat and chest, as the piercing sound of gunshots finally dissipated into the dirty and dead environment. Raising its leg, stepping forward, and bending its waist, the steel hands actively reached for the backpack, strapping it onto its shoulder. Afterwards he reached out his hand to Xian's waist where the M500 high-power pistol was residing. According to the T-750's initial calculation and judgment, once the bullet successfully entered this living creature it would be rendered dead. Furthermore, the bullets landed fatally into the head, throat and heart area. This creature would definitely lose any hint of resistance. The probability of surviving even with 3 lives is less than 1%. Therefore, it was completely unprepared. At this moment, Xian exploded forth, roaring out mightily as he launched a fist in assault. Xian's fist was now surrounded by a cobalt steel exoskeleton, making his fist appear massive and exhibit an oppressive pressure. Sparks flew everywhere. After the clattering sound of a metallic collision, this one fist landed precisely on the T-750's existing kneecap wound. Its massive force caused the Terminator to stagger a few steps back, knocking against the filthy grayish wall. Bam! A loud sound emerged along with a great puff of dust. The T-750 Terminator's left kneecap gave off several sparks. However, there was no pain. There was neither fear, panic, or any form of emotion. Raising its gun, it fired immediately. Boom, boom, boom! The sounds of gunfire filled this space once again. Blazing hot bullets surged across the dusty atmosphere, aiming towards Xian's eyes. Suddenly a hand intercepted it and proceeded to pinch the gun firmly. Xian of course had no way to protect his naked eyes from such an assault. To be able to grab the rounds in midair, that basically required one's agility to be at least 30 points or even 50 points. However, he could predict what this metallic beast in front of him would do and prepare his next course of action. Before the Terminator managed to trigger his weapon, Xian had already completely covered his eyes with his right hand. Fresh blood flowed out from the covering hand. The T-750 Terminator was currently using a Belgium-based Browning 9mm high-power pistol. Its power was higher than the normal Los Angeles police revolver, hence it was able to penetrate into Xian's flesh. However, when the rounds encountered the rock-solid bones, they were unable to penetrate, not even 1 inch. The steel projectile head distorted from the overwhelming surging power, stopping inside the flesh and then was squeezed out by the sturdy muscles. The magazine rounds had been fully expended. Xian let out an evil grin, loosening his hands. The bullets fell gently into the thick mud. His leg muscles had already tensed up with strength as he stomped down. While pouncing forth, Xian's left-hand fist had swept forward, as a gigantic metal exoskeleton surfaced onto his fist, heavily aiming for the Terminator's left arm. Bam! Cracks surfaced on the walls of the mini storeroom, as the entire sewer shook. Xian did not attack the T-750 Terminator's hand but instead the pistol it was holding onto. Under the heavy pressure of the cobalt steel exoskeleton armor, the Browning pistol's metal body distorted inward and broke, turning into a piece of scrap metal. The pistol had lost its firing capability, apart from using it as tool to strike others. Until now, Xian's battle plans had all been met. The wounded knee had lost its mobility, the weapon had lost its functionality. Yet the distance between the two was within hand reach. Even though it was under such a disadvantage, the T-750 Terminator managed to follow its own battle programming and accurately counter-attacked. It used the right hand that was just attacked to cover its chest, then using its left hand, it ripped open Xian's backpack, reaching out for the police revolver inside. However, Xian remained ignorant as he repeatedly pounded on the T-750 Terminator's left kneecap. The dim lights flickered in the sewage. Xian executed a flying kick with both legs, as the T-750 Terminator was thrown off the ground, smashing heavily against the wall. The old wall couldn't withstand the pressure anymore, as it collapsed to the ground. The T-750 Terminator then crashed into the drain beside it. After the heavily wounded left knee plunged into the water, it produced a static, chi-chi-chi piercing sound. Light blue electric currents frenziedly jolted about and finally extinguished into just a smelly vapor as it filled the air. Chapter 21, Ruthlessness. Chapter 21, Ruthlessness. Translated by Chua. Edited by Ian Alcácer. Looking again at the T-750 Terminator's kneecap, there was a shocking huge burnt mark, and the loose electric cables looked like dead snakes that coiled up together. A short circuit had occurred and the affected parts were no longer functional. The best way to put it was, the T-750 Terminator has turned into a cripple, losing a big portion of its mobility. Xian's careful schemings had finally reaped its rewards. This T-750 Terminator was transported here after triggering the region's storyline. Its powers were naturally lowered due to the injuries caused from traveling through the spacetime convergence, lowering down to 70% of its maximum potential. Afterward, it also got involved in a showdown with the Los Angeles Police Force/Delta Anti-Terror Task Force, again sapping more of its strength. Finally, the most important was that its acclaimed point-to-point support artificial skin's capabilities were vastly incompatible with Xian, rendering it useless. Under such circumstances, the T-750 Terminator was pressured into a sorry state as though it had no countermeasures. The T-750 Terminator raised its head, using its emotionless red eyes to glare at Xian, still tightly gripping onto the backpack with its left hand. They were 4 meters apart. Nobody was able to stop the T-750 Terminator from once again activating the gun in his hand, and spraying a rain of bullets at his enemy. No matter how strong Xian's innate ability was, he would not be able to withstand such wild, frenzied firing at point blank. In an instant, the T-750 Terminator fished out 2 police revolvers from the backpack. Aiming their black barrels toward Xian's body, he released a terrifying rain of bullets. However, there wasn't a single gunfire sound. Amidst the still silent atmosphere in the sewers, only an annoying consistent clicking sound could be heard. Cutting a long bulky figure underneath the dim light of the sewer, Xian folded his hands on his chest as his face leaked out a cunning laugh, saying, "These guns were in my possession for an entire 37 minutes and 11 seconds, did you think I would just sit still and let you use them against me?" After speaking, Xian raised his right hand as a pile of firing pins dropped to the ground. He looked at the T-750 Terminator's eyes that were exhibiting a beastly hunger, filled with insatiable rage and a hysterical ferocity. "Right now, you can't run and you can't fight. You are dead meat." The T-750 Terminator tossed away the damaged pistols in his hand. The blood from Xian's facial wounds covered his face, forming a cruel expression. He let out a battle cry from within his throat, and pounced forward. The M500 pistol at his waist looked extremely noticeable in its place. Pang pang pang, the sounds of combat filled the air. There was the sound of metal colliding as well as the sound of ripping flesh. Both parties were wrapped up inside these smelly and dark sewers. They were like 2 cornered beasts wildly trying to tear off a chunk of each other's flesh. Although this T-750 Terminator was programmed for long-range battle, it was still a Terminator, a mechanical assassin from the future. Its bones of steel were still extremely tough and durable. Coupled with its agile composition of mechanical parts, it ensured it could create a reign of terror anywhere. Xian's had bruises everywhere, even his eyes, and he had even lost 5 to 6 of his teeth. Blood freely flowing from his mouth, he panted heavily as if there was an old bellows placed underground here. Furthermore, the metal fingers of the Terminator were now tightly grabbing onto the M500 pistol lodged against Xian's waist. This particular gun was not in the same class as a police revolver. Even an elephant would be in trouble if it was faced with this threatening weapon. Injuries covered Xian's body, if he was hit by that weapon, that will really point a disaster. At the point, the T-750 Terminator was extremely calm, grim, and never slacking in its efforts to turn the tides around. The T-750 Terminator already possessed an intellect higher than an average person. Previously he had been tricked by Sheehan with the dummy pistols. He would never make the same mistake again. Using its laser eyes to scan the M500 pistol, he ensured that the weapon was fully functional. Hence, once the Terminator confirmed it could utilize this weapon, it immediately charged forward. Sheehan was awaiting for this opportunity. Shooting out both hands as swift as lightning, he grabbed onto the metallic head of the T-750 Terminator. His hand clasped tightly onto the tough and rough flesh of the Terminator. This action of clasping looked like a pair of lovers, caressing each other's faces. It even exhibited a warmness. However, Sheehan's sudden uproar ruined the sweet moment. Forcing his hands together, as hard as iron against iron, the strength was unimaginable. At this moment, the M500 pistol was already in the T-750 Terminator's robotic hand, the black barrel raised upwards and aiming towards Sheehan's heart. CRR, crack. The T-750 Terminator's head was actually forcefully twisted a full 270 degrees by Sheehan. Within the neck area shot forth a mess of light blue electric currents, followed by smoke billowing out. Sheehan was actually currently being electrocuted by the currents, as his body trembled wildly. Simultaneously, a tiny explosion went off inside the M500 pistol and a bright gunfire shot out, heading for Sheehan's head. Under normal circumstances, unless it had completely lost the ability to resist, it was impossible for someone to twist the head of the T-750 Terminator into such an ugly and sorry state. However, Sheehan utilized the Terminator's programming and the M500 pistol to his advantage, laying down such a frightening pitfall for the Terminator. Blood dripped down from the tip of Sheehan's head. 1 drip, 2 drip, his hands pressed against his head, as he heavily gasped for air. His entire body was vibrating violently, as a burnt plastic smell emerged from his head. This one shot brushed against his left cheekbone, forming a long burnt scar up his face. The deep flesh gorge extended from his cheekbone all the way to the ear, even exposing Sheehan's facial bone. If this was his previous world, then this would be frighteningly dangerous. The T-750 Terminator stubbornly struggled on. However, it had already lost control of itself, as though it was drunk as it stumbled around clumsily. Yet he was still focused. Clear and distinctly, both red lasers were flickering extensively within his eyes, one deeper inside as the eyeball was wrecked previously. It looked like any second the light would extinguish. Yet it still forcefully aimed the gun at Sheehan. However, the originally stable hands were now trembling excessively like a candle flame that was about to burn out. Bang! The projectile shot forth from the M500, piercing into a nearby waste pipe. Unstoppable, it carried on and struck the wall behind, causing a huge stampede of dust, and a deep crevice in the wall. However, the projectile did not land where the user wanted it to land. A small problem ripples into a huge consequence. The T-750 Terminator's aim was off by only 2 centimeters, but the bullet landed a full 2 meters away from the target. Amidst the dusty and dirty atmosphere, the bloodied Sheehan looked like a wild beast. An enraged and injured wild beast. His breathing was loud and distinct, within his gaze was an indomitable murderous intent. He charged forward toward the T-750 Terminator, as distinct and loud collision of metal sounds masked the softer flesh-pounding sounds in the air. If this was a normal Terminator, then Sheehan would have already died 10 times over from receiving such blows. However, Sheehan was a wild beast that neglected huge external blows to his body, a wild beast that was currently panting heavily with a mouth full of blood. Suddenly, the piercing sound of electric currents filled the air. Light blue electricity shot forth everywhere, intertwining and extending out. Wildly whirling about, it extended for a huge radius of 10 meters. Sheehan tolerated the searing pain, grabbing the metal skull of the T-750 Terminator. With a battle roar, his body muscles tensed up, swelling as hard as iron, he attempted to uproot the entire head off. The cables beneath the head ripped frighteningly apart like blood vessels, leaving a sight of cruelty and horror. Uprooting the head, Sheehan raised it up majestically into the air towards the heavens. Shaking violently, he let out a frenzied roar at the top of his voice. Yes, he finally confirmed, he deeply enjoyed the thrill of battle, the crazy adrenaline just at the entrance of death. This sort of living was thoroughly fulfilling. The feeling of being able to trample on the unjust and unfair regulations of this world When the T-750 Terminator jumped down into the sewers, nobody witnessed it happening. The policemen on the surface became more cautious, as they used an entire 10 minutes to find traces of the T-750 Terminator jumping into the sewers. They then sent a team down into the sewers to search for about half an hour. Accurately speaking, after 47 minutes and 19 seconds, they finally managed to come across the battle scene. However, at this time, Sheehan had already fled far away. Sheehan laid down in a bathtub, satisfied. He exhaled loudly. The warm water swirled against his body, releasing the fatigue from his bones one at a time. His body, full of filth and blood, was thoroughly washed clean in the warm 50 degrees water. The clear water in the bathtub was the only thing getting dirtier and murky. Sheehan stood up from the bathtub, the water flowing off from the creases on his body, as he began to examine his body. This wasn't him being vain, but it was to observe the wounds on his body. The wounds from his consecutive battles today had already started closing. Following this regenerative speed, after a night's rest his wounds would have healed completely. Using his towel to wrap himself, Sheehan sat down on a nearby sofa. The naked Sheehan reached out for something on the coffee table, a key that did not belong in this world. This key was obviously the loot dropped by the long-range proficient T-750 Terminator. Chapter 22, Rewards and Anticipations. Chapter 22, Rewards and Anticipations. Translated by Chua. Edited by Ian Alcasser. Having experienced using the key previously, using it now was like a walk in the park for Sheehan. The chest once again contained 2 items, and that CPU microchip, damaged, again was one of it. However, the second object looked unique, like it was not from this world. It was an object that was wrapped up into a cylinder, and it looked to be at least 20 meters long. The initial impression it gave to people was that of a rolled-up map, as it radiated a soft glow on its surface. Sheehan reached his hand in, atop his fingertips. He felt a soft yet heavy feeling. It was like feeling a sheepskin from the medieval age. Ancient and mysterious, as though it was concealing a thick accumulation of history. Following this, the nightmare imprint notification came. You have acquired a light firearms proficiency scroll. Light firearms proficiency scroll. Rarity, light blue. Usage effect, basic mastery of new ability, light firearms proficiency LVL1. Usage requirements, agility 15 points, perceptive sense 10 points, strength 8 points. Description, scroll classifications can be separated to 3 types, namely basic mastery, proficient mastery, and expert mastery. Expert mastery was the most uncommon, but yielded the highest capability enhancing effect. Further explanation, light firearms proficiency LVL1 allows you to familiarize and grasp handgun/light submachine guns, light firearms type of usage abilities. Increasing fixed shooting accuracy, relative to 10 target hoops in 50 meters, to 85, moving shot accuracy to 45. Reloading rate increased by 10. TN, Raw did not mention the numerical classification, whether percent or points. Agility needs 15 points. Sheehan's eyes popped out widely. Speaking truthfully, he adored that M500 pistol and also envied his childhood television heroes who were excellent gunmen. When Sheehan saw the scroll, his heart beat wildly with excitement. However, he was stunned when he saw the agility requirement. Understandably, Sheehan was still new to this world. Even after his digital transformation, his agility was only 9 points. There was such a huge disparity. How was he going to fill the gap? Shit. Sheehan cursed, trashing the scroll down onto the table. Suddenly he noticed a notification at the back of the scroll. You must first train basic long-range combat to LVL4 before maximizing the potential of the light firearms proficiency ability. This crushed Sheehan's spirit even further. This feeling of anticipation and suspense leading to excessive sweating was something Sheehan had not experienced in a long time. Sheehan paced back and forth, feeling frustrated, as he stared at the scroll with frustration, as though he wanted to immediately shred the scroll. As Sheehan paced about, he suddenly understood something. Isn't this sort of feeling of frustration and defeat what he wanted? These feelings were only brought out along with the anticipation and thrill of the battle. Wasn't that what he longed for secretly in his heart? He grabbed a bottle of red wine beside him and drank a mouthful. Suddenly relieved, he burst out in laughter as he tossed away his initial thoughts to the back of his mind. His body was feeling fatigue, yet Sheehan was not one bit sleepy. The battle scenes from the 2 Terminators were repeatedly broadcasting in his mind, feeling the fears, the anxiety as well as the excitement and competitiveness once again. The 2 Terminators both had obvious weak points. In actual fact, if not for their artificial skin being damaged, exposing the metal interior and enabling their circuits to come into contact with water, they would not have been so short-lived. Today's battle advantage was great at the start, all because of their initial injury from coming through the space-time convergence. What if he had encountered a Terminator operating at 100% maximum potential? Sheehan did not dare think of this notion. After reflecting on his battles, he switched on the television as he sat on the sofa watching it. He ordered a few night snacks to complement this, and suddenly an emergency news broadcast attracted his attention. Los Angeles' latest crime report: public security has taken a turn for the worst. According to special crime investigations, sources claim that this was related to Colombian drug peddlers and the mafia. At around 9:30 p.m. in the night, two suspects infiltrated a Los Angeles District 14 and carried out criminal activities on the inhabitant Miles Dyson, but were shot dead by the local security guards on scene. Miles Dyson. Sheehan felt this name was vaguely familiar. This was the perfect time to utilize the thick telephone book, and he retrieved the information with ease. Sheehan's expression turned gloomy, as the name Miles Dyson had the words Cyberdyne Computer Company, Advanced Engineer behind it. This person was the Skynet system's main designer. Very obvious, the two dead suspects were most likely contestants of this Terminator world. These two should be fairly familiar with the movie plotline, investigated that Miles Dyson was a main character of focus in the future, and probably was in possession of huge mysteries and benefits. Regretfully, the Los Angeles police force was able to summon the Delta Anti-Terror Task Force at such a critical moment. Then the Cyberdyne Computer Company, which had secret connections with the military, definitely had insane security defensive mechanisms. This was something which was to be expected. This is likened to an example of the present world. Qian Xuesen, a Chinese scientist and aeronautical engineer 1911 to 2009, had a personal protection squadron 8341 which provided 24 hours maximum security. Notice, 8341 Squadron was the number 1 central security team, where the great ancestor changed the name to 8341 Squadron. There was a hidden meaning behind the numbers. The great ancestor lived till 83 years old, taking command in 1935 until 1976 where he passed away. A total of 41 years, that is why the combined name was 8341. Any order for the squadron must come from the great ancestor himself, no one else were capable of commanding them. Every time the 8341 Squadron had a new recruit, the Grand Ancestor would be there to witness personally. Rumor has it the Zongnanhai, central HQ of the Communist Party, bodyguards were their other alias. Looking at the two bodies covered with a white cloth being carried into a vehicle, Sheehan squinted his eyes. He wasn't stupid, he knew the logic of the higher the risk the greater the rewards by heart. He could deduce that if one was able to render Miles Dyson, a person of such great significance to Skynet, in their control or getting rid of him, then one will surely reap exceedingly great rewards. Needless to say, these two contestants were definitely out of the ordinary. Unfortunately, they paid the price of trying to reach for something that was out of their power. The returning deadline is tomorrow afternoon at approximately 4. What should I do in the meantime? Sheehan was deeply pondering as he leaned on the sofa, carefully plotting his moves. Looking at this world, it naturally contained great opportunities, yet the opportunities all came with an underlying threat of unknown magnitude. Just like today's sudden encounter with the Terminator, Sheehan was originally scheming and cautious, yet he still wasn't able to prevent activating the merciless assassin, the T-750 Terminator. Sheehan planned everything beforehand, yet his victories were only attained after an intensive, unclear, battle to the death. Yet the main point was that Sheehan chose to voluntarily participate in the battle which exposed him to these great dangers. Primarily, these missions had great flexibility, leaving a choice for the contestant to decide for themselves. For example, for today's encounter with the two Terminators, if the contestant felt that his powers were insufficient, then he could choose to hide and wait out until the police force/Delta Anti-Terror Task Force came after 10 minutes. After the Terminator was eliminated, he can then proceed to destroy the time-space convergence, completing his mission without having to face much threats. This was what Beardy did. Of course, this method would not reap the benefits of solo killing the Terminator. If my predictions are correct, then there should be another regional triggering point near the important landmark of Skynet, the Cyberdyne Computer Company. The triggering criteria should be a contestant entering the company's region with a threatening weapon. Then Skynet's defensive mechanism would be successfully activated. However, according to the news broadcast, the scene of the unlucky two contestants, if a battle were to break out at that region, very likely that would attract the attention of both the FBI Special Forces and the Terminator. Forget it. Sheehan drank a mouthful of red wine, gently shaking his head. He understood his own strength very well. If he met the T-750 Terminator again, his own chances were now only 50-50. Adding in another hostile variable, then death would be the only way out. Furthermore, Skynet was an intelligent and crafty organization. Their initial 2 T-750 assassins were both killed. Would they foolishly send another 2 to die? Meaning to say, if Sheehan were to trigger another region storyline, his opponents would be at least 2 T-750 Terminator, or even an upgraded Terminator, the T-800. Courage is a virtue, recklessness is a folly. Looking at the melancholical state of those two individuals, Sheehan did not plan to follow in their footsteps. Therefore, he chose the most dependable plan. Cyberdyne Computer Company is a no-go. However, the Bestera Steakhouse is worth a visit. Chapter 23, Extortion and Blackmail. Chapter 23, Extortion and Blackmail, translated by Chua, edited by I. The next day, Sheehan woke up early and had a sumptuous breakfast before heading off to 11th Main Street, where the Cyberdyne Computer Company was located. Initially, the traffic was pretty smooth. However, once Sheehan was about to reach his destination, he experienced the full force of a Los Angeles super heavy traffic jam. It was worse than a typical jam from Sheehan's previous world. The helpless Sheehan had to note down the Cyberdyne's exact location and get out from the cab to walk. The company's building infrastructure was constructed to be very extravagant, and was magnificently superior than the average Los Angeles high-rise buildings. From afar, one was able to identify the building easily even from its massive logo. Getting lost was impossible to Sheehan. After leaving, Sheehan sensed an overwhelming danger in his heart. That feeling was like standing at the pinnacle of a high-rise building without a railing to stop you from falling, causing Sheehan to feel very cautious. As he progressed on, the dangerous feeling became thicker. The good thing was that his destination wasn't the dangerous hotspot Cyberdyne Company, but the Bestera Steakhouse that was about 100+ meters away from the company. This steakhouse's environment wasn't very prim and proper. It looked old with oil stains everywhere, even the seat cushions were wrinkled and torn. Fortunately, their food was fantastic, which attracted a large crowd, as Sheehan waited for half an hour before getting a seat. Sheehan was having a humble cup of coffee. If he had to narrate what he was thinking into words, then there was simply not enough words to do so. After 30 seconds, Sheehan noticed that the bald-headed male with a brandy nose, sitting 3 persons away from him, was his target, Engineer Vincent. He also knew that he had some time before Vincent finished his breakfast. Vincent's appetite was fantastic. Several empty plates were already piling up on his table. When Sheehan looked over, he was currently tackling a thick 3-layered thick meat sandwich. In addition to that was a hot glass of oatmeal cereal drink, as he contentedly munched away at his food. Waving his hand, he settled Vincent's bill along with his. However, this behavior did not warrant a friendly reaction as he wanted to. The confused Vincent flashed a suspicious look at Sheehan while wiping his mouth, as he rudely commented, "I will not be friendly with you just because of that bill. Brat. Nobody can show off in front of me." That engineer's character was indeed described accurately by the mission pointer. However, Sheehan kept his composure, sincerely looking at Vincent, and replied, "Hey, I have no interest in the work you do in Cyberdyne. 5 minutes, Mr. Vincent, I just need 5 minutes of your time. If you still decide to leave, then I will personally escort you out to leave." As Sheehan spoke, he noticed Vincent's yellowish fingernails and casually offered a cigar to him. Naturally, that cigar worth $100 managed to convince Vincent to sacrifice a moment of his time. Snorting, he lighted up the cigar. A cigar had an underlying impression of showing one's power and wealth. He happily puffed on the cigar, letting the wonderful aroma linger in his nose and then breathing it out. He closed his eyes in pleasure as he spoke, "Then speak up." Sheehan paused for a moment, giving one an impression of sincere reflection on what he was about to say. "I'm a civilian that lives near that 77th Street, which is the location of the fateful criminal assault on yesterday's news." Vincent nodded his head, understanding what he was saying, as he coldly muttered, "4 minutes. Near my house there was an explosion. At that moment I was having an afternoon nap. The windows and glass are shattered, and instantaneously the place was surrounded by policemen. After the policemen settled the assailants, I found this while tidying up my house." After speaking, he opened widely his palm to reveal something that looked ordinary. However, it was radiating strange light blue electric currents. It was the mission objective, the master CPU microchip, damaged. Vincent originally shut his eyes while enjoying the cigar. However, when he opened his eyes to look at the object in Xian's hand, his eyes popped wide open. Following that, his expression became very stern as he reached forward to snatch that item over. Vincent was a skillful engineer, even one of the important personnel of the company itself. However, he was normally stubborn. Along with his explosive personality, he offended many, thus, was gradually shunned by his superiors over the years. Although that was the case, Vincent heard information yesterday that the FBI had found a huge deal of extremely advanced technology, and had returned them to the company. Following the movie's plot estimation, Skynet expanded greatly because of the T-800 deadly microchips and body flesh technology advancement. A meeting was already called last night, and decided to pass all these goods to Miles Dyson, very obviously ostracizing Vincent. He knew what yesterday's meeting meant, yet he knew all these stuffs were in no way beneficial to Xian. After snatching the microchip, he examined it closely as his expression turned into that of a madman, as he started muttering, "This method of linear conduction, how could it have a carbon composition? The resulting electrons variant will exceed greatly. Shit, what did my eyes just witnessed? Wireless capabilities, how is this possible? Raphael, quick hurry up, start up the electric software, Raphael, R.A." At this time, Xian acquired a new notification from the Nightmare imprint. You successfully handed over the master CPU microchip, damaged, to Vincent. Side mission, interact, complete. You can now select the following options and acquire your rewards. A. Give the microchip to Vincent, gaining 10 to 25 friendship points, lesser reward bonus. The fixed amount of friendship points gained has a direct link to the contestant's charm. B. Sell the microchip to Vincent, lowering friendship points by 30 to 50 points, medium reward bonus. The fixed amount of friendship points lowered has a direct link to the contestant's charm. Vincent, who was currently lost in his thoughts, suddenly got a grip of himself, because Xian had retrieved back the microchip that was in his hands. Smiling slyly, Xian said, "Now, Mr. Vincent should have enough time to discuss certain relevant terms, right?" Vincent paused and suddenly scolded, "What? What terms?" Xian laughed, "The terms of passing to you this microchip." Vincent's expression became extremely ugly, lowering his tone as he glared at Xian. "How much do you want? 1,000, 2,000, 10,000, damn you. Don't go overboard." With one sound, and those cute policemen would rush in and arrest your greedy ass. But the police will similarly not hand over this microchip to you. Xian had a cheeky expression, yet his glare was extremely intense. Although he didn't know Vincent's status, but his intuition actually hit the nail on the head. "Also, Mr. Vincent, please understand, I have already confirmed the value of this object from your reaction. I know that there will be others that want this. If your terms do not satisfy me, then I believe other Cyberdyne engineers will be delighted to acquire this." Vincent's expression was ugly, like a frustrated beast stuck in a cage. Cursing in his own local language, he fetched out all the money he had in his wallet, and even took out the antique gold watch he was wearing. On top of the gold watch there was an engraving, 1944. "This greedy devil. Take it, damned, this watch was a heirloom from my father. You can hurry up, hand over that mysterious microchip and F***KA from my sight. As far as possible, make sure I don't see your greedy face ever again." Xian received information on these two items instantaneously. American dollar, 397 tradable, valuable item. Can be brought out of this world, can be exchanged for 133 utility points. Switzerland golden shell watch, 1944, equipment type, accessory origin, Switzerland, state of Bern, capital of Switzerland, watch factory, equipment rarity, white equipment effects, physique +1 equipment requirements, none material, iron/aluminium weight, 182 grams equipment battle rating. For description, my lifetime's desire is to visit Salt Lake City, capital of Utah, to be a devout cult disciple. Alas, this wish can only be fulfilled by my son. Note, Xian's American dollars are like normal currencies, it will not have any special description from the Nightmare imprint. Similarly, a normal watch would have the same effect, and not be able to be carried out of this world. Looking at these two items, Xian wasn't in a hurry to retrieve it. Gripping tightly onto the microchip, he gave off a mysterious sneer and shook his head. Vincent's gaze radiated with rage, as he threatened, Young man, greediness will find its way back to you. Sheehan sighed. At this moment, he was assuming commanding control of the business negotiation, feeling the thrill of pushing another to his limits. My dear Mr. Vincent, do not misunderstand, I just want to ask you another question. Vincent glared intently at the microchip within Sheehan's left palm, perspiration leaking out from his nostrils and forehead. He raised his voice loudly. What else do you want? Sheehan loosened his grip, revealing another replica of the microchip. Vincent's eyes popped out widely like a goldfish, as he went into a daze. One can imagine the excitement welling up inside Vincent, the blood surging wildly inside his mind. I just wanted to inquire, if I sell 2 chips to you, how much would that be? Chapter 24, Perfect Restoration. Chapter 24, Perfect Restoration. Translated by, Chua, edited by, Ian Alcácer. What? There are 2 pieces. Vincent's voice was filled with surprise and excitement. To a researcher, the quantity of their research object directly determines the speed of their research advancement. Vincent only initially had 1 piece. If the piece broke or something went wrong during experimentation, then his efforts would be fruitless. If Vincent had another piece, his speed at achieving a new technology breakthrough would be unimaginable. Then let's directly talk about our terms. Vincent composed himself, as he sat down on the chair. He was starting to feel uneasy about this. This damned bastard in front of him executed everything extremely meticulously, managing to play himself right into that guy's own palm. It was obvious he was thoroughly prepared before he came here. However, he had on him 2 items that were a necessity for Vincent. Definitely he had already figured his own terms before this. If he could not meet his requirements, then it would be non-negotiable. Sheehan glanced around cautiously around the messy steakhouse, whispering, is there a quieter place to talk? Vincent understood. He himself did not want to divulge any of the secrets to others. Sulking, he stood up. My car is pretty big, let's talk there. Vincent's car was a cross-country leisure Jeep. The appearance was exactly like its owner, modeled, thick and solid. He obviously did not care much about appearances. The 2 entered into the interior of the Jeep. Sheehan did not stand on formalities, straightforwardly showcasing his equipment. Cobalt steel exoskeleton armor, left arm, damaged. If you can fix this object to perfection, in addition to what you offered just now, then these 2 chips are yours. Vincent retrieved and examined the exoskeleton armor. The way he examined it was extremely professional, knocking lightly at different spots with his finger while placing his ear close to listen. He also bit on the armor, presumably testing the hardness of it. Finally he coldly announced to Sheehan, it's impossible to fix this. Vincent then carried on, this object's design concept is so low grade like a rotten sandwich, it's like it completely just replicated the human structure. Only the small device driver, computing software, has certain redeeming qualities. If you only wish to completely fix it. My answer is it's impossible, because this object's material is very unusual. It has the hardness of steel, yet its elasticity is also incredible. In my predictions, it should be the problem that the Rockefeller Foundation side has always been trying to tackle, cobalt steel alloy. Since I can't even obtain the repairing materials, how can I possibly fix this? However, Sheehan grasped the small flaw in his reasoning, replying immediately, you mean that, you can't fix it only because you lack the resources. Vincent puffed out coldly, that's correct. Sheehan instantly replied, that means if you can acquire the necessary materials, then you can perfectly restore it. Then let's continue our discussion after you have done all of these. Vincent pondered for a moment and replied, to fix this I must enter the engineering department, I still need to link up with the metallurgy department, even gaining clearance is an unknown. Most importantly, this object probably originated with the microchip, I'm not interested in it, but that doesn't mean the metallurgy department won't be curious about it. Therefore, while entering there mustn't be anyone else present. Fixing itself will need at least 3 hours. That period must be my company's lunchtime where I can excuse myself from my work. Sheehan stared at Vincent, feeling that what he said was probably the truth. He nodded his head. Anyway, the 2 microchips that Vincent wanted was still in his hands, he would definitely not slack off. 3 hours. He could still afford the wait. Watching Vincent hurriedly driving off his car to Cyberdyne Computer Company, Sheehan returned to the steakhouse and sat down at a window seat. Drinking a cup of coffee, the waiter that initially received the generous tip from him, passed him a complimentary Los Angeles Times newspaper to read as well. Up front, Sheehan was reading the newspaper. However, his heart and mind was focused on the nearby magnificently looking building. He was worried that certain unknown variables may surface during Vincent's restoration work, or he may turn greedy at the sight of various advancement in science and technology of this weapon. He could expand the strength of the Cyberdyne company. Time rapidly passed by. Sheehan glanced at the nearby clock. Half of the 3 hours had already gone by. He gently nodded his head, excitedly guessing the potential of the perfectly restored cobalt steel exoskeleton armor. His coffee had already been refilled 4 times, yet the number of customers gradually increased as the sound of chatterings grew thicker. Before entering the nightmare realm, Sheehan loved his personal time, often listening to blues or solo saxophone pieces. Yet now, Sheehan realized he enjoyed the sound of hustling and bustling, crowd chaos and the greasy and filthy environment. Because being alone in here gave a solitude like a pebble hiding inside a riverbank, hard to notice, giving one a feeling of security. Finally, Vincent's tall and sturdy figure entered the door of the steakhouse. Underneath his left arm was a black briefcase. He walked up the stool opposite Sheehan and sat down, placing the briefcase on the table as well as the golden watch and cash. Without speaking, he only gave a cold and desiring look at Sheehan. Sheehan was presently unprepared. Without hesitation he produced the 2 microchip and completed the exchange. After notification from the nightmare imprint upon wearing the golden watch, Sheehan could feel his physique rising by 1 point, his HP rising to 190 points. Upon opening the briefcase, he realized the cobalt steel exoskeleton was stored in a transparent box. Upon shaking it gently, he could witness a thick viscous liquid immersing this futuristic weapon. As he was about to question, Vincent interrupted him with a fierce and strong German accent. While repairing this object, I found that its internal structure had sustained minor damages, so I carried out additional procedures. That is why it is currently immersed in a special cold condensation. If you retrieve it after 1 hour, then it will be perfectly restored. Of course you can retrieve it earlier, but the price is that the interior structure's minute damages will not be patched. Restoration effects may not reach maximum capability. Sheehan became excited after listening. An hour's wait to achieve the effects of a perfect restoration. This was not a bad deal, although there was no way of knowing how perfect this fix will be. It was still a pleasant suspense. Observing Vincent's huge back figure disappearing through the entrance door, Sheehan grinned to himself as he sat on his seat once again. A person wearing a grayish suit suddenly walked over. He had a big red nose. Emotionlessly, he reached out for a stack of documents in his suit. Using a straight and polite manner he spoke. "Sir, I'm very sorry to inform you that lunchtime has ended. We have adequate information to suspect that your behavior is detrimental to the interests of the United States of America. Please cooperate with us for further investigations." At this moment, a group of ordinary FBI members surrounded the table. They were all brandishing their guns underneath their exquisite suits. 5 emotionless black barrels were pointing towards Sheehan. Sheehan maintained his expression, yet his heart could not contain the astonishment from this perilous situation. There is no such thing as a free meal. Upon being surrounded by the circle of firearms, he immediately chose to complete his main mission, wanted to swiftly return to the nightmare realm. However, he received a red warning instead. "You are carrying a relevant mission object, unable to complete mission and return." This meant that if Sheehan wanted to return with a perfectly restored cobalt steel exoskeleton armor, then he would need to shake off the FBI for an hour. American police structure is split into 2 systems. One is the federal government, central authorities, police structure, Federal Bureau of Investigations known as the FBI. Handling affairs throughout the country, its headquarters are in New York, the Ministry of Justice. The only one in the entire country. The other is the local police structure, for example the Los Angeles Police or New York Police. They are separated into their individual government districts. No doubt, the central authorities' FBI were definitely more outstanding in terms of equipment, individual qualities, and their other aspects. Of course, Sheehan noticed another crucial point. That is, within this environment, the nightmare imprint had given him a way out, and that was to immediately extract the cobalt steel exoskeleton. Naturally he wouldn't have to wait for an hour, successfully completing his main mission and teleporting out within 5 minutes. Everything boils down to Sheehan's personal decision. Suddenly, Sheehan thought of another point. His perceptive sensing did not pre-warn him before this. That meant that his opponent's perceptive sensing was definitely not inferior to his. In just a short span, the complacent Xian was completely turned into a trapped animal. This was the cruel and volatile nature of the nightmare world. Interlock both hands on your head, face the wall and squat down. The opposing FBI officer's voice became harsher, trying to exert his authority. He had already kept the documents back into his suit and was currently aiming his gun like the rest. Xian slowly raised his hands. He had no firearms currently on hand, which allowed the FBI to relax a little. Raising his thick brows, he stubbornly spoke, "I feel like I am receiving an unfair treatment. I want to phone my lawyer." Chapter 25, Chasing and Killing. Chapter 25, Chasing and Killing. Translated by Chua. Edited by I. Upon hearing this, the surrounding agents involuntarily revealed shocked expressions. Presently it was 1984, America was known for its democracy and respect of their citizens. The FBI was still a government secret. In 1974, America's President Richard Nixon resigned because of the Watergate scandal. This was related to a few high officials in the FBI. They even managed to bring a president down. The power of the FBI was greatly boosted, and right now their influential power was at its pinnacle. Xian actually dared to seek out a lawyer in front of them, utilizing his personal rights. The red-nosed agent was stunned for a while. He then shifted the aim of his revolver directly to Xian's face. With a stern look he spoke, "Brat, I don't like you. If you continue talking rubbish, then we will lock you up with a gigolo. Maybe that gig will be interested in your bottoms. Kneel down now." Xian's eyes flickered with frost, his face however maintained emotionless as he shook his head. Snorting, he slowly knelt down. His body was shivering excessively as if he was afraid, and the surrounding FBI agents appeared to sneer sadistically. With a slight nudge of his left hand, that black briefcase containing the cobalt steel exoskeleton crashed to the ground beside him. Although the FBI were overflowing with loftiness, they knew that evidence on Xian's hands were of utmost importance. It cannot be damaged. If something went wrong, they could forget about getting a promotion in the next few years. Immediately throwing their attention and bending down to it. At this moment, Xian's frustration could be seen greatly through his thick brows frowning down and connecting with each other. Maintaining his steady posture with his hands up, he arched his head backwards, and proceeded to heavily smash his forehead down onto Red Nose's chest. Xian's move was so abrupt, it was like an iron headbutt move from Shaolin Temple. These few FBI agents were not well versed in China's martial arts, and was in no way prepared for such a suddenly and strange move. A person's forehead is the hardest bone of the person. In addition to Xian's incomparable strength in forcing it, he struck hardly onto Red Nose. Red Nose gasped, his face ashen as both eyes swelled up as though it was going to pop out. His prior meal mixed with fresh blood rushed up his throat and finally vomiting out through his mouth. A smelly stench filled the air, as the mixture vomited onto Xian's back. However, he had succeeded in wrapping up with Red Nose. This prevented the FBI agents from firing at him. Using his leg to hook onto the briefcase and flinging into the grip of his left hand, which was currently still raised, Xian then kicked off strongly with both his legs, leaping and smashing out through the display window. Clank-pank. The greasy display window shattered into 1,000 pieces. Lowering his body down, he used his shoulder blades to cushion the fall and made a roll, finally standing up onto the street. The sounds of gunshot followed the shattering sounds of glass scattering on the ground. After running for a few steps, he started staggering, as a shocking dark crimson red dyed the back of his coat. "You have received an attack from an FBI agent, Elite, lost 19, 44 to 25, HPED, 44 damage, 25 damage reduction effective endurance. You have received an attack from an FBI agent, Elite, lost 21, 46 to 25, HP. You have received an attack from an FBI agent, Elite, lost 17, 42 to 25, HP. You have sustained a 7 HP loss/5 seconds condition due to excessive loss of blood. Effects will last for 30 seconds. The FBI agent's gun power were threatening, far exceeding the damage of a Los Angeles policeman. Their opponent was a threat to the nation's security and thus was using a Glock 17 9mm pistol. Their guns were all in burst shot mode, firing 3 at one trigger. Xian watched the nightmare imprint transmitting the series of notification, as he unconsciously felt like a trapped beast entering a state of deep worry. Xian's agility wasn't high. Even if he put in his best to flee, he would still be easily pestered by his pursuers. The searing pain from his back wounds started enveloping him, as his muscles started to push out the bullet projectiles. Fortunately, it was the peak period where people got off work. Xian then mixed himself into the crowd. Wildly running and shoving people and objects aside, the intently pursuing agents, no matter how angered they were, could not possibly fire off in this circumstances. If they were to accidentally injure a civilian, then their actions would be akin to that of a terrorist. Looking ahead at an overhead bridge, Xian's eyes flickered. Leaking out a slight grin on his face, he hastened his steps towards the overhead bridge. Pushing his hand off the railing when he got there, he precisely aimed for an incoming truck as he leapt down into it from above. This action was extremely risky. If he missed his target, then he would no doubt be knocked to death by the incoming line of consecutive vehicles. However, to Xian, whose physique was greatly enhanced in comparison to an average person, this leap was not surprising nor risky. Very gently, he landed into the back carriage compartment of the truck. The traffic was extremely fast and furious beneath the bridge. Even if the truck driver realized, it was impossible to suddenly halt the truck. The half of the carriage contained stacks of paper, which completely negated and even silenced Xian's fall. Without slowing down, the truck steadily continued forward. However, at this moment, a black figure flashed, following by a pang sound. It was actually Red Nose, who dared to chase Xian down the overhead bridge and jumped off the other side of the bridge, successfully managing to fall into the truck carriage compartment. Xian frowned, his lips curled into a malicious grin. He even dared to face the T-750 Terminator straight on. Just a mere FBI agent, elite, was nothing in his eyes. The two were 2 to 3 meters apart. Red Nose was about to raise his gun to aim, yet Xian had already furiously charged forward. Red Nose, after slightly evading the fierce charge, rolled backwards and managed to distance himself and started firing. Presently they were on a highway in a speeding vehicle. If Red Nose were to get hit, he would very naturally fall off the truck as well. Falling on a high-speed road and breaking only a limb or two would already be the best conclusion for such a case. This FBI agent had no choice but to give up his idea of shooting. Shifting his body, he dodged the incoming attack and tried to counterattack. Ever since entering this world, Xian was always witty and forward-planning. He already predicted the agent's reaction. His earlier charge looked extremely straightforward, yet he was only utilizing 30% of his strength. Once Red Nose evaded, he relentlessly followed his movements, placing both arms on Red Nose's sides. They could smell each other between such a short distance. Red Nose was specially selected and rigorously trained by the FBI, knowing that if he planned to continue utilizing the pistol now, his opponent would grab his wrist and pound on him. Therefore, without hesitation, he immediately used his pistol to smash down onto the vicious offender in front of him. Red Nose's eyes were radiating with poison. The Glock 17 pistols they used were customized. The magazine capacity was 31 rounds. The threatening strength of using it to pound down on something was akin to that of a wall brick. Yet, Xian raised his head and surged forward to headbutt his enemy. Boom! A long bloody wound appeared on his forehead, but it was just a superficial wound. Red Nose then groaned loudly in pain. His skin webbing between the thumb and the index finger were ripped apart by the immense strength. Warm fresh blood started flowing down. Even the pistol was blown away from the impact. Landing on the highway, it automatically released a few rounds on impact. At the same time, Xian breathed heavily, clutching his twin fists tightly. He repeated struck forth at his opponent's soft abdominal area. In his critical moment, his fist could feel his enemy's solid vertebra. The rate or extent of the internal organs being pressured was unimaginable. After receiving such a ferocious assault, this FBI agent widened his eyes in pain. A pale look stretched across his face. Although he was so stunned, golden sparks appeared in his eyes. He knew that this was a matter of life or death. He could not give up. Clenching his teeth, he charged into Xian's belly, boxing his fist towards Xian's face. Xian did not bother dodging, casually receiving the blows dished out to him. His cheekbones turned purple, as blood leaked out from his eyes. He summoned his strength, and elbowed across, heavily smashing it onto the face of his strong and huge opponent. Obviously, his FBI agent's attacking prowess was far-fetched from Xian's attack. He was already like an arrow at the end of its flight. After receiving such a cruel blow, he miserably groaned out in agony. Staggering a few steps back, his back heavily knocked against the car's carriage. Pressing down on his face with his hand, tears and mucus were streaming out rapidly from his nose, as the blood flowed out from the wound between his fingers. Xian coldly laughed out loud, turning his head to face the back. The initially shrugged-off 5 other FBI agents managed to find a limousine. Stepping on the gas pedal without restraints, they furiously chased up to Sheehan. Furthermore, this truck had directed itself to the side and slowing down its speed. It was either the driver finding out what was going on in the truck carriage compartment, or was reaching its destination. If there were no accidents, they would chase up to Sheehan in a matter of minutes. Chapter 26, The Traffic Accident Story of a Turkey on Thanksgiving Day. Chapter 26, The Traffic Accident Story of a Turkey on Thanksgiving Day. Translated by Chua. Edited by Inl Kasser. Forget it. Sheehan's pupils were locked onto the incoming rush of the limousine. He was secretly entertaining the alluring thought of killing an elite FBI agent. This person already looked like he had spent all his force. To settle him will still require certain efforts. Looking down at a nearby crowded stretch along the streets, he considered jumping into the crowd to escape. However, at this moment, the leftover wreck of his former self FBI agent frenziedly roared out, tightly holding onto Sheehan from the back. He had saw his colleagues chasing up, and intended to hold down Sheehan. According to the normal calculation of strength, his strength did not differ greatly from Sheehan. It was the fact that Sheehan's explosive powers and resistive abilities far exceeded him. Wrapping tightly onto Sheehan from the back, Sheehan lost his golden chance to escape. This sudden twist in events caused Sheehan's heart to be in a surprised mess. However, he appeared fierce and terrifying with his thick black brows and a face covered in blood. Even his glare still contained a raging ferocity within it. The experience he gathered within these days allowed him to immediately react, kicking backwards with his left leg and swinging his head backwards. If the opponent miscalculated this step by a little, he would end on the ground or be greatly stunned. However, Sheehan not only utilized his feet, but even using the back of his head to attack. This elite FBI agent successfully evaded Sheehan's attack, inching close to Sheehan's earlobes and biting down viciously on it. Muttering out form within the gaps of his teeth, he spoke, "This sickening swine, Los Angeles prison torturing cell awaits you." However, Sheehan's reaction speed was matchless. After listening to he kicked off with both his leg as he pushed backwards with great strength. Bam! The FBI agent could not dodge, as he was knocked into the carriage wall by Sheehan's pressure. The vertebra area transmitted a searing pain throughout the body, causing his vision to blacken out, and he loosened his grip on Sheehan's arms. Sheehan swung back again with his elbows, knocking beneath the FBI agent's rib as a cracking sound echoed through the carriage. It was obvious that the rib bone had shattered and deeply pierced into the internal organs. The FBI agent started coughing and gasping for breath. As he weakly collapsed to the floor, a pink foam started foaming up at the corner of his mouth, followed by fresh blood. His abdomen had already suffered consecutive blows, now even his inner organs were pierced. In a matter of seconds, he was reduced to a state of lack of oxygen. Even a person with strong willpower could not tolerate this. Presently, if Sheehan wanted to leave, nobody would be able to stop him. However, the ruthlessness in his eyes was building densely. Ever since his uncle Desai had been reduced to that pathetic state, his true colors had started to expose itself slowly. Furthermore, in the nightmare world, with the law unable to bind him, Sheehan was feeling the fanatic impulse of trampling all over this poor person blocking his way. Currently, the truck's engine was killed. Very evidently the driver had sensed the movements within the carriage. The reinforcement from 200 meters away could instantly catch up. If Sheehan wanted to escape, his best choice was to immediately abandon the truck. However, inner fanatic thirst raged within him. How could he let go of this opportunity? Sheehan fished out his gun. The high-power M500 handgun. Aiming at the nearby 1974 Chevrolet limousine who was about to overtake them, he pressed onto the trigger. Although Sheehan's accuracy was not high, he was still able to land his shots on the limousine 3 to 4 meters away from him. Bang! The tire of the 1974 Chevrolet let out a screeching friction sound as the car skidded and knocked against the car beside it. Sheehan's right hand turned numb from the recoil. After finishing the rounds on his M500 pistol, he produced the shotgun, coolly aiming towards another Ford rental car which was driving forward. His actions witnessed by the driver caused him to panic and jam brake his vehicle furiously. Initially, Sheehan wanted to use the incoming car to halt and give him cover from the front. However, the vehicles from the back could not brake in time. Hence, the two cars collided on this bustling road, causing a massive chain accident at the back. Screeching brake sounds filled the air along with the relentless honking from the vehicles further down the road. The entire highway was now jammed up, the cars at the back forming up like a long dragon. The FBI agent's limousine were still 200+ meters away, and no matter how fast they could travel, they could only get off their vehicle now and travel by foot. This period allowed enough time for Sheehan to even kill that FBI agent 10 times. Sickening swine. Sheehan shifted his gaze away from the traffic ruckus. Stepping one step, he raised his right leg and forcefully stomped down. This FBI agent still managed to force his hands to block, however it was useless against the strength of that stomp, pressing down heavily onto his injured abdomen. He coughed out a mouthful of blood, his body curling up like a prawn. Sheehan mercilessly continued stomping, 1 feet, 2 feet. Finally bending downwards, he used his right hand to grab onto the neck of this unlucky bastard, lifting him up from the ground. The elite FBI agent struggled on at death's door, kicking and waving his arms in midair. The truck finally came to a halt. The furious, angry-looking driver swung open the metal door at the back. Upon seeing blood spattered everywhere, his face turned pale as he quickly locked back the door. Sheehan was now standing beside a neon signboard beside a shop, swinging his hand across. A loud shattering sound like rain boomed. Glass, plastic were scattered about mixed with blood. This exposed a perfectly upright protruding rusty iron rod facing directly at Sheehan from the interior of the signboard. You love to hit people in the face. You love to engage in gay prostitution. Sheehan cursed at him, his eyes exploding with maliciousness. Putting strength in his right arm, he pushed the FBI agent's body directly into the protruding iron rod. After a miserable wailing sound died down, he became motionless. Blood smeared across the entire rod and from the back and front of Red Nose's pierced area. Some of his flesh had even been guttered and hanging out, as the scene unfolded into a wickedly cruel-looking one. The faraway FBI agents were already making their way here. Witnessing this scene, their eyes naturally intensified. Being 100 meters away, they were completely powerless to prevent this. The faraway hostile was laughing sinisterly inside the truck carriage, as he teased them to come and get him while fleeing away with his briefcase. Blood still warm, droplets of it slowly dripped down. The impaled body would jerk from time to time, but his spirit had already left the body. His eyes maintained wide open even after death. A horrifying shocked expression covered his ashen-gray face. After losing excessive blood, even his originally red nose had turned gray. The rust atop the iron rod was originally dark and gloomy. After being covered with blood, it now shone with a crimson cruelty. Norman looked up at the body of the subordinate they hated the most. One would think of the turkey in supermarkets during Thanksgiving Day, pierced by a single rod on display for all to see. "Sir. James and the rest has chased up and already caught up to the suspect. The person that rushed here was called Curry." He raised his head to look up at the corpse of Rogers and coughed out some spit. I just loaned $1,000 to Rogers yesterday. Who is this guy that we are chasing? He obviously got shot numerous times but still ran so quickly. Norman squinted his eyes. I fear he may be a veteran soldier from the Vietnam War. These cold-blooded fellas kill without feeling. They are all bonkers. The bulletproof vest he is wearing is not something an ordinary person can handle. We got dragged into such an undesirable mess. Oh shit. What does this mean? Los Angeles's branch's first blood. Mike felt aggrieved as he obviously started cowering away. Let's not get caught up in these muddy waters. Chinese idiom means this mess. Why not? We ask the guys from Delta for help. Norman gently shook his head. Those brats from Delta have always not been easy to handle. Even the conversations between our boss and their general has always been peculiar. If whenever we face a minor hurdle and ask them for aid, they will not look at us in the same light anymore. Besides, I heard they suffered a huge setback recently. Even if we become thick-skinned and ask them for help, they may not even offer any. Mike worriedly gazed into the distance. He was obviously feeling afraid. Then, do we continue giving chase? Norman suddenly felt frustrated and scolded. It is stated in the battle manual, unless we reach a state whereby it is impossible to resist, or when the mission squad's casualty rate is above 40, can we then request for aid? Unless you want me to report to the superiors that the reason we are unable to resist was a suspect who had already received gunshot wounds from 6 elite FBI agents. Shit. I'm still looking forward to my promotion later in the year. Chapter 27, Panic at the Supermarket. Chapter 27, Panic at the Supermarket. Translated by Chua, edited by Ian Alcácer. Along his escape route, Sheehan passed by a convenience store. He conveniently grabbed a bottle of mineral water and several Band-Aids. tossing a $10 bill at the shop owner afterwards. After 3 minutes, the blood stains on his face were all washed clean, and his wounds had plasters covering them. He then entered a crowded and busy supermarket, blending into the enormous crowd. After a long vigorous battle and chase, his HP had dropped as low as 50 points. Meeting with these elite agents who were unafraid of losing their lives, he had not encountered such persistent and unconstrained opponents from the Los Angeles police side. A few hundred meters back, there were still 3 FBI agents frantically surveying for their target. They had planted a tracking device on the briefcase of that exoskeleton armor, thus they were able to locate Sheehan's position. However, because of their counterpart's cruel death, they were afraid of charging straight in. Sheehan went up the supermarket elevator to the 5th floor. He had no intentions of leaving here. Half of the 1 hour has already passed. Even if the entire Los Angeles police force cordoned the entire area, he would still be able to return to the nightmare realm safely. The supermarket probably had more than 10,000 people, giving enough time for Sheehan to blend in and stay hidden. Hence, Sheehan was able to concentrate on the notifications he got from the imprint after killing the elite FBI agent. You have acquired a key, White, X1. You killed an FBI agent, Elite. Would you like to use 100 utility points to examine their detailed information? Milestone, Treacherous Ally Completion 10/50. Looks like this FBI agent, Elite, had a close evaluation to that of the Delta Task Force. Both were equivalent to that of 5 Los Angeles policemen. To Sheehan's prediction, there was no time to entertain the end conclusion to that key. Waiting to extract the briefcase contents before the enemy arrives, who wouldn't choose to flee? Sheehan wasn't confident of his strength in dealing with the 3 other agents. He still doesn't know 2 had stopped pursuing. For the second notification, he deliberated for a while, and finally selected to use the 100 utility points in exchange for information. He still had half of the 1 hour to spare. Something unexpected may still occur. Knowing more is better than knowing less. If at the time where he loses because of the greediness of saving 100 utility points, it would be too late for regrets. After choosing to use 100 utility points, Sheehan received a long list of detailed information. Federal Bureau of Investigation Agent, Elite, basic measurements: height, 170 to 190 cm, weight, 70 to 90 kg, strength, not lower than 8 points, agility, not lower than 7 points, intelligence, not lower than 7 points, spirit, not lower than 5 points, charm, not lower than 5 points, physique, not lower than 6 points, perceptive sensing, not lower than 6 points. All basic attributes will not exceed 10 points, total attribute cumulative points will not exceed 45 points. Additional occupation: innate ability, successful training, health point attribute increases by 100 points. All FBI agents had gone through a rigorous filtering and training process to attain the elite assessment. They all had additional bonuses along with their physique. Commonly used weapon, Glock 17 9mm handgun. Manganese steel dagger M10 Ingram submachine gun. Prerequisite: pass through an application process. Common protection devices, Kevlar, cellulose sleeveless bulletproof vest supporting equipments, certain probability of equipping, infrared image device, button tapping device, button tracking device, signal capturing device, effective within 3 km radius, mastery capabilities, close combat capabilities, light firearms capabilities, semi-automatic firearms capabilities, vehicle driving capabilities. Sniping capabilities, rare, individual item capability will not exceed LVL4, 3 total cumulative abilities will not exceed 15 levels. For example, the prior Red-Nose Rogers, close combat ability LVL2, light firearms ability LVL3, semi-automatic firearms ability LVL2, driving ability LVL4. Every elite agent will not have an ability of LVL5 or higher. No wonder. Sheehan gently shook his head. During the battle with the Red-Nose agent, he had noticed that the person's fighting abilities were pretty good, and was hard to defeat. It was comparable to professional wrestlers. He actually had the advantage of this training success ability. If not for that last impaling onto the metal pole move, Sheehan would really not have a chance of completely killing him off. Sheehan had now walked to the 3rd floor of the supermarket, leaning onto a pillar that had a Madonna poster beside it. Most of his body was hidden behind the poster, only his head was out, fixing his gaze onto the lower levels, observing them, keeping a watchful eye on the 3 FBI agents. He sighed, compressing down his urge to continue the killing. A person should never do something far exceeding his capability. Sheehan would have troubles achieving victory against even 2 FBI agents. He also had to consider the consequence of attracting the Delta Anti-Terror Task Force. He stopped considering lifting his black briefcase as he blended into stream of concentrated people. Although Sheehan wanted to avoid battle, the 3 FBI agents would never let him off. To them, there was no retreating. If they could not capture Sheehan and yet lost one of their own, they would become the laughingstock of the department. After the signal capturing device had pinpointed Sheehan's location, the 3 agents had charged forth and did something completely unpredictable even to Sheehan. Warning shots. Usually after a gunshot, the customer's first reaction is not to raise both hands and squat down but instead to run frenziedly for the nearest exit. This would cause a large-scale chaos which may even lead to cases of trampling. To the escaping suspect, this was the golden moment to slip away amidst the chaos. However, to the raging FBI agents, any trampling cases can be easily pinned onto the Los Angeles asses. They could use this line, executing a matter of national security, to get away with it. Furthermore, their detection device can pinpoint Sheehan's escaping location. If they blocked the exit, they were unafraid of losing him. Although there would be a temporal chaos, however, 10 minutes later there would be an empty field. It would definitely be easier to manage than finding a needle in a haystack environment. The warning sounds of the gunshot repeatedly echoed. A row of ceiling lights had already shattered, as large fragment of glass crashed onto the ground. The mass of people were trying to escape out of the supermarket, while some had fainted onto the ground, trampled on by dozens of feet. Shouting and struggling at first, they gradually became motionless. Faced with this scene, the FBI agents remained unaffected. They only held on tightly to their guns, and focused on the exit. One was observing the tracking device, watching out for possible movements by Sheehan. Coming. The handheld detecting device suddenly started buzzing. Within the sound contained an unexplainable viciousness. He is inching forward to this location, looks like he is planning to charge across. The other 2 colleagues remained silent, watching intently and in anticipation like a hungry wolf hiding underneath the snow. They put their guns into firing mode. These special government agents were naturally capable, even their national status was honorable. This time's mission of capturing 1 person with 6 men was supposed to be a walk in the park, yet unexpectedly they lost 1 in the process and couldn't even capture their target. If news of this got out, their entire department would lose face. Even their working colleagues would garner a bad reputation. The only way to cleanse this humiliation was the blood of this criminal. The pointer on the detection device repeatedly flashed, as the warning buzzer intensified. The 3 people stared in anticipation. They fixed their gaze on an area 10 meters away. That was the exit point of the crowd. People were thinly spread out. There was a staggering old woman with a handkerchief, a man with a cap covering his head was taking big steps to run out, and a pale black woman that was uncontrollably shivering. They were all pushing and shoving within the crowd, and finally they saw a man carrying a familiar-looking black briefcase suspiciously running out. Although this man was wearing a different set of clothes to their earlier target, the 3 FBI agents aimed their guns toward the men, immediately raising their voices, "Raise your hands up, to the wall and kneel down." This man was stunned, frozen and stood rooted on the spot. The 3 FBI agents had no intentions of bringing him back alive, immediately firing off. 7 to 8 bullet wounds appeared with blood flowing out, and he was thrown backwards from the impact. His face was a mix of agony and anger as he dropped dead to the ground. This ended just like that. The 3 FBI agents were astonished. At this moment, the already nearing black woman suddenly exploded forth in full length. The sound of ripping clothing were distinct. As he tossed away his wig to the floor, there was a large ball of dust floating towards the 3 FBI agents. Actually, Sheehan's disguise was extremely clumsy. While he was running out, he casually snatched a wig and an old person's flowery brown gown. A normal person would be able to figure it out after examining him. However, the 3 FBI agents were distracted by the guy carrying the black briefcase, thus they made the wrong judgment. That person that Sheehan pulled out to be his scapegoat was not a coincidence, but was the act of Sheehan. After joining the crowd, he then took the cobalt steel exoskeleton out of the briefcase and placed it into an ordinary backpack. In that empty briefcase, he placed all the cash he had, about $1,000, and purposely left the briefcase wide open, leaking out a great amount of notes. He then placed it in a conspicuous location. In a short while, a greedy cheap bastard was hooked on. Because of his usual habit of stealing, after doing this, he would naturally become very suspicious and panicky. In addition, the FBI agents recognized the black briefcase. Sheehan had a 70 to 80% certainty that attention would be shifted onto that brat. Furthermore, the one that carried out this act was fortunately a sturdy-looking male of Sheehan's age generation. This was completely a match made in heaven. Chapter 28, Return. Chapter 28, Return. Translated by Chua. Edited by Ian Alcácer. Frightening gunshots filled the air. The powder that Sheehan sprinkled out was taken from the supermarket. It was powdered black pepper. One of the Americans' main meals is the black pepper steak, therefore, it was extremely easy to find thick black pepper in the supermarket. These spicy black pepper were extremely tasty on the beef steak. However, it would cause extreme irritation once entering the eyes or nose of a person, causing them to tear and sneeze uncontrollably, blinding them temporarily. After the 3 FBI agents got caught in Sheehan's ploy, they started coughing as tears and mucus flowed. Fuming, they endured the pain and tears in their eyes and forcefully took aim. However, Sheehan had already prepared beforehand. Underneath the black raincoat something suddenly shook, as he numbly turned around. From his back, he produced out the Italy Spa's 15mm shotgun, fiercely pressing onto the trigger. Sheehan's gun skills were pretty low, making him rarely engaged in a firefight with others. However, under these circumstances, that shotgun was no doubt a terrifyingly strong weapon from this range. The black barrel of the gun stuck onto the nearest FBI agent's body, as the deadly gunfire burst forth. Thousands of the metallic balls sprayed out and directly penetrated against the person's body, breaking through his outer coat with ease. Although his internal bulletproof vest provided some sort of protection, the distance was too close to prevent most of the damage coming through and causing a great deal of internal injuries. The FBI agent who got shot was exceptionally skilled. He retreated back from the gun with the experience of 1,000 rigorous trainings and experiences, intending to roll to the side sales counter to take cover. However, he did not expect Sheehan to have already anticipated this move. Already stepped to that side, the smoking black barrel of the shotgun aimed coldly and precisely towards his head. Without hesitation he triggered it. Boom. Boom. Smoke lingered and floated up from the FBI agent. The flesh and bones from his head were all splattered and scattered around the area by the explosion of bullets, leaving behind a scene of cruel tragedy. In his current state, even his mother would not be able to recognize him, as fresh blood flowed everywhere, leaving a pool underneath him. Sheehan's heart screamed with pity. This FBI agent's willpower was extremely high. In the nick of time he actually managed to raise his arm up to protect the head portion, preventing him from instantly losing his life. However, the good thing was that he had already lost all battle capabilities, and wasn't a threat to Sheehan anymore during this period. At this moment, Sheehan's back transmitted waves of searing pain, as though a flaming hot dagger was repeatedly piercing into his body. A few bullet projectiles whizzed past his ears. Obviously the other 2 FBI agents had recovered and were not frantically shooting at him. If not for the negative influence of the black pepper, Sheehan's head would have been filled with holes by now. Even though this was the case, Sheehan's HP had been frantically dropping, even falling below the critical point of 20 points. Sheehan aggressively held on to the heavily injured agent as he used him as a shield. Burying his head, he jumped and rolled over the nearby sales counter and into the sidewalk. The incoming array of bullets wildly pounded onto the wall and the sales counter. Only the trail of fresh blood on the floor indicated the success of their earlier assault. Faced with such disorderliness and desperation, the FBI agent's eyes were still red and filled with tears. No matter if they were an ordinary American soldier or the FBI, they were patriotic and would never give up. Only if some were heavily injured or dead, then a few would stay behind and tend to them and the public disorderliness. However, there were only 2 of them in battle. If they were to split up, they were afraid it would lead to more tragedy and less success. If they gave up and let the suspect flee, then they may have to resign from the FBI. While they were deliberating, a raging voice boomed from behind, "What are you waiting for?" The current guy rushing in was the special FBI squad leader, Norman. His eyes were glaring at his 2 covered in dust subordinates, and then turned to look in the half-dead bloody pile of mess, James's body. His eyes exhibited a certain complexity. As he spoke with gusto, "You 2 immediately pursue him. Remember, just tail him. I will request for reinforcements." "What?" the 2 agents voiced out in unison. They weren't appalled at the call to pursue Sheehan, but instead was that their squad leader wanted to ask for aid. Norman gently shook his head and said, "If I request for reinforcement now, then our small group will only be the disgrace of the entire FBI organization. However, if I wait until the situation can no longer be salvaged, then the entire FBI organization will turn into the laughingstock of America. Our individual humiliation is nothing compared to the dignity of the entire organization. After listening to Norman, the two FBI elite agents remained speechless. Norman fished out a brick-like communication device and began pushing on the buttons. Sheehan was currently frenziedly running. He could not sense anyone hunting for him. If he knew that his opponents had placed a tracking device on him, he would definitely have paused and prepared for his pursuers instead. Presently, his situation wasn't good. The injuries on his back were still bleeding excessively, and his perspiration caused a burning sensation against his wounds. If he was an average person, he would have lost mobility and be groaning in agony by now. However, Sheehan's gaze was burning with stubbornness, an intensified concentration and barbaric madness. It was as though his wounds were his life's medicine, and pain were his only source of motivation in battle. The higher the pain, the higher his battle strength. Warning, warning, the Perusing FBI agent squad leader has requested for backup. Warning, warning, the Perusing FBI agent squad leader has requested for backup. Warning, FBI headquarters agent, Jackson Zadini has joined the chase to capture you. He will reach in 10 minutes. Looking at this series of notifications, Sheehan's pupils dilated. The previous contestant's sudden elimination by the Delta Anti-Terror Task Force had deeply etched into his mind. He was always worried about this, that the FBI agents would request for reinforcements. 10 minutes, luckily I have 10 minutes to prepare. Sheehan's heart was slightly comforted by this notion. Courage does not mean recklessness, risk doesn't mean throwing your life away. He had no information of Jackson Zadine which caused him not to have any intention on coming to blows with that FBI HQ agent. Sheehan had adequate confidence that his opponent would definitely be overwhelmingly dominant. If Sheehan had the dead Cassiter's innate ability refraction, then he would have a chance of victory. Unfortunately, his effective range was only about 5 meters, and he was using a shotgun. From the time frame of the nightmare imprint, Sheehan begun counting down in his mind, 10, 9, 8, 7, 3, 2, 1. Consecutively, within his backpack transmitted a clear distinct sound. The sound was like the crackling of an ice glacier against the beating rays of the morning sun. Retrieving out of his backpack, he looked at that transparent casing currently already filled with cracks, and even emitted a bad odor. Faintly within the deep color, the sharp tip of the weapon could be vividly seen. Sheehan found a wall to sit down, leaning his head against it, his mouth unconsciously leaked out a grin. Licking the dried blood on his lips, his heart asked to the nightmare imprint, I want to complete the main mission, destroy the space-time convergence. Pointer, you still have a deadline of 3 hours 17 minutes and 17 seconds, after receiving your mission rewards you will naturally leave this world in 5 minutes. Confirm completion of main mission, destroy the space-time convergence and receive your reward. Yes/no. Without hesitation Sheehan selected yes. You have received 200 utility points. You have received 1 achievement point. Your current achievement point is 1. The higher your achievement level, the greater the privileges you will have in this realm. You will be able to enjoy various types of services. You have accomplished a mission in the nightmare world. Your nightmare imprint interspatial ability has been activated. This really is a peculiar realm, Sheehan laughed weakly, casually lighting himself a blood-stained cigarette. Relaxing his entire body on the wall, he looked up towards the nearby high-rise building, and then to the unlimited skies above. Feeling secured, he rested within the Los Angeles city landscape, under the 80s sky, underneath the heat and warmth of the radiating sun. Following slowly, his body gradually vanished, dispersing into thin air. After 10 minutes, the reinforcements of the FBI encircled and cordoned of the entire area. However, all they could find was a pile of dried blood and a set of tattered black raincoat and clothes. Chapter 29, Suspicions and Reward. Chapter 29, Suspicions and Reward. Translated by Chua. Edited by I. and Alcácer. Sheehan's sitting posture remained the same, however once returning to the nightmare realm, an intolerable radiation flashed into his eyes, completely blinding him. Instantly, he had no clue what was happening. However, his body was overflowing with a strange and heavy sensation, even his ears' hearing had become muffled. After a few spots of light started to appear in his vision, Sheehan gradually recovered his sight. After waking up, he realized those lights were like glimmering stars. Looking around, it was as though he was placed in the limitless universal space, dark and encompassed by a deep gloomy color. Soon after, Sheehan started having 3D projections appearing in front of him. The scenes of Bloody Jack, Cassiter, Los Angeles policemen engaging in battle flashed, following that the murder scenes of the 2T-750 Terminator. Lastly, he could see his own hand gripping onto the neck of the FBI agent as he viciously struck him into the metal rod, as the projected person finally died. The space subsequently displayed the follow information: scenario, Terminator, difficulty, extremely easy, E-class, pain limitation, 70, individual additional strength, 50. Present scenario exploration degree, 12.31, milestone completion rate, treacherous ally 10/50ths, machine predator 2/3, additional information, scenario setting is peaceful, contestant will not drop loots upon death, digitalized character information modulation initializing, contestant can check on his personal attribute through the nightmare imprint. Mission completion rate, 53, mission completion score, C-, note, lowest, E, highest score is a perfect SSS, scenario completion reward, free attribute points, 1 point, utility points, 100 points, potential points, 2 points, TN, not sure what this is yet, character current free attribute points, 1 point. You can at any one time use your free attribute points to strengthen any personal attribute, strength/agility etc., upgrading oneself. You have accomplished your first main mission, Nightmare Imprint interspatial ability activated. Your current interspatial space is 0.5 cubic meter. Weight limit cannot exceed 10 kilograms. Pointer, the items/equipments that are unable to leave the Terminator world. You have the following options. A. Selling everything in exchange for utility points. B. Maintain possession. The next time you enter the Terminator world you can retrieve it, an amount of utility points will be used as safeguarding fee, eitherwise your items will be discarded. Sheehan chose to sell all of his items and, American dollars, obtaining a total of 283 utility points. Although, he still doesn't know the full function of the utility points, he understood that these points were like his currency, definitely very useful. That M500 pistol and shotgun were rather uncommon, but Sheehan wasn't very compatible with guns, there was no value in keeping them. Sheehan thus sold them away, raising his total utility points to 340 points. Sheehan then carefully examined the description of potential points. He wasn't in a rush to use that point. In his mind, he was still rather bothered by the mission completion rate of 53. Prior to this he had eliminated 2 frightening T-750 Terminator. He believed that if it was someone else, they couldn't have done it better. This performance actually earned him only a completion rate of 53. It was just a passing rate if the total were upon 100. What kind of performance would then be enough to score a perfect 100 score? Sheehan pondered but still could not understand this. The vast twinkling universe started turning blurry, eventually turning into darkness. Once Sheehan regained his vision, he was currently in a small room. This room was plain and simple, its surroundings were made of metal, like a modern-day battleship design, concise, agile and experienced. The room only had one wall and a small metal stool in the floor. Very quickly, the Nightmare Imprint notified, "This is your personal room within the Nightmare realm. External individuals will not be able to enter. The objects that cannot return to the present world can be stored in this room. If you are injured, you can recuperate here rapidly for a certain fee. The key to enter is your Nightmare Imprint. Within the Nightmare realm, your external looks will be fuzzy, therefore when interacting with others, do not expose your true identity which may result in dire consequences in the future. Any request or inquiry can be made through the Nightmare Imprint which will cost a fee of utility points." Sheehan understood these words. Swiftly he spoke out, "Explain the functions of potential points." Instantly, he got a reply, "Potential points are used to upgrade basic abilities/skills and battle abilities/skills. Within the Nightmare realm, a contestant can study and learn various and different kinds of unique abilities/skills. However, great oaks grow from a little acorn, Chinese idiom, the stronger the unique abilities, the greater the requirement of basic skills and trainings to complement each other and finally give birth to the stronger ability. Basic ability has a total of 7 classification. To cover the entirety of combat requires numerous elements, which is linked to your body attributes like strength, agility, physique, perceptive sensing, charm, spirit, intelligence, these 7 classifications. The basic ability effects are passive and specific as follows. Basic close combat. Training various capabilities of close combat will increase your close combat battle prowess and killing ability. The primary linked body attribute, strength. Basic footwork. training your ability to dodge opponents, and may increase your movement speed by a little. Primary body attribute, agility. Basic long-range combat, training your usage of long-range weapon capabilities, increases the damage done from long range. Primary body attribute, perceptive sensing. Basic endurance, training your ability to resist, allowing you to survive longer. Primary body attribute, physique. Basic eloquence, training your persuasiveness, allows you to rapidly create friendship or earn friendship points with strangers. Primary body attribute, charm. Basic meditation, trains your willpower, allowing your mental powers to be more tenacious. Basic body attribute, spirit. Basic prayer, trains your mind, expand and upgrade your mental capacity. Basic body attribute, intelligence. Certain high-grade equipment/skills will require certain battle skills/basic skills before wearing or learning. The higher the ability, the more potential points needed to advance. Ability/skills can also be upgraded through rigorous and tough individual training, but once you reach a bottleneck, you can use your potential points. For example, a mixed martial arts champion, upon entering this realm, will have been equipped with several high-level close combat techniques and skills. Basic skills and certain battle skills can be purchased within the Nightmare realm, and use potential points to upgrade. High-grade skills can only be attained through individual enlightenment or through engaging certain characters within the Nightmare world. Until now, Sheehan thought of the time he eliminated that long-range proficient T-750 Terminator, and acquired a scroll, light firearms proficiency. This was probably the advanced skill of the basic long-range combat ability. Under this safe and secure environment, he finally fished out the white key he had attained from killing Rednose, FBI agent. A chest appeared as he acquired 80 utility points and 1 white equipment, FBI Special Windbreaker. He then retrieved his successfully restored cobalt steel exoskeleton to examine, carefully noticing the following attributes. FBI Special Windbreaker, condition, extremely good, origin, Los Angeles, New Gen Clothing Factory, equipment rarity, white. Equipment place, upper body. Equipment requirements, none, Windbreaker additional effects, charm increase by 1, more suave, therefore increased charm, windbreak additional effects, lowers the probability of being hit by the enemy by 1, reason being the windbreaker is very baggy, which may block your opponent's full view of your body, evaluation. This equipment has more fashion capability than protection ones. It looks like the Versace 1982 trending windbreakers. Equipment battle score, 6 cobalt steel exoskeleton armor, left hand, condition, extremely good, origin, Michigan, US, Skynet number 71 workshop, 9th production belt. Equipment rarity, light blue equipment effects, increase your hand battle damage by 18 to 19 points. Equipment effects, all your basic attributes increase by 1, uncommon special effect, equipment requirements, strength 9 points, physique 11 points. Equipment place, arm material, cobalt and steel mix. Flesh plastic layer, function has ceased. Magnetic weapon absorption examining system, unable to add, your forceful restoration has spoilt the interconnecting port, weight, 7.8 kg, length, 352 mm weapon class special effects, already removed during an attack, there is a slight probability of neglecting the opponent's defense. You had added an impure material to this weapon, special effect unable to activate, weapon class new effect, during an attack, you have a 50% chance of causing additional damage, damage amount depends on the user's strength. Evaluation, short-sighted bastard. You will regret this negligent restoration. Equipment battle score, 14 Chapter 30, Accidental Reaping Chapter 30, Accidental Reaping translated by, Chua edited by, Alcasar. Sheehan immediately put on the windbreaker, to him even a slight increase of his charm by 1 point is not bad. Furthermore, the reward was only 1 free attribute point only. But the second equipment gave him a bad headache. After observation, this, perfectly restored, cobalt steel exoskeleton armor's attributes actually fell. Its attack damage dropped from 33 to 19, its additional equipment connection port was destroyed and finally its special ability was utterly negated. However, Sheehan immediately noticed a new benefit, all your attributes increase by 1. He felt that all the earlier flaws were worth it. In actual fact, amongst all light blue equipment's additional attribute bonuses, this cobalt steel one was the highest. Because, equipping this will grant an entire bonus of 7 attribute points. Although these points were fixed, its value in this world was extremely high to Sheehan. He felt that the huge risk involving the FBI squad was worth it. Another noteworthy point was that although its maximum damage output got lowered by 14 points, its minimum damage output was raised by 3 points to 18 points. Although this restoration had lowered the equipment's explosive strength, it caused its individual assaults to be more stable. To a risk-taker, this explosiveness was something that they loved. However, to the careful, scheming and calculative Sheehan, stability was more important. The lower the deviation between the output, the better. No matter if the numbers were bad or good, it could spoil the outcome of the battle or actions, and this was one deciding factor. In the real world, a steadily profiting company is also more well received than a high-risk, high-returns company. A noteworthy point is, in the real world, something important that a partner looks for in another person is their income stability. The word stability is extremely important in marriage and starting a family. Because the equipment requirement had now increased to 9 points of strength, Sheehan placed his free attribute point into his strength. After equipping everything, including the golden watch, his personal attributes are as follows. Presently the 50% bonus from the Terminator world is now deducted: strength 10 points, 91/agility 7 points, 61/physique 14 points, 1211/perceptive sensing 12 points, 111/charm 8 points, 611/intelligence 6 points, 51/spirit 5 points, 41. Note: primary numbers are basic attribute, secondary is equipment enhanced. Sheehan pondered for a moment. He then once again interacted with the Nightmare imprint, wanting to purchase suitable tools or abilities. However, the notification he got was that his achievement points were inadequate, privileges limited. Only 2 basic ability he could purchase were basic eloquence and basic meditation. These 2 skills were not what Sheehan required, furthermore their prices were expensive. Basic learning required a huge fee of 3,000 utility points. After learning, he still needed to use potential points to raise the skill. Right now, Sheehan only had 420 utility points. He did not even meet the basic requirements even if he had the desire to learn. Sighing, Sheehan stood up, yet he did not realize that there was no door. All the room walls were blended into one. At this moment where he was deciding what was his next move, the night imprint shot out a ray of brilliance, projecting onto the opposite wall, forming a doorway. Once Sheehan walked out of the door, looking back he saw that the door had completely vanished, and did not have a single trace of it being there. This was its method of protecting their individual identity. Sheehan turned his body back and raised his head, heaving a deep sigh. He could only see a vast emptiness in front of him. This space was infinite, giving out a faint reddish aura. To be more precise, these surroundings were like a huge eggshell, and his room was like the core. Sheehan squatted and pressed his hand onto the ground. It was soft and gave one the feeling of an organism's warm and elastic texture. Before him was a broad plaza, where at least thousands were sitting or standing here, making weird hand gestures and talking to each other. It was just like a night market. Everyone had a shroud of mist covering their hands, their features were blocked by the dense fog. This was the Nightmare Realm's special protection system. The center plaza had a few circular glaringly light doors, giving out a rippling radiance for unknown reasons. However, people could be seen coming to and fro from them. It didn't look like some forbidden ground. Sheehan could faintly predict what this place was, and he made his way to the nearest gathering. Just like he predicted, the sitting/squatting people were selling items. They all had various 3D projections of the items appearing in front of them, as well as their detailed measurements. It was as though they were all equipments gathered from the Nightmare Realm, however their prices were pretty high. For example, an ordinarily damaged handgun's value was worth 500 utility points, and this did not include ammunition. There were some medicines, food, and even elixirs which were all beneficial in terms of regaining strength in battle or healing functions. There were also some basic mastery scrolls, which were cheaper by a little than the official pricing in the Nightmare Realm. Upon reaching this trading ground, Sheehan then swiftly made an inventory for his items. The cobalt steel exoskeleton was included in his list of untradeable. The golden watch was also an untradeable. In view of his inadequate agility, and which meant that he would have to always come into close combat with his aggressors, therefore that FBI windbreaker which increased his avoidability was also relatively valuable. The unpurified black blood orchid elixir which could save his life in the future was naturally something he could not sell. Calculating what he had, the only items that he could trade were the basic light firearms proficiency scroll, the dog tag, unevaluated, which he attained from killing the Delta Task Force member, 420 utility points, and the extensive report he had on the T-750 Terminator. Sheehan was in no rush to trade, as he paced around within his bustling market, continuously looking at different item descriptions. Previously, he had transported personal goods around as a fisherman. This kind of market trading environment was fairly familiar to him. It was pity that this nightmare realm prevented him from observing the seller/buyer's expression. It would be easy to upsell a product or trick a person who had great need. After scurrying around half the market, Sheehan raised his brows because he noticed the people nearby were all selling intelligence reports. The T-750 Terminator detailed report on his hand was actually relatively cheap, only selling for 50 utility points. Furthermore, the demand for it was not very fierce. This should be because the people venturing to the Terminator world were numerously frequent. However, amongst the ordinary reports were special ones like an Elder Predator, from Alien vs. Predator, report, and it was only recorded as a part of. Although this was the case, it sold for a high price of 5,000 utility points. After touring the entire market, Sheehan developed a certain understanding towards this place. A person who possessed the innate ability endurance to advance this skill to its fullest potential had to prioritize procuring of high defensive items/equipments. Adding on to that is naturally the high physique items/equipments. In this realm, the person who could resist the longest is the one who gets the last laugh. Hence Sheehan activated his nightmare imprint and paid a fee of 100 utility points. He managed to source an empty plot of space to start his own trading activities. The nightmare realm was not like the nightmare world, it had its own defensive mechanism and lots of regulations. There is no assaulting another, there is an ease of trading and automatic sensing protection functions. That is why Sheehan could boldly display his items with ease, and even had great description projections of his items. If an interested party examined his item and found no problem with it, and brought the item that doesn't belong to him out of the market, it will automatically be transmitted back to its original place. He had already estimated properly the items he wanted to sell and their value, yet he still displayed all of his equipments on hand. This was naturally to accumulate popularity and attract attention to visit him. To the people touring the market, an unknown new stall was definitely more attractive, and therefore very quickly contestants came to entertain him. Several of these items were still useful to Sheehan, but, after a short 10 minutes, 5 to 6 people had flocked over here and expressed buying interests. Surprisingly, the item that garnered the most interest was that golden-covered watch. Chapter 31, Expert Scrolls. Chapter 31, Expert Scrolls. Translated by Chua, edited by Ian Kasser. There were also quite a handful of people who were interested in the cobalt steel exoskeleton, which could increase all attribute by 1. There were some who shook their head and sigh, saying that if this magnificent effect of increasing the attributes by 1 could be shifted to the watch, then the watch would have a sky-high price. A few started negotiating with Sheehan about the scroll, but their terms were far-fetched from Sheehan's one. Since they tried to be cheap, Sheehan was unwilling to trade. The attention slowly died down, as peace returned to Sheehan's side. At this moment, a shorty walked over, holding half a bottle of vodka. He casually spoke, "Hi, fellow, looks like you recently succeeded in your first risky adventure." The small brat had a strong German accent, very thick and muffled. However, the nightmare imprint had interpretation abilities, and thus Sheehan managed to understand him. Nodding his head, he said, That small brat surveyed Sheehan's goods. Drunkenly he nodded his head, saying, "Cobalt steel exoskeleton, golden shell watch, a dead soldier's dog tag, a light firearms proficiency scroll. Most likely you have just returned from that dreaded Terminator world. To be able to receive so many treasures is not easy, you must have met a good team." Sheehan laughed and he spoke softly, "My fortune was slightly better, that's all." The little brat shook his vodka and replied, "From the start I've seen several guys were all honestly trying to buy your goods, even their offers weren't low, yet you did not trade. Perhaps you are currently in urgent need of a large sum of cash. Or perhaps you wish to exchange for something captivating." Sheehan felt his heart stirred and spoke, "What do you mean?" The small brat giggled, saying, "I'll take everything you have. How about 3,000 utility points?" Sheehan smiled, shaking his head. That small brat's expression followed as he continued persuading, "Oh friend, that was a very fair offer. How much are you looking for? Unless you are looking to exchange with something." Sheehan knew that he should never lay his cards all on the table, lightly laughing as he rambled on incoherently. The conversation went back and forth until this small brat laid out all his offers. Sheehan then finally uttered out, "How much is that physique plus 3 ring worth?" Because Sheehan had rebutted to all his offers, that brat could not deduce what his goals were, and could only raise his brows and said, "Physique is the most crucial attribute that a contestant needs, therefore its value is definitely not low. Furthermore, a ring is originally a rare item, and thus it is very valuable over here. Listen to me, my friend, 3,500 utility points for your items, this offer is extremely generous." After observations, Sheehan felt that this little brat was quite smart. The chances of him trying to take advantage of Sheehan were slim as he replied, "What do you think of my light firearms proficiency scroll?" Little brat squinted his eyes and replied, "You only plan to sell this. Although that scroll is light blue, it is too localized as it has high demands on certain attributes. Furthermore, it is only a proficient mastery scroll, not an expert one," followed by a long speech. Sheehan had no love for such lengthy speeches just for the sake of bargaining, shaking his head as he rudely interrupted him, Okay, just tell me, this scroll in exchange for your ring plus 1,000 utility points, is that fine?" The little brat instantly shook his head. His gaze gave off a crafty look as he muttered, "That is obviously not possible, unless you add on that golden shell watch. Also an additional 5,000 utility points. Golden shell watch. Again it's the golden shell watch." Shia's heart suddenly shivered. He understood that this thing probably had a hidden worth within that he did not know. Immediately saying, "No deal." At this moment, a small commotion was going on further away. Once again there were a few people who left their personal rooms and went into the market. Within them there were 2 persons rushing out. They looked urgent as they scurried between stalls. It seemed like the item they wanted to purchase was of great significance. Moreover, people who exhibited this sort of buying behavior normally wouldn't be particular. Even if they were slightly cheated they wouldn't mind. As they scurried around, they actually paused at Sheehan's stall. A fairly petite and graceful figure glanced over and finally excitedly squealed. She grabbed onto the light firearms proficiency scroll that Sheehan was selling but immediately sighed, "A pity it's another proficiency mastery scroll." However, she held onto the scroll as the larger figure beside her began to speak. His voice was deep and shaky, giving one a feeling of dignity. "Expert mastery scrolls are not so easily found. The next work is fairly dangerous and I am not confident in protecting you. Before entering that world, you must upgrade and strengthen your own powers. If you cannot procure a light firearms expert scroll, then just make do with a light firearms proficiency scroll." The female very obviously trusted the men. Nodding her head gently, she then proceeded to negotiate with Sheehan. Sheehan wasn't the kind that would be light on women. Furthermore, he already had his own valuation, immediately saying out, 10,000. The little brat was currently drinking in a mouth of vodka, but upon hearing Sheehan's words, he immediately choked and the vodka sprayed out of his mouth. He looked at Sheehan with helplessness, shrugging his shoulders as he went off without saying a word to the couple beside him. Sheehan was extremely composed. Probably this thing was fairly uncommon here. However, upon his earlier observation around the market initially, he realized one thing. There wasn't any other light firearms proficiency mastery scroll that was being sold here. Being the only one possessing it, he naturally had the audacity of a tiger. Not long after, that couple turned around. The male, upon seeing Sheehan with his hands folded up against his chest, raised his brows, then sternly spoke, "Are you really interested in selling this scroll?" "I am interested in buying, but your exaggerated pricing leaves me with no choice. Over there, there's someone else selling a light firearms basic mastery scroll. Although the effects are lousier, at least it is still worth something." Sheehan was extremely reactive. Earlier his audacious valuation was just to test the other party's willingness in case they tried to bargain cheaply. That guy further discussed with Sheehan, "Since you are selling this light firearms proficiency scroll and not learning it yourself, you should be a close combat type. Have you learned this advanced ability yet?" Saying this, he fished out a dark blue scroll out, "Grappling Combat Expert Mastery Scroll Rarity, Dark Blue Usage Effects, enable you to learn basic advanced skill, Expert Grappling LVL1 Usage Requirements, Strength 8 points, Physique 10 points. Description: Basic skill mastery scrolls are separated into 3 types, Basic, Proficient, Expert. Expert scroll is the rarest, but its effects are the best. Further description: Expert Grappling LVL1 allows you to skillfully grasp the close combat grappling techniques. Allows your close combat attacks to increase by 7, dodging by 7, blocking by 7, and resisting by 7. If it was basic grappling, then increasing bonus would only reach 5, Further description: you need to master basic close combat, basic footwork, basic endurance. This is different from Xian's innate ability, before learning this skill. Further description: advanced ability. Expert grappling skill LVL will not be able to be higher than the skill LVL of basic close combat, basic footwork, and basic endurance. This means, you must first upgrade the LVLs of the other skills before upgrading the LVL of the advanced skill. Further description: learning this scroll requires a fee of 1 potential point. Xian's initial intention was to exchange for a high defense equipment or accessory. Next in line was to exchange for equipment that increases physique. He never expected this person to brandish out a piece of scroll, and it was even a dark blue expert mastery scroll. His heart stirred, however. He understood that the description required him to grasp basic close combat, footwork and endurance. In his dismay, he treated this scroll like reaching for the reflection of the moon in the pond, Chinese idiom, tricking oneself that they can reach for great heights. To a newcomer like him, no matter how good he is, it was just wishful thinking to be able to train to such levels in a short period of time. Xian also recalled that there were a few grappling scrolls in the market. Although there weren't any expert ones, there were still several proficiency ones. Although the price wasn't cheap, bargaining was still a possibility. Xian immediately replied with 2 words: no deal. The huge dude probably guessed how Xian would have reacted, squinting his eyes saying, I add another 1,000 utility points. After negotiations, the huge dude finally exchanged it for his scroll, 2,500 utility points and a hamburger that could heal 60 HP in 20 seconds. Xian exchanged his scroll and the unevaluated dog tag. Xian had done his research on the dog tag. It appeared quite frequently. After evaluating, it will grant you a dead soldier's dying information. After that you can bring this item to search for the person's family and receive a reward. Because every soldier's family background is different, thus your rewards could also differ greatly. If you are fortunate you would reap great benefits. However, if you are unlucky, one would even be chased out of the house. Normally, you will be rewarded with 100 to 200 American dollars, which can be used to exchange for at least a 100 utility points. Chapter 32, That Damned Prick is Over There. Chapter 32, That Damned Prick is Over There. Translated by Chua, edited by I. Regarding the recent negotiations, Xian could be said to have gotten the better deal, but not an overwhelmingly better one. Light blue scroll and a dog tag in exchange for a dark blue scroll, utility points, and food may seem like a rip-off. However, in actual fact, from another perspective it wasn't. To the contestants who venture worlds, it was much better to utilize far-range weapons than close combat attacks, the reason being, close combat contestants undergo a larger risk, which could be seen from the unlucky dead contestant number 1844. Therefore, amongst contestants who survived several nightmare worlds, there would naturally be more long-range combatants. The quantity of combatant type definitely affects the valuation of their respective ability scrolls. After completing the deal, Xian closed his stall. He then walked about another 100 meters to another stall to purchase a basic close combat scroll with 2,400 utility points. This was cheaper by a few hundred utility points as compared to the official pricing from the Nightmare imprint. Entering the Nightmare realm, he already naturally possessed basic footwork and basic endurance. Therefore, once he mastered this basic close combat skill, he would fit the learning criteria. He then consumed 1 potential point to learn the dark blue scroll. Although this deal wasn't what Xian initially aimed for, but being able to learn this close combat grappling technique wasn't bad at all. It could be used to attack and guard. Still, Xian had no clue why that golden shell watch was so popular. However, he didn't care, as the item was in his possession. He could slowly analyze it. After consuming 1 potential point to learn the skill, Xian received a list of notifications. All skill LVL upgrade phases consist of 3 LVLs. For example, basic skill LVL 1 to 3 required 1 potential point and some utility points, 4 to 6 would require 2 potential points and more utility points. Anything about LVL 6 would require 3 potential points and a huge amount of utility points to increase a LVL. This is for the basic skills. If it was upgrading an advanced skill, then the consumption requirement for potential and utility points would be more frightening. For example, to raise a basic skill to LVL 10, the required amount of potential points would be 1 times 3 plus 2 times 3 plus 3 times 3 is equal to 22 points. For advanced battle skills, the consumption rate would be greater. After the completion of a mission, based on the difficulty and your mission score, you will receive 1 to 5 potential points. Supplementary hamburger attributes: hamburger, condition, extremely good, origin, China Shanghai Daiko's number 31 shop, rarity, white. Classification, normal food. Usage requirements: best is not during a state of battle, while consumption, moving, attacking or being attacked by others will break the healing effects. Usage effects: regain 60 HP within 20 seconds. Description: eat it. After settling all his stuffs, Xian returned to his personal room with ease due to the navigation system from the Nightmare imprint. Upon returning, he felt fatigue and immediately collapsed onto the floor in deep sleep. The floor wasn't hard, as though made by flexible material, and the temperature was automatically adjusted, allowing one an optimal environment. Thus while sleeping, one will not feel too warm or cold. After awaking, Xian felt rejuvenated. He then used a few utility points to purchase food from the Nightmare imprint. Through the Nightmare imprint, he found an already prepared training ground. He realized that the training ground technological advancements were centuries ahead of the present world. It could even replicate an enemy to exchange blows with you. Apart from not being able to damage, the replica is exactly like a combat master. Xian had acquired 2 new skills, basic close combat and expert grappling. He familiarized those skills rapidly in his mind. Time passed extremely quickly while training in this training environment. During this period of training, Xian had occasionally went to tour the market. He had found a 1500 utility points basic long-range combat scroll. His dream of being like his childhood heroes gunning down everyone in his surroundings had not been forgotten. Unable to resist the temptation, he moved to purchase it. However, on the verge of completing the deal and receiving the item, the Nightmare imprint rung loudly in his head with a notification. Warning: host genetic coding is unsuitable, compatibility rate with the ability scroll is only 0.316%. Warning: the probability of unsuccessfully using the scroll is 99.718%. Xian was temporarily shocked and then immediately relinquished the deal. Smiling, he walked back toward his training room. His childhood dream created through numerous underground society shows and his Counter-Strike gaming had been cruelly destroyed by reality, followed by a scolding coming from the back. Bastard. No cash, get lost. Then Xian suddenly thought of something. There was actually a compatibility rate for the different basic skills. Then shouldn't there be a basic skill that had a high compatibility rate with him? He then proceeded to survey the other scrolls around the market. Regrettably, the ability scrolls were fairly uncommon and he could not find a suitable one. Furthermore, the marketplace only sold a standard batch of scrolls. There was nothing new. A day later, while Xian was worrying about his rapidly shrinking utility points, reason being he used it for the training grounds, the Nightmare imprint on his chest heated up, giving out a distinct warning. You have remained in the Nightmare realm for too long. 28 minutes and 19 seconds left to the 30 hours deadline. Please select to enter a Nightmare world or return to the present world. If one exceeded the deadline in the Nightmare realm, then they would be penalized on their utility points based on the duration of breach. Once utility points reach 0, they would be forced back to the present world. Beforehand, Xian had a slight inkling that he could return to the present world. However, he could not confirm it. Under the imprint's direction, he reached a small door on the west. The interior looks like an elevator, and when the door closed behind him, the place was sealed up completely. On the ceiling was a flickering red light, and very soon the Nightmare imprint transmitted a message. The equipment/items you have acquired in the Nightmare realm has been forcibly retained and kept in your personal room. It will be returned upon arrival back to the Nightmare realm. In the present world, whether purposely or being questioned by others, you must not leak out information to ordinary people about the Nightmare realm. You should try at best not to use any different special abilities you have acquired in the Nightmare realm. This may result in dire consequences. Apart from passive abilities, once leaving the Nightmare realm, you can only return after 7 days. Once the Nightmare imprint heats up, you must return to the Nightmare realm to accept a mission within 24 hours. To return, while walking down a staircase, form a mental connection with the Nightmare imprint. The passage of time in the Nightmare realm differs from the present world. Your innate ability, endurance, passive, is classified as a concealed ability, unable to activate. Therefore, in the present world, you will not be able to receive the effects of this ability. Although the message did not mention in details about the consequences of violating the regulations, Xian clearly understood the seriousness of it. Witnessing the mysteries of this realm, Xian did not dare to test the system. After the series of messages, the door once again reopened. Ahead of Xian was a corridor, and an endless pitch-black staircase. Breathing in deeply, he gently started walking up. Not long later a ray of light flashed into his eyes. After climbing another few steps, Xian was breathing in cool air. Dim and lofty lights, concrete and revised steps and an incomplete and messy construction railing. This was the previous scene where Xian was being hunted down. After returning to this point, the floor was once again drenched with fresh blood, and he even had distinct injuries. Xian instantly understood, this should be the differing passage of time. This was the argument brought forth by Albert Einstein. He mentioned that if a spacecraft could have a speed close to the speed of light, then the time on board the spacecraft would slow down. If the speed could reach the speed of light, then the time on the spacecraft would differ from the norm and even stop. Based on the ancient Chinese saying, "A day in heaven is like a year on earth." Xian sluggishly stood at his original place, looking down at the empty staircase. He raised his own hand to scrutinize. Previously those days and nights' worth of experience had just become a dream upon returning. His body was slightly trembling. After his initial excitement upon returning to the present world, he now felt a sense of longing and regret. Suddenly, a fierce cursing boomed from below. Following that, Xian could see a bunch of people streaming into the construction site's entrance. They were covered in mud and looked very malicious. Fuming, they cursed incessantly. Within their hands were kitchen knives, choppers, daggers, baseball bats and wooden sticks, etc. They were Huashan Fei's underlings. Presently, Xian was standing underneath the lights of the stairs. Being illuminated by the lights, the group of people could see him as bright as day. They stared with a cutting ferocity, pointing their fingers as they excitedly called out, "That damned prick is over there." Chapter 33, Ravaged, Dried, and Rotten. Chapter 33, Ravaged, Dried, and Rotten. Translated by Chua, edited by Ian Alcasar. In his pursuer's eyes, Xian, who got shot and escaped to here, was like a turtle in a jar. 500,000 yuan was ready to be collected by them. Therefore, without stopping to take a breather, they wildly charged up. Initially, Xian was slightly affected by them. However, after numerous life and death encounters in the nightmare realm, he had already trained up his reactions and decision-making. Brows twitching, he rushed up the building. His pursuers had rushed here amidst the muddy ground and the pouring rain. They were filled with fatigue. They normally gambled and partied, and some were already past their glory years. If not for the motivation of the 500,000 yuan, they would have given up long ago. At this moment, their target was fleeing up the building without any escape route, hence they summoned their last remaining burst of strength to charge up. Yet Xian, without any hesitation, continued fleeing upwards. After Xian returned from the nightmare realm, he was in an optimum state of concentration and ferociousness. The poor group of buddy underlings had all their energy cleaned up from sprinting up 5 stories worth of stairs. Their legs felt extremely heavy. It was as weak as consecutively masturbating for 3 times in one night. Under this sort of circumstances, the first fella that reached the top of the building would suffer unimaginable consequences. Xian was already keeping tabs on them for some time. Huashan Fei's hired thughead was the first one to charge up while holding onto a fruit knife. It was as though in front of him was a mountain worth of 500,000 yuan. Instantly he was furiously charged at by Xian. Strong, sturdy yet graceful and agile, was as though he had become a cheetah's meal. The hired thug was knocked cold. As both his feet left the ground, he screamed for half a second before his throat gave up, as he crashed to the ground and spun a few times. He then laid there motionless. The fuming reinforcements were surprised, as they struggled forward to look, but only witnessed a collapsed thug with both his eyes still wide open. His face was shockingly pale, and his chest had a wound of approximately 2 fingers' size. Blood was bubbling forth from within like boiling water, as it proceeded to heavily dye his entire shirt in red. Although the wound wasn't huge, it was deep, as his situation was already hopeless. The black figure that knocked him rapidly made a roll on the ground and leapt to the edge of the roof. He turned his head around and sneered, and took off his coat to wrap around his fists. Holding onto the nearby white plastic pipe drain, he leapt down. SHNNG, SHNNG, the sound of friction continuously sounded. This drain wasn't properly fixed on yet, and only had a few huge nails locking it in place. Under such pressure from Xian, it seemed like it was on the verge of collapse. However, Xian was only utilizing a small amount of force. He had no intention of sliding all the way down the building like a stuntman. His aim was just to land on the balcony one floor down. The death of their head thug did not serve as a deterrence but instead agitated them further, as they rushed forward to the edge of the room to see what had happened to Xian. Upon seeing Xian landing safely on the fourth floor, they frantically shouted to proceed below. Prior to this, Xian's heart was filled with apprehensiveness. Right now he was actually composed and brimming with confidence. Bursting forth with energy, he nimbly and swiftly proceeded. The tattoo upon his chest constantly reminded Xian that his earlier experience wasn't just a fantasy, but it was the harsh yet hopeful reality. After running considerably long under the pouring rain, their low-grade firearms were already rendered useless. Therefore, to the Xian who had undergone an ultimate evolution of his body, the only words that he chose was drag. Drag on until Huashan Fei's numerous underlings had lost all strength and dispersed, then he would naturally counterattack. After leaping down from the roof, he immediately dashed to the stair and ran down. The thugs above were like a dog that just saw a bone, persistently giving chase even when their face had turned pale from exhaustion. Xian brought them on a wild goose chase around the entire construction site, running for at least 200 to 300 meters before making a loop and running into another building construction. Wait a moment. The person who shouted was called Foolish Cub. After their head had died, amongst the underlings, he was second in ranking. The thugs were all panting and dying from exhaustion. They couldn't wait to sit down and rest. Once hearing Foolish Cub's shout, they immediately halted. His mom, that brat has like a gas pedal under his leg, even his actions are swift and precise. Let's leave some of us here to cover the entrance, lest he takes us on another wild goose chase and leave us all worn out. I, Foolish Cub, am taking command now. Once we capture the person we will split the 500,000 yuan, no matter if he is covering watch or pursuing him. This Foolish Cub was not easily trusted, appointing Little Needle, Soft Rice and Beer Hua, his closest 3 colleagues, to personally give chase. He then commanded the other 3 to keep watch below the building. These 3 were all closer to the dead head thug. Furious at this arrangement, they could only suck it up and scold Foolish Cub within their heart. Foolish Cub made eye contact with his 3 trusted confidants. They obviously understood the underlying intentions and were filled with elation. His splitting of the 500,000 yuan meant giving just a few hundred to the few guys below. Upon reaching the second floor, Foolish Cub urgently whispered out, "I'll go with Soft Rice, Beer Hua and Little Needle will go together. We will take left, you take right." Shout upon sight. The few guys below looked pretty unhappy. I'm not sure how long I can control them. If we drag on for too long, then I reckon the other guys would just come up to help. Therefore, we must cherish this opportunity and act fast to capture that dog, and finish him off quickly. This building was different to the office building previously. It was a factory-designed building. Every level was divided into 4 different workshop districts, and each workshop district was probably about 1,000 square meters large. Furthermore, its interior was currently undergoing additional restructuring and refurbishing. Workshop tools, repair equipments and material rubble filled the space into a huge mess. It was so chaotic that a person entering would have his attention divided into a dozen areas. Beer Hua and Little Needle stumbled into this environment. Cursing loudly, they began searching cautiously, not missing out on any corner as they held on tightly to their fruit knives. Earlier, a few of these thugs were already victimized by Xian, and before engaging with Xian, they all felt that he was slightly shrewd and experienced. They did not regard him as a huge threat. That was the fatal flaw in their thinking. That was also the fatal flaw in the thinking of Huashan Fei's underlings. Once the 2 guys examined the half-hanging roll-up door, they finally saw the person they were looking for. Xian was standing about 5 meters away from them, with his hands folded across his chest. His facial expression was strange, as though ridiculing them and treating them in contempt. After experiencing several bloody trials in the nightmare realm, he had no concerns whatsoever regarding these 2 vicious-looking thugs. Presently, not only was his strength greatly enhanced, he had learned 2 kinds of close combat techniques. He had already battled with several simulation opponents in the training ground, experiencing numerous movements and tactics to figure his maximum battle potential. Under this sort of circumstances, faced with these sort of already exhausted average thugs, what sort of suspense would there be? Beer Hua's nickname was not because he loved drinking beer, but because he loved to use the beer bottle to smash people's heads. Therefore, his nickname was Cruel and Terrible. Upon seeing Xian, he charged forward, raising his fruit knife to chop down at him. Xian grinned evilly. He did not bother dodging but instead picked a nearby iron rod and swung it back. Clang! Sparks escaped into the air. Bir Hua's knife-wielding right hand shivered and turned numb. The fruit knife had already broken into two. Stumbling backwards by 2 meters, he realized the broken tip of the knife was lodged onto the wall as he raised his head up to look in horror. Xian wasn't at least bit affected from the impact. Advancing a step after swinging the iron rod, he then simply swung a kick at Bir Hua. This one strike was filled with such ferocity, even Xian was pushed backwards from the impact. Bir Hua was knocked and flew 2 to 3 meters back, finally collapsing onto the ground and sliding for a further 5 to 6 meters. His head had smashed into a nearby pillar. As his eyeballs popped out, after a while blood streamed out from his mouth, nose, and ears. The blood dripped onto the ground forming a pool as his body shuddered and finally stopped moving. Looking at this, it was as though Xian did not restrain himself. Little Needle had not even reacted up till now. Only when Bir Hua crashed backwards from the kick did he regain his senses and charged forward. This guy's mouth was incorrigible and loose, causing Sanzi to previously suffer by his hands. Xian had earlier wanted to get revenge on him. As the guy swung his knife down, Xian parried it away with his iron rod. He then positioned the rod horizontally on his left, grabbing Little Needle by this coat and heavily thrusted the rod into that guy's mouth. Instantly, a little white and red could be seen spurting out. That Little Needle's constant yapping and obscene language momentarily turned to groans and wails of agony. Chapter 34, Killing and Chasing. Chapter 34, Killing and Chasing. Translated by Chua. Edited by Ian Alcácer. Huashan Fei's men were all hooligans. They had no proper training and just relied on their brute strength. If they were on a winning streak or seemed advantageous, they would appear loud and threatening. However, once they started suffering setbacks, they fell like dominoes. For example, that Little Needle, once he got stomped on a few times, he lost all will to battle under the immense pain. He cried out loud and tried desperately to crawl away and escape, but Xian easily caught up to him. Using the iron rod, he mercilessly and heavily struck down on the back of his head. "This is for Sanzi." Xian coldly spoke. Little Needle instantly turned rigid, his whole body jolted forward, shaking and twisting as his life quickly departed from his body. Xian's gaze was murderous, licking the blood off the corner of his mouth. He grinned as he walked out. He had already seen through Foolish Cub's ploy. That meant that in this entire building there were only 2 opponents left. As he took big steps forward, his sturdy and bulging muscles bounced beneath his torn and tattered sleeveless garment. The scene was like a savage cheetah on patrol in his territory. The Foolish Cub duo encountered Xian at one of the workshop entrance. Going by another perspective, it was Xian who was blocking them at the workshop's entrance. Foolish Cub's name had a foolish word, however, he wasn't dumb at all. Foolish was just how he appeared to look. Once he saw Xian's hands were covered in fresh blood, he understood that Bir Hua and Little Needle were the latest casualties. However, to Foolish Cub's horror, Xian was supposed to have gotten a gunshot wound to his stomach, but this person in front of him was perfectly strong and even agile. Even his skin wasn't the least bit torn, where did he look like a person that had sustained great injuries? Disguising as a pig to eat the tiger? This notion appeared in Foolish Cub's mind. Still, he could not understand Xian's current condition at all. Furthermore, in retrospect, from beginning to the end, the series of events seemed to be a huge conspiracy. Xian was so cunning and capable, he could even earn the #1 title within the hierarchy system of the underground organization with his talent. How would he be content with just being a fisherman on a lousy fishing boat? Foolish Cub's mind flashed with lots of suspicions. However, Xian already had the goal of settling things as fast as possible. How would he let go of this opportunity? Without speaking, he pounced forward while lifting up his iron rod. That cold, dark, bloodied iron rod emitted a "whang" sound, like a lightsaber, showing off its underlying tremendous strength. The person that Foolish Cub brought was naturally his confidant. Although he was called Soft Rice, in actual fact he was a crafty and vicious lad. Seeing Xian's action, without hesitation he raised the iron rod in his hands to block. He never expected that upon impact, his hands immediately turned numb, but the seemingly unaffected Xian crazily continued pounding down. It was like an explosive reign of terror. Bang 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 bang, the simultaneous pounding echoed through the workshop. Xian's unrestrained and frantic pounding caused the vicious Soft Rice to feel an overwhelming sense of dread. He was using both hands to withstand the poundings with his iron rod, yet both hands had turned numb, and was currently just resisting with his sheer willpower. At this moment, Xian used his hardest to smash down. With the thunderous sounds of the wind, a loud clashing sound followed by a gentle agonizing wail. Blood was flowing out of the webbing between the fingers of the hand wielding the iron rod. Furthermore, the iron rod had broken into two from the rusted areas. In any battle, there were numerous unexpected variables. No one would be able to predict when or guess what was going to happen. However, these variables can suddenly turn the tides around or trigger an inspiration or sudden victory. Therefore, Soft Rice seized this golden opportunity to counterattack. He may even succeed. However, Xian reacted with such swiftness he did not give him any breathing space. Tossing away his metal rod instantly, he nimbly took a step in. That one step forward worked wonders, as the counterattacking Soft Rice had no room to execute his attack. A man who wanted to gather force to strike could not waddle in like a female with long skirt, but in fact had to take a big step to gather force for his assault. With one leap forward, Xian had lodged himself between Soft Rice's legs. The distance between the two was so close it was negligible, even their breathing could be felt by each other. Just when Soft Rice was still trying to react, Xian had already cleanly buried in a fist. The rock-solid fist smashed onto Soft Rice's nose. This move to Xian was already something he was accustomed to and not forced. Soft Rice shrieked in agony, tossing away his iron rod to press down on his nose. Xian viciously grinned and, pressing onto the right thigh of Soft Rice and using force, he ferociously kneed upwards. This explosive knee strike shot Soft Rice up for half a meter. Reddish fresh blood sprayed out of his mouth, as his eyes popped out widely. Following this was an array of consecutive elbows and fist strikes, giving off a consistent flesh-to-flesh heavy pounding sound. Lastly, flinging the already half-dead slump of a body heavily onto the nearby pile of iron fence, as the body slammed down, rattling the fences. The body rolled down slowly, leaving a big trail of red on the fence down. Xian then spun around, wiping off the blood on his face. This gaze was blazing with rage, yet his words were as calm as the ocean, softly and steadily vocalizing his voice. "Don't worry, next up is your turn." Presently, Xian wasn't spared from sustaining injuries as his back had two long intersecting wounds, forming into an X. Bloodied flesh were hanging off from the wound, and it looked quite serious. The back of his entire tattered and torn garment was already dyed crimson. While Xian was furiously unleashing his blows onto Soft Rice, Foolish Cub did not stand still but frenziedly slashed his knife around. Xian managed to evade most of the strikes, but still suffered 2 heavy slashes. Only Xian's innate ability, endurance, could not be activated. However, his physique was 2 folds of an average person. When Foolish Cub slashed down on his skin, after slicing through 2 inches, it got jammed by Xian's thick muscles, unable to dive deeper to inflict heavier damage. If an ordinary person suffered such injuries, even if they could tolerate the pain, they would still be affected greatly by it. However, after his transformation, Xian could still utilize his maximum powers even after suffering an assault. That was the greatest advantage a contestant had over the average Joe. Foolish Cub stood there in a daze, as his expression was one of watching a horror movie in broad daylight. He was astonished at the fact that this familiar person had suddenly transformed into a war machine like Bruce Lee. This gap in power was too tremendous. 10 minutes ago, Foolish Cub was scheming how to get rid of Xian and obtain the 500,000 yuan, but now, the only notion he had in his mind was to survive. Faced with Xian giving a sly expression, Foolish Cub could taste bitterness in his mouth, as goosebumps enveloped his body. It was the kind of horrific situation akin to a rat face to face with a cat. He screamed out loudly. In desperation he aimed the fruit knife at Xian and threw it. Turning his body around he started fleeing. The terrified Foolish Cub was filled with that one notion, that was to go down and rejoin the rest. Faced with a flying knife, Xian casually pinched it with his fingers in midair. The blood flowed between his fingers, dropping to the floor 1 drip at a time. However, his face remained the same, a cruel and cold expression. As the desperate Foolish Cub rushed down the stairs, he suddenly felt a huge figure brushing over him along with a gust of wind. Foolish Cub screamed in shock, dodging to the back and feeling a strange, nice and warm thing splashing onto his face. Feeling it, he realized it was droplets of fresh blood. It was the corpse of Soft Rice that was thrown down. With one throw, Xian destroyed the staircase railing and blocked Foolish Cub. He slowly and steadily inched ahead, giving one the feeling of someone who was in total control. Foolish Cub was currently trembling from head to toe, as he knelt down and cried out in exasperation, "Xian bro. It is Huashan Fei who ordered us, it wasn't my idea." Xian ignored him and silently inched closer. He was like the gradual darkness following the setting of the sun. The kneeling Foolish Cub, upon seeing Xian's feet coming right before him, his eyes flashed with viciousness. Using his right hand to grab Xian's left foot, his left hand then reached out for a hidden knife inside his trouser pocket. His idea was to cause Xian to lose his balance and then stab him with the knife. However, Xian strongly raised his left leg. Using the same strength coupled with swiftness, he stomped down. Ah! Foolish Cub's miserable shrieks filled the air. This one stomp was Xian's full strength. Foolish Cub's right hand felt like it went through a meat grinder, flesh torn and bloody, even exposing a deep white portion of the finger bone. No wonder he could only scream in pain. Xian had now reached his back, heavily stepping down onto his vertebrae. He bent down and pulled his hair, raising his face along with it. Xian then bent down further to his ears, coldly pronouncing one word at a time, "Uncle Desai's fingers, wasn't it you who personally sliced it off one by one?" Chapter 35, Accidental Reapings. Chapter 35, Accidental Reapings. Translated by Chua, edited by I. and Alcasar. Foolish Cub was in agonizing pain, perspiring profusely and confused. He did not know what to reply. Xian himself had no intentions of letting him answer. Forcefully stomping down against his vertebrae, he then grabbed his hair, lifting his face up and heavily pounding it into the concrete ground. The three thugs who kept watch below could be considered of low status in Huashan Fei's hierarchy system. Simply put, they were the kind who were not significant enough to be noticed by Huashan Fei, were not liked by Foolish Cub or even valued by their head thug previously. They were even powerless against Foolish Cub's greedy actions earlier and could not rebut him. While chatting below, they were filled with anxiousness, and finally the discontented and frequent trash talker Felixis spoke. "Not going up may not be a bad thing. That Xian brat is strange and evil. Think about it, our head thug has followed Bro Huashan for 10 years, what kind of storm has he not experienced? Pooey. Even he himself got finished off in one slice from the stomach up, tsk. Saying till here, Felixis kept quiet, because even he himself felt that something was not adding up. At this moment, a shriek could be heard from above. The three guys glanced at each other, and finally the most cowardly one stammered, That sounds like rice bro, bullshit. That's rubbish. The other two shocked guys rebutted in anger, that's obviously the miserable cries of that little prick. Very quickly another cry ensued. This was clearly Cub Bro's agonizing scream. Following that, the deep pounding sound, deng deng deng, could be heard. The sound was extremely rhythmic and filled with force. This caused the three guys to shudder in worry, as their goosebumps formed, not knowing if it was cold or because they were afraid. Suddenly, a window-shattering sound could be heard from the third floor. Through the scattering glass fragments, a black figure was tossed out, and landed on the muddy waters outside. This figure landed 5 to 6 meters away from the three guys, and was covered in fresh blood. The figure was tall and sturdy, and his hair looked as if someone forcefully ripped it apart. A gigantic swell formed up on the forehead, beneath the messy hair. The figure's face was completely deformed, the teeth, eyes, hair and blood were all clumped up and in bits. Half the tongue was sticking out onto the cheekbone. It was as though his face was dragged against the rough road for hundreds of meters. Looking at such a tragedy, it was hard to make up that this was the Foolish Cub Bro. If not for Cub Bro being the only person who wore flower neckties and flip-flops combination, it was impossible to determine who it was in an instant. Following that, two other figures crashed to the ground from on top. That was the corpse of Little Needle and Soft Rice. Their expressions were horrific, looking like they died an unjust death. Observing the three bloodied evidence in front of them, the three guys broke out into panic, as though their chest was being crushed by a gigantic boulder. Even breathing became difficult. Xian then surfaced from one of the balconies on the second floor, hands folded across his chest and grinning coldly. Glaring down with a strange peaceful gaze, he gave out a laugh, using this right hand to emulate the cutting throat gesture. This gesture caused the three guys to shiver and jump up, as though they had been stabbed by a dagger. They gave out a weird cry and turned around to flee. This was exactly what Xian wanted. He daringly leaped down from the second floor, and dashed off in Felix's direction in pursuit. These three thugs all had the same train of thought, separating into three, thus Xian could only chase one of them. However, they did not consider one thing, that was their individual physique. The three guys chased Xian under the pouring rain and muddy waters for a few km until here, they then ran back and forth, up and down inside the construction buildings. They did not even have a break to drink water, even if they could rest for roughly 10 minutes underneath the building, they were still cold and hungry. How would they recover much of their energy? Not even 30 meters out, Xian caught up and finished off the fastest guy, immediately spinning to the west and chased for another 100 meters. Easily knocking out cold the defenseless Felixis, finally chasing the last guy. This guy was totally useless. Upon seeing Xian coming close, he panicked and knelt down crying. Finally, all the pursuing Huashan Fei's underlings had been eliminated. The only two that lived were the fainted Felixis and the scared shitless guy. Xian took a deep breath and exhaled. He felt a strange unexplainable carefree sensation within his heart. Clenching his fist, he could feel his physique and his strength, and a wild ambition stirred within. Suddenly, he received a notification from the Nightmare imprint. You just engaged in an intense battle in the present world, your strength increases 1. You just engaged in an intense battle in the present world, your agility increases 1. You just got attacked by opponents and engaged in an intense battle in the present world, your physique increases 1. Looking at the list of notifications, Xian actually felt peaceful because he already had a clear understanding. At the initial phase, a contestant's attribute will exhibit rapid upgrading. However, upon experiencing both worlds, this upgrades will eventually stagnate and can only rely on the free attribute points in the Nightmare realm to upgrade their attributes. After becoming a contestant, it also represents that a person's body potential has been thoroughly activated. Through rigorous battles and training, then the body's potential will keep increasing until it reaches the average person's limitations. Upon reaching this bottleneck, a contestant's body can be said to be similar to a world champion's body composition, reaching the maximum capabilities in every aspect of a human body. However, in this state, no matter how hard a contestant trains or battles, his individual attributes will not be able to advance even by 1 point. This is because the person's potential has been met. Only by increasing his potential points from the Nightmare realm can he increase his attribute potential level. The initial phase of rapid upgrading is sort of a defensive mechanism by the Nightmare realm for its contestants. The goal is to allow them a short growth period in strength so that they can better adapt to the merciless Nightmare worlds. A contestant when exiting the realm to the Nightmare world will have an additional 1.5x increase in attributes. It is to protect new members, at the same time also allowing the contestant to get used to the new levels of powers that the body can produce. While Xian was pondering these things, he started tying up Felixis and the other brat with a rope. The two poor fellas were hungry, cold, and were tortured by the recent horrors. They couldn't stop trembling and their eyes looked lifeless. Where would they find the strength to resist? After binding them, he carried the timid guy to the nearby factory workshop, quietly observing him. Until the timid guy suddenly cried out again, he then whispered, "You want to live or die?" After listening, the timid guy summoned his strength as he cried even harder and exclaimed, "Of course I want to live. Bro Xian, spare me, it has nothing to do with me. I did not touch not even a hair on one of your family members." Xian immediately replied, "Of course I know you haven't, if not why do you think you're still alive? Tell me everything you know about Huashan Fei, I will compare your statement later on with Felixis. If your statement differs." That time, Xian could not contain his smile, and stopped speaking. The timid guy shivered as he suddenly recalled Cub Bro's bloodied and deformed face, desperately nodding his head and exclaimed, I'll speak, I'll speak." Half an hour later, Xian walked out of the workshop. Very naturally he got what he wanted. Felixis earlier slapped Uncle Desai once, hence Xian took one of his hands. Timid guy was extremely lucky to come out unscathed. However, Xian's expression wasn't exactly relaxed as he realized that he had underestimated Huashan Fei's capabilities. This guy's status in the Ghost Clan had been elevated from a mere backbone to as high as the clan leader's position. Even the clan head, Black Devil, had now shared the same level of authority as him. That being said, even with Sheeta dead, even the Black Devil could not touch him. Although Xian wasn't mixed in with these underground matters, he had heard of rumors of the Ghost Clan before. Once Huashan Fei had attained the status to that of a clan head, then his words were extremely influential and powerful. In any critical situation, bringing firearms over from Vietnam was not impossible, and this was extremely bad news for Xian. Chapter 36, Foreshadowing from Space. Chapter 36, Foreshadowing from Space, translated by Chua, edited by El Caser, Vietnam was considered poor, but tenacious. From 1961 to 1973, an entire 12 years, was the war against America. Enduring such a ferocious war, they also had a conflict with China in 1979. Because of Vietnam's full conscription of its citizens into the army, it can be said that the country was filled with expert combatants. These people did not have a high salary, they were all veterans who had experienced life and death during the fierce warring periods. Although a huge portion of these people were already retired, the Ghost Clan had several gunmen who were trained by these veterans of war. Rumors has it that they even engaged in drug pushing and battles within the Golden Triangle, an area in Southeast Asia. These people were 40 to 50 plus years old, and their hands were already stained with bloodshed, extremely cruel and vicious. The Ghost Clan previously engaged in battle with the Vietnam border guards while smuggling, and they relied on these valiant gunmen. In the present world, the passive ability, endurance, cannot be activated, therefore if Sheehan encountered these gunmen, then even he wouldn't be confident of achieving victory. What's more, to take down the entire syndicate. Even when dealing with these exhausted thugs, Sheehan had used various tactics, and would never tackle more than 2 thugs at a time. This wasn't because Sheehan was prudent, but because his power in the present world had not reached such an outstanding standard. After deliberating for a while, Sheehan decided to make haste towards Si Chiao Town. Huashan Fei currently had no clue that his own underlings had been totally wiped out, and was probably still waiting in Si Chiao Town. This was the time when Huashan Fei was most vulnerable, although according to Felixis, Huashan Fei should have gunmen protecting him in addition to his own firearm. However, Sheehan could plan ahead and had a great deal of confidence. Once he missed this opportunity, then it would be hard to find another chance to do so. After deciding, Sheehan treated the wounds on his body and casually picked up a few dry clothes and a raincoat from a nearby shed. He then headed towards Si Chiao Town. Felixis and Timid Boy were trapped in a workshop on the 4th floor, with a towel stuffed into their mouths and bound beside the corpses of their dead colleagues. They had to wait for the hurricane to stop and for the construction workers to come and rescue them. Although their lives were saved, they were still extremely uncomfortable from the cold and hunger. After exiting the construction site, Sheehan glanced at the trail of blood that he left when climbing in, and felt a deep sense of nostalgia like it happened in his previous lifetime. When he was escaping here, he thought that this would be his burial ground, never would he expect a twist of events. The hunted had become the hunter, the fluctuating mysteries of life could never be more evident than this. At this moment, before Sheehan appeared 2 familiar figures on the road. His pupils shrunk. If he wasn't wrong, these 2 figures were Huashan Fei's men, Bing Zai and Luan. These 2 men were 2 of the 3 thugs that had caught up to Sheehan first with their vehicles. But Sheehan clearly remembered, the 2 men were struggling with him on the staircase, and then turned to dust within the strange time paradox where time was rapidly sped up. Why would they appear now? The 2 thugs were now closing the gap to Sheehan, but they seemed like they had no intentions of coming over. From far he could see their expression were both lifeless and dull. Suddenly from far a muffled sound of a honk could be heard. 10 seconds later a heavy transport vehicle rolled in amidst the raging storm. This vehicle was fairly common on the roads. Normally they would be transporting huge amounts of sand/materials to different construction sites. However, when this huge transport vehicle drove by, Bing Zai stumbled a little, perhaps because of the slippery road, as he instinctively grabbed onto the nearby Luan. Yet when he grabbed Luan himself also lost his balance, and as the 2 fell onto the road, the heavy transport vehicle just whizzed by. Their bodies were like broken sandbags, knocked up high into the air, as they flipped a few rounds in mid-air before collapsing to the middle of the road. The blood was slowly washed away by the rain. Another bus driving from behind did an emergency brake, as the passengers all streamed down in panic like a bunch of ants running around without aim. Sheehan stood 20 meters away, witnessing completely what had happened. This must be a sign. Is it telling me that if the nightmare realm kills someone, then their death will turn into a logical death in the real world? Then it would prevent people from investigating a sudden disappearance. Then if I die in the nightmare realm, then I wish that in the real world they arrange a glamorous way of killing me off. He pressed down on the hood of his raincoat, looking back again at the traffic accident. He then hastened his footsteps towards Si Chiao Town. Although the rain was maddening, it could not prevent Sheehan from steadily pressing on as he took one heavy step at a time. Pust. Sheehan was familiar with this sound. This was the sound made whenever he sliced open the stomach of a fish. However, he never expected that the sound of stabbing a person and killing a fish had so little differences. He released the grip on his left hand, which was covering his opponent's mouth, lightly shoving. His lifeless opponent slowly slumped to the ground. Hand still twitching non-stop, his eyes still darkened as his life drained out along with his blood. Xian maintained a frozen gaze as he wiped the sole of his shoes. He then pushed upon the door. Not a soul was in sight. Xian exhaled loudly. He was feeling very complicated, a mixture of regret and luck. 10 minutes ago he had reached Xiqiao town, and he immediately headed over to Huashan Fei's house. Being so familiar with Xiqiao town, Xian could close his eyes and still find his way about the different roads. Therefore he very quickly arrived at the fencing of Huashan Fei's house. Welcoming him were 2 astonished thugs, and a red basin placed at the dog's kennel. Looking at this basin, Xian suddenly heard a buzzing sound in his ear. Blood rushed up his body to his head, and his heart started beating frenziedly. That basin originally contained Uncle Desai's fingers. Huashan Fei probably felt like Xian had made a fool out of him, and in his rage, he fed the contents of the basin to the dog. In this sort of situation, all words were pointless. Only one sentence remained: won't rest until he is dead. The 2 stunned thugs were cleared up in a short time span, as the crazily barking dog was stomped to death. Of course Xian also paid a heavy price of 3 slashes, however his physique was outstanding, which made his wounds less miserable. Even though his flesh was damaged, none of the blows reached his bones and could only be considered superficial wounds. After consecutively slaughtering 2 thugs, Xian composed himself and began searching through the house. He discovered a trembling middle-aged person. This person Xian had seen before. His name was Harry. He was the younger brother of Huashan Fei's wife. He worked in the prefectural city in Guangxi as a chief laborer contractor. Simply put, he leveraged on Huashan Fei's influence to enforce his contracts and demolish houses. Basically, he forced out several families to become homeless. Although this person was cruel and nasty, he was weak to the core. With just 1 knife against his neck, he leaked out everything, that Shida had died in Xiqiao, and yet Huashan Fei could not produce the culprit. Huashan Fei knew that Shida's old man, Black Devil, would never let this pass, and may even implicate his entire family. Therefore he urgently fled town to inform his relatives and family to gather at Xiqiao town and lie low for now. Harry lived the nearest, therefore he was the first to reach Xiqiao town. Huashan Fei was still on his way to the prefectural city of Guangxi to fetch his wife and children and summoned his closest bodyguards to protect him, in case Black Devil decided to act fast. He would not be back for another 1 to 2 hours. Xian had already considered lying in wait in the house and catching the enemy off guard. However, alongside Huashan Fei had several expert gunmen as bodyguards, and Xian had no confidence in victory. After finishing off Harry with 1 blade, he started investigating the entire house thoroughly. One is to check for any hidden persons, and the second was to plunder the house and make some profits before leaving. Revenge for a nobleman. 10 years is never too late. Chinese idiom, same meaning as revenge is a dish best served cold. His own powers would definitely increase in the future. Huashan Fei would never think of running away from his roots. Taking his dog life is just a matter of time. There is no reason to take such a huge risk now. Back at the construction site, Felixus was a marginal character at Huashan Fei's side, therefore obtaining any first-grade information was limited. Although Timid Boy was a coward, he had great knowledge in terms of accounting. Certain regulations with the underground society were more strict than the government ones, therefore before and during a large-scale smuggling, Huashan Fei would enlist the help of Timid Boy. Therefore Timid Boy knew certain secrets of Huashan Fei, which he leaked to Xian, and this information had already been locked into Xian's mind. Without much efforts, he managed to locate Huashan Fei's private slush funds. Chapter 37, Return. Chapter 37, Return. Translator, Translation_Nation Editor, Translation_Nation. After Huashan Fei had received a desperate phone call from his underling and rushed back, a house filled with blood and chaos greeted him. He did not even bother looking at Harry's corpse, frustratedly kicking it aside as he furiously rushed to his bedroom. Huashan Fei immediately turned rigid, because he had earlier spent 50,000 on an impregnable safety deposit box, and yet this box laid crooked on the ground. The opening of that deposit box was still swaying lightly, but most importantly, its interior was as clean as a basin that had been licked up by a dog. Originally inside the box was an entire 20 kilograms of drugs and 500,000 RMB. Following a trail of white powder on the floor, Huashan Fei followed it to the nearby toilet. Beside the toilet bowl were numerous packets of cloudy white transparent bags. These murky white transparent bags were tossed to the side, as white powder was scattered all about the toilet floor. Huashan Fei could feel his head exploding from within, his eyes darkened as he couldn't resist groaning out loud. His worst prediction had happened. That damned Xian brat actually resisted the temptation of the drugs. He ***ing flushed an entire 20 kilograms of drugs down the toilet bowl. This white powder was 99% purity heroin. If he had to reproduce these drugs again through the manufacturer, and produce another batch, Huashan Fei's losses could be counted in the millions. Presently, Xian was sitting on a bumpy bus, his body was covered by a raincoat and he was holding onto an ordinarily-looking briefcase. Yet the briefcase contained the 500,000 RMB that belonged in the safety deposit box of Huashan Fei. He was sitting in the last row at the back of the bus, his body shaking to the rhythmic tempo of the bumpy bus. Closing his eyes, he took a short nap. After entering the present world, he once again suffered heavy injuries. However, Xian could feel that even the 2 deep cuts on his back were healing at a miraculous rate. After a few hours, there wasn't even a scar left behind. Where did this bus come from and what was its destination? Xian did not know. After boarding it, he threw a $100 note at the driver and mentioned that he wanted to ride to the last stop before sitting down. In fear that his enemy would track him, the best choice was to head for a location that he himself did not know of. Therefore Xian waited on the roadside for the bus. Any bus, no matter its direction, price, or destination, he just boarded it. Once he reached the destination, then he will start to figure out how to reunite with Uncle Desai. Not only did Huashan Fei have deep connections within the prefectural city of Guangxi, he would definitely expose Xian to the law as a murderer and a robber. Therefore Xian calculated that he would not only be hunted by the underground organizations, but also the entire country. A few days later, after rotating through several buses, Xian reached the interior of Guangdong province. After getting down from his long journeying, he immediately boarded another old and shabby minibus. This minibus was so dirty from the mud that even its branding could not be recognized. Although the driver and ticketing manager appeared sincere and cheerful, they could not fully hide their inner ferocity. Indeed, once the bus reached a remote place, it halted as the ticketing manager turned fierce and demanded from everyone to pay up $100. Instead, Xian felt delighted instead of shocked from this encounter, as he honestly paid up. This driver was outrightly violating the law, therefore the route that he took was definitely out of sight from the police and away from the usual route. This remoteness was extremely beneficial to him. Xian's aim was a small island to the east of Guangdong province, called Fanchan, a type of Chinese cobra island. This island was originally a fishing farm owned by a cultivating family, however they fell into bankruptcy and the boss in his desperation committed suicide by jumping into the sea. Following that, people gossiped that this island was shaped like a head of a cobra. This shape of a poisonous snake was not good for feng shui, therefore it gradually became deserted. Earlier, when Uncle Desai lost his way out in sea, they came across this island and felt that this place could be used to hide away from the storm. Its distant market wasn't considerably far and they could sell fish there. The place was relatively clean, and thus they proclaimed this place to be their secret hideout. Following Xian's calculation, after Fuyuan, the boat, left the port, there was a high probability of it making its way here to lay low from the storm. Fanchan Island was located 2 to 3 kilometers away from the shore. In order to prevent unwanted attention, Xian purposely hid away in a remote place for 2 hours, waiting for nightfall before swimming out into the ocean. However, to his disappointment, the hut on the island was exactly the way they left it previously. There was even a layer of dust on the table. Obviously they hadn't been here. Fortunately, before that, they left behind a few bags of rice and pickles, and this place was not lacking in fresh water. Therefore Xian decided to lay low over here. Anyway, according to his predictions, he was probably wanted by the police. This wanted news was always the hottest within a week since the announcement, then it would gradually die down. After a month, to the other provinces and states, the wanted posters would just be treated as scrap paper. Of course, a month of surviving on just pickles is undesirable. However, Xian was an experienced and outstanding fisherman. The surrounding sea was his playground as he could easily acquire fresh seafood. Therefore Xian stayed there. He even followed how he trained into the nightmare realm and did the same there. Time flew by quickly. Xian had since left the nightmare realm for 17 to 18 days. This afternoon, Xian was chilling by the coast, seizing the low tide to gather his seafood. He had already gathered half a kg of sea intestine, also known as the penis fish. The nightmare imprint on his chest suddenly heated up, his heart started beating rapidly as he shut his eyes to inquire. Immediately, a series of notifications entered his mind: please return to the nightmare realm within 24 hours. Xian inhaled deeply. Faced with this mysterious and dangerous realm, he felt not a single trace of fear but instead a hidden and longing excitement. Rowing his sampan excitedly, he headed for dry land. After half an hour, Xian was already staying in Pinnacle town that was 5 kilometers away. Earlier he had accompanied Uncle Desai here to illegally sell their sea products, therefore he had a degree of familiarity towards this town. Very quickly, he entered the largest supermarket there and went to the 3rd floor. Seizing the chance when nobody was looking, he entered the fire exit. Lightly bolting the door, Xian quietly walked down the stairs of the fire exit. At the same time he communicated with his nightmare imprint. Very quickly, he reached the bottom of the stairs. Suddenly, a deeper and longer staircase appeared as if leading to an unknown and mysterious world. After walking through a few flights of stairs, a boundless black fog enveloped him, as the nightmare imprint on his chest radiated. A scarlet-red ray flashed out into a walkway. As Xian followed the walkway, he quickly reached the same elevator that he used to exit the nightmare realm. Those days training on the island were not wasted. Xian had actually raised a point in physique and a point in perceptive sensing. After retrieving his equipment/items, his attributes were as follows: Strength 11 points, 10 plus 1, Agility 8 points, 7 plus 1, Physique 16 points, 14 plus 1 plus 1, Perceptive Sense 13 points, 12 plus 1, Charm 8 points, 6 plus 1 plus 1, Intelligence 6 points, 5 plus 1, Spirit 5 points, 4 plus 1, Primary is the base attribute, while added numbers are from equipment. His usable items were only a few. After eliminating the healing hamburger, he was left with the unpurified black blood orchid element elixir that he acquired from the unfortunate Cazador. Xian closely examined, and after making sure there was nothing left, he leapt out of the elevator. It was impossible to determine whether it was day or night in the nightmare realm. The surrounding lights were not piercing to the eyes. After returning, Xian felt a strange, unexplainably amiable feeling. He returned to the marketplace to tour around, and discovered a few tempting items. Regrettably, the utility points he had on hand were too little. Therefore he couldn't help feeling inadequate. As Xian was about to leave, he suddenly saw a crowd of people nearby, and they appeared to be intensely arguing. He then crept closer. He realized things were fairly simple. 2 groups of people had caught sight of an archaic silver bell, and they were fiercely bidding for it. These sort of scenarios were extremely welcoming to the seller, more bonus from selling. However, things were heating up between the 2 groups. If not for the peace mode in the nightmare realm preventing fighting, a conflict would have broken up long ago. Regarding this sort of commotion, Xian had no intentions to be dragged in. He just casually hung around to listen to their conversations. 5,000 utility points, in addition 10 potential points, 5,500 utility points, in addition 11 potential points. Oh shit, this scumbag. This damaged sacred bell is only useful towards darkness-type creatures. Furthermore, it can only be used for another 5 more times. How can it reach such a high price? Extremely sorry, sir. The next world I'm planning to venture to consist of a great deal of darkness-type creatures, therefore an item that can intimidate those detestable creatures. I feel that it's worth it. Xian did not bother listening to the rest of the conversation. He suddenly realized something sensitive from that sentence. Extremely sorry, sir. The next world I'm planning to venture to consist of a great deal of darkness-type creatures. How did this fella know that his next world consists of a huge amounts of darkness-type creatures? Unless, there is a method to forecast your next nightmare world destination. Going by this, they could learn the storyline. Even if the plot changes, they would have certain preparations or even equipment/items prepared specifically. This would greatly increase the chances of success and survival. Chapter 1. 3 Legendary Warships. Chapter 1:3 Legendary Warships. Translated by Chua. Edited by Alcasar. After thinking, Xian tried to use the nightmare imprint to investigate. He received the following notification: you have 1 achievement point. You can only receive a simple message about your next world 5 minutes prior to it. You can also select to randomly enter a world before entering it. Randomly entering a world will cause you to randomly enter a movie world. Therefore you will be unable to make any preparations for the next world. Randomly entering a world will allow you gain an ability, Insight. Allows you to obtain basic information on your current target. The stronger the target, the lesser the information. Perceptive sensing as your basic attribute. The distance between you and your target will affect the success rate of the insight ability. After randomly entering a world, certain relevant Nightmare Realm abilities will become inactive. Upon randomly entering a world, after completing the test it will reward you with an additional 20% in various areas. This effect cannot overlap with other similar effects. Meaning that, initially by completing a mission you can acquire 100 utility points, but those that randomly enter will receive 120 points. Presently, Xian was in a state of poverty, therefore even if he could obtain information on the content of the next world, the only thing he could do was make preparations in his heart. He had no means to purchase any equipment/item to prepare. Therefore choosing to enter randomly should be the best option, at least he would gain 2 benefits. Xian waited quietly in the room. He still had 4 minutes before entering the world, and received a notification. Your achievement is 1 point. You can choose to gain an information about your next movie world. You can choose to randomly enter a movie world. Already decided, Xian chose random. As time elapsed, an oval shape radiating light door appeared within the Nightmare Realm. People started to enter it, causing small ripples as they entered. Xian took a deep breath, and stepped through the door. Initializing entry to the Nightmare World. Initializing makeup of digitalization. Initializing random assigning of world. World confirmed. Initializing character and world assimilation. Initializing entry to the world. This is a mixed world, it is both civilized and barbarous. This is a world where gunpowder is expanding while witchcraft and magic is declining. This is a crude amidst gracefulness, craziness amidst rationality world. This is a smoky, from guns, skull, cannon, and rum world. Xian peacefully opened his eyes. It was the kind of peacefulness that one felt every morning when waking up. The first thing he saw was a stained and moldy tattered ceiling. Then he realized he was staying in a low, simple, and crude room, like an old shed. This sort of scene made him feel like he was back in a small shed in Xiqiao town. There was a moisty bacteria stench in the air, and the blanket covering his body was thick and heavy. It was probably made with linen. He could see a crooked table from the corner of his eyes distinctly. It looked like it would collapse under heavy pressure. Xian twisted himself, and the bed made a loud creaky sound. If an outsider walked past, they would misunderstand the room to have some sort of hot and heavy activity going on within. Xian got down from the bed. Although after entering the space he would have recovered his maximum strength, he still cautiously moved his body. Beneath his leg a sensitive feeling was transmitted. The moist atmosphere had caused the wooden flooring to decay. The surrounding walls were made with ancient wooden planks that were pierced together in a chaotic and random manner. It had a thick moist feeling, as though pressing down lightly would break a hole in it. The only furniture here was a small round table. This table had messy old scars covering it, as though someone had previously slashed wildly above it. Above, there was a slightly yellowish blank parchment paper, and a spotless goose feather pen. This feather, as if it could feel Xian's attention on it, jolted up, and began writing on the piece of parchment paper swiftly like an invisible hand was controlling it. Contestant number 1018, welcome to the Nightmare Realm. This is your second Nightmare World experience. You must complete the main mission within 24 hours, if not you will fail the mission. Main mission, the Busy Men, mission summary. You must find a job within Tortuga Port within 24 hours, or else you, crooked-faced brat, will have your throat slit and thrown into the sea, or get lost to wherever you came from. Mission pointer, presently, Tortuga Port is hosting a rum festival, therefore it is the most bustling time of the year. Finding a job is definitely not tough. Pointer, you used randomization to enter this world, you acquired an ability, Insight. Use this on your target to acquire basic information. The stronger the target, the lesser information available. Insight cooldown will also become longer. The shortest is no less than 5 minutes, the longest is not more than an hour. Pointer, Insight cannot be used on a contestant. Pointer, Insight is a temporal ability, it will disappear after leaving this world. You have to use utility points to activate this ability. In this world, every time you use Insight will cost you 100 utility points. You can opt pay up the total amount of utility points you owe through usage of insights after completion of this world. Warning, if when entering this world you do not possess enough utility points to pay your bills, then your equipments will be used as mortgage. If the equipment is also unable to meet the bill, then your life will be used to compensate the remainder of the bill. Pointer, you can achieve the following milestones in this world, including this world and other worlds. Keen eyes, swift hands, obtain a random voodoo doll. No fear, chance encounter, you slaughter a random legendary creature. Note, your damage dealt to the creature must exceed its total blood volume by 10%. Drunkard, you must finish 100 glasses of rum. Note, individual pricing must be lower than 4 shillings or the glass of rum will not be incorporated into the statistical data. Great seafarer, you successfully make a round trip sailing through the new world. Because your achievement is not enough, unable to check for other milestones. After seeing this list of notifications, Sheehan gently relaxed his eyebrows. Through these scraps of information, he could already roughly decipher which movie world he was in. As a fisherman since young, adapting into this world was as simple as a fish swimming in the water. I'm coming. Caribbean Sea. Sheehan inhaled deeply. Unlocking the door, he swung it wide open. A familiar and refreshing sea breeze greeted him. He was currently located at a hillside. Around him were densely packed huts, beneath was a town of grayish wooden houses. The buildings in the town were disorderly interlocked with each other, giving one a gloomy old-fashioned feeling. Vaguely he could see large amounts of people wearing shabby old clothes, with a red/white/black bandana swarming about in town like ants. 1 kilometer away was the vast foamy ocean. The squawking sound of the seagulls could be heard from a distance, accompanied by the melodious tune of bagpipes. As the sounds were drawn in by the sea breeze, it gave one a wrong feeling of melancholy and emptiness. 5 to 6 kilometers away, a towering 1 kilometer wide precipitous cliff thrusted out from the sea, like a huge and forceful arm that surrounded the small town, forming sort of like a bay. It blocked out any incoming gale or waves, and formed a naturally outstanding deepwater harbor as though it was the work of the gods. As Sheehan gazed towards the inner bay, his heart felt like it was being tightly gripped on by a formless hand, causing him to breathe deeply. It was like he was trying to release the excitement welling up in him every time he exhaled. At the harbor, there were 3 immense, different and awe-inspiring ships anchored there. Confronted with such mystique and reverence in view of these 3 ships, the surrounding boats all paled in comparison. According to Sheehan's experience, these 3 ships were only medium grade. These deadly creatures were constructed with thousands of tons of steel and metal, and the 3 ships gave one a feeling that they possessed their own spirit. Presently they were peacefully anchored in the deep waters, swaying majestically to the momentum of the waves, giving one the feeling of master of life and death, and ruler of the 7 seas. It was as though the boundless and vicious ocean could only turn docile and bow down to these ships. Even though this was 2 to 3 kilometers away, its uniqueness and distinct qualities caused Sheehan to unconsciously recite the names of these 3 ships: Queen Anne's Revenge, the Black Pearl, the Flying Dutchman. Chapter 2, Dishonest Business. Chapter 2, Dishonest Business. Translated by Chua, edited by Alcázar. After recognizing the 3 legendary ships, the Nightmare imprint sent a clear notification to Sheehan. Time, Ocean Calendar Year 233, 5th month, afternoon 1700 hours. Location, Europe, Adriatic Sea, Free Port of Tortuga, latitude 17.19 degrees, longitude 51.4 degrees, setting, Caribbean Pirates. Difficulty, Easy, D class. Pain limitation degree, 50%. Individual abilities additional bonuses, 0, current scene exploration rate, 0.00. Additional description, scenario setting is peaceful, contestant's death will not trigger any loot drops. Initializing digitalization of character information module. Contestant can investigate individual attributes through their Nightmare imprint. You have automatically grasped the corresponding language, able to smoothly interact with this world's characters. After leaving this language skill will be unlearned. Accepted mission count, 1. Your appearance and identity has been settled, upon returning the present world it will be restored. You can also personally customize your appearance through the Nightmare imprint. For any inquiries, please voice out through the Nightmare imprint, and thereby obtain your answer. Sheehan surveyed the environment. He realized the surrounding vegetation was cold and dismal. All around him, the huts were all decayed and destroyed. There was not a single trace of people living. It looked as if the only contestant around was only himself. Within the Nightmare realm, he had tried to store a great amount of data. He also had sort of an understanding towards the Pirate of the Caribbean world. Queen Anne's Revenge, the Black Pearl, and the Flying Dutchman. These three legendary gigantic ships were anchored beside each other, which is something that would cause an uproar in the seven seas. This scene did not even appear in the movies. Therefore his preset movie scene was either set before events in the movies, or it was a sequel after the movie story had ended. In the Pirate of the Caribbean's 3 original storyline, after Will Turner took over Davy Jones as the captain of the Flying Dutchman, he could only resurface to come ashore once in 10 years. He would definitely use his once in 10 years opportunity to meet with his wife and kids instead of spending time at this declining port. Then all is clear now. This period of the movie world that Sheehan has entered should be before the movie storyline had even begun. As per usual, Sheehan checked his personal belongings. After ensuring his equipment was there, he realized he had a money purse on hand. Regrettably, the only words to describe it are shriveled, light as a feather, filthy. £2 sterlings, 15 shillings, 7 pennies, £1 sterling, 20 shillings, 12 pennies, that was the starting funds that the Nightmare Realm provided to Sheehan. Through the milestone description he was able to infer that a huge glass of rum should be priced at about 4.5 shillings. As the common beverage in the Caribbean Sea, rum was the equivalent to the present world beer that Sheehan was from. Sheehan thus understood his purchasing power. A large glass of beer is about 20 renminbi or 4 shillings, therefore 1 shilling is about 5 renminbi. Sheehan's starting funds here converted to RMB should be about 250 to 300 RMB. One good news from this was that this world's currencies as compared to the Terminator World 1 was much more flexible. ED, do not drink rum like beer. Very bad idea. Something worth mentioning was that at this point in time, the Flying Dutchman and Queen Anne's Revenge were already pirate ships. However, the Black Pearl was still a United Kingdom East India Company personal illegal armed merchant ship. Its primary purpose was to smuggle goods, but if they met an easy and profitable target, they would equally attack it. After a few years, Jack Sparrow was commissioned to transport a batch of goods from Africa. However, Jack Sparrow had realized these so-called goods were in fact African slaves. Feeling a strong sense of righteousness, he had freed all of them. Hence, Jack Sparrow was listed by the East India Company's in charge, Cutler Beckett, as a pirate and thrown with him into a Turkish prison. Furthermore, Beckett had gave an order to sink the legendary ship to the bottom of the sea. The imprisoned Jack Sparrow was determined to find his ship, and it was him who found the Flying Dutchman's captain Davy Jones and begged this horrifying person to rescue his ship. The condition was that once Jack became the captain of his ship, on the 13th year, Jones will use Jack's soul for 100 years, slaving on the ghost ship for 100 years. Jones agreed to these terms, and helped Jack to rescue the Black Pearl. From that point onwards, the Black Pearl was considered to be a legit pirate ship, and Jack had planned to default on his agreement right from the start. Walking through a complicated little road on the hillside, Sheehan headed down towards the port. Upon coming close, he could smell the strong rum alcoholic scent. It smelled like a blend of sweet and thick alcoholic fragrance. Rum was classified into 2 different kinds of manufacturing fermentation. One was fermented with potatoes, the other was to use the sugar cane juice to ferment, and 3 years later it will turn into an intense alcohol variation. To veteran sailors on board their bumpy boats, this was a sort of cheap and tangible relaxation. The yearly consumption rate of rum in the Caribbean Sea was over 5,000 tons, and this figure was extremely common. Therefore every port will always host a rum festival, and to the pirates and seamen, this festival is as grand as the Chinese New Year to the Chinese. Although the port was arranged in a disorderly manner, its floor was paved with the exquisite slippery flagstones. In this era, the port experienced frequent storms, therefore the expenditure for this immense floor engineering project was necessary. Sheehan's facial appearance had not been altered much. He had tanned black skin, capable sturdy physique and a rich Asian Chinese look, which made him look like a seaman from East Asia. In the Caribbean world, this was not an uncommon thing. Xiao Feng, a Chinese, was even one of the great 7 pirate lords. Sheehan was not in a rush to find a job, yet he carefully strolled about and observed the streets of this port, in hopes of obtaining a clue. His gaze suddenly rested on a nearby grocery store. This grocery store had an ancient and greasy door, and its sign read, "Chicken and Dog." More importantly, the shop owner looked like an old Asian man. He had a white bandana strap across his forehead, as he lazily rested on a similarly old bamboo chair while he puffed on his smoking pipe. This was where charm came into play. Sheehan approached forward, but this old man actually let loose a cold groan through his nostrils, and used his pipe to point towards the sales counter. It was a lazy greeting and had the intention of, "Take anything you want, just don't forget to place your bill at the counter." Very obviously, an empty-handed person seeking information is definitely an impossible task. Therefore, after Sheehan unwillingly purchased a few betel nuts with 5 shillings, he finally obtained some information regarding this port from the old man. This Tortuga port was constructed 70 years ago by a famous pirate named Bernard Foch. Rumor has it that this pirate had plundered more than 100 ships, and had exchanged blows with 11 different country fleets. His accumulated wealth was uncountable, and he was hailed as a pirate overlord. When Bernard Foch was 45 years old, he fell in love with a woman, and for the sake of this woman he donated his warship to the Queen of England, and a big portion of his wealth. The Queen of England was moved by his generosity, accepting his loyalty, and bestowed a lordship onto him, and even gave a personal authorization permit to him. This pirate Captain Bernard Foch thus succeeded in turning over a new leaf, and he did not turn back to his roots but instead constructed this free port when he discovered this, blessed by the heaven, Chinese idiom. It means favored by nature, island, naming it Tortuga Port. Tortuga Port was relatively huge in this island, stretching out for 14 kilometers and 7 to 8 kilometers in width. Its area surpassed 100 square kilometers, however only a fifth of the port's area were currently active. The pirate overlord that shook the world resided down at this place, and his former comrades had settled down here as well. They used their previously acquired swordsmanship and firearm skills to maintain the order of this port. Because Bernard Foch had the status of an English lord as well as a former pirate, therefore this port became a free port. Officials and even pirates were free to roam in and out, and the surrounding sea space was converted into a safe zone. No one was permitted to do battle there. Once someone violated this regulation, the successive generations from Bernard Foch would hunt the person down and utilize a sort of English nobility coupled with a pirate's brutality to punish the criminal. Sheehan wanted to further understand these things, however this strange old man started to gradually hard sell a magical protective talisman to him. This item was just a torn and tattered rope knot but was worth 20 pounds sterling. Sheehan rolled his eyes. If his charm was higher, he would definitely be able to dig out more information for free and may even receive better deals during transactions. In the port, the least lacking place was a bar, and these bar all looked extremely shabby. Their roofs were all caved in from the violent storms, even their weirdly named signboards were covered in scars from the rain and winds. From time to time rough and loud bursts of laughter would travel out from the inside. Sheehan pushed open the door of the nearest bar. A strong unexplainable nostalgic steam rushed against him. At the moment, he felt like he was dazzled by a misconception of the space-time paradox, bringing him back to when he was still the second in command of the ocean liner he previously worked at. Hands on his comrade's back as they walked into a Black Sunday pub in Jamaica. Chapter 3, Arm Wrestling. Chapter 3, Arm Wrestling, translated by Chua, edited by Ian Alcasser. The interior of the bar was dimly lit. It had a low ceiling and even the paint on the pillars was peeling off. A few ropes were hanging from the ceiling, as ropes were tied to random strange objects at the bottom. Like beer bottles, pots, logs, carved sculptures and even rocks. These objects were probably attached there by seamen/pirates before they went out on dangerous ventures, showcasing their aspirations. At the far end of the bar, there were a few decayed and shabby oaken buckets. Several guys encircled these buckets as they chatted and laughed. The bar's tables were low, durable, heavy, and radiated a polished over time grayish color. Above it was a cleanly wiped shimmering brass candlestick and an oil lamp. The seamen/pirates sitting around the tables all mostly wore tattered and dull old clothes. Some grew a pigtail hairstyle, and placed glass beads above it, and most had tangled and messy beard or hair. As Sheehan entered, only a few people paid attention to him, probably because his appearance of chewing on a betel nut was commonly seen over here. He walked to the bar counter and without saying a word, the bartender already slid a wooden beer cup laced with hoops over. The rum within mysteriously did not spill out. Happy Rum Festival. First cup is free, next time you better prepare your shillings, kid. Sheehan had been walking for a long while, furthermore he had engaged in a dragged-out conversation with the old man and thus felt pretty thirsty. Lifting up the cup, he drank a mouthful, allowing himself to daydream a little. Previously in the present world where he worked, the rum he drank before was one of the top 6 strongest alcohol in the world. Once the rum entered his mouth, it was like it became a trail of flames entering into his belly, finally at the end then he could taste the faint sweetness. With his alcohol tolerance level, he only dared to drink half the cup. However, the cup before him was filled with a sugar cane kind of sweetness. Apart from this he could only slightly taste a tinge of alcohol. It could not even be compared with beer, and the closest comparison was that of a soft drink with a tinge of alcohol. This was probably due to the lack of skills in terms of pressuring and fermenting the drink. Furthermore, the cheapskate boss of this bar probably added water to dilute the rum. Even if that was so, Sheehan gulped down the entire mug of rum in an instant. He then licked his lips, and consecutively produced his pouch saying, "Yes, another mug." Sheehan suddenly recalled something and instant added on, 4 shillings worth, no more no less. Sheehan was currently short on funds, therefore he needed to be prudent. The bartender was slightly amazed at how Sheehan and gulped down the entire mug. People that could down a huge mug of rum ways are not uncommon, however after finishing and yet asking for another even larger mug was rarely seen. He did not know that when Sheehan was previously working as a seaman, he went past Russia, and under the extreme cold in Siberia, high-purity vodka was essential in combating the cold. Therefore, under such circumstances, his alcohol tolerance had improved. Even beer was like water, he drank as much as he peed. This left the bartender flabbergasted. Money for goods, that was the norm, and therefore the mug of paid rum had much more volume than the free one. After successively wolfing down the second mug of rum in one go, he had already unintentionally garnered the astonished attention of everyone else. Satisfied, he nodded his head as the Nightmare imprint transmitted a notification, "Drunkard milestone completion 1 out of 100, he then found a table to sit at. Beside him was a tall and skinny guy, which looked fairly familiar. He raised his mug at Sheehan, laughing as he said, "Oi brat, you really can drink, huh?" Sheehan laughed. He looked at the group that was gathering around the buckets at the distant end and said, "Having such a jolly good time, eh? What are they doing?" The skinny guy shrugged his shoulders and unhappily said, "Scarface Harry is betting with arm wrestling again. This bronze over brains guy, can't he select a less barbaric form of entertainment?" Sheehan lacked funds urgently. In order to achieve the drunkard milestone, he had to at least acquire 4x99 cups of cash. £20 sterling was a huge sum of cash to accumulate. Therefore, once he heard the word betting, Sheehan's eyes popped wide open, immediately making his way forward. Scarface Harry was a piece of rock. His facial features had a distinct Scandinavian Vikings characteristic. His face had a 5 cm scar that looked like a centipede. The top of his head was a shiny baldness. This guy with a huge beard had a bright smile, as though its reflection allowed the floating dust around to be visibly seen. However, his personality was pleasant. Even when he lost money he was cheerful and showed no trace of anger. As Sheehan walked forward, in a flash he had already activated his insight ability. Scarface Harry, Elite, Description, Bell and Mug Chief Officer Height, 7 foot 2 inches, 2.15 meters, weight 158 kilograms, just like an NBA player, strength 9 points agility. Points physique 30 points perceptive sensing. Points charm 14 points intelligence 3 points spirit. Points basic close combat LVL 3, basic footwork LVL 2, basic endurance LVL 3 advanced ability. Special ability. Special ability, big-hearted, usage can grant an additional 1000 HP. Description, Scarface Harry currently only brought one helper out for entertainment. If you think that this is his real power, then your conclusion will be that your head will become like those spoiled coconuts on the floor. After viewing his attributes, Sheehan became slightly dejected, but he tossed out his pouch and laughed. £2, I'll bet with you for a round. Scarface Harry laughed as he looked at Sheehan. Yellow-skinned boy, if you think that being able to drink means your strength is great, then be prepared to lose your money. Sheehan shrugged his shoulders and grinned. That's not certain. Scarface Harry laughed, calling for a mug of tequila, drinking it as he regained his strength. After roughly 5 minutes, he shook his wrist and said, "Let's go." Tequila is a strong alcohol, and contains a substance that induces adrenaline. Although Scarface Harry was as huge as a rock, his brain was not stupid. After finishing his tequila, his strength surged 1 point to reach a high of 10 points. Sheehan sat at the side and drank his rum, and had an expression that of having success within one's grasp. Sheehan was considered to be quite buff. However, when he reached out his right hand to interlock within Scarface Harry's grip, he looked like a pathetic skinny boy. Based on just body size, Sheehan's 1.77 meters height and 75 kilograms body looked like a little kid in front of this gigantic monster. When the two started to use strength, Sheehan could feel a massive unexplainable force against his wrist. Simultaneously his hand bended downwards from the pressure by 45 degrees. His whole body was trembling, eyebrows arching down. He forced out his maximum strength. The wooden stools beneath their buttocks were producing crackling sounds, as cracks started to surface under the immense pressure. In contrast, the old wooden table, although already covered in injury marks, stood steadily and did not move. Gasps of awe came from the surrounding people. Normally Scarface Harry had been invincible in this sort of activity, famous throughout the entire Tortuga port. If members from the three legendary ships did not step in, he would rake in wins after wins. They believed Sheehan would face the same predicament. However, he was the first who was still able to resist this sort of strength and still be stable. Their face had turned red, and veins popped out from their wrists as their interlocked hands were faintly shaking. What was astonishing was that Sheehan was actually gradually pushing back. Scarface Harry's eyes were wide opened, beads of perspiration had started forming on his forehead, as he could only watch in vain as his opponent counterattacked. At this time, the wooden seats beneath their buttocks could not withstand the pressure any longer as it split with a loud crack. Sheehan trying to avoid falling to the ground but first immediately loosened his hands and stood up. This match had no conclusion as the observers sighed, feeling extremely regretful towards such an amazing match. Yet Scarface Harry was extremely chill, laughing out loud saying, "Damned stool, why did it fail at such a critical moment? This match is considered my lost Mard. Take 40 shillings and give it to this gentleman." Mard is the short but sturdy 50-plus years old man standing beside. His hair had all turned white. After hearing, he immediately tossed £2 into Sheehan's pouch. Sheehan did not leave, signaling to the bartender to give everyone here a mug of rum. Of course it's the huge 4-shillings/mug kind. He then loudly boomed out, "I am Sailor Yen from East China. A greedy captain employed me, promising me bonus profits. After venturing out a tens of thousand miles out at sea, he successfully made a 20-fold profit selling off his raw silk and potteries. Yet he abandoned me in this beautiful but foreign place when I was drunk. Up till now," Sheehan raised his own mug up high, "may the devil curse his soul." Presently the people around were seamen or pirates. They had no good impressions of unscrupulous businessmen. Treated by Sheehan, they could feel and understand him as they raised their mugs in unison, "May the devil curse his soul." Chapter 4, Interview. Chapter 4, Interview, translated by Chua, edited by Ian Alcázar. After the first round of toast, Sheehan raised his mug again and shouted out, "May God bless his wife and daughter with good health." This toast was something the rest have never heard before. The contents directly contradicted his earlier cursing. However, Sheehan came from a distant eastern land. To the Europeans, their impression of the East was always clouded with a shroud of mystery. Therefore, they guessed that this was a special tradition of the East in order to broaden one's own heart. However, nobody echoed after this line. Yet after gulping down a mouthful of rum, Sheehan raised his mug again and exclaimed, "May God bring me to his household." After shouting this, most of the crowd understood and immediately started laughing out loud wildly, as they raised their mugs high and shouted in unison, "May God bless his wife and daughters with good health. May God bring me to his household." After this series of events brought about by Sheehan, he had successfully raised and assimilated himself into the atmosphere of the entire bar. However, when he sincerely inquired around on how to join the crew of those three legendary ships, he was mercilessly ridiculed. Actually, these three ships were already legends of the sea. Every time they went out in voyage they would return with great rewards. Using a common example would be that it was such a quality job that brought a stable income. Workers could even rest in the afternoon and enjoy a rich and sumptuous dinner at night. To work there as a crew member would require one to go through a matchless intense selection. Even studying for 30 years and interviewing for the glorious government positions would be easier. To a seaman like Sheehan who had potential but was unknown, it was simply an impossible task. After paying the price of 5 mugs of rum, Sheehan came to a conclusion that he had 2 paths he could take. First was to find a pirate crew member of the legendary ships, and perhaps after earning a certain merit he could slowly infiltrate into the social circle of the 3 pirate crews. The second was to sell himself. This selling himself wasn't referring to prostituting himself to earn money and then finding a famous gynecology to do plastic surgery, and then finding and marrying a rich and innocent sugar mum. In contrast, it meant enlisting into the government fleet. More accurately, it meant being a marine on the 2 military warships that were anchored at the south side of Tortuga port. Sheehan could recall that when he just entered into this world, he could vaguely see the marine flag swaying loftily with the breeze. The first part is directly translated to that, it feels like the description is too much. The first path was full of danger and challenges, of course its opportunities would be more. Regarding the second path, Sheehan could roughly guess from the bar pirate's estimation, stable income, life without freedom, its risks were relatively lesser in direct proportionality to its opportunities. Sheehan wasn't an easily contented person. More importantly, in the entirety of the Pirates of the Caribbean world, English fleets always took on a miserable persona. In the fourth movie, they were even pressured by the unrivaled Spanish fleet. Following the trend, if he made a wrong move at the start, then highly likely his story would remain passive and he had to exercise 10 times the effort before being able to reach the core of the storyline. From a short-term point of view, it was not bad to avoid huge risks by taking the path of a marine. However, from a long-term point of view, this move will cause him greater consequences. Resolving his decision in his heart, he would never look back. In front, Scarface Harry seemed to be rather outspoken, hence Sheehan approached him to request a recommendation on a ship that required an extra hand. He said that he was willing to slowly save up, and think of a way to return home. After Scarface Harry listened to Sheehan's request, he laughed out loud and said, "Seaman Yen, you really want to work on a ship?" Sheehan bitterly laughed and replied, "I presently have no other options, other than doing what I already know. What else can I do?" Scarface Harry took a long look at Sheehan. Caressing his chin he whispered, "Our ship currently lacks a laborer, however you must mend the sails and wash the deck, of course you must be able to wield a sword. Although life may be tougher, our Captain Amand is pretty magnanimous, maybe you can consider. However, my approval is only the first part, you must first pass the traditional selection test of our ship." After hearing the name, Amand, Sheehan's heart skipped a beat. This guy had made an appearance before in the Pirates of the Caribbean 3 movie, and even hailed as one of the 7 great pirate lords, the Black Sea Pirate Lord. Dominating the Black Sea, he commanded their Islamic pirates to plunder the Christian ships, and even succeeded in collaborating with the Ottoman Empire. He controlled the entire land from Morocco all the way to Turkey. Presently, this person had not yet made his mark. However, without a doubt he would be a person in the future that could sit at the same table as the likes of Jack Sparrow and Barbossa. Of course the opportunities were endless. "I'm willing to go for the test." Sheehan stood up decisively. In his heart he was extremely clear, if he had not earned favor through the arm wrestling and treating of drinks, then based on his pathetic charm, he probably had no chance of joining the Bell and Mug hailed pirate member. Scarface Harry glanced at Mard, his face leaked out a mysterious grin. The surrounding bar pirates, seeing that Sheehan had successfully gained a job offering, they inched nearer in hope but was mercilessly rejected. This was a Bay-High 3-mast sailboard that was in the middle of medium to large size. Its slender body was gray and had deep blue horizontal stripes, its tall masts hung huge sails meticulously made from canvas, and had dozens of grayish huge sail ropes intertwining within like a gigantic spider web. White seagulls had stationed themselves atop the empty observation deck, as they squawked loudly. The towering ship's bow raised up mightily, as one would have an impression of a unicorn if they look at it. The deck was made with hopia planks that were at least 30 years old, which supplied better protection and lowered the odds of being hit by a cannon. Its surface was scrubbed relatively clean, signifying that Scarface Harry was substantially qualified. Because a clean deck gave one a pleasurable view, a relaxing feel and more important details often decided victories. In the ocean, violent shaking and swaying were inevitable, a filthy deck would cause the odds of falling to double. This was simply the start of a nightmare. If the consequences were serious, it may even cause grave accidents out at sea. Without question, Scarface Harry bringing Sheehan up on board had caused a minor commotion. This attracted the pirate crew members to lazily climb up as they surrounded and welcomed this stranger on board. They wore tattered worn clothes and had sharp swords attached to their waist. One by one they lazily spread out onto the deck, folding their hands across their chest as their gaze were judgmental, and they started discussing amongst themselves. "Dear heavens! You actually brought a damned infectious stranger aboard without permission from the captain, Mard, you idiot. Immediately kneel and ask for forgiveness, and pass your hatchet to me, then I will treat this as it never happened." The person who spoke just walked out from inside the ship. It was a person wearing a hat. 2 strands of white feather were lodged into the hat. If not for his dark skin and profound wrinkles, then he would really look like a noble. Sheehan noticed that the extremely crude Mard had unconsciously took a step back. It was obvious this person had some sort of authority on this ship. Scarface Harry stood out, his voice like the great clock. He said, "Siar, sir, as the Bell and Mug chief officer, I believe I have the power to revise any improper areas of this ship. Your responsibility is to navigate the entire ship to our destination, that's all." Siar was rebutted by Scarface Harry. He stubbornly argued back, "Only the great Captain Amand has the power to accept a crew member. You can only recommend, unless he can pass the selection test. I will never allow a stranger on board this ship. The reputation of Bell and Mug will also be cursed." That last line brought shocked gasps from the crowd. As a veteran sailor, Sheehan understood completely what was happening. He was currently used as a pawn in other people's struggle for power. From this, it clearly explained the primary hierarchy of this era's pirate ships. The captain was the commander of the entire ship, he was the major policy maker, and had the greatest risk. During emergencies he was involved in everything, but for normal situations he did not concern himself too much. The chief official can be described as the housekeeper, in charge of internal affairs, allocate manpower, managing daily routines, responsible for the goods. He must note the core commodities, shipping stability, goods arrangement. First goods to load out shouldn't be placed at the bottom. Goods classification, cannot associate tea leaves with liquid products. If the liquid leaks, the tea leaves would be finished. Same with rubber and oil barrels in case of an oil spill. If this ship contained dozens of types of goods, it would be unable to operate without a good chief official. The last special members were Navigator.at. The present time, there was no radar, and one could only rely on the stars, compass, and weather conditions to determine a ship's location and destination. Drafting a traveling route on the map requires rich experience and knowledge. The navigator is the eyes of the ship, dictating the direction, and was learned and thus were able to draw the maps and their traveling route. They sometimes also acted as the chaplain or counselor to settle those mentally despaired pirates, ones who had turned lonely and frightened. According to the modern day and using simple terms, on the vast ocean the navigator was considered as the radar, Playboy magazine, and mobile phone. TN, no idea why there is Playboy magazine, maybe it could refer to like their source of hope. ED, it's just a comparison with the present time where you'll have entertainment while on board a ship. Chapter 5, Pirates Test. Chapter 5, Pirates Test. Translated by Chua, edited by Ian Alcasar. Because the navigator's body was often shrouded with a mysterious ring of light, their prestige was normally high amongst the crew. On some pirate ships, there were even navigators who had an equal standing or even surpassing the status of their captains. The Pirates of the Caribbean series leading man, Jack Sparrow, apart from being a captain, he was also acclaimed as an outstanding navigator. This can be seen easily through his successful attempt in finding the Fountain of Youth. His captain status was solidified. In the fourth movie, although he was forced onto Blackbeard's ship, he was able to inspire a mutiny because of his navigator's status. Upon this Bell and Mug ship, the navigator Mr. Siar was extremely influential and was an uncontested and cautious person. However, he was essential on this pirate ship, therefore, the captain very intelligently placed his own trusted comrade Scarface Harry to contain him while he observed at the side as a spectator. At this moment, Sheehan was not willing to continue being a political tool. Because en route to this Bell and Mug ship he could clearly see, the recruitment of other crews, no matter how big or small, its scale greatly paled in comparison to this Bell and Mug ship. If he cowered back under such circumstances, then Sheehan would be neglecting the route and pursuing the tip. Chinese idiom, it means neglecting the fundamentals and concentrating too much on the details. It would be choosing to survive in a dangerous situation and foregoing on an excellent opportunity. Therefore, after hearing Siar's words, Sheehan immediately took a firm step forward, placing his left hand on his chest as he slightly bowed. Firmly he spoke out, "Seaman Yen from the east, willing to take on the Bell and Mug's test." Siar looked at Sheehan, his expression had sunk as he fixed his gaze towards the nearby crew head. The crew head Quarren was a one-eyed man. He was wearing a filthy and greasy shirt, and had a linen sleeveless jacket on top of it. Strapped to his waist is a Latin-designed light sword. Understanding Siar's signal, Quarren then raised his chin towards his trusted aide. A bare-body black man with lots of dreadlocks stood forward. Being cautious, Sheehan instantly activated his insight ability, receiving the following information. Messy hair, Gates Bell and Mug seaman height, 6 foot 4 inches, 1.98 meters, weight, 108 kilograms, strength, 6 points agility, 4 points physique, 5 points perceptive sense, 7 points charm, 5 points intelligence, 5 points spirit, 5 points basic close combat LVL2, basic endurance LVL1, basic long-range combat LVL1. Gates arrogantly stood against Xian, pouting his lips in contempt and finally retreating after demonstrating his ready-to-battle face. Brandishing his sharp dagger, he raised his voice and shouted out, "Come on kid, I'll help you bathe in your blood." Xian remained silent, raising his hand towards Xiar and abruptly exclaimed, "Wait." Xiar had a mocking expression on his face. Even Scarface Harry was slightly frustrated. He was worried that Xian was actually one who talked more than he acted and he was going to back out at the last minute. The surrounding pirates jeered and laughed, yet Xian spoke softly, "In the east, once we have a duel with weapons, then there will definitely be life sacrifice to the heavens. If I die, then I have nothing to say, but what if he dies?" Xian's words were like a gust of cold wind, as if turning the field into a frozen field. Scarface Harry yet burst out laughing and said, "Gates, did you hear that? If you're afraid of death then hurry up and step back." Gates was a fugitive. After turning to piracy as a professional career, he was thinking with his other head inside his pants. Giving out a roar, he raised his dagger and thrusted it at Xian. Xian actually reached out his hand and gripped that ordinary dagger. Fresh blood flowed down the dagger smoothly, but do not forget, Xian was currently in the nightmare world. His innate ability, endurance, has been activated. You receive 35 points of attack damage, your innate ability endurance activated, your damage sustained is 10 points. Gates roared out loud, wanting to pull back his dagger, but he realized his dagger had been stuck firmly in place, not moving one bit. Xian's gaze blazed, stepping forward, bending his body and submerging his shoulders, he charged forward heavily, knocking against Gates' abdomen. Gates' face turned pale, the first reaction of anyone who got struck like that would get a violent nauseous feeling, followed by an unexplainable pain. Xian had no intention of showing restraint, swinging his elbows forward to heavily attack his temples at the same time. He then nimbly slid around his back, hugging him like a princess would to her prince as he raised his right knee and heavily smashed against him. Xian's actions were precise, simple, and agile, leaving Gates like a foldable stool, folding up after a series of moves. Except that a foldable chair can once again be opened. However, a person who had been smashed at the back of his head will end up in a pathetic tragedy. CRKK, the clear, crisp crackling sound of bones shattering followed by a miserable wailing arose. However, Xian's face remained as grim as a rock. He deeply knew that in front of these vicious pirates, he needed to be more vicious to earn their respect. Showing empathy and kindness would definitely be frowned upon. He casually threw Gates aside like mud, giving out an aggressive groan and signaled in contempt with his bloodied hands. Undauntedly he exclaimed, "Next." The surrounding pirates looked at each other in dismay. Xian's viciousness obviously had borne its fruits. To these pirates, volunteering would mean placing their brains on their pants, Chinese idiom meaning they could lose their time anytime. However, there was no benefit in sacrificing their lives now, therefore, no one was willing to step up. Presently, Xiar's expression was extremely ugly. Even Scarface Harry's smile had turned dry. His earlier aim was to bring Xiar's arrogance down. He never expected this Seaman Yen was actually so vicious. Therefore, he had a really awkward expression as though he had accidentally released a wild beast. Xiar's face twitched and was about to speak up when a person hurriedly stepped forward. He was a black man with thick lips. However, he had no hair on his head as the sunrays brightly shone against it. His legs were extraordinarily long, and he had a pair of maliciously flickering triangular eyes. He immediately fixed his gaze on the motionless body, simultaneously crying out loud. After a short moment he straightened up, staring cruelly at Xian, saying, "Is it you?" Xian coldly replied, "Regarding the fair duel I miscalculated, I humbly apologize." The black man tore out the necklace on his neck. This necklace was weaved with a human tooth and thick strands of hair. Tossing it directly as it slid in front of Xian, he angrily spoke, "Regarding my following miscalculation, I humbly apologize." Xian's expression changed. He wasn't afraid of this guy's assault but was actually affected by the Nightmare Imprints notification. "You just received a voodoo curse, Black Serpent's Bite LVL1, 1 point will be randomly deducted from one of your basic attributes and converted to your enemy's side." Randomly deducted. You deducted 1 point in spirit, that point will be attributed to your opponent. Scarface Harry heaved a sigh of relief, loudly calling out, "Second round of test begin." Originating from the mysterious East, Yen versus our Jamaican broker and crew head, Walla Wallaka. Currently the sun was setting as the dense scenery reflected a blazing red against the sky. The gleaming waves glistened in the sea as the crystalline water dazzled. In the remote distance, two guys circled each other on deck, deciding a victor would mean either life or death. The last one standing will be the undisputed winner. Sheehan stood calmly still, and Walla Wallaka took a low stance, bending his body, reaching out for a short hatchet from his waist. His manner of footwork was strange. It was as though the floor beneath was extremely slippery and he needed to tiptoe around, giving one an illusion of floating around. This sort of footwork originated from the celebration victory dance of the primitive tribes, also known as hunting dance steps, giving rise to the later known Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, which became famous throughout the world. Walla Wallaka let loose a mournful shriek, causing the surrounding ears to shrivel in pain. His feet slid around, as his footsteps greatly widened up. Constantly switching his hatchet between his left and right hand, he looked overbearing, yet his steps were devoid of weight, arching forward and backwards as he teased his opponent. If Sheehan advanced, very naturally the prepared Jamaican would retreat, as he playfully toyed and consume his opponent's stamina. Sheehan's face faintly twitched. He had racked up immense battle experience so far. In front of him, this brute Walla Wallaka's actions, in his eyes, were as bright as daylight. His face leaked out a teasing expression, while he suddenly surged forward fiercely with great speed at this Jamaican. Chapter 5, Insane Duel. Chapter 50, Insane Duel. Translator, Translation Nation Editor, Translation Nation. 5 meters, 3 meters, 2 meters. The Jamaican calculated the distance in his heart. His breathing was heavy and his eyes bloodshot. From the duel with Gates, he concluded that this person from the east had tremendously explosive powers. If he was able to dodge and thereby counterattack, then the chances of victory would greatly increase. As expected, Sheehan really burst forward. Raising his arms to cover his face, he smashed forward like a huge block without a trace of restraint. In this moment, Walla Wallaka felt a suffocating rush of wind against him. In this crucial moment, he must retreat. He could only retreat. While retreating, Walla Wallaka had already decided on his counterattack move. Him boldly standing up to take revenge for his brother was not purely impulsiveness. Within that short span of time, 7 different counterattacking measures had already started forming up in his mind. Instead, Sheehan did not commit any further actions as he charged forward stubbornly like a raging bull, merely trying to finish off his enemy with a sheer forceful collision. Walla Wallaka strangely croaked. With one move, he transferred the hatchet to his right hand and swiftly chopped down with it. Yet, Sheehan very composedly raised his left arm. The nearby pirates all gasped in astonishment. Walla Wallaka had the strongest arm strength amongst them. Once during a battle, he even split open a British lieutenant's helmet. In their eyes, Sheehan would end up with a dismembered left arm. Following that, half of his body would be chopped into half. A glimmer of radiance flashed in the air. As the two were about to exchange blows, an explosive blinding light emitted from Sheehan's left arm as a huge mysterious metallic arm emerged. This was the weapon obtained from the Terminator world, the cobalt steel exoskeleton, left arm. As the hatchet's blade chopped on it, sparks emerged but failed to injure his arm. After deflecting the hatchet away, Sheehan extended himself and charged forward to Walla Wallaka's front, looking like he was about to deal a fatal blow with his mysterious weapon. Walla Wallaka was blown slight backwards upon the impact, and as he staggered a few steps back, he realized he had been forced to the side of the ship. He had actually been unconsciously forced into the corner amidst the chaos of battle. If he wanted to escape this perilous situation, he would require 2 urgent moves. Currently, there wasn't even a gap of 2 meters between the two. Sheehan charged in with arms covering his face, revealing many vulnerable spots in the process. Walla Wallaka's gaze flickered as he took a step back with his left leg, and whipped out his right leg to execute an uppercut kick. Blood courses round the body at an average of 6,894 kilometers daily. At this time, Walla Wallaka's blood was rushing at 10 times the average speed as he panted heavily. Although his kick appeared lacking, it actually contained tremendous ripping strength. Once his opponent's strange metallic arm struck down to block, his kick would allow him to propel to the side and escape his disadvantageous situation. Walla Wallaka's one kick had grasped the crux of his opponent. If Sheehan blocked, it would offer Walla Wallaka a chance to escape. But if Sheehan didn't block, he would suffer a direct blow to his vital spot before being bombarded with assaults at close range by Walla Wallaka. Pang! Walla Wallaka's eyes popped wide open. This person had unexpectedly took the full force of the kick directly to his weak rib cartilage. A person's rib area was considerably weak. Once the rib splinters, it would threaten the vital organs such as the liver, lungs, etc. That was why the rib cartilage is extremely important. Instead, a terrifying pain transmitted up his leg as though he had just struck a piece of metal board. Did I really just kicked my opponent's rib cartilage? As a result, Walla Wallaka's projected recoil from the impact did not happen. Thus, being unable to borrow the opposing force to escape, became the only fatal flaw in his plan. Yet in this sort of intense duel, a flaw meant death. 5 seconds. The bloodlusted-looking Sheehan then utilized a mere 5 seconds to turn this Jamaican into a dead man. Utilizing his strange metallic arm, in one swift blow, he monstrously pulled out Walla Wallaka's throat from his neck. The cringing sounds of the shattering bones echoed through the deck, as the pirates could only cower in horror. Following that came Sheehan's malicious knee, which heavily smashed against Walla Wallaka's crotch, awfully destroying that part of Walla Wallaka. Before Walla Wallaka's heavy body had the time to collapse, Sheehan had already coiled around his back. Gripping onto the ordinary dagger he got from Gates, he slashed across his throat. Blood immediately spurted out, as the tall Jamaican figure tumbled and fell abroad into the sea, disrupting the reflection of the sunset with a huge splash, as it slowly submerged into the sea with small bubbles foaming up from his throat before slowly dissipating. Then, Sheehan coughed modestly, and licked the blood off his middle finger, before raising his brows and purposely executing weird pose, as if emulating a mysterious Eastern martial artist. After that, he looked towards the audience, and coldly continued. Next. The entire place plunged into deathly silence. Sheehan knew that his viciousness had achieved great effects. Taking a few much-needed breaths, he casually observed the notification from his nightmare imprint he got after killing Walla Wallaka. Your throat slash dealt a total of 33 points of damage to Walla Wallaka. Opponent falls into near-death state. You have killed the opponent. The voodoo curse, Black Serpent's Bite LVL1, has been dispelled. Your basic attribute, Spirit, has been recovered to normal. You have acquired a black pin, Gray. Black pin, Gray. This is a key classification item, normally used in various witchcraft/magic to weaken the enemy. After using, you have 50% chance of attaining a lowest grade black magic/witchcraft scroll, and a 50% chance of acquiring a random item. Do you want to activate this item? Yes/no. Sheehan understood that if this newly acquired black pin produced a scroll, it would most likely contain the curse that Walla Wallaka used, Black Serpent's Bite. He looked at his mere 5 points of spirit and then without deliberating selected no. Presently, Sheehan had already accepted 2 duels, 2 victories, 2 dead opponents. Duels normally concluded within a minute. In that short time frame, his fearsome battle capabilities, his vicious nature, and his Eastern mysteries had carved a deep impression on all the present pirates. Logically speaking, there should still be a third round of test. However, the current atmosphere was frozen. Of course, this did not mean that no one on board was incapable of contesting Sheehan. They just felt like it was not worth the effort or risk. To these pirates, killing Sheehan would only merit them with 2 to 3 guineas. Such low valuation was not enough to invoke their interest in dealing with this mysterious and cruel Easterner. A clear and distinct applause broke the awkward frozen atmosphere. This applause came from above, and along with it, was a steady and cold laughter. This laughter was precise, stubborn yet steady, just like an alarm. The third test is hereby cancelled. Welcome the mysterious Easterner, Seaman Yen, on board the Bell and Mug. Sheehan turned his head around. Immediately, he could see a male walking out from the captain's cabin, the future pirate lord, Amand. He had high cheekbones and a crooked nose, giving one a first impression of a fierce tyrant with keen vision. Very naturally, Amand had noticed that the commotion brought about by his chief mate had caused much harm to the morale of the ship. Therefore, he personally made an appearance to put an end to this unhealthy, deathly atmosphere. As Amand was speaking, Sheehan received the relevant notifications. Main mission, the Busyman completed. You acquired 100 utility points. You received a new main mission, gain prominence. Mission summary, promote your reputation across the Caribbean pirates. Mission description, the pirates of the Caribbeans are a bunch of reverential people. No matter how you do it, whether by good or evil methods, if you can leave a deep impression on them, their respect towards you will increase. Mission pointers, after accepting this mission, your reputation score will be activated in this Pirates of the Caribbean setting. Current score of 24 1000. Mission pointers, pirates are all impatient bastards. You have a week to establish yourself. Mission pointer, the higher your reputation in the pirate world, the better your rewards will be. You have succeeded in becoming a Bell and Mug crew member. Bell and Mug is classified as a large pirate warship. You triggered a side mission, get close to a legend, mission summary, ascend into any deck of the Black Pearl, Flying Dutchman, Queen Anne's Revenge or HMS Victory, and subsequently, become their crew member, mission pointer. Although these few legendary pirate ships/marine ships are currently lacking in manpower, they would rather have nothing than weaklings, thus, they would not easily accept people without a solid reputation. Please increase your reputation in the pirate world first, mission pointer. After the Rum Festival, those 4 ships would temporarily not set sail, however, they will only anchor for a period of 1 week. One thing to note, the HMS Victory was the only ship that could catch up to the Black Pearl. It possesses a fast speed, pointed tip and flat tail. It belongs to the Royal Navy of the British Empire. The captain of the ship is James Norrington, the first marriage candidate to Elizabeth. In the second series, he had ingeniously captured the heart of Davy Jones. Furthermore, the ship's firepower is extremely terrifying. Chapter 7, A Man's Plot. Chapter 7, A Man's Plot, translated by Chua, edited by I and Alcázar. After the series of notification, Sheehan felt slightly rejoiceful. If not for these sudden opportunities, he probably would have to mix with a bunch of low-grade pirates in a lowest-rank ship. On this Bell and Mug ship, he at least had a higher starting point. It was much easier to raise his reputation. No doubt this was a great advantage. A man's reputation was unparalleled in this crew. Even the untamed Ciar had to acknowledge and do his bidding. Scarface Harry, with a face full of smiles, came over and pat Sheehan on the shoulder, warmly welcoming and introducing him to the ship. Pointing to a room, he told him that he will be living there from now on. Strictly speaking, the pirate ships primarily earn from their plundering. Therefore, they did not need huge empty spaces like those trading ships who compressed the crew's sleeping quarters to a minimum. This ship's living conditions were quite satisfactory. The room's interior was not bright and clean, but it did not have any stale odors. Although the pillows and bed were filled with patches and were pretty old, it had just been washed before and was adequately clean. There was even a fresh smell of one that had been sun. A pirate at the side modestly bowed to Sheehan, as he raised his eyes to look at Sheehan. He is called Ben Mugen, Sheehan's bunk mate. This politeness was a benefit from Sheehan's vicious exhibition of force. As this Ben Mugen was also a pirate, naturally he wasn't a good person. However, prior to this, the 2 guys that Sheehan disposed of were known to be cruel and vicious on this pirate ship. Don't even mention Walla Wallaka, he could not even stand against Gates. Therefore, he needed to show some sort of respect towards this mysterious and merciless Easterner. Sheehan couldn't be bothered to care about this Ben guy, and proceeded to lie down on his bed. In today's duel, his left arm sustained the heaviest injury. The cobalt steel exoskeleton's primary function was for attacking and not defense. Therefore, after receiving a chop from Walla Wallaka's hatchet, he was not able to perfectly negate his attack. Although the injured left arm was not considered serious, it still needed a period of rest to restore it. After he entered the bunk, the cowardly Ben Mugen did not dare to remain in the room and quietly snuck out to the deck. After helping Sheehan to settle down, Scarface Harry immediately entered into the captain's quarters. A man was currently looking intently at a map, with arms behind his back. His body posture was perfectly upright. In addition to his fluttering cloak at the back, he looked elegant and resolute. Although Scarface Harry's footsteps were light, a man instantly heard him and reacted, "You came." Although they were both familiar with each other, Scarface Harry replied with reverence, "I have already settled down our new Easterner." A man gently pressed down on his sword, pondering a while before replying, "Today our new comrade had caused quite an uproar. What do you think?" Scarface Harry pursed his lips. This expression mischievously hid itself within his fluffy beard. "Ordinary." Pausing, it was as though he was still finding his words. Adding onto his word, he said, "Very ordinary." A man calmly replied, "Explain your reasoning." Scarface Harry cleared his throat and said, "His arm strength is truthfully immense, however, he has not gone through much systematic training. Against an enemy's attack, he is still quite clueless, normally receiving the enemy's attack before counterattacking. If not for Walla Wallaka and Gates, these 2 clueless blockheads, if they could drag on for a while and observe his patterns, then they would definitely force out a draw. To deal with him, we just need to get Mard to bring 2 guys who wield twin hatchets, which is a weapon that is hard to resist." A man nodded his head. "Not bad, your observation skills have increased." Walla Wallaka had recently gotten a bit too familiar with Siar. Getting rid of him is not a bad thing. This Easterner's low combat ability is actually a good thing. If we are able to obtain clues from him to access the East Waterway, then it would definitely be an unexpected surprise. I also suspect that he may have led a fleet for over tens of thousands of miles into the Caribbean Sea, therefore, we have to carefully observe him. Do not use violence unless absolutely needed. Now the crucial point is to confirm that this brat is speaking the truth. Scarface Harry radiated an intelligence that did not match with his appearance, opening his mouth, exposing his yellow teeth as he laughed. I know what to do, swearing on the Queen of England, that old whore. If this brat is telling a single lie, then I will surely uproot his entire background, and the adorable sharks in the sea will look forward to a delicious meal. Sheehan obviously did not know about the conspiracy behind his back. After resting, it was already late at night as he went out to the deck for fresh air. He then went to the kitchen to grab a few bites and returned to his cabin. Ben Mugen was currently snuggled up in his blanket and snoring loudly. Sheehan immediately lifted him up and tossed him out of the cabin. He then shut the door and went to bed. After he woke up, he noticed the miserable pirate's face had turned pale from the chill of the night and had shriveled up at the doorway. He looked at Sheehan with a sad and longing expression. Upon seeing this scene, Sheehan wanted to speak up, but he found the words hard on his lips. Finally, he just stepped outside. Facing his head away, he said, "Tonight you better stuff a walnut into your throat." Ben Mugen felt like he was pardoned, immediately scrambling into the cabin. He had suffered greatly the previous night, and rushed to take a nap comfortably. Naturally, Sheehan was not the only contestant in this historic world. Therefore, before the 24 hours deadline was met, all ships would probably not leave the port. This meant that Sheehan still had one free day worth of time to explore. Presently, it was 8 a.m. in the morning. After a night of crazy partying at the bar, most of the pirates were sleeping and the deck was completely empty. Sheehan made a round around the Bell and Mug ship. Suddenly, he received a notification from the Nightmare imprint. You received basic information on this ship. Bell and Mug ship, length 40 meters, width 8.4 meters. Volume capacity 400 tons, special ability, smooth sailing, active after activation. This ship's speed will greatly rise while sailing upwind, duration is 1 hour. Other details unclear. After receiving the basic information of the ship, Sheehan could not resist feeling curious about the 4 legendary ships at the port. Furthermore, he had his insight ability. After 2 hours, the information on those 4 legendary ships were easily surveyed by Sheehan from afar. Black Pearl, length 60 meters, width 7.5 meters, volume capacity 600 tons, legendary ability, constant sailing, passive. The ship's maximum speed is always constant, it will not be affected by any external elements. As long as the Black Pearl exists, no one else is able to claim that they are the kings of speed. Legendary ability, Night Concern, passive nightfall. The Black Pearl and its crew will have a 80% lower chance of being discovered. Darkness is my eternal ally. Other details unclear. The Flying Dutchman, presently this ship had not been cursed. Length 70 meters, width 15 meters, volume capacity 800 tons, legendary ability, submerge, active. This ship has been blessed by dark magic. It can swiftly shut its cabins and dive into the sea. Once it resurfaces, it has a durable ability that will restore 30% of the ship's health points. The sea is the best engineer. Legendary ability, 3 joint shots, active, thoroughly showcasing its threatening ability. Its violent burst shots will cause heavy damages to the enemy's fleet. Get a taste of gunfire and cannons, haha. Other information unclear. Queen Anne's Revenge, length 65 meters, width 8 meters, volume capacity 600 tons, legendary ability, ocean magic ropes, ability not yet realized. Blackbeard can utilize his enchanted sword to control the ship's ropes, controlling it like poisonous snakes which can bind a nearby target. Do not ever engage in a side-to-side battle with Blackbeard if you want to achieve victory. Legendary ability, Prometheus Flare, active, shooting out terrifying flames from the front, utterly burning up all life in sacrifice to the great Prometheus. Even though you are in the sea, be on guard against the threat of raging flames. HMS Victory, English marine ship, Captain Lord Beckett, length 65 meters, width 10 meters, volume capacity 900 tons, legendary ability, fearless, passive. When HMS Victory was constructed, they attached a Royal English Mariner's spirit onto it, therefore any additional equipments like the cannons would not exhibit any negative effects. Legendary ability, Agitate, active in an emergency. The mariner spirit of the HMS Victory would assist the crew, and caused the ship's velocity to reach the maximum in the shortest time possible. It is the only other ship on the Caribbean Sea to be able to catch up to the Black Pearl in a short time. Chapter 8, Movement and Confusion. Chapter 8, Movement and Confusion. Translated by Chua. Edited by Ian Alcácer. Sheehan wasted a total of 2 to 3 hours using his insight ability to retrieve information. Presently, he still had about £2 on hand, and thus, he decided to find a bar to grab a drink. At the same time he could fish for any news, and finally because of his accomplishment counter of his drunkard milestone was just 11/100. Since Sheehan already landed a job, he did not mind spending all his excess cash on rum. After an hour, Sheehan's drunkard milestone counter reached 22 out of 100, in contrast his cash spiraled to a single digit. Suddenly, Sheehan heard a commotion from the outside. Looking out from the bar he could see a small ruckus happening on the street. The port surrounding patrol guards were hurrying to that direction. Previously mentioned, Tortuga is a neutral port, therefore, its patrol guards did not possess much power, but was supported by the private powers who ruled this island. After Bernard Falk turned over a new leaf and constructed this neutral port, his personal guards possessed great influence. However, right now the port's patrol guards' influence were deflated like a decompressed pregnant woman's boobs after breastfeeding. Sheehan walked to the entrance of the bar. He didn't even have to raise his head but could already see Tortuga Port's highest castle enshrouded with thick black smoke. The entire port had become extremely chaotic, people running about like a swarm of ants being threatened by a smashing rock. This place had been thriving for an entire 70 years, minus the citizens. Above 99% of the remainder are pirates. They were not a bunch of law-abiding citizens. Once Tortuga Port was thrown into chaos, these pirates' gentlemanly behavior died off as their underlying wild beast unleashed. Cruel and hungry, they started plundering and even rob each other's money pouches. Woo, there were few who were as chill as Sheehan. He gently caressed his chin as he looked far towards the already engulfed in smoke castle in deep thought and did not have a single notion of violent behavior in his mind. Suddenly, a loud sound emitted from the castle once again, yellow smoke and dust spiraling up 20 to 30 meters into the air, and formed a mushroom cloud shape. People with amazing vision could see that several horse carriage wrecks were being flung out, disintegrating in mid-air, and even the flesh of the horses were mixed into the mess along with the smoke. It splattered down like rain, leaving one a bitter taste of tragedy and disgust in their mouths. Several pirates standing beside Sheehan had their mouths wide open. One of them, wearing a grayish-wide bandana against his bald head, exclaimed out in shock, "Good grief, those sons of bitches must have more than 100 buckets of gunpowder." Although this brat used the term, sons of bitches, his vulgarities were not scoldings but just a form of expression. Looking at his appearance, he looked like the kind of crew member who constantly patted his crew members and would say, "ing did well, mate." After listening, Sheehan knew that this guy was a pirate expert in using gunpowder and cannons. However, his attention immediately focused onto the fogged-up castle and the earth-shaking explosion that just happened. Maybe within the castle and the black smoke there was a storyline character causing the explosion. However, this was such a large-scale explosion scene. It was not realistic when compared to the technological developments of this Pirates of the Caribbean era. Just taking that cannon expert saying, there must be at least 100 buckets of gunpowder. In this era, most things were made with oak, and the total amount of gunpowder would exceed 100 kilograms. Therefore, to a person that have not operated a bulldozer or excavator before, to move 100 buckets of gunpowder would require exceedingly huge construction equipment or something like that. Unless all the patrol guards in Tortuga were blind, they would definitely have spotted such huge equipment. Hence, this should be caused by a contestant. Only a contestant would be able to use such immense powerful explosives, and only a contestant would dare to ruin the peace of a neutral land like Tortuga, which had experienced 70 years of peace. Thus, he must have triggered such an explosion to satisfy his personal goals. Currently, Sheehan had a flicker of inspiration in his mind, as though he had found the key to a particular question that was bugging him. But just as he found the answer, he actually forgot the question. Presently the port was a sea of confusion and chaos. A few hasty and urgent figures scampered over like a pack of frightened mice running from a cat. Those should be contestants that committed the act, as a group of Tortuga patrol guards were pursuing them with weapons raised. These guards probably received a kill order, persistently tailing these contestants. As those figures ran over, at about less than 100 meters to Sheehan, suddenly, from the side transmitted a long neighing sound. This sound sounded like a horse, but weirdly, the people who heard this simultaneously shivered up as though someone had poured a bucket of ice water over them, and their blood vessels all streamed with chilliness. A wooden house at the side suddenly imploded within, as wood splinters exploded out disorderly, and a huge horse leapt out of it as though it was soaring in the sky. This horse was as tall as 2 people, its muscles bulging and swelling up as though it was going to tear through its own skin. Its eyes were covered with a black eye patch, its mane and tail swayed gently, displaying a trail of blue cold air, spiraling up slowly like the smoke. There was a flaming red saddle on its back, as bright as the red cloth used in ox duels. The horse rider looked roughly 40 years old. He was extremely stable and did not need to hold onto any straps. He had a small mustache that looked like that of Spanish nobility, but his chin was shaved clean. Wearing a black Western-style hat, he had a pair of sharp yet grim eyes. Staring over, he pulled out a short land musket. Present-time firearms were the basic primitive manual muskets with a fire string that is ignited with a match. To release one round, it required a long time to prepare. However, once this rider pulled out his musket, the fire string on his automatically ignited and the spark went into the black barrel. Boom! The carbon fumes rose from the barrel, and Sheehan could feel the hairs on his back slowly stiffening up. His eyes popped wide open, witnessing the first contestant trying his best to evade, but after the gunshot sound, a part of the top half of his body exploded and was badly mutilated. This scene was like that of a huge watermelon exploding in an instant, as his flesh and bones miserably fragmented into small pieces. The surrounding people/objects/shops in a 7 to 8 meters radius were all covered with a layer of red which gave off a fishy smell. What was strange was that the contestant's lower body was perfectly untouched, as his legs further ran a few more steps after its other half's explosion before losing its balance and collapsing onto the street. Blood flowed out everywhere, gradually forming a crimson blood pond. After witnessing this horrific scene, it was unimaginable what the other contestants would feel. Taking a glance at each other, they cried out frantically as they dispersed to escape. 2 of them, after running to a nearby shore, immediately started pushing out a small vessel. Feeling anxious like a stray dog, they frantically paddled out to sea. Obviously, they understood the weakness of the horseman, that he was unable to enter the water. That horse galloped rapidly. However, when he reached the shore, the boat was already 50 to 60 meters and still rowing away. When everyone else all thought that the rider was now helpless in the face of circumstances, he actually tightened his reins. That horse stood upright on his back heels like a normal person, letting out a mournful neigh. He sprayed out an icy blue cold air from his nostrils. Under the brilliance of the afternoon sun, the cold air was sparkling and translucent. It seemed like it was emitting light, giving one an awful frosty feeling. Following that, the horse kicked off with strength, leaping into the sea. Its hooves were the size of a wash basin. When it came into contact with the water, the area solidified into a light blue icy layer. It was so clear that the flowing waters below could still be seen. The horse had started to break into a frenzy charge. Beneath its hoofs it left a trail of icy white fog, causing the surrounding 2 to 3 meters to freeze up. As the horse charged by, the layer of ice behind would quickly melt away. Viewing from far, it was like a pathway of white ice was forming towards the not-so-far escaping boat. Just a mere 10 seconds was enough for the horse to catch up to the 2 appalled contestants. Yet, they still had surging willpower in them, intending to resist. However, that rider drew out his saber, swiftly raising it high and slicing down with the destructive force of a thunderbolt. The 2 contestants' actions momentarily stagnated, followed by a bloodbath. They were like grass that was being shred apart by that saber. Ah! The rider let out a murderous bellowing, as the sound echoed into the entire port. Receive the full wrath of the Falk family. Scum and maggots. That is little Falk. Sheehan overhead a nearby pirate talking to his comrade. His comrade seemed to be pretty knowledgeable. Lowering his tone, he spoke out, "That's right, he belongs to the 3rd generation of the Falk family. That horse is named Mamor. Rumors has it that a demonic spirit resides in it, and it was Bernard Falk's horse. Only people from the Falk family are able to tame and be its master." Chapter 9, Rushing Undercurrents. Chapter 9, Rushing Undercurrents, translated by Chua, edited by Alcasar. This moment, little Falk had already rode his horse back to the port. Using a warning tone, he scolded, "Scumbags who have eyes on the back of their brains. Even these idiots have no chance. Set up the cross at the courts of the port, nail these 2 damned corpses up. Let them know the consequences of causing trouble on this sacred free port. Their flesh will rot in the sun, and their souls will be humbled in the torture of this court. When the bell rings at midnight, I want to see the rest of these criminal scums nailed to the cross. Hurry. After Little Fox finished speaking, he did not rest, immediately riding the horse, Mamor, towards the castle that was still engulfed in black smoke. At this moment, a low husky voice could suddenly be heard. It said, strong in appearance but weak in reality. Hearing this, Sheehan could not help but giggle slightly, turning his head around, but all he saw was a mess of people. He had no clue who was the one who spoke. However, he could clearly see the greed and evil intentions in the eyes of a few pirates. Little Fox's actions are really stupid. 30 minutes later, after the events, aboard the Bell and Mug ship, a man gently raised his hands and said. Beside him was a man wearing a brown Western-style hat. It was the navigator Siar. Presently, Siar's behavior towards a man was extremely humble. It was completely the manner of how a servant treated a master, with fear and respect. This place has enjoyed the peace for far too long. Who knows how many pairs of eyes were observing today's chaotic events. If the Fox family had not spoken a word but had captured and slain all of the criminals today, then everyone would still acknowledge that the Fox family's control of Tortuga Port has not declined, but now, ha. A man's eyes were flickering, reaching out his hands to touch the smooth hilt on his waist. He muttered, but, if Little Fox did not retaliate it would be worse. Those foolish patrol guards can normally deal with small ruckuses. However, once a huge problem breaks out, they are like headless houseflies, knocking their heads around but nothing is done. At the start, if not for Little Fox riding out that demon horse, Mamor, out to eliminate the threat, those normal pirates would probably be emotionally disturbed. Siar tilted his head to gaze at the sunny Tortuga Port, his eyes containing a certain greed and ambition. Tortuga Port was a prime shipping route in the Caribbean Sea. For 70 whole years it had been amassing wealth. It could probably purchase half of England by now. However, the sun will always set. Ammon's towering figure stood firmly. Siar furrowed his brows, hanging down his eyelids as he calmly said, maybe Little Fox had screwed up his own job badly. However, at the start we all witnessed that gun, that saber, and the threat of the deadly horse. As long as those three mystical objects remain, nobody would dare to go against the glory of the Fox family. A man's stern face changed to a sinister sneer. If the entire Fox family had only those three items that belong to the dead, then not long later will be their doomsday. No matter if it's the Black Pearl's owner Old Jack, or even Queen Anne's Revenge's owner Blackbeard, they would not bat an eyelid at those three mystical objects. Old Jack is currently protected by the law. He himself is a tribal chief of an American headhunting tribe. Blackbeard 10 years ago had already started mastering the voodoo cult's black magic. Currently it is reported that they are still looking for the secret killing mechanism of the Queen Anne's Revenge. If not for the Flying Dutchman's Captain Davy Jones being a vaguely neutral guy, Tortuga Port would have been swept away long ago. Zaire humbly stopped. He realized that a man was speaking more than usual today, and the information he leaked was the kind that needed blood and killing to exchange for. Yet a man casually took a deep breath, and continued speaking. The winds of the Caribbean Sea are starting to carry the sounds of blood and mourning. I feel that there will be a huge shift in the coming few days. I normally close my eyes to the politics between you and Scarface Harry. However, at this time, all the entire crew of the Bell and Mug must unite together and seize this risky but immense opportunity to rake in some merits. Under a man's falcon vision, Siar could only nod his head and did not dare to have other notions in his head. However, what was going on in his heart was something nobody could fathom. Under the command of Lord Fox, Tortuga Port's guards all frantically moved together, sweeping the entire port upside down. Sheehan was presently a Bell and Mug crew member, therefore he could naturally spectate from the side. He felt that although the guards were rather valiant, their qualities were inferior to the official government ones. The way they searched and arrested was crude, scolding loudly and accepting bribes, finally casually arresting a few immobile wanderers back to report back their activities. Looking at such absurdity, it was no wonder those vicious pirates would harbor cunning thoughts. To them, only power and the blade could submit them to respect. Suddenly a muffled explosion could be heard from the west side of the port. This sound was still relatively foreign to the pirates, however Sheehan was able to deduce that it was the sound of a grenade. Without a doubt, those local thugs of a patrol guard had managed to earn themselves a merit. They probably found the nest of the remaining contestants. Sheehan was presently standing at a distant hillside, therefore he could see distinctly. In the midst of the port, two old houses had shook a few times and finally collapsed, leaving a pile of floating ash and rubber. 5 to 6 figures dashed away separately, but there were only 3 patrol guards surrounding, looking like they had no clue on what to do. The faraway reinforcements were still rushing here and they were a few hundred meters away. Subsequently, a huge chase down once again started. The pirates in the port had zero intention of being a good citizen, as they all broke out laughing. Spectators who whistled and continued chit-chatting could be found everyone. After seeing this scenario unfolding, Xian's heart stirred as he immediately gave chase to one location. Not long later, ahead of him was a breathless contestant and his persistently pursuing Tortuga patrol guards. This contestant's appearance was similar to most ordinary pirates: tan black skin, the facial features of a 30 to 35 years old male, a black, messily tied bandana, a cheap shell necklace had been slung to the back of his neck, wearing an interior tight-fitting shirt, pants were grayish-black and had a sackcloth texture with dust covering it, his feet were covered in a stocking and tattered slippers. Taking big breaths of air, every few steps he would anxiously glance backwards, he was extremely panicky, and an air of despair came from his eyes. Without a doubt, to run up the hill and maintain a speedy pace would consume a great deal of stamina, which is linked to physique. Therefore this contestant's running speed had started to show signs of weakness, as the pursuing patrol guards closed up the gap inch by inch. Xian used his insight ability on the patrol guards behind, and received a list of attribute details: Dice, Couts Tortuga Port Class 2 Patrol Guard, height 5 foot 7 inches, weight 73 kilograms, strength 7 points, agility 8 points, physique 5 points, perceptive sensing 11 points, charm 7 points, intelligence 3 points, spirit 6 points, basic close combat LVL1, basic endurance LVL1, Class 2 Patrol Guard, patrol team special ability, passive teamwork LVL1. To the accustomed working as a team guards, if an ally is beside him, his power will be greatly increased. Every time an additional ally joins, the group attributes will raise by 10, maximum raise is 100. Class 2 Patrol Guard Special Ability, Passive Tenacity LVL1. Additional increase of 200 HP. As Xian was surveying the guard's attributes, the contestant had head first dove into that little hut halfway up the hill, which was Xian's first hideout when he entered this world. Obviously the contestant had felt that they were about to catch up and wanted to borrow these complicated structures to shake off his opponents. Xian swung his head round to look down at the port. As expected, the other three pursuing guards all felt extremely relaxed at this situation. It was probably because this would give rise to a 1v1 situation, therefore they split up to chase the rest of the fleeing contestants. Looking at this series of events unfolding, Xian leaked out a mocking sneer from this face, and slowly inched closer around the huts to that particular hut. As he entered this complicated hut district, Dice Couch started feeling that something was off, therefore he immediately drew out his marine blade from his waist after reaching close to this contestant. Very accurately striking the enemy's leg, he let out a roar as the contestant fell to the ground and rolled away. Rolling and crawling away, he stumbled back up and tried to escape from the front. However, he very quickly felt that something wasn't right. Turning round to look, he saw that this Dice Couch was sinisterly laughing with his hands folded across his chest. Walking step by step forward, this marine blade was once again lodged between his waist. This scene looked similar to a cat toying around with a mouse. This contestant gritted his teeth, eyes filled with despair. He pulled out a dagger from his waist, wildly shouting out, "Don't come close." Chapter 10, Edward's 5th Series Golden Pound Sterling. Chapter 10, Edward's 5th Series Golden Pound Sterling. Translated by Chua, edited by Alcasar. Dice Couch pretended not to hear as he sneered and inched forward. The contestant's eyes were filled with despair, waving his dagger wildly in resistance. He finally managed to land a strike on his enemy's arm. This, however, fueled the guard's vicious nature. Kicking and punching, he showered down on him with vicious blows. Quite obviously, this contestant did not have much in the way of close combat abilities. Although he tried his best to block and evade, he was still beaten to a pulp. His face was bruised with blood seeping out from his features, and he was wailing miserably. When Dice Couch finally felt impatient, he brandished his marine blade out again from his waist, mercilessly slashing it down. With a tearing sound, a huge wound opened up on the contestant's hand, as fresh blood flowed down, soaking up his shirt. The contestant did not cry out at all. Immediately the second blade bolted down once again. The contestant then attempted to roll away. Crying out in agony this time, his back had been heavily slashed down. Raising his head, he cried out in desperation, "Let's die together." Extending both hands after he cried out, at this critical moment, another figure crashed through the walls of the hut and into the hut itself. The figure pounced onto Dice Couch, throwing him to the floor as they started wrestling each other. Following that, the entire wooden hut suddenly collapsed. leaving a wake of dust and rubble, forcefully pressuring them beneath the person that charged and was Xian. He selected to make an entrance at such a critical time was already calculated beforehand. He was stronger in all of the basic skills, and commenced battle in an environment that was beneficial to him. After taking down, the marine blade was tossed away. However, to Xian's astonishment, Dice Coutz's close combat capabilities were relatively fierce. Furthermore, his high HP of 250 points caused his attackers to feel a sense of helplessness. Fortunately, this guy was battling alone. If he had allies with him, then the patrol guard's special passive ability, teamwork, would be activated. If that was the case, even Xian would be unable to escape. Currently, his left-hand equipment, the cobalt steel exoskeleton, was finally in play. He could drop the enemy's defense and injure him. The weapon also brought about a stable 18 to 19 points of damage, and lowered greatly the chances of fluctuation. Yet Dice Coutz's fists were covered in Xian's blood, bruising Xian's body. However, because of the endurance innate ability, its threat level was reduced to an acceptable one. Seeing that he could not overcome his enemy, Dice Coutts let loose a frenzied cry, swinging his right hand mightily, using his convulsing middle finger to press onto Xian's left eye. He could feel the dampness of the eyeball, believing that his enemy would try to dodge in this sort of circumstances and then he would have a chance to escape. However, Xian's face remained grim like a granite, as if his opponent was going to press down on another person's eyeball instead. Raising his left first, a blinding metallic radiance flashed above as he used his might to drill it down. A heavy thump echoed. Xian gently raised his left fist from the enemy's mutilated throat as he instinctively used his right hand to massage his red and swollen left eye. Xian looked pretty bad. Bruises covered his face in patches, as fresh blood flowed out from the corner of his lips. Respectively, his HP had been reduced by 70 points. This was primarily because Dice Coutts, when his HP had dropped to below 20 points, suddenly went berserk and counterattacked. Because Xian wanted to prevent him from fleeing, he could only take head-on blows that could have been easily evaded. In truth, Scarface Harry's words were pretty accurate. To the current Xian, his lack of proper attacking method was always one of his bigger flaws. If he wasn't brilliant in scheming and continuously paved an advantageous route for himself constantly, he wouldn't have been able to gotten off so cheaply numerous times in this world. After killing off this Tortuga patrol guard, Xian felt that his pirate world reputation increased by 50 points. Utilizing the key loot that the guard dropped, Xian unlocked the respective chest. The chest had a special pirate-era flare, oakenwood texture. On its surface were several cutting marks from swords, and it had an obsolete copper lock. Xian sluggishly opened the chest, and inside at the corner there was only an old linen purse, and beneath the purse was a brass ring. The purse looked extremely shriveled up. Xian picked it up to observe. Even the sweet sound of coins rattling was not heard. This moment Xian suddenly recalled this patrol guard's name, Dice Coutts. Damned brat, did he lose all his wealth and thus went out to work? Xian loosened the purse strings with great apprehension, turning the purse upside down. Simultaneously he could feel a few metallic objects hitting each other as it dropped out while producing a clanging sound. Xian suddenly felt a slight delight, because beneath the 5 to 6 pennies and 3 shillings was a golden coin. This gold coin twinkled with radiance. It looked brand new and certainly not like an ordinary object. This golden coin had several complicated characters weaved onto it, and on the other side was a horse rider raising his sword in an awe-inspiring pose. Xian then received a notification. You have acquired one Edwards 5th Series Golden Pound Sterling. Edwards 5th Series Golden Pound, precious object, valuable currency, it has collection value. Certain storyline characters would love it. Forged using 22k of gold, its worth is 10 times that of an ordinary pound sterling. You can use this as normal currency, and it can be brought out of this world, to be exchanged in the Nightmare Realm for 400 utility points. Following that, Xian picked up that brass ring. He realized at the back was written, unidentified. He was quite amazed, because before this he had never encountered a ring-type accessory that needed to have it identified. He immediately kept the ring. Glancing at his surroundings, he sneered and continued to give chase. Xian's target was undoubtedly the contestant he rescued. That guy had no sense of gratitude and already took off. However, his physique wasn't very good, his regenerative strength wasn't strong. After this leg had been slashed by Coutts, he could only limp away and did not make it very far. Xian rushed up with a gloomy face. That contestant was probably still flustered. Furthermore, he had to constantly look out for patrol guards in addition to his leg injury. He was already staggering about when Xian caught up to him. He realized that he could no longer escape and thus sat down onto the floor, as he forced out a smile on his face saying, "Hey friend, it's good you're fine. This cripple would be useless staying over there, therefore I left first." Sheehan coldly observed him and replied, "Is this how you treat your savior?" This contestant's face turned pale and stuttered with his words, "You can't blame me. Even Caldas, such a strong person, died when these guards ganged up and beat him. How would I know that you were that strong? You actually managed to make the guard retreat and finished him off." Sheehan replied coldly, "How strong was that Caldas?" That guy gave a muffled response, "How is he not strong? He is a person who started off together with Boss Nick. Rumor has it he already experienced close to 6 movie worlds. He is a beast whose strength exceeded 23 points. However, when we were found out, he could not even last for 1 minute against these port patrol guards. He did not even have a chance to escape." Sheehan's heart skipped. Laughing he replied, "How many guards were they faced with?" This contestant was stunned. Then he replied, "It was one group. That time Caldas was in charge to guard after the castle's back door was breached. Escaping out is a narrow and steep windy road, beside it was the cliff. Although there were many patrol guards chasing us, only one person could pass through that road at a time. Never knew that Caldas would be defeated so quickly. We would not cut such a sorry state after the explosion." Sheehan mockingly laughed out and said, "So you're saying although he was faced with a single guard, behind the guard was a multitude of others?" "That's right," that contestant replied. Sheehan continued, "These guards have a passive ability. Every time there is an ally near them, then their individual attributes will increase by 10, the highest they can reach is a 100. Furthermore, this is a mere 2-class patrol guard. If Caldas had faced with those higher class patrol guards, their passive ability bonuses would definitely be more insane. Furthermore, some of these guards may possess long-range combat abilities. From what I can tell, Caldas lasting that long is already quite valiant." The contestant was dumbstruck. He hesitated and then said, "Then just now that patrol guard." Sheehan softly spoke, "He was only a Class 2 patrol guard, furthermore he was alone, to settle him did not require much effort." Presently, this contestant was looking at Sheehan with a peculiar expression. Without a doubt, he had already looked on Sheehan with feelings such as valiant, cold on the outside but warm on the inside, well-informed. Pausing for a while he reached out his hand. "I apologized for what happened before. My name is Chris, may I know your name?" Sheehan laughed and replied, "You can call me Seaman Yen. Since there's nothing else, I'll take my leave." "You're leaving?" Chris was feeling dull as he scrambled to find the words he needed. When Sheehan walked away for quite a distance, he suddenly struggled forward and shouted, "Wait! Wait! Don't leave me behind!" Chapter 11, Reason. Chapter 11, Reason, translated by Chua, edited by Alcasar. Presently other port patrol guards have not given their attention to the hill. However, once Couts was late in returning, they would immediately send people to investigate. Therefore Chris was clear, based on his estimation of Tortuga Port's power, no matter if he prepared beforehand to receive his aggressors, or continue hiding, they would turn the place upside down to find him. Furthermore, his condition was disadvantageous. Even if he wasn't hurt, there was a high probability of him being captured. It wasn't easy for him to meet such a crude yet righteous guy. How could he just let him go? Sheehan heard him shouting and turned around asking, "What else do you want?" Chris, with tears in his eyes, replied, "Respected Yen, look at my condition. How could I possibly escape? If you're leaving me here to wait for my death, you shouldn't have rescued me previously." Sheehan shrugged his shoulders saying, "From your words, you probably have a team, right? Can't your comrades save you?" Shaking his head, Chris argued, "They probably already set sail. Boss Nick's boat can submerge underwater and not be discovered. Heis, if it was the previous day they would probably rescue me. However, I can't even do much with my current state. They will surely abandon me." Sheehan curled his lips and said, "I've already saved you once, haven't I? More importantly, saving you was not my primary motive. If I hadn't confirmed that I could take down that guard, I would not have acted. Currently the entire Tortuga port is on a huge manhunt. If I help you, then wouldn't it be equivalent to stepping myself in the foot? Please give me a reason to do so." Sheehan's speech was extremely reasonable. If he immediately agreed, then Chris would probably have certain suspicions. This guy bluntly replied, "You're probably alone, right? I can recommend you to join our group." Sheehan felt his indistinct and fuzzy skepticism within his heart spring up, as though one more would cause it to pierce through. he purposely acted indifferent, saying, "Join your group." If your group was so reliable, then why would you be begging me for help? Chris's face turned red, however he sincerely replied, "Mr. Yen, you must understand, the strength of a team cannot be compared to a single person. In such a dangerous and strange place like the nightmare world, a person's strength is considered very minute. Only a group is able to give one a better chance at survival. Regarding this one time, it was an accident, if Waka did not stupidly trigger a hidden mission and increase the difficulty, then I believe we would currently be in the present world's Dubai on a nice yacht enjoying wine along with high-grade caviar." Xian merely sneered and said, "The more people, the thinner the profits. Furthermore, the nightmare realm is an extremely stingy place, without exposure to huge risks, then there wouldn't be generous rewards. So many people sharing one piece of cake, how much can one person eat? My previous world experience allowed me to receive 2 pieces of equipment, what about your Mr. Chris? Furthermore, I don't believe that such a group will split their loots evenly. The better the loot, most probably it will go into the pockets of your boss Nick." Chris instantly replied, "Yes, I admit what you say is true, however, if because of this you neglect the importance of a group's strength, then you are not looking at the bigger picture. Before joining the team, my world conclusion and mission success rate or any side mission score would always be below 50. The free attribute points I received would always be 1 point, potential and utility points rewards were also pathetic. However, after joining the group, although the amount of loots after dividing it were relatively lesser, however the scenario exploration rate and mission success score greatly increased. With bigger manpower, accomplishing the mission would also be much easier, the additional utility points rewards would also raise by a few folds. If I am able to return alive this time, I would be able to receive a total of 2,000 or more utility points. You tell me, is joining a group worth it?" After listening to Chris, within Xian's mind was like a thunderbolt striking him, his shroud of skepticism and confusion was wiped clear. After completing the Terminator world, he always harbored this regret, his personal mission completion score had only been 53. Furthermore, to eliminate those 2 frightening T-750 Terminator had caused Xian to utilize his fullest strength. If it was another person, he wouldn't have done it better. This sort of performance had only earned him a 53 completion score. It was barely a passing score. What kind of performance would then be worthy of a 100 score? The time he deliberated for so long but could not come up with an explanation. However, looking in perspective now, there was only one word. Team. This damned realm encourages forming teams, encourages contestants to unite. If that time I had teamed up with that dead Cazador. If I had teamed up with the Beardy when I just entered a nightmare world, forming a partnership with him. Xian's mind was buzzing with 2 such notions, then he very easily confirmed his decision, then he could have accomplished much more. But. All the risks I took would definitely increase, trusting my back with those 2 bastards. Then the rewards I painstakingly fought for would have to be split evenly with them. In your dreams. A doubt flashed in his heart, if potential points and utility points were directly related and determined by the mission completion rate and score, then rewarding basic free attribute points were determined by what? Chris, upon seeing Xian's pondering state, thought that he had managed to persuade him, immediately continued encouragingly, "Yes, a new member who wants to join would have to pay up 50% of their utility points and 50% of their potential points whenever a mission ends. But, the risks you will face will be greatly reduced, it will definitely not be greater than going solo. Furthermore, if you prove to possess great strength, your scope of authority and privileges will likewise increase. For example, I no longer have to pay up any utility points, furthermore my contributions to this infiltration into the castle mission was huge, therefore if I'm able to return alive, I can participate in the bonus dividends, can acquire the lowest rank members' utility points. Yen, your close combat powers are tremendous, you can fill the gap left by Caldas' death. Believe me, come on." Xian hesitated a while, lowering his head he said, "How would I know what you are saying is true?" Chris hastily replied, "How could it be false? Don't tell me you believe a person is able to cause such an explosion in the castle. That place hides a great deal of secrets, and even contains treasures." Xian stared intently at Chris. "Treasures?" Chris nodded, sincerely saying, "How about this, if you are willing to save me, apart from recommending you to enter a 3K party, I will also show you a high-value report. This report will allow you to receive AB level difficult hidden mission." Xian refused to nod his head. Chris gritted his teeth, fishing out a glistening yellow bullet out. You win. I'll add on this. Sheehan simultaneously received the item's details: exquisite 7.62mm bullet, condition, extremely good, origin, United States of America, Ohio, Springfield Ammunitions Factory equipment rarity, light blue after loading into firearm, enable your next far-range attack to increase by 30 points. Usage, requires flammable material nearby, deducts 10 HP from user, removing blood on the user's body, dizziness effect. Description, I wish that our country will love us like how we love it. Equipment battle score, 5. Sheehan gazed at Chris a short while, reaching his hand out he said, deal. At this moment, the port's patrol guards had concluded their manhunt, and they did not finish empty-handed as they caught someone and returned in triumph. They roughly discovered that Couts was missing and had started to make preparations for people to ascend the hill to search. Sheehan from far he could see the unfortunate brat who got caught. What if he tells on you guys? Chris was shocked and replied, don't tell me you do not know the punishment for leaking out relevant information on the Nightmare Realm to world's characters. It is the same as using your abilities from the Nightmare Realm in the present world, the punishments are severe. Believe me, you would never want to be at the receiving end of such punishments. Oh, shit, they have started advancing towards here. Yen. Never forget our agreement. Sheehan softly replied, of course I won't, let's move. Let's detour around the hillside, once we return to the harbor's pier first then we'll see. Chris was astounded as he exclaimed, heavens, what are you thinking? Sheehan asked, don't tell me you didn't get the main mission of finding a job by this afternoon. Chris shrugged his shoulders, of course, however regrettably we tried our best but only could persuade Captain Hook, a nameless person without reputation, to receive us. However, his damned ship can only take 10 guys. He still demanded boarding fees, therefore Captain Hook's corpse should currently be washed out a few hundred miles out into sea. Sheehan nodded his head and said, my other identity is the crew member of the Bell and Mug, because I got rid of the ship's crew head, the respected Captain Amand announced that I replace his position. Chris' eyes were wide with amazement, finding it hard to swallow his saliva. Amand. That Amand. Sheehan calmly replied, yes, that Amand, one of the future 7 pirate lords, pirate lord of the Black Sea, that Amand. Chapter 12, Each Harboring Ulterior Motives. Chapter 12, Each Harboring Ulterior Motives. Translated by Chua, edited by Alcasar. Without a doubt, Amand. This name shook Chris to his core. Even if he tried to cover up, he could not conceal the envy and greed on his face. Raising his head and turning around, he tried to probe further. The Bell and Mug, we have already scouted before. It is merely comparable to a portion of those 3 huge pirate ships. I heard that after becoming the crew member of a large pirate ship, then you would enjoy certain benefits. Sheehan straightforwardly said, yes, you will receive a side mission, its end direction is the 3 legendary pirate ships. Chris swallowed his saliva, then your intention is to bring me aboard the Bell and Mug? Sheehan nodded his head saying, that's right, presently undercurrents are rushing within the entire Tortuga port, even if the guards have such audacity, they wouldn't dare to request to board the ship, in fear of starting a riot from those greedy pirates. Therefore boarding the ship can ensure your safety. Once the investigations have concluded, then you can successfully escape. Chris suddenly suspiciously said, a pirate's suspicious nature is very strong, furthermore you just joined. Why would they allow you to bring a stranger on board? Sheehan softly replied, therefore you and I must have an intimate relationship. Conceal your damned perverted gaze. I have no interest towards a guy's ass. You can be my relative, or even my savior, we must make those scrum pirates believe that you are an important aspect of my life. Chris heaved a sigh of relief as he satisfiedly said, I reckon your idea is great, however it is not enough. If you can add those 2 suggestions together, then this would be perfect. Cousin as well as a savior would increase the persuasive powers. Beloved Yen, then it is settled. As they 2 chatted, Sheehan supported Chris towards the nearby the pier, hiding him at the nearby woods next to the shore. Following that, he struck out a signal towards the Bell and Mug within the port to send a small boat to fetch him. In this era, the water nearby the port would normally be filled with sludge, and huge pirate ships need deep water to stay afloat. Therefore they were unable to approach close to the shore. In some cases the sludge was extremely serious and thus the ships distancing from the shore by even 100 meters is something commonly seen. Therefore to travel to and from the shore would require a sampan/mini boat to bring people around. In an instance, Sheehan was standing in front of Amand inside the captain's quarters. A man was currently holding and examining a yellowish-stained map. His slim and prominent body remained extremely upright, looking like a bayonet on top of a rifle. What's the matter? A man's gaze swung onto Xian's body and then back towards that map. Xian, neither servile nor overbearing, as he replied, very grateful for your honor's audience, however I am unable to live up to such abounding love. I currently met a tricky problem. In order to not implicate the rest of the crew of the Bell and Mug, I have no choice but to say farewell here. A man continued facing his back towards Xian, however his pupils contracted. You are already my crew member, therefore you must first explain fully what you plan to do and not face it alone. Xian's eyes flickered with a concealed craftiness, following up with a heavy voice, a few hours before that explosion in Tortuga's castle, I believe you have heard of it, Captain. A man tightened his fist and then loosened it, yet with a soft tone he replied, this matter is known to everyone. Xian very sincerely continued, my unfortunate cousin, Chris, was caught up in this ugly mess. Even worse, he is one of the participants in that scheme. When I discovered him on the west hills of this port, a patrol guard was in the midst of ripping his head off, therefore I stepped in and saved his life, killing off the guard in the process. The same as what he did for me 2 years ago in Southeast Asia, Manila. A man pondered for a moment, and finally replied with a serious tone, then after leaving the Bell and Mug, what are your plans? Xian with a perplexed face shook his head, presently I do not know, maybe hiding and laying low for a while, then find a boat and sail out. Fool. Stupid. A man suddenly raised his voice and turned around, do you not know how big is this Tortuga port island? It is not even a third of the Dike County, even a small child can walk from the east to the west in 2 days. Furthermore, the Falk family has resided here for a whole century. How long can you and your cousin hide? 2 days, 3. Until then, even if you deny flatly, this will implicate till our heads. Do not forget that Scarface Harry brought you away with a witness of over 10 people. Seaman Yen from the east. Xian's face leaked out a hesitated look, expressing his words with silence. A man continued with a tone as cold as metal, implicate. Pooey. When you do something without thinking, that is called implicating. I warn you again, although you have become a crew member of the Bell and Mug, you must still think before you act. That is the basic starting point. Where is your cousin? Quickly organize someone to receive him onto the ship. Captain. Xian used a tone of extremely gratitude yet guilt to call out. A man exhaled greatly, loftily waving his hand. Go now, the Falk family is currently in a hard-pressed state, they do not have the balls to cause a ruckus on our Bell and Mug. Xian nodded, politely bowing before he retreating out. Yet a man's eyes exhibited out a look of excitement from Xian's piece of information. This was definitely a huge cause of celebration. To the declining Tortuga port, this brazen assailant was a wanted fugitive. However, to the ambitious pirate Captain Amand, this assailant served to be a valuable reward. Although this brat caused such a ruckus, his strength should be pretty ordinary. However, he managed to infiltrate into the Falk residence. He probably managed to obtain a great deal of information within the Falk residence. To obtain such observations and evaluations of this affluent yet weakening house, it was definitely rare to come by. From a deeper perspective, no matter how reputable Amand was, he could only be hailed as a great pirate captain. He was still miles of being held in the same light as those 3 legendary ship captains. The Falk family decline is there for all to see. However, because of that undead great horse, none of the pirates would dare to make a move. If such a huge-scale event like pillaging the Tortuga port happened, then it would definitely be a joint coalition of a few groups of pirates. Under normal circumstances, a man's position in the coalition would only be that of a subordinate/weaker position. However, he had obtained such a bargaining chip in the person who had assaulted the castle and survived. Therefore, very naturally his position would change to that of a leading or more dominant role. Xian accurately grasped this point, therefore he used a retreating and grave stance coupled with his strong code of brotherhood to move a man to act in this manner. This kind of effects would produce a more fruitful result than blatantly pleading with him. As Xian was getting ready to board the mini wooden boat to fetch Chris, Scarface Harry hastily brought 3 other pirates equipped with weapons over here. They said that the captain ordered them to escort Xian in case he met with any problems on the way. Xian on hindsight acted with gratitude, however in his heart he bitterly laughed at a man's lack of composure. He feared that the boiled duck would fly off. Chinese idiom, it means the excessive fear that an already cornered person would escape, and thus acted accordingly. The anxious Chris waited what seemed like an eternity to him, fidgeting like an ant on a hot pot. Once he saw Sheehan along with 4 other vicious pirates overflowing with killing powers, he felt secured as he shed out tears of relief. Once he safely boarded the Bell and Mug, he gradually started to loosen out, immediately feeling the searing pain from his injuries kicking in. Unable to tolerate, he started groaning. Chris's physique was quite low, therefore his regenerative powers weren't strong. Furthermore, his cut wound on the leg was not light. Also, while escaping with all his might, he had lost a lot of blood. Siar, the ship's doctor, held disappointment and, concurrent to his navigator position, went to look at Chris. He then simply cleaned the wounds with strong alcohol, bandaging them up and then allowing him to rest. Presently, in a man's heart, he had a strong urge to grab onto Chris's neck, shouting into his face, getting him to leak out all the information he knew. However, disturbing a sick patient in this era was not polite behavior. Of course, this was primarily because a man had already started to treat Chris as an object in his hands, thus allowing Chris a period of blissful rest. When Chris was secretly celebrating his huge aversion of crisis, Sheehan suddenly pushed open the cabin door, coldly saying out, "My part of the deal is done, what about yours?" Chapter 13, Importance of Charm. Chapter 13, Importance of Charm, translated by Chua, edited by Alcasser. Faced with Sheehan's interrogation, Chris bluntly used his nightmare imprint and transmitted details of the hidden mission to Sheehan. Sheehan nodded his head, pushing open the door to leave. However, when he took 2 steps out, he turned back around. "Oh right." Sheehan stared at Chris. "You are currently injured. Your personal strength is also not very strong. Those pirates are capable of killing, extortion, anything. They are not any good people. When I'm on board, they wouldn't dare to touch you. If I have to run an errand at the port, you wouldn't be able to show your face in Tortuga Port and can only stay on the ship. Therefore, from here onwards you need to fend for yourself." Chris suddenly bolted up like a cat who just got his tail stepped on, exclaiming, "Heavens! You can't do this." Sheehan shrugged his shoulders, calmly replying, "Chris, I am not going back on our agreement. Speaking truthfully, you have not been fully honest with me either, therefore I do not feel the need to act in a manner that close friends comrades will." Chris gave out a dry laugh, saying, "Yen, how could you be like this?" Sheehan softly spoke, "Then why haven't you told me the reason you attacked Tortuga Castle? The detailed process and the rewards for attacking." Chris' face turned bitter. Stammering, he replied, "You haven't mentioned this before. I still thought you weren't interested. My role in attacking the castle is actually very passive. The entire thing was arranged by Boss Nick. We were just like ordinary workers, just doing our individual parts and completing it was enough." Chris was the perfect example of a person who acted simple and honest but was actually incomparably shrewd. In situations which cost him dearly, he was extremely decisive. In situations that were relatively normal, he was like a wily old fox, not willing to divulge anything. After much beating around the bush, Sheehan only gotten the information that they charged into Tortuga Castle to retrieve an important object. But this was better than nothing. "All right." Sheehan stared at Chris, saying, "I have the infamous reputation of killing people on this ship. If anyone tries to find trouble, just announce to them you are related to me. If there is anything, I will mostly likely see to it." Even if they are daring, they would still think twice. Chris had already thought of this beforehand, however he needed to have Sheehan's approval first. If he talked big to scare others, and when Sheehan returned but acted indifferent, then he believed those brats that he scared away would definitely come back stronger with a vengeance. Presently he obtained Sheehan's approval, thus he felt relaxed. After settling Chris, Sheehan once again set sail out to Tortuga Port. Without a doubt, that brat Chris had already been scared shitless, therefore his judgment had been greatly impaired. Furthermore, he had never experienced firsthand the kind of power that could even attempt to pillage Tortuga Port, hence once a man started his interrogation, Chris would definitely leak out his individual report, which was of utmost importance to these pirates. However, this didn't matter. Sheehan was willing to save him and bring him abroad. He naturally had plans on his own. His primary top priority was to first let Chris divulge out the hidden mission contents, then he can determine if this would clash with his earlier devised schemes. Presently, Tortuga Port was back to its bustling state, however the numerous pirates in the streets all looked unexplainably secretive. Furthermore, the port's patrolling guards and helpers had been doubled, but the business traders had started to slash their prices and dump their goods. This sort of behavior looked like they planned to leave this place earlier. Sheehan followed Chris's estimated directions. He walked to a store on the west side of the port. Raising his head, he couldn't help feeling a peculiar sensation. This was actually the chicken and dog store that he visited when he first entered this world. Approaching the old man with a white bandana over his head, sweeping around with his feather duster, Sheehan projected out his deep voice. "Mr. Mole Waller, Lady Tatasha from India has entrusted me with a message for you." After listening to that, the old man did not have any reactions as he continued dusting around. Suddenly a small ceramic wine cup dropped from the shelf, shattering into 5 to 6 pieces. He coughed a few times, using his right hand to pick up the pieces, and then spoke out slowly. "Heis, old already, good for nothing. You an amp. F asterisk asterisk asterisk." Sheehan became depressed. Why is it like that? Chris clearly told me that once I mentioned Lady Tatasha, this old man would sigh, and recount his past events. But why is it like that now? Don't tell me that slut tricked me. However, this was clearly transmitted by the nightmare imprint. He wouldn't be able to play any tricks. But what is going on right now? Sheehan tried to strike a conversation with the old man, however the old man once again sat on his chair, and gazed out into the distant ocean without saying a single word. Sheehan was depressed and impatient. He wanted to punch this old man in the face. However, he suddenly recalled the scenario when he first met this old man. After buying a few betel nuts, then he managed to get information out of him. Following that, this old man had tried his best to recommend a tattered rope knot he said to possess strange magic, protective talisman. However, Sheehan just took off. Currently within the shop, that so-called rope knot that was hanging on the wall had vanished. After going through this memory, Sheehan immediately investigated the items in the store. He realized that the items that were sold since yesterday was quite a handful. Furthermore, those items were similar to the kind of trash objects would possess strange magic, protective talisman. His heart skipped a beat. Pointing to a branch that was hanging on the wall, he inquired, How much for that?" Hearing a business opportunity, the old man lazily looked over. Fuming, he opened his mouth to scold. "Don't talk rubbish. What object?" "That is branch that dropped from the holy tree on the second sage of Mount Olympus. If not for the recent divine warning of ill omen, I wouldn't sell to others just to raise funds." Sheehan did not dare to provoke him, nodding his head furiously and said, Yes, then how much is this Mount Olympus holy tree branch?" Mole Waller angrily replied, £2, not buying then get lost." Sheehan's face twitched. He realized the incompetency due to his lack of charm. Lowering his voice, he replied, "I do not have much on hand, can you make it a little cheaper?" The old man shook his head and said, "What? This beggar doesn't have enough money, then are you standing here wasting my time? You have 5 seconds to get out of my face. Anyway, this holy tree branch has a buyer waiting to collect it later on. You are not the only interested buyer." At the start, in order to complete that drunkard milestone, Sheehan had spent all the money he had. Apart from that, the only cash left for him was that few shillings that the Class 2 patrol guard Couts and dropped, and that Edward 5th series golden pound. However, the latter was a valuable object that could be brought out of this world, and could be changed for 400 utility points. Unless it was an emergency, Sheehan would definitely not use it. In front of him, this old man was extremely strange. Furthermore, he had no means of finding cash in such a short time. Sheehan's heart stirred. He then produced the Edward 5th series golden pound sterling and said, "Okay. £2 it is then. I will use this valuable collectible as collateral. I will return with money." Actually, Sheehan was probing, although this was supposed to be a grocery store, but half the house was filled with mysterious and strange objects. It looked like he was a valuable item collector. This sort of person, according to logic, would definitely show great interests in valuable collectibles. Expectedly, once Sheehan fished out that shimmering golden Edward 5th series gold pound, although this crafty old man did not move or say a word, his eyeballs uncontrollably focused on it. Following that, he bit the coin, and blew on it, consecutively putting it near his ear to listen. Finally, he took out a pocket watch magnifying glass to examine it. He then reluctantly spoke, "How about this? You do not have to return to get your money. I have always been fair in my dealings. 1 golden pound sterling is roughly worth £5. I will give you a change of £3 sterlings. After speaking, he consecutively took out £3 sterlings. He looked as if he was about to toss it over. He did not care if Sheehan was willing. Once he caught it, that would mean a done deal. Fortunately, Sheehan had started working out at sea at the age of 14. he had already ran into countless con artists. Hence before the old man could toss out the £3 both his hands were already stuffed into his pockets, causing the 3 ordinary £1 to drop onto the floor. Laughing he said, "Such a coincidence. God has heard my plea, sending to me a familiar person. I will immediately find him to borrow the £2. Mr. Mole Waller, please return the golden £1 to me." This golden £1 landing into Moke Waller's hands was like a bone that had been bitten by a famished dog for 2 days. How could he easily let go? Immediately his tone became warm, saying, "Actually, this shop has other mystical treasures. Look, this mystical tailbone had been blessed before by a mysterious gypsy, if can change your fortune for the better. That is the Atlantis sea snail shell from the legends. It can emit a shout that can even sway the oceans." Chapter 14, Milestone Achieved. Chapter 14, Milestone Achieved. Translated by Chua, edited by Alcasar. Sheehan elegantly smiled as he listened to the old man introduce the objects in this store. However, he treated this old crook's words as garbage, letting the go in from the left and out from the right. Following that, he hurriedly shouted out to the streets, "David! Over here, lend £2 to me." "Wait!" Mole Waller suddenly called out. With a sunken face he said, "All right, I want to buy this golden coin, state your price." Sheehan instantly replied, £12, because I want to purchase your holy tree branch. You can pass me £10. Sheehan knew that he had been made a fool by Chris. This brat only told him the mission sequence and omitted that he needed to purchase something from Mole Waller in order to reach a friendly and amicable stage. Of course, a person with high charm will be able to instantly trigger the mission. Hence this stinking worm Chris's goal was very simple. He wanted to let Sheehan hit a choke point in this mission and then return to find him, and at the same time suck out some benefits. In the nightmare realm, it was always personal gains first. Under most circumstances, a person's actions would be driven by the benefits involved. Sheehan knew he had to negotiate with Mole Waller and not blatantly gifting him with the gold coin because his personal charm wasn't high. This old man was obviously a greedy and dishonest shark. These sharks' nature were to not engage in business that wasn't profitable, therefore if had merely gifted that gold coin, he would most likely still be unable to reach the mission's criteria. Then he would ultimately still reach a choke point, and needed to return to beg Chris for help. Hearing the words, £10, this old man pounced up like a mad dog, shouting out with saliva flying, "No way! Maximum is £6." He probably understood that his outburst had no effects, so Mole Waller exhibited a hooligan-like behavior and refused to return the golden coin. Sheehan had tried using both the carrot and stick methods but still had no results, because that side mission starting point resided in this crook's head. Therefore he unwillingly completed the deal. This moment, he once again tried mentioning the lady to Tasha, and this old man finally opened his mouth, "To Tasha. This girl actually remembers me." Sheehan's ear became fully erect, however, following on there was nothing. This old crook started to talk a whole load of rubbish. "Heis, I've not talked so much to someone in a long while. I'm so thirsty, not sure if the opposite Iron Hoop bar has restocked on its golden rum." Sheehan resisted his rage. Once he went to the opposite bar and inquired, then it would be done. However, it was one tiny bucket for £1, roughly the size of a draft beer. Without a choice, he could only spend his money to please this old man. After sampling this fragrant rum, Mole Waller was satisfied and eventually divulged everything. This old man was actually fallen nobility from India. When he was young he interacted with someone he should not have. He then became a seaman. He then followed the then East India Trading Company ship to Europe. In his frustrated and destitute state, he met a group of gypsy troops. Forced by poverty, he turned to robbery and was discovered by a gypsy. He then miscalculated and killed the guy. The gypsy was of nomadic ethnicity. Like the nomads of the grasslands, he had no fixed residence. Grassland nomads would pursue water and grass fields, however his was sailing on a schooner and he repeatedly sailed from one city to another. Therefore their status was low, and the law held them in disregard. Under such circumstances, the murderous Mole Waller fled. Ever since then, he would get nightmares every day, and his nightmares were of him killing that gypsy. This persisted for a month, and Mole Waller, who was on the verge of a nervous breakdown, once again returned to the group of gypsies. He then found out someone had placed a curse on him, and that was his victim's fiancée, Lady Tatasha. Because Tatasha's wedding was an arranged one, she did not harbor much hatred towards Waller, placing a curse of only 3 years and then letting him free. After a mouth of golden rum, Waller sighed and spoke, "Go on, what is her message?" Sheehan stared into Mole Waller's eyes, saying out this hidden mission's key phrase, "The living nurtures the dead, and loneliness kills the warmth, 9 wild ducks fly over a fierce tiger." After listening to these strange words, Waller's wrinkles became more profound. Pausing, he then shook his head. Walking into the room, he retrieved a sparkling and transparent fragment, passing it to Sheehan. Sheehan instantly received a notification: "You have acquired a mission object, a Gypsy's Prophecy crystal ball fragment. Using it, it will give light on your future path, allowing you to step onto life's correct crossroads." Once the mission had advanced to this stage, it had no relation to the old man Waller anymore. Sheehan heaved a sigh of relief. Walking to the shore, he placed the crystal ball fragment into the sea. The crystal ball fragment melted into a fragmented brilliance, then it started fusing together. As the rays gradually combined, the phosphorescence formed into a sentence, then it vanished. When the midnight bell sounds, whimpers of the departed spirits would be restored into truth, history's dust would be wiped away, the truth will finally be revealed. Sheehan stood up, breathing with satisfaction. Once the mission had advanced to here, it was left with the last step, once midnight reaches. Although Chris was a devious brat, he merely played a few tiny schemes, because he knew that if he went overboard and the two fell out, he being the weaker one would greatly lose out. Sheehan was prepared to make another trip to the port to gather information. Furthermore, he was currently carrying quite a load of cash, and thus wanted to drink a few mugs of rum to increase his completion of the drunkard milestone. However, to his pleasant surprise, his drunkard milestone had previously reached a completion rate of 72 out of 100. The milestone had mysteriously increased by 50 points. Thoroughly thinking, he immediately recalled that he had accompanied Mole Waller and drank a few mouths of golden rum. Unless one mouth of golden rum is worth 10 mugs of normal rum. With this notion, Sheehan made haste to that iron hoop bar, requesting for another 2 buckets of golden rum. However, he was cruelly informed that there was no more stock, any amount of cash would be useless. Without a choice, he returned to find Mole Waller, but who knew from far he could see that Oldman was already drunk, snoring loudly on sales counter. The 2 small wooden buckets were scattered to one side, the only word that could describe its contents was droplets. He could only leave in disappointment. Looking at this milestone lacking in 28 mugs, Sheehan calculated, that was about 6 to 7 beer bottles in volume. To him, this wasn't a difficult mission. He then sat down and started drinking. People who went to the bar mostly came to pastime, even those with good alcohol tolerance would leisurely drink. The crowd in the bar were dumbstruck by Sheehan's behavior of repeatedly downing mugs of rum. He completely treated rum like water. Sheehan was currently alone. In one breath he drank the entire 28 mugs. Feeling a little fuzzy, he received a series of notifications. "You have achieved your first milestone as a contestant. Your achievement point is 1. To increase your achievement points, you must accomplish 10 milestones. You have received a title, Drunkard. Drunkard, once you drink an alcoholic beverage, your HP will decrease by 3, damage rate will increase by 4, duration of 60 minutes. TN, number should be referring to percent. At one time there can only be one title in effect. Do you want to equip this title, Drunkard? Initializing advanced milestone. Intoxicated men completion requirements. Drink every variant of rum, variants as follows. Mulata, manufactured by Santa Fe, Villa Clara Province, Rum Company. Ronrico, Puerto Rico manufactured rum. Lamb's Potato Rum, British Navy Rum, Cockspoon, Federation of the West Indies Distilleries Manufacturing Company. Lemon Heart Rum, Granulated Sugar and Rum Commercial Trading Harto Company. Sheehan was relatively satisfied with this drunkard milestone. Because to a person who engages in close combat, he did not need to have the precision skills of a long-range one which would miss greatly even if a small aiming mistake was made. The decrease of HP by 3% is not serious, however that additional 4% bonus damage was extremely enticing. Even if he had to use 3% of his HP in exchange for 2% damage bonus, he would gladly do so. More importantly, one cannot forget about Sheehan's current status in the present world. He had to face both threats from the government as well as the underground society. Even if he received unimaginably strong equipments, he would not be able to bring them into the present world, which had no help to his condition. However, a title was like a personal attribute, it was considered an abstract item and thus will not be restricted. If that's the case, it would be able to provide some sort of support to his present world self. Currently in Xian's mind, he was forming up an extremely digressed train of thought. Those historic drunken fist masters, could they have been contestants who were similar to him in achieving this drunken milestone? That is why without wine they would unable to activate the title, thus their powers would naturally greatly decrease. Chapter 15, Historic Battle Scenario. Chapter 15, Historic Battle Scenario. Translated by Chua, edited by Ian Alcácer. Xian had a few more spare pounds on hand. He then explored the entire Tortuga port in search of rum. However, he only managed to drink 3 different kinds of rum from the Intoxicated Men, Milestone, Ronrico, Lemon Heart, and Mulata rum. Still, he managed to obtain information on the other 2 kinds of rum. Lamb's potato rum could be found in the British warship that was anchored at the port. Cockspoon was kept within Tortuga Castle. Xian paid a huge price to gather this information, as his net worth plunged downwards. Once again, Xian felt the importance of having high points in charm. It wasn't just about a meager amount but a substantial economic difference. Furthermore, to be able to use less amount and yet gain more critical information. Alas, Xian could not shake his head at his low charm level. Although his level wasn't considered the lowest, however, it was widely not enough by his own standards. A party's important nature can also be distinctly seen here. Within Chris's party, they would definitely utilize the person with the highest charm to gather reports, highest strength to lead the attack and the highest physique to hold the ground. With such suitable delegations and everyone doing their individual parts, the chances of a great mission success would be increased. Therefore, rapidly increasing their potential. However, even though a party is important, Xian wanted a party that he could personally be in charge of. If his position was an awkward one where he had to settle for the leftovers from others, such a position that could be easily abandoned if deemed useless was definitely not what he wanted. Shaking his head, Xian then discarded all these distracting thoughts. He continued to gather reports within the streets of the port, and at the same time observing the movement patterns of the Tortuga patrol guards. The 3 stationary legendary ships suddenly brazenly raised their skull insignia flags. They then loudly opened fire. The fire sounds were systematic, 3 long and 2 short ones, as the smoke dispersed upwards. Their individual ships then signaled out their respective bugle horn sounds. Only the Flying Dutchman used a huge sea snail shell to blow out their sound. Xian was startled by these cannon sounds. He momentarily thought that the pirates had reached a consensus and were about to commence an organized assault on Tortuga port. However, he immediately tossed out such an idea. Because from all perspectives, there was still no mature opportunity to strike at Tortuga port yet. Furthermore, these pirates were like a sheet of loose sand. Chinese idiom, it means unable to cooperate. There was no way they had successfully reached an agreement and colluded together. From this, it was probably a contestant that had triggered a story component or something. From far he could see that the Bell and Mug had also started to raise their flag. The one-eyed pirate Quarren was also watching from afar as he blew hardly on a bugle horn made from a water buffalo's horn. Xian as a new member had no clue what that meant, however he should to immediately return to the ship. Once Xian had climbed aboard the deck of the Bell and Mug, he received a list of notifications from the Nightmare imprint, verifying identity status. Contestant number 1018 has obtained a man's acknowledgement. Current status, crew member of the pirate ship Bell and Mug. Contestant number 1018 has acquired the rights to enter the historic storyline battle, Destruction of the Paragon Fleet, Preface Chapter. Contestant number 1018, do you wish to enter this historic storyline battle, Destruction of the Paragon Fleet, Preface Chapter, as a crew member of the pirate ship Bell and Mug? Yes/no. Historic storyline description. As the era of the Great Oceans approaches, Spain had relied on its navy to plunder and accumulate a huge wealth. At the end of the 16th century, Spain was in possession of 83% of the world's precious metal extracts. These huge wealth substantially stimulated a domestic booming economy. To safeguard their overseas interest and monopolize maritime sea routes, Spain has established a formidable maritime fleet with approximately 100 warships, 3,000 extra cannons, and over 10,000 soldiers. Such a formidable fleet rampaged through the Mediterranean Sea and the Atlantic Ocean, proudly hailing themselves as the Paragon Fleet. Following the sudden emergence of Britain, it massively threatened Spain's colony and its monopoly position. Hence, the King of Spain, Philip II, harbored great animosity. At the time, Britain's maritime powers were not great, struggling to match their rival, the Spanish fleet. Thus, they could only rely on cooperating with the pirates to organize skirmishes, intercepting and looting Spanish vessels carrying gold and silver. Through these pirate activities, the royal family of Britain gradually gained strength. The two parties' conflicts were unable to reach a compromise. In order to achieve maritime supremacy, Spain and Britain engaged in an intense and spectacular naval battle which gathered worldwide attention. In this naval battle, the Spanish fleet held overwhelming superiority. However, to everyone's surprise, this battle concluded with Spain's devastating defeat and eventual end. The Paragon fleet was utterly wiped out. Ever since then, Spain had rapidly declined, and consigned their naval supremacy status to Britain. Therefore, this impending historic storyline battle is a prequel involving a huge naval battle of such grandeur. Faced with such a magnificent opportunity, Sheehan without thinking selected yes, as a list of notifications followed. History storyline battle, destruction of the Paragon fleet, prequel chapter, 3 merchant ships sailing from the New World are currently navigating 100 nautical miles from here. The ships are fully packed with stolen loots of gold, jadites and precious minerals from the New World. Because the ship draws quite deeply, their speed is extremely slow, even the slowest pirate ships can easily catch up. TN, a ship drawing deeply means their body is sunk deeper into the water mainly due to heavy load. Therefore there is a greater risk of water entering from the sides. The merchant ship owner Fernandez is an exceedingly shrewd man. Before sailing, he already recognized the immense danger within this voyage. Therefore, he spent a huge amount to hire 4 battleships from the Paragon fleet to escort him. After a long voyage covering more than half of the distance, regrettably it was discovered by a British Royal Navy speedy sailboat. This piece of information had traveled rapidly and leaked to the British Royal Navy warship, HMS Victory that was anchored at Tortuga port. The HMS Victory had quickly conveyed this news to the nearby pirates in Tortuga port. Reaching a mutual agreement, they set sail in pursuit of the Spanish fleet. Presently it is necessary to bring up the subtle relationship between the British Royal Navy and the pirates. Under normal circumstances, a pirate plundering a merchant ship is an activity that violates the law, therefore their relationship is that of a police and thief. However, certain pirates were previously fallen British nobility, and possessed a letter of marque issued by the Queen of Britain. This means that if they did not plunder British ships, then they would receive Great Britain's protection. Some of them secretly plundered British ships but did not allow the news to leak. These pirates were like the allied forces of the British Royal Navy. Even those incorrigible pirates who committed unimaginable crimes, if they showed sincerity in amending their ways, donating a portion of their wealth to the Queen of Britain, they could equally be bestowed nobility. With these factors intertwining, simply put, even though the British Royal Army and pirates had such internal contradictions that could be debated, their bigger enemy was the Paragon fleet, and thus they were able to put aside such contradictions. Therefore, once the HMS Victory encountered information on such a profitable but tough-to-tackle Spanish fleet, they divulged this report to the pirates and colluded with them. As long as both sides were aware of their own roots, working together naturally in the face of massive benefits. Thus they were able to form a partnership in such a short time. The sea breeze was strong and swift, the sails of the Bell and Mug were swelled out maximally from the wind, strongly pushing this huge ship ambitiously across in high speed. This ship modeled the design of a bay-high 3-mast sailboat, having a delicate long hull in addition to the knocking angle of the ship's bow. It looked like a grayish light blue striped wide flying fish that was gliding at high speed. Easily breaking waves and leaping over the water surface, yet it maintained a stable gliding, showcasing both agility and gracefulness. Presently the ship had a nervous atmosphere. The gunners repeatedly checked their loaded ammunition. They had to arrange the gunpowder barrels in a position that was easily accessible yet secured, while the one-eyed Quarren was ordering loudly to the crewmen to sharpen their blades/swords. To the Bell and Mug, who placed heavy emphasis on speed, very obvious their main attacking tactic is closing up to the side, engaging in close combat, should be jumping to the enemy ship. A perverse ship like HMS Victory who brought close to 200 cannons, naturally they would rely on pure firepower to bombard their enemies with explosions overwhelmingly crushing them. Presently, Sheehan was a person that everyone was focusing on. These pirates had witnessed a great deal of brave men on dryland transforming into a spiritless coward, vomiting and breaking down when on board a rocky ship. A huge portion of them were resenting his murderous behavior, therefore, some were making jokes about him at the side. who knew Xian leisurely continued his activities, even surpassing those idlers running about aiding others in tightening the sail ropes, reinforcing the sides. He looked as if he was an expert that had lived aboard a ship for a long time. Chapter 16, Naval Assault. Chapter 16, Naval Assault. Translated by, Chua, edited by, Ionel Kasser. Captain Amand harbored suspicions towards Xian, who self-proclaimed that he was a seaman from the East. For example, exaggerating one's ability to an employer was widely commonplace even in the present world. Therefore, upon seeing his performance, his suspicions utterly vanished. No matter how much someone could put up a facade, only an experienced seaman was able to remain calm and composed out in the threatening sea. This was something that couldn't be achieved through acting. In contrary, the unlucky Chris, whose leg injuries had not completely healed, was in complete shambles. Following the bumpy ship, he had vomited excessively and even blacked out. Fortunately, his widely announced deep relationship with Xian had raked in benefits. Under the oppression of Xian, the compliant Ben Mugen effortlessly supported him. He looked as if he was on the line of duty to save his country. He hoped that this cousin-slash-benefactor of Xian would put in a few good words and prevent himself from the miserable fate of getting chased out of the cabin. The wind gradually grew fiercer as the sea waves freely crashed in layer by layer, containing a certain loftiness and an imposing strength. If one were to have a bird's-eye view, the Bell and Mug, with a total crew strength of about 200, and a displacement asterisk of 6 tons, would look like a fallen leaf gliding gently on this boundless vast body of water. It looked like so vulnerable, like it would capsize any time. A ship's displacement is the total weight of the ship including its contents. At this precise moment, a blinding light flashed out in the distant sky. It was like a ferocious thunderbolt suddenly piercing through the empty sky. A layer of goosebumps formed on anyone who witnessed this. It was like their spirit drifted away from their skin, and their nostrils flared up. What, standing above them on the observation platform, shouted out loudly, "Message from the Flying Dutchman. Enemies to the west, 11 miles from here." Xian, currently observing the brilliance in the sky, were familiar with the history, because in the bar he overhead that the captain of the legendary Queen Anne's Revenge, Blackbeard, was proficient in black magic. The lights in the sky was probably to illustrate certain warnings. This magic had no combat capabilities and was only like a large-scale fireworks show to the Caribbean pirates. In Pirates of the Caribbean 4, Blackbeard was even able to stick the legendary Black Pearl pirate ship into a rum bottle and stored it as a collection. Such were his immense black magic powers. Upon witnessing the fireworks, a man's body bolted upright. He was currently wearing a dark black commander hat, Xing, as he drew out his sword on his waist and loudly exclaimed, "Full rudder to port. Raise the sails, full speed west." Presently, a man's entire body was emitting a dazzling white brilliance. Under the command and direction of his sword, the entire ship also was encapsulated with a faint white glow. Obviously the ship's special ability, smooth sailing, had been activated. With sails against the raging winds, the ship's velocity greatly rose. As the pirate ship sailed rapidly towards the west. According to Xian's estimation, there was at least a 30% increase in the velocity. Although this ship rapidly sailed forward, when it approached the battlefield, the atmosphere had already lighted up in full swing. Without a doubt, the ocean's king of speed Black Pearl was the first to engage in battle, following closely by the speedy HMS Victory. 2 ships from the Paragon fleet had turned to welcome them in battle. Next in line was the Flying Dutchman that signaled out the message. Once the Bell and Mug had charged into the battlefield, in their presence were the 3 merchant sheep that looked like naked sheep without any form of protection. Ready, release. Amand once again raised his silver sword. Under his forceful command, the Bell and Mug inclined fully towards the right. Simultaneously 10 tongues of flame spat out from the left. As the white fumes dispersed, the 10 cannons on the port, left, side of the ship started firing off again. However, the Spanish merchant, Fernandez, very early in his life became notorious for peddling black slaves. How would he be so easily dealt with? His 3 merchant ships were not inferior in any aspect to a military warship in terms of tonnage. In fact, they were armed merchant ships. Amongst the 10 cannons fired from the Bell and Mug, only 2 to 3 cannons connected with the target. It was completely not threatening to the thickly fortified armed merchant ship. Amand, on the other hand, was not expecting much from his own ship's firing capabilities. After the symbolic explosion to commence the battle, he immediately commanded to rapidly close up the gap and prepare for a connected side-to-side battle. To the pirate captain, this was his favorite course of actions, because upon connecting with the enemy, they could loot their wealth and even capture the entire merchant ship. Of course, a close combat battle was much riskier and its casualty rate would be more shocking. Huge torrents reached out for the heavens as the tidal waves rolled vigorously. However, the Bell and Mug relied on its agile speed to rapidly close in on the heavy merchant ships. In a flash, the gap was greatly shortened. Visibly it looked like the connection was about to succeed, but at this moment, she sensed an immense pressure forcing its way from the left. This pressure had no form, but yet it surged up violently. Not only was it difficult to evade, it gave a bone-shattering feeling from its imminent collision. Sheehan instantly threw himself horizontally onto the ship's deck, laying down perfectly flat. He conveniently grabbed and pulled the confused Chris down as well. Chris had just recovered and wanted to get some fresh air away from the cabin, but in the end was forcefully dragged to the floor by Sheehan. Face planting into the ground, fresh blood oozed from his nose, and he even chipped 2 of his front teeth. This brat stubbornly raised his head to curse out, but was shocked by what he saw. The square board on the side of the left merchant ship started crackling and finally opened up, revealing a organized row of densely packed black cannons aiming at this direction. As some were still scrambling to understand what was going on, an entire 37 Ceskas Brahavka Ammunitions factory manufactured brand new cannons spat out their terrifying flames. Within seconds, the high-speed Bell and Mug suddenly shuddered, and forcibly shifted horizontally by 7 to 8 meters as though an invisible hand had heavily smacked it on its left. At least 20 heavy cannonballs successfully crashed into the ship's body. Clear and distinct explosions could be seen from the right side of the Bell and Mug, leaving a trail of dust in its wake. Planks of wood shattered from the huge explosions, causing such a tragic sight. Under this string of attacks, the Bell and Mug had suffered heavy losses. This was due to almost 70% of the pirate crew excitedly congregating on the deck in wait for the incoming contact of both ships. In a quick estimation, roughly 1 in 3 pirates were injured from the attack, and some were even blasted overboard by the impact. One of the collapsed individual was the chief officer Scarface Harry. This huge, sturdy and outspoken man, in order to shield his comrade, had taken a fast-moving sharp broken wooden fragment into his head. His head was covered in flowing blood, and he completely faded into unconsciousness. No one knew if he had survived. Fortunately, in this era, the cannons after firing would be pushed backwards by the recoil. After firing once, the innards of the cannon had to be scrubbed clean before loading back a new round. Such was the complicated process of reloading. To Fernandez, his profession was a businessman, not a militant. His employed mercenaries may not be experts or experienced gunners, therefore, the reloading time took relatively longer. This no doubt gave a man, who had hundreds of battles worth experience, adequate time to retaliate. Steer 70 degrees. A man's body remained upright, using his venomous and eagle eyes to observe. His voice was like a huge whip that lashed onto the nearby pirates' butts, enabling them to immediately recover and execute his command. Straighten the 3rd sail. Let the wind blow starboard. Lower the 4th sail. After a series of commands, a man took big steps to the main mast, raising his sword and slicing down. The largest main sail gently and grandly floated down. The silver sword atop a man's hand suddenly emitted a blinding brilliance, enveloping the entire ship and connecting at the sharp end of the bow of the ship. Previously the ship was parallel to the merchant ship. However, in a short span, the entire Bell and Mug begun rotating straightly, forming a T-shaped structure with the merchant ship. In a flash, a huge wave crashed in. However, the Bell and Mug tenaciously weathered the waves, causing a massive splash. Undauntingly, with its constant high speed, it wildly crashed head-on into the enemy ship. Previously the Bell and Mug was described as a piece of fallen leaf aimlessly adrift on the ocean. However, right now, its captain was completely dictating its every move. Under his leadership, this pirate ship had changed from a mere leaf into a penetrating blade similar to the silver sword in his grip. Slender, graceful, cruel, conquering anything in its path. Its honor did not allow one to glance back. Chinese idiom, it means duty-bound, no turning back, as it frantically stabbed into the enemy's abdomen. Part 1 of the series ends here. Thank you for watching and listening. If you find it interesting, please give us a like, a comment and a subscription so that we have the motivation to make the next videos.